In the magnificent Royal Ship Spirit Academy Awakening Plaza, thousands of students were lined up in neat rows, talking in hushed tones, the air thick with tension. Lin Fan, standing at the very end of the civilian queue, was equally tense. The upcoming awakening ceremony would determine his future. Due to an accident, he was transported to an ethereal magical world where 9/10 of the land was covered by the sea. The oceans of this world are teeming with all sorts of dangerous sea monsters that constantly attack the coastlines and islands on which humans depend for survival. Only captains of ethereal magic warships can fight against and slay these sea monsters. Upon reaching adulthood, each person can awaken a unique special ability, a ship spirit. This means awakening a special warship that belongs only to them and becoming its captain. However, this warship is not a steel behemoth from traditional industry, but rather an ethereal magical warship with a more fantastical punk style. Those who successfully awaken a high-ranking, powerful warship will gain status, wealth, power, and extraordinary strength, completely changing their destiny. Those who awaken low-ranking warships, however, will only become cannon fodder. On the high platform in the square, an academy instructor dressed in magnificent robes announced loudly, "The awakening ceremony shall now begin. Everyone, step forward in order." As the ceremony continued, some people were overjoyed after awakening high-level warships, dancing with excitement, while others were filled with despair after awakening low-level warships. Just then, the instructor's voice came. "Next, Lin Fan." Hearing his name, Lin Fan took a deep breath, suppressed all his emotions, and then calmly walked towards the awakening square. At this moment, all eyes were on him, and whispers rippled through the room. Everyone knows that he is the top student in the entire academy in theoretical examinations, but he is just a commoner. So everyone wants to see what kind of warship he can awaken. Lin Fan blocked out all the noise, walked to the cold awakening stone, and then suddenly pressed his hand on it. There was no blue light as expected, nor any surge of etheric energy. The awakening stone was deathly silent. "Ha! That's hilarious! Awakening failed? I knew it, a lowly person is a lowly person." Wan Ting, who had always been at odds with him, laughed incessantly, but the next second, his laughter suddenly stopped. Boom! A domineering and tyrannical will, completely different from ether energy, suddenly erupted from Lin Fan. Behind the plaza, in the sea trial area, the once calm sea suddenly began to churn violently. A shadow, obscuring the sky, broke through the water's surface and slowly rose. It was enormous, completely beyond anyone's comprehension. The C-class, ironclad battlecruiser, that Wan Ting had just awakened looked like a laughable bathtub toy in the face of this shadow. It has no three-masted sails, no runic armor, and no ether cannons. All it has is a flat, wide, and seemingly endless deck, and a towering island superstructure on its sides that resembles a steel mountain. Wow, it's huge! This is A rank? No! With this size, could it be the legendary S-rank mobile fortress? A civilian, awakened S-rank? In the VIP section, Wan Ting crushed his wine glass with a loud crash, spilling red wine all over the back of his hand. But he seemed oblivious, his eyes fixed on the giant ship. Impossible! At this moment, Lin Fan was more shocked than anyone else. In his consciousness space, the ship spirit, that was standard in this world, did not appear. He saw only a logo, a huge iron anchor, and two glaring numbers. 18. A memory from the depths of his soul was awakened, and Lin Fan's body even began to tremble slightly. Fujian ship. Type 003 aircraft carrier, CV-18. Electromagnetic catapult, 80,000 tons at full load. How is that possible? Why would a modern warship awaken? And why this one of them? Just as the entire arena fell into dead silence, and even the Academy's high-ranking officials on the platform stood up, their faces filled with astonishment, the awakening stone in the center finally completed its judgment. A faint, almost invisible gray light flashed. On the stone tablet, a line of cold, large characters appeared: awakened ship, unknown model, energy assessment, F rank, abandoned target ship. Grade F. Of all the grades from F to A, Grade F is the most useless and worthless. This letter struck everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. After a deathly silence, 3 seconds later, a volcanic eruption of mockery exploded. F rank! F rank! I can't believe my eyes! I'm dying of laughter. I thought it was an S-class ship. Turns out it's just a showpiece. A useless target ship that looks good but is actually useless. In the VIP section, Wang Ting froze for a full 5 seconds, then burst into a louder, more maniacal laugh than anyone else. F level. Ha ha. Lin Fan. You're a complete joke. An F-class target ship that's not even as good as an E-class reconnaissance boat. You don't even have an aether shield. Lin Fan stood rooted to the spot, listening to the jeers erupting from the crowd, a chill running through him. F rank. He knew better than anyone what that rating meant. The inability to use etheric magic means that this warship has no shields, no magical weapons, and cannot even draw energy from the deep-sea rift. It's just a piece of scrap metal that can only be used as a target for others, and it can't survive in this dangerous world itself. Elder! Wang Ting stood up and said loudly. According to the Academy's ironclad rules, F-level awakened individuals are not qualified to become students. Its awakened hull must be destroyed during testing to avoid wasting precious docking ports. A hint of resentment flashed in his eyes. I propose that we immediately initiate the Death Sea trials. The moment those 4 words were uttered, the entire audience gasped. That was the Academy's arena for dealing with the most ferocious sea monsters, a true death test. Lin Fan suddenly looked up and stared at Wang Ting. Wang Ting looked down at him and gave him a cruel smile. The Academy elder, expressionless and authoritative, announced, Wang Ting's proposal is in accordance with Academy regulations. The F-class hull must undergo durability testing. Decision passed. Immediately throw F-rank awakened Lin Fan into the D-rank arena. Broadcast the entire event live as a warning to others. There was no chance for him to defend himself. The 2 law enforcement officers escorted Lin Fan away, using a spatial jump to directly transport him to the massive steel warship. 003 Fujian. Lin Fan stood on the wide, cold flight deck, surrounded by towering alloy walls. This was the arena, isolated from the sea. Lin Fan's solitary figure appeared on the deck in the square, and even on the giant, aether screen, of the entire college. Wang Ting wanted him to watch in front of the entire academy as he was torn to pieces by the sea monster. Lin Fan clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. He was unwilling to accept this. He possessed souls from 2 lifetimes and knowledge far surpassing that of this era. He did not want to die here. A chilling despair filled his heart. The Academy elder's icy voice echoed across the arena. The F-class target ship is in position. Open the D-class sea monster gate! In the distance, a colossal steel gate, hundreds of meters tall and covered in demonic runes, began to creak and groan as it slowly rose. Behind the dark sea, countless scarlet, thirsty eyes gleamed. It's over. Just as Lin Fan's consciousness was about to be swallowed by despair, a clear system notification suddenly rang in his mind. The system has been activated, indicating that the host is in an extreme predicament. Killing sea monsters and enemy warships can recover monster cores and secret crystal ores, which can be exchanged for energy points in the shop. Energy points can be used to unlock various modern and powerful military equipment and vehicles, along with personnel, 100% loyal. The host warship's insulator special attribute has been detected, triggering a compensation mechanism. A beginner's initial energy pack, 100 points, has been issued. AI Pangu, reporting for duty. Upon hearing the system's voice in his mind, Lin Fan was startled, and his despair was gradually replaced by a strong will to survive. It's true that there's always a way out. He never expected that he would activate his cheat ability at his most desperate moment. The next second, a plan quickly took shape in Lin Fan's mind. He would use the system to overcome the immediate crisis, and then, relying on modern military technology and firearms, launch a devastating attack in this magical world. Then he'll slap the faces of everyone who mocked him and send all those who wanted to harm him to hell. He'll rise step by step to become the strongest captain and rule this alien ocean world. Immediately, Lin Fan silently chanted, "Open system panel," in his mind. As soon as he finished speaking, a light blue technological interface, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes. Energy points, 100. At the same time, the giant gates of the arena opened completely. Roar! From the murky seawater, hundreds of ear-ink, sharp-blade crabs rushed out, accompanied by a foul stench. On the live stream screen, Wang Ting grinned maliciously. "Here you are! Enjoy your funeral, you scum! Warning! Hostile target detected. Warning! Energy reaction detected from guided arcane core, already identified as a missile. Pangu!" Lin Fan roared inwardly, his eyes fixed on the surging beast tide. "Unlock! Unlock defense!" Tier 0. Close range defense, HPJ 1111 barrel 30mm close-in weapon, CIWS. Features: 10,000 round Vulcan cannon, terminal interception. Unlock cost: 40 energy points. Tier 0. Short range air defense, HHU-10 24-cell short range air defense missile, High Honky 10. Features: infrared guidance, precision targeting. Unlock cost: 60 energy points. 100 points, exactly! Without the slightest hesitation. Unlock everything! Now! Energy points cleared. 1130 close-in weapon system, CIWS, unlocked. HHU-10 unlocked. Boom! 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 On the live broadcast screens of the entire Academy, the 4 previously empty platforms around the island and stern of the huge F-class scrap metal target ship suddenly flashed with light. 2 gray turrets with 11 menacing gun barrels and 2 24-cell missile launchers gleaming with metallic coldness appeared out of thin air. What is that? A new inscription array? There's no ether fluctuation. It's just scrap metal. Wang Ting's smile froze on his face, and a sense of foreboding suddenly rose in his heart. At that very moment, in the arena, hundreds of blade crabs had locked onto 003. The arcane cores on their backs simultaneously lit up. Whoosh! Hundreds of magic missiles, trailing blue flames, streaked across the sky, raining down on the Fujian warship. "He's dead!" someone in the VIP section declared on the spot. "Without the ether shield, he'll be vaporized instantly." Lin Fan stood in the command room on the island superstructure, watching the barrage of deadly bullets raining down upon him, and coldly issued his first combat order since arriving in this world. Pangu! Fire! Chapter 2, 1130, The Metal Storm, Lin Fan's "Fire!" sounded like an insignificant signal. Outside the arena, in front of the ethereal screens of the Royal Ship's Spirit Academy, everyone wore expressions of cruelty or pity. Some people laughed at him for being crazy, because the Type 003 ship didn't have an ether cannon or any energy weapons. The few newly emerged iron lumps showed no ethereal fluctuations whatsoever. In their eyes, it looked as if Lin Fan intended to crush the sea monster with iron blocks. In the VIP section, Wang Ting's sinister grin had reached its peak. He was waiting to see Lin Fan and that pile of F-grade scrap metal torn to shreds by hundreds of guided arcane cores. But before he could finish speaking, his expression suddenly froze. Just as the arcane cores were about to strike the 003 ship, a piercing, chilling shriek tore through the air. It wasn't the sound of cannons. It was more like tens of thousands of chainsaws firing simultaneously. In the live broadcast, flames simultaneously erupted from the island's superstructure and the 4 metal structures at the stern of the Type 003 destroyer. 2 of the 11-barreled turrets did not aim precisely, but instead directed their fire at the airspace from which the arcane core was attacking, unleashing blazing red whips of light. It was a metallic storm composed of 30mm tungsten core armor-piercing rounds, with a firing rate exceeding 10,000 rounds per minute. The dense barrage swept across the sky, like a wall of steel, crashing head-on into the magic missile. Everyone in the academy was stunned. The battle rules of the Azure world were clear. Sea monsters came from deep-sea rifts, leaving behind monster cores after their deaths. Humans absorbed the cores and secret crystals, converting them into ether energy, which was then used to power warships. The captain's most basic offensive and defensive systems consist of only two things: guiding the arcane core, and using an ethereal shield to resist it. Using magic against magic is an ironclad rule that has remained unchallenged for centuries. So when Lin Fan didn't activate his ethereal shield, everyone assumed he was doomed. But the next second, the foolish iron block they called him crashed directly into the arcane core formed from condensed magical energy. A series of booming sounds erupted as hundreds of arcane cores crashed into an invisible steel wall, instantly shattered by the barrage of fire from the 1130 close-in weapon system. There was no magical counteracting, no energy annihilation, only the purest kinetic energy, drilling into the core at several times the speed of sound, detonating magical energy. 1, 10, 50, 100. The sky seemed to be filled with a grand fireworks display. The swarm of E-class blade crabs, known as Captain Killers, fired in unison, but they couldn't even get within 100 meters of the Fujian ship. One of the mentors muttered absent-mindedly, not understanding why Lin Fan's magic circle could lock down all the arcane cores. But what terrified him even more was what followed. A dozen arcane cores, shaped by tricky angles, attempted to bypass the fire net and break through from the flanks using bizarre maneuvers. Just as they were about to succeed, the other two 24-cell launchers on the 003 ship started moving. A dozen white streaks of smoke appeared, arriving faster than the arcane core. The HQ-10 precisely targets any enemy aircraft. If the Type 1130 close-in weapon system is responsible for blocking an entire airspace, then the HQ-10 is the sharp blade that eliminates any stragglers. Another roar erupted, and a dozen or so fireballs exploded in the air. When the smoke cleared, not a single arcane core remained in the arena. The massive, scrap metal target ship, classified as Class F, remained silently suspended on the sea, its hull unscathed. Silence reigned throughout the room. For the first time, the Royal Ship's Spirit Academy, an ancient academy with over 100 years of history, fell into a 10-second silence. Tens of thousands of students and mentors in front of the screen, whether commoners or nobles, all stared wide-eyed, as if witnessing the world's rules being torn apart. In the VIP section, Wang Ting's sinister smile was still frozen on his lips, and the wine glass in his hand was suspended in midair. The followers could no longer laugh. They could only stammer as they confirmed that the hundreds of arcane cores had indeed been destroyed by the iron lump. Fear began to spread among the crowd. They weren't afraid of the Class A captains because they understood Class A. Yet this F-class scrap metal ship, devoid of any ethereal fluctuations, displayed an absolute defense that even B-class or A-class captains might not be able to achieve. On the high platform, the Academy elder who had decided to send Lin Fan to the death trial trembled. He wanted to reprimand him, but found his throat dry. It wasn't an A-grade shield, but it was better than an A-grade shield. What was most terrifying was that the entire ship consumed no ether from start to finish. This absolute defense with zero energy consumption is not just heresy, it's more like a miracle. The noble student who was just mocking him turned pale, as if someone had grabbed him by the throat. With a crash, the wine glass in Wang Ting's hand shattered on the ground. He stood up abruptly, his face contorted with jealousy and rage. He absolutely refused to accept that a commoner had awakened a power he couldn't even comprehend. He forced his voice to steady himself, growling that everyone shouldn't panic, and mocking Lin Fan as nothing more than a useless anti-aircraft tank. What good is strong defense if he doesn't have an ether cannon? His words seemed to remind everyone that warships not only need to defend, but also attack. The arcane core was only used for clearing out mobs and breaking shields. The real main damage output came from the kinetic ether cannon, which compressed ether to fire heavy artillery, specifically designed to deal with heavily armored, resistant sea monsters. So the taunts started again, but this time they were noticeably weaker. Everyone assumed that since the 003 ship lacked a main gun, even if it blocked the arcane core, it wouldn't be able to kill any approaching sea monsters. In the arena, hundreds of E-class razor crabs had broken through the smoke and dust of the explosion, closing in to within 300 meters of the 003 ship. Although they had lost their arcane cores, they still possessed sharp, massive claws. The next moment, the deathly sound of chainsaws rang out again. The 1130 close-in weapon system's barrels suddenly lowered, switching from anti-aircraft fire to horizontal firing, and a storm of scorching metal swept across the sea for the first time. For the arcane core, the 30mm tungsten core bullet was a shredder. For the thin shell of an E-class sea monster, it was slaughter. A barrage of red bullets swept across, instantly reducing the leading blade crab to minced meat and shell. This wasn't a battle. It was an industrial assembly line crushing flesh and blood. Pengu's notifications kept flashing through Lin Fan's mind. Killing E-rank sea monsters was increasing his energy points. In just 10 seconds, hundreds of E-rank blade crabs were wiped out. Only floating wreckage and faintly glowing E-rank monster cores remained on the surface of the sea. On the screen, the person who had just mocked him for having no offensive capabilities fell silent again. Wanting's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and he gritted his teeth and squeezed out a "enough," only to be interrupted by a loud bang. At the arena gate, a colossal creature smashed through the remains of a swarm of crabs and burst out. It was a giant sea turtle over 30 meters long, its entire body covered in a shell nearly a meter thick, its natural magical runes shimmering, radiating a D-rank aura. A D-rank boss, a heavily armored sea turtle. Everyone immediately recognized that it was renowned for its armor resistance, and the strength of its magical runes was at least close to the C-rank standard. Without a kinetic energy ether cannon, it would be impossible to break through its defenses. Wanting finally revealed his first genuine smile of the day. He was convinced that Lin Fan's performance was over. Those lumps of iron weren't even worthy of scratching the armored turtle. In the arena, the armored turtle roared, its scarlet eyes locking onto the 003 aircraft carrier, and began to accelerate. It intended to use its most prized asset, its heavy armor, to smash this F-class scrap metal, along with Lin Fan, to pieces. Pengu immediately issued a warning, detecting a Class D high-threat target with high armor resistance. Lin Fan's gaze was icy. He simply gave the order for the CIWS to fire freely. The 1130 close-in weapon system spat fire again, a dense barrage instantly covering the heavily armored turtle. This time, however, the ear-piercing clang of metal echoed throughout the arena. The 30mm tungsten core armor-piercing rounds struck the thick armor, but were all deflected, only sending up a series of sparks. The real scraping had begun. On the live stream screen, Wanting finally burst into unrestrained laughter. He was right. Lin Fan was a hopeless anti-aircraft tank, without a main gun, destined to die here. The heavily armored turtle, braving the barrage of bullets, increased in speed instead of decreasing, and was only 100 meters away from the 003 aircraft carrier. Chapter 3: Scavenging on the Battlefield? ZZZ-. Facing the death charge of the D-rank heavy armored turtle, the 1130 close-in weapon system once again unleashed a tongue of fire that tore through the air. The metal storm that had once shattered the arcane core and swept through the E-rank crab's swarm instantly enveloped the behemoth. However, the next second, the entire arena was filled only with the piercing clang of metal. The 30mm tungsten core armor-piercing round struck the heavily armored turtle's shell, which was covered in magical patterns, as if a cheap bullet had hit the frontal armor of a main battle tank. Sparks flew everywhere, and the bullet shattered and bounced away. It didn't even leave a scratch half a centimeter deep, let alone penetrate it. The only effect was to slow the behemoth's charge for a negligible moment. The so-called metal storm was nothing more than a scratch in front of it. This is one of the most fundamental combat principles in the Azure world. Armor resistance. The higher the level of the sea monster, the stronger its resistance to etheric energy within its shell. To deal with such a highly armored unit, one must use the kinetic ether cannon, a heavy cannon imbued with magical energy to physically shatter it. However, Lin Fan's Fujian ship lacks an etheric cannon. In the VIP section, Wanting paused briefly before bursting into laughter even more arrogant than before. His voice, amplified by the sound system, echoed throughout the plaza, drowning out all the other discussions. "I told you long ago, he's a piece of trash. That thing of his is just a useless iron turtle." Wanting pointed at the screen, his face flushed red, as if he had finally seized an opportunity to counterattack. he shouted hoarsely. Lin Fan's magic array can only bully E-level fragile targets. It'll be exposed as soon as it hits a D-level heavy armor target. Without a main cannon, it's not even worthy of scratching. He's doomed today. These words were like a bucket of cold water, waking the audience from their shock at the forbidden zone of the gods. Some immediately realized that the ship indeed lacked an ether cannon structure. In other words, while its defenses were bizarre, its firepower was utterly incapable of penetrating heavy armor. Mockery, pity, and schadenfreude surged back onto the screen. Everyone stared at Lin Fan on the deck, as if they could already foresee the fate of that F-class scrap metal being smashed to pieces by the heavily armored sea turtle. Inside the arena, the heavily armored sea turtle seemed to realize that its opponent's attacks were ineffective. It let out a deafening roar, braving a hail of bullets from the close-in weapon system to accelerate, its massive body creating waves several meters high, drawing ever closer to the Fujian warship. 100 meters, 80 meters, 60 meters. In the command center on the island superstructure, Lin Fan's expression remained icy. He was well aware of the limitations of the CIWS. It was, after all, the warship's last line of close-range defense, and using it to fight a D-class heavily armored boss was simply unrealistic. He had fired just now only to test the monster's armor resistance limits. Now, he had obtained the data. The shadow of the heavily armored turtle loomed over the bow of the ship. Many viewers had already covered their eyes before the live broadcast, unable to bear witnessing the impending destruction of the ship and the loss of life. Wanting, however, clenched his fist excitedly, waiting for the moment when Lin Fan would be smashed into a bloody pulp. But at that moment, Lin Fan did something that surprised everyone. He didn't run away, nor did he continue to stare at the D-level boss. Instead, he focused all his attention on the Pangu interface that only he could see. Just as the close-in weapon system failed to effectively remove the enemy's defenses, a system notification popped up. 150 E-level cores detected on the battlefield. The Shenzhou Military Industry System's automatic loot recovery protocol has been activated. Recovery in progress, 0.2 energy points added. The string of pale blue numbers began to slowly pulsate, and Lin Fan's heart pounded wildly. He was gambling that the energy recovered from the E-level core before this D-level boss crashed into him would be enough to unlock the minimum requirements of the T1 level tech tree. On the live stream screen, a noble student exclaimed, "What is he doing? He's picking up trash?" Everyone was stunned. Facing imminent death, instead of trying to escape or fight back, he was actually staring at those broken E-grade cores. Some concluded that Lin Fan had been scared out of his wits and had completely given up resistance. Wanting froze for a moment. He had imagined Lin Fan jumping into the sea in terror, launching a futile counterattack, or even kneeling and begging for mercy. But he never expected Lin Fan to calmly clean up the battlefield before the D-level boss's death charge. It was like a silent humiliation. 40 meters. The heavily armored sea turtle was almost upon them, its truck-sized head suddenly thrusting out, its massive jaws filled with sharp teeth slamming down towards the island's superstructure. The system notification was still flashing, energy points increased by 0.2, then by 0.1. 30 meters. A giant wave crashed against the bow of the Fujian warship, and the biting, fishy wind whipped Lin Fan's hair wildly. His pupils reflected the scarlet eyes of a sea turtle. His heart pounded wildly, but he did not flinch, because he knew that this was his only chance of survival. 20 meters. Another E-class core was recovered, increasing energy points once more. The glass in the command room creaked under the terrifying pressure, cracks spreading rapidly. Wang abruptly stood up from his seat, shouting that Lin Fan was doomed. 10 meters. The final notification popped up. All E-level cores have been recovered, totaling 30 energy points. Success. Just as the armored turtle's head was about to shatter the command room glass, an astonishing light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He stared intently at the system interface, growling with all his might. "Pangu! 30 energy points, what can you unlock? Give me something usable!" Energy points 30. Searching the T1 level technology tree. Unique match found. Chapter 4 Unlocked C20. Detected Tier 1 Tech Tree Shipborne Helicopter. Unlockable unit, Z-20 multi-purpose tactical helicopter. Characteristics: air support, anti-submarine, precision strike. Unlock cost: 30 energy points. Lin Fan stared intently at the system interface. At that moment, the foul-smelling maw of the D-class heavy armored turtle was close to the command room, seemingly poised to tear the entire Type 003 aircraft carrier to shreds in the next second. With his last ounce of strength, he growled out 2 words. Unlock! Energy points depleted. Tier 1 unit, Z-20 helicopter, unlocked. A deafening roar shook the entire arena. But it wasn't the sound of the Type 003 aircraft carrier being smashed to pieces. The heavily armored sea turtle's charge, powerful enough to crush alloy, abruptly stopped less than 3 meters from the bow. It wasn't that it couldn't ram through, rather, it suddenly dared not advance any further. For the first time, confusion, and even a hint of instinctive fear, appeared in the crimson eyes of this D-class beast. Because it heard a sound it had never heard before. Buzz 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 dash. That wasn't cannon fire, nor the roar of etheric energy, but rather the sound of a swarm of heavy, giant steel bees tearing through the air. On the wide aft section of the 003 aircraft carrier's deck, an elevator slowly rose, and a gray-black painted, cold-lined iron bird, rotating its 4 huge propeller blades, slowly left the deck. The entire audience fell silent instantly. Tens of thousands of people stared at the rising object on their live stream screens, their minds going blank once more. They had seen the Seven Seas Alliance's A-level Sky Fortress, which was suspended in the air by giant ethereal floating stones. But this iron bird in front of us had no etheric fluctuations or levitation arrays. It simply pushed through the air with its 4 rotating iron blades and rose into the air. In the VIP section, Wang Ting's henchman stammered. Flying puppet? Wang Ting's face turned ashen, and he immediately told him to shut up. What use could a flying puppet that appeared on an F-class ship possibly be? In his opinion, this thing was even more absurd than Silza's iron bullets. The heavily armored sea turtle was clearly enraged by the buzzing little insect on its head. It abandoned its attempt to ram the aircraft carrier, suddenly raised its head, opened its massive jaws, and unleashed a D-class aether water cannon, blasting straight at the Z-20 in midair. A gasp immediately erupted from the stands. Without its ethereal shield, the iron bird seemed utterly incapable of withstanding such an attack. However, the next second, the Z-20 displayed maneuverability completely beyond the comprehension of this world. It simply sidestepped, performing a maneuver that a ship could never accomplish, easily avoiding the water cannon fire. Then, its menacing nose slowly turned, locking onto the heavily armored sea turtle. Lin Fan stood behind the shattered glass of the command center, his gaze icy. Pangu, lock onto its weak point. The Z-20 fire control radar was activated. Target scan, Class D heavily armored turtle. Analyzing structure, high armor resistance, fatal weakness found, eyes, armor resistance 0. The Z-20 was already armed with AT-1 level weapon, the AKD-10 anti-tank missile. The fire control system had locked onto the target's eye. Lin Fan didn't hesitate for a moment, uttering only 2 words. Fire! At this moment, the iron bird from Shenzhou Military Industry finally revealed the fangs of a killer on a treetop. On the short wing pylons on both sides of the fuselage, 2 anti-tank missiles ignited simultaneously, leaving blinding trails of flame as they detached from the launchers. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 streaks of fire sliced through the air, not striking the heavily armored turtle's thick shell, but instead traveling along a cunning arc straight towards its head. Seeing this, Wang Ting couldn't help but burst into laughter again. He thought Lin Fan had gone mad, actually trying to challenge a D-level boss with such a trivial thing. It was like continuing to scrape the skin. But his laughter caught in his throat for the 3rd time. Because just before hitting the turtle's head, the 2 missiles abruptly changed course. They weren't ordinary projectiles, but guided weapons capable of tracking their targets. Lacking an arcane core, they were far more accurate than any so-called arcane core. The heavily armored turtle finally sensed the deadly threat and frantically tried to close its eyes. But it was too late. The shaped-charged warhead didn't need to brute force its way through its shell. It only needed to hit its most vulnerable spot. Asterisk thud. Thud, *2 anti-tank missiles, with extreme precision and in a near humiliating manner, directly pierced the 2 lantern-sized eyes of the heavily armored sea turtle, without encountering any obstruction. The next second, a blood-curdling scream, so piercing it seemed inhuman, echoed throughout the arena, almost shattering everyone's eardrums. The explosion didn't occur externally, but rather inside the heavily armored turtle's skull. The metallic jet formed by the shaped charge instantly tore apart its brain. This D-class overlord, who had just been swaggering around amidst the CIWS barrage of attacks, now writhed on the sea's surface like a madman, frantically crashing into the alloy walls. Green blood mixed with brain matter gushed from its blasted eye sockets. Severe damage. With just one strike. This aircraft carrier, which everyone regarded as an F-class target ship, released a so-called flying puppet, and with 2 bizarre small missiles, accomplished a feat that even Wang Ting's C-class ironclad battlecruiser might not have been able to achieve with a salvo of its aether cannons. A deathly silence fell over the entire arena once more. If the first God's Forbidden Zone brought defensive shock, then this time, the Z-20 brought offensive terror. Someone trembled as they whispered the question that everyone was wondering. That little iron bird actually broke through the defenses of a D-class boss. What exactly are those missiles that can turn? How could they hit the eye so precisely? In the VIP section, Wang Ting slumped back into his chair, his face filled with confusion and fear. An anti-aircraft iron turtle. A flying main cannon. Just what kind of monster was this so-called F-class? In the arena, Lin Fan continued to coldly watch the heavily armored turtle struggling in its death throes. Warning! The target is not yet dead. Lin Fan did not order the finishing blow. Not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. Just then, the AI Pangu's notification suddenly swelled. Warning! Unauthorized ethereal jump fluctuations detected. Energy reactions detected from 3 Class C warships, forcibly entering the arena. Chapter 5 Uninvited Guest. This D-rank boss, along with that F-rank iron ship and its little toys, we, the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, want them all. The pirate captain's arrogant declaration exploded in the arena through the amplification array and also spread to every live broadcast screen of the Royal Ship's Spirit Academy. Tens of thousands of spectators had just endured a series of shocks, an F-level judgment, a God's Forbidden Zone, and the flying golem breaking through their defenses. And before they could even recover, they were hit hard again. But this time, what overwhelmed the entire arena was not shock, but fear. Someone cried out the name of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, recognizing the flag with its skull and scimitar. These were no ordinary pirates, but a privateer fleet roaming the shadows of the Azure world. If the Ironblood Empire is the Wolf of the North, the archenemy of the Azure Kingdom, then the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance is a combination of venomous snakes and hyenas. They wear the guise of merchants, yet they are capable of tearing up contracts at any time for higher profits, sending entire warships and crews to the bottom of the sea. In the VIP section, the moment Wang Ting saw that flag, the jealousy and distortion on his face transformed into a morbid ecstasy. He feared the pirates, but was even more excited about Lin Fan's impending doom, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Seven Seas Alliance, 3 Class C capital ships. Wang Ting suddenly stood up, pointing at the screen, as if to shout back all the humiliation he had just suffered. Lin Fan, you're finished! Your iron turtle could stop Class C sea monsters, your little iron bird could ambush Class D bosses, but now you have 3 fully equipped Class C pirate ships, 3 real Class C captains. He almost frantically asserted that the pirates would smash Lin Fan's turtle shell, bones and all. This malice resonated with many on the side of order. Lin Fan's unorthodox technology unsettled them, and now, an even more chaotic and powerful malice had descended. On the high platform, the Academy Elder who had previously ruled that Lin Fan should undergo the death trial looked even more grim than Wang Ting. He felt no excitement, only panic. His lips were pale, and he swayed precariously, finding it hard to believe that the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance dared to intrude into the Royal Academy's arena at this moment. The instructor beside him was also thrown into disarray. The elder grabbed his collar and hissed, ordering him to immediately shut down the live stream and cut off all Ethernet screens. He knew better than anyone that if this incident were to be fully transmitted, the consequences would spiral out of control. Inside the arena, Lin Fan coldly watched the 3 pirate ships slowly approaching. His soul from Earth allowed him to see the true nature of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance faster than anyone else in this world. They were not simply pirates, but the embodiment of capitalism, greedy, cold-blooded, and shrewd to the extreme. On the lead pirate ship, the one-eyed Captain Black Shark was observing the 003 aircraft carrier with great interest through an aether telescope. He licked his chapped lips, his eyes flashing with a light more ferocious than a D-class sea monster. "What a huge ship, it's like a work of art, but it's a pity it's only an F-class without an aether shield." The first mate reminded him that the D-class turtle wasn't quite dead yet, and asked if they should try to seize the core first. Black Shark, however, was in no hurry. His single eye was fixed on the Z-20 hovering in midair with its nose pointed at them, and his tone was filled with greed. "That flying golem is interesting. The small missiles it launches can break through the D-class turtle's defenses. It's obviously precision-guided and specifically targets weak points." Then, he looked at the Type 1130 close-in weapon system on the aircraft carrier's island. That thing had just instantly destroyed hundreds of E-grade arcane cores, its interception efficiency unheard of. The first mate immediately understood that while D-grade cores were valuable, the anti-aircraft inscription technology and the flying golem technology on this F-grade iron ship were the real treasures. Black Shark grinned cruelly, calling it a windfall deal that old man from the academy had given them. He drew his ethereal scimitar and ordered 3 ships to fan out from the center, all arcane core launchers fully loaded to C-grade standard. The academy elders were shutting down the live stream, conveniently covering for them and giving them time to clear the area. The pirates burst into laughter. An F-rank rookie thought defeating a D-rank boss was a victory, but he'd only done their bidding. If they seized the technology and presented it to the Merchant Alliance headquarters, they might even have a chance to exchange it for a B-rank warship. Just as they were greedily discussing it, the entire Academy's ethereal screens suddenly flashed with static, then went completely dark with a bang. The live stream was interrupted. The audience in the square instantly erupted in chaos. The Academy's announcement only coldly explained that there was an abnormal fluctuation in the arena's space and that the signal was being urgently repaired. In the VIP section, Wang Ting was initially stunned, then his laughter grew even more arrogant. He knew the elder was destroying evidence, and he also knew that without the protection of the live broadcast, the arena would become a complete prison. Lin Fan had lost even the last chance to be noticed by the Academy's higher-ups. Inside the arena, Lin Fan saw the ether eye in the sky, used for live streaming, go out. Far from panicking, a chilling smile played on his lips. Black Shark noticed his expression and grinned maliciously, asking him why he remained so calm. Lin Fan used the basic amplification of the ship's spirit space for the first time to transmit his voice. "There are no spectators now, so I don't need to hold back when I kill you." Black Shark's smile froze for a moment. He couldn't understand how an F-rank, a bastard just cornered by a D-rank boss, and prey surrounded by 3 C-rank warships, could say such things. The next moment, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, he laughed wildly and ordered the first mate to wake Lin Fan up. The 3 pirate ships simultaneously deployed their side-mounted firing arrays. No longer were they the crude back cores of E-class sea monsters, but rather C-class magic-guided weapons, standard equipment of the Azure Kingdom. The whooshing sounds of weapons cutting through the air suddenly merged into one. More than 300 C-grade arcane cores, trailing blue-purple flames, rose into the air from 3 directions, weaving into an impenetrable net that covered the 003 aircraft carrier. Black Shark raised his scimitar high, grinning maliciously as he roared. "Warships below Grade A will have their ether shields torn apart by a saturation barrage from Grade C. Let me see just how tough your Grade S defensive array really is." Chapter 6. This must be at least S rank. With a volley of this rank, unless you're ridiculously lucky, you're just waiting to be burned to ashes. The pirate Captain Black Shark's sinister laugh echoed in the arena. He wasn't like Wang Ting, a sheltered flower in the academy who had never seen blood. Having been through countless battles, he knew very well that the arcane core of an E-class sea monster and the magic-guided core that was standard on a C-class warship were completely different things. An E-class attack is at best like a string of sparks, but a C-class arcane core is a genuine cannonball. Its speed is 3 times that of an E-class, its ether energy compression rate is 10 times higher, and its explosive power is exponentially increased. Even more deadly is that they are locked onto by the C-class captain's ship Spirit Space, carrying highly effective guidance and anti-interference runes. More than 300 missiles launched simultaneously from 3 directions, creating a saturation effect. Black Shark judged that warships below Class A would have their ether shields shatter like glass instantly upon encountering such an attack, and their hulls would be vaporized within a fraction of a second. He didn't even bother waiting for the results. He was already calculating how to salvage the shattered anti-aircraft inscription fragments from the Class F iron ship. He greedily added, "Let that flying golem fly a little longer. We'll deal with it slowly after we clear the arena." Meanwhile, in the center of the arena, inside the Z-20 hovering in midair, the voice of the digitized pilot, Flying Dragon 01, rang in Lin Fan's mind, indicating that 342 Class C high-threat ballistic missiles had been detected approaching from 3 sectors, posing an extremely high threat. Lin Fan stood in the command room, coldly watching the blue-purple death meteor shower tearing through the glass, which was riddled with cracks from the impact of a D-level boss. His voice was calm and unwavering, simply instructing Flying Dragon 01 to continue taking off and remain on standby outside the forbidden zone of gods. Z-20 then pulled up its fuselage and quickly withdrew from the close-in weapons system's defensive perimeter. Lin Fan's gaze returned to the approaching barrage of bullets. 342 arcane cores were no challenge for him. He simply uttered, "Pangu, CIWS HHU-10, full firepower." The system responded instantly, activating both the close-in defense system and the close-in anti-aircraft missiles simultaneously. A deafening roar erupted instantly. If the sound of intercepting the E-class crab swarm was like a chainsaw, then the 41130 close-in weapon systems firing at full speed now was an apocalyptic thunderstorm. The total rate of fire of 40,000 rounds per minute left everyone on the 3 pirate ships with only that soul-ripping shriek. The pirates screamed in terror as the anti-aircraft array activated again. Black Shark covered his ears, roaring in frustration, saying that a C-grade arcane core was far superior to E-grade trash. But before he could finish speaking, it felt like someone was choking him. Because a scene even more spectacular, more terrifying, and more unreasonable than before had already unfolded. The metal storm, composed of 30mm tungsten core armor-piercing projectiles, was no longer just a net of fire, but formed an impenetrable, absolute defensive circle with a radius of 300 meters around the 003 aircraft carrier. The sea-level arcane core at the forefront crashed into it at 3 times the speed of sound, but it didn't even have a chance to explode. It was instantly torn apart and vaporized by the terrifying kinetic energy. Faced with Silza's barrage of attacks, the so-called C-grade magic energy compression and E-grade ether remnants were no different. The first batch of 50 arcane cores were instantly annihilated. Black Shark's one eye widened suddenly, and only, "Impossible," remained on his lips. Before the observer could even report, the remaining 200-plus arcane cores had already begun maneuvering to evade under the guidance of the ship's Spirit Space. These Class C weapons attempted to evade the metal storm, tracing arcs in the air and searching for blind spots from above and the sides. Black Shark was about to burst into laughter, mocking the magic array for being merely a direct fire type and utterly incapable of stopping mobile attacks, when the next second, an even denser whistling sound interrupted him. On the island superstructure and stern of the Type 003 aircraft carrier, 2 24-cell HHU-10 launchers finally revealed their true ferocity. 48 HHU-10 missiles ignited instantly, not one by one, but in a salvo, a saturation attack. If CIWS, catalyst-induced weapon system, is a wall, then the HHU-10 is a hunting dog, and also a scalpel. Those C-grade arcane cores attempting to bypass them were instantly doomed. Desperate screams erupted from the pirate communication channel as they witnessed the iron projectiles actually turning, and moving faster than the C-grade cores. 48 white streaks of smoke rapidly spread through the air, tracing incredible sharp angles with even smaller turning radii, precisely locking onto their targets. 1-on-1, 1-on-2, even 1-on-3. Each missile seemed to bite its prey with a life of its own, followed by a series of blue-purple sparks exploding in the sky. The roar was incessant, and more than 300 flowers of death bloomed in midair, a spectacular sight, yet enough to send chills down the spines of every pirate. As the last HQ-10 missile shattered the final C-class arcane core performing an S-shaped maneuver in midair, the arena fell silent once more. The Silvza's cannons continued to spin, emitting acrid smoke and red-hot steam. On the sea, the F-class scrap metal target ship remained silently suspended, its hull unscathed. On the 3 pirate ships, the pirates who had just been grinning, greedy, and shouting for a cleanup were now frozen in place, as if petrified. Black Shark remained frozen at the bow, sword raised in a forward-swung pose. The first mate's mouth was agape, his voice trembling, almost unable to believe that all 342 C-grade arcane cores had been intercepted, not a single one had escaped. Black Shark swallowed hard, his single eye bloodshot. He muttered, "Impossible," under his breath, then grabbed the communication array and roared at the inscription master, demanding the ether reading. He couldn't accept it. Such a terrifying defensive array, such dense interception, yet he couldn't see the corresponding energy fluctuations. He knew that even if an A-class captain used an A-class shield to withstand this attack, the ether core would be instantly drained. But what about that ship? The communication array was silent for 2 seconds, then the inscriptionist's voice, trembling with tears, came through, saying that the ether reading was 0, and there hadn't been a single fluctuation of ether from beginning to end. Black Shark released the communication array, staggered backward, and crashed into the ship's side. There was no energy fluctuation, yet it activated an absolute defense far more terrifying than an A-grade shield. This was beyond his comprehension. The opponent didn't seem to be consuming etheric energy. It was more like establishing the laws of physics. And in his understanding, only one thing could accomplish this. S-class? Black Shark's lips trembled as he squeezed out the word he had only ever seen on the ancient nautical charts of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance. S-class lost relic, an automatic defense array of an ancient civilization. The moment the word left his mouth, all the pirates gasped in shock, their eyes instantly changing. If they were only after a minor sea-level technology, the mere mention of S-level ignited their fear into madness. Someone shouted in a trembling voice. "If we can get it back, we can not only get a B-level warship, but we could even become regional governors of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance." Black Shark's single eye was also filled with blood. Faced with the allure of S-level technology, fear was utterly insignificant. He abruptly stood up, raised his scimitar again, and roared maniacally. "This F-class scrap metal is nothing more than an S-class turtle shell. Without a main cannon, it's essentially a target. It can intercept arcane cores, but it might not be able to stop ethereal beams, much less withstand kinetic main cannons." Black Shark immediately ordered that the arcane core was ineffective and the second plan be activated. Ships 1 and 2 immediately deployed a large fog field, obscuring the entire sea area and blinding the enemy. Flagship 3 activated its kinetic ether cannon, charging it to maximum sea level power. Once the ship was out of sight, he would blast it to pieces. Chapter 7 Encirclement of the Mist. S-rank, Automatic Defense Array. As the pirate captain Black Shark uttered these words, he was completely consumed by greed. Fear, in the face of the allure of S-rank, was merely an appetizer. This C-rank pirate, who had roamed the seven seas for 10 years, never relied on brute force, but rather on the cunning and asymmetrical tactics that the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance excelled at. "Damn it, I'm betting!" Black Shark's face contorted with excitement. He didn't back down because of the forbidden zone of the gods, but instead roared, "This F-class scrap metal has an S-class turtle shell but no main gun. It's just a target." He had seen through the true nature of the CIWS close-in weapon system. That thing could intercept arcane cores, which were missiles, but it might not be able to stop a real kinetic main cannon. Black Shark suddenly raised his ethereal scimitar and ordered the entire ship to activate the second plan. The side armor of the first and second ships opened simultaneously, revealing not cannon muzzles, but a row of mist generators engraved with chaotic and concealing runes. Amidst a deep, rumbling magical roar, a thick, almost solidified gray mist surged forth, pressing down on the 003 aircraft carrier like two moving walls. This was no ordinary mist, but one of the Seven Seas Alliance's signature technologies, the magical interference field. It not only obscures vision but also disrupts and absorbs magical energy and physical targeting fluctuations, making it the natural enemy of all guided magic arrays and eagle-eye inscriptions. Black Shark watched the gray mist gradually close in and laughed wildly. Kid, your S-rank magic array relies on targeting and interception, right? Once the mist arrives, you'll be blind. Let's see how you stop then. The sea surface above the arena was quickly swallowed by the mist. At the same time, the kinetic energy cannons on the bows of the Black Shark flagship and the other two warships, thicker than the heads of heavily armored sea turtles, began to glow with a blinding blue light. Main gun charging, 30%. Mist encirclement, estimated 40 seconds. The countdown to death had officially begun. In midair, the calm voice of pilot Phylong 01, aboard the Z-20 helicopter, entered Lin Fan's mind. Commander, a powerful ethereal interference source has been detected. The enemy is releasing a concealment field. Simultaneously, 3 high-energy reactions from Class C main guns have been detected, charging. Our forces are in dire straits. An immediate breakout is recommended. Z-20s have 6 AKD-10 missiles remaining. Attempt to destroy at least 1 fog generator. This was undoubtedly the textbook optimal solution. Any captain from the Azure Kingdom would have chosen to disrupt the enemy's encirclement first. However, Lin Fan neither looked at the 3 pirate ships nor at the approaching deathly gray mist. His gaze was fixed on the Pangu interface. There lay the only hope, the T2 level tech tree, grayed out. Unlocking required 100 energy points. And the only source of that energy was the dying D-level boss on the sea surface. In just a few seconds, Lin Fan made his choice. No, do not carry out the strike mission. His voice was icy cold and unwavering, even causing Phylong 01 to fall silent briefly. Phylong 01, ignore those 3 Class C warships. Commander? Your mission is to finish them off and seize the Class D core. Flying Dragon 01 fell silent again. Abandoning the path of survival and turning towards a dead end, this order completely defied tactical logic. Commander, confirm again. We have less than 30 seconds remaining. Finishing off the D-rank boss is tactically meaningless. Execute the order. Lin Fan interrupted directly. Flying Dragon 01, received. Above the arena, the Z-20's menacing nose suddenly turned, completely ignoring the 3 Class C pirate ships that were charging their main cannons and releasing mist. It made a sharp J-turn, its nose pressing down, and swooped down towards the dying, heavily armored sea turtle on the sea surface. This scene stunned Black Shark. He had imagined Lin Fan's panicked escape, the futile attack of that iron turtle on the mist ship, and even Lin Fan begging for mercy, but he never expected that this F-class ship, locked on by both the main cannon and the mist, would still be finishing off the enemy. He was picking up trash. Insult. Black Shark's single eye instantly turned bloodshot. This is a blatant insult. An F-rank prey, a bastard about to be blasted to pieces, dared to ignore him and steal his kill right in front of him. Black Shark trembled with rage and frantically hacked at the railing with his etheric scimitar. How much longer until the main gun fires? Blast it to death. Captain, it takes another 20 seconds. Forcing a fire will cause the barrel to explode. Black Shark glared menacingly at the Z-20 as it dived. He understood perfectly well that Lin Fan intended to use those 20 seconds to take away the core of the D-rank boss. Flying Dragon 01, fire! Lin Fan's command rang out as the Z-20 reached within 100 meters of the heavy turtle. Flying Dragon 01 received the order. AKD-10 missiles, fire! 2 anti-tank missiles roared out. This time, they didn't need precise aiming. Their target was the heavy turtle's already blasted, bloodied neck. The D-rank boss let out its final, bitter cry. The next second, 2 missiles precisely pierced its central nervous system, the explosions completely reopening the wounds and delivering a true decapitation. The massive beast's body stiffened abruptly, then fell completely still. A monster core, 100 times brighter than an E-class core and as dazzling as a D-class sun, ejected from the corpse. No! Black Shark roared in despair. That should have been his spoils. But Lin Fan's ship's spirit space was faster than his voice. High-purity Class D monster core detected. Automatic traction and recovery in the ship's spirit space. With a whoosh, the Class D core transformed into a streak of light and disappeared directly into the hull of the 003 aircraft carrier, completely ignoring the pirates' greedy gazes. The light and Black Shark's single eye seemed to be instantly drained. In Lin Fan's mind, the AI Pangu's cold notification sounded like heavenly music. Degrade core recovered. Energy points plus 100. Success! A startling light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. 100 energy points were his only chance to turn the tables. However, at the very moment he acquired this capital, two impenetrable walls of deathly gray fog finally arrived. The world seemed to be muted. The fog completely engulfed the massive 80,000-ton hull of the Type 003 aircraft carrier. Flying Dragon 01! Lin Fan looked up abruptly. Commander! Flying Dragon 01's usually calm voice betrayed panic for the first time. The fog is highly corrosive and has strong interference. My sensors buzz, I'm losing signal. The communication abruptly ended. Before Lin Fan's eyes, Pangu's pale blue technological interface suddenly flickered, and piercing static instantly filled his entire field of vision. Warning! Class: a powerful ethereal interference field detected. HPJ-11 close-in weapon system fire control radar lost lock. HHU-10 anti-aircraft missile infrared and optical systems blinded. All target acquisition systems have failed. Our side is now blind. The arena was completely shrouded in mist. Beyond the mist, Black Shark's maniacal laughter, as if he'd survived a catastrophe, echoed. Blind! He's blind! So what if he's an S-rank turtle shell? Without target acquisition, he's just a piece of F-rank scrap metal. Black Shark abruptly turned to the main gunner. The C-rank kinetic energy ether cannon was fully charged, its muzzle gleaming with a physical light capable of destroying everything. Captain, main guns fully charged. Good. 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 Black Shark raised his ethereal scimitar, pointing it at the center of the deathly mist. He can't dodge, and he can't defend against it. All crew, aim at the center of the mist. Fire! Chapter 8 Phased Array Radar, activated. Warning. Class A high-efficiency ether interference field detected. All target acquisition systems. Failed. The AI Pangu's shrill alarm flashed wildly in Lin Fan's mind. The pale blue technological interface before him was completely covered by blinding snowflakes, leaving only the crackling sound of electricity. His warship seemed to have lost its eyes in an instant. Beyond the mist, Black Shark's maniacal laughter pierced through the interference. He was certain Lin Fan was blind. Even with S-level defense, without target acquisition, he was nothing more than a piece of scrap metal floating on the sea. As he raised his ethereal scimitar, the cannons of 3 pirate ships simultaneously aimed at the center of the mist. Outside the arena, Wan Ting could barely suppress his smile. The Academy elders on the high platform also coldly watched the battlefield, waiting for this heretical warship, which should not exist, to be completely wiped out by the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance's artillery fire. In this command center where life and death hung in the balance, Lin Fan remained calm. Cold sweat had already soaked his back, but his eyes remained chillingly cold. He knew that the magical mist was the Seven Seas Alliance's trump card, specifically designed to counter enemy detecting arrays. But Black Shark, and everyone else in this world, had miscalculated one thing. His Type 003 Fujian carrier is not a magical creation at all, but rather an industrial marvel from Earth. It's not surprising that the small fire control radars on the CIWS and HHU-10 can be jammed. But these are never the true eyes of this aircraft carrier. Lin Fan's gaze was fixed on the Pangu interface, where the number that had just appeared was still glowing. Energy points, 100. Without hesitation, he gave the order in a deep but firm voice. Pangu, inject all 100 energy points into the ship's electrical system. Then, transfer all the energy from the ship's electrical system into the phased array system. Now. Command received. Energy points minus 100. Shipborne Integrated Power System, IEP, activated. Boom, a deep, muffled roar came from the depths of the 003 aircraft carrier, like the heart of an 80,000-ton steel behemoth finally awakening. If the newbie gift pack merely unlocked the weapon, then these 100 points of degrade core energy were like truly starting up the main reactor of the giant ship. A massive, stable, and continuous flow of electrical energy instantly surged into the seemingly ordinary gray array on all four sides of the island's superstructure. T2 Class Shenzhou 346B Digital Array Active Phased Array Radar. Energy injection complete. System activated. This is the true divine vision of a modern aircraft carrier. It doesn't rely on the so-called etheric fluctuations of this world for perception, but rather on a digital array composed of thousands of TR modules. It is itself a mobile electronic warfare fortress. The so-called magical fog is laughably crude in the face of an active phased array electronic warfare mode. Lin Fan stared at the static screen in front of him and said coldly, "Pangu, maximum power! Clear the clouds and let the sun shine." Command received. ASA initiates high-energy penetrating scan. Meanwhile, aboard the Black Shark flagship Skull Scimitar, the inscriptionist responsible for maintaining the magical mist was basking in the glory of victory. The main cannon was nearly fully charged, and in his mind, the opponent, now unable to detect targets, was doomed. But the next second, he suddenly felt a strange palpitation. Some kind of scorching, violent, and incomprehensible energy was rising in his misty domain. The etheric fluctuations were clearly stable, but the physical heat and static electricity were getting stronger and stronger, and even the inscriptions maintaining the magic array felt like they were burning hot. Before he could report to Black Shark, the blinding snowflakes in Lin Fan's eyes suddenly stopped. Then, it was as if a sun had exploded at the center of the world. Centered on the 003 aircraft carrier, a powerful torrent of data swept out. The gray fog representing interference on the screen, like thin ice under the blazing sun, was instantly swept away completely. A 360-degree God's eye view, crystal clear and covering the entire arena, appeared before Lin Fan. In this divine vision, the ugly outlines of the three Class C pirate ships were marked in a glaring blood red. Their positions, speeds, and even the high-energy flashing ether cannons on their bows were all exposed. Beyond the mist, Black Shark finally brought his scimitar down heavily, roaring the order to fire with a sinister grin. The main gunners of the three warships simultaneously pressed their firing buttons. Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly. He saw it, 3 death beams, representing the sea-level main guns, were already gathering at the muzzle, ready to fire in half a second at most. The problem was, the Z-20 was still shrouded in fog, and the close-in weapons system's fire control radar hadn't yet escaped its interference range. He couldn't intercept it for the time being. Lin Fan raised his hand and pressed a button on the Pangu interface. "Activate ship Spirit Space Public Amplification Channel. Frequency locked. 7 Seas Alliance." In the mist, the main gunners of the 3 pirate ships were preparing to enjoy the thrill of bombarding their targets, Black Shark's sinister grin still lingering on his face. But at that very moment, a cold, emotionless voice clearly resounded throughout the spirit realms of the 3 pirate ships. "Gentlemen, you've been charging for quite some time. Your ether cannons are aimed at my port side, 30 degrees below, at the location of the D-rank boss's corpse. Would you like me to calibrate them for you?" Chapter 9 He is the Devil. This cold, emotionless voice spread along the public channel of the ship's spirit space, like a red-hot poison needle, instantly piercing the eardrums of everyone on the 3 pirate ships. Captain Black Shark's hand, holding the ether scimitar high, froze in midair. The savage grin on his face, the madness in his eyes, and the flush on his face from charging the main cannon, all of it was frozen in that instant. The flagship's main gunner's finger hovered less than a centimeter from the launch runestone, but he dared not press it down any further. He could hear his heart pounding, and only one thought remained in his mind: what had the other person just said? Black Shark's single eye widened suddenly, staring intently at the center of the mist, as if trying to see through the magical energy domain that even an A-level target couldn't penetrate. He couldn't understand how Lin Fan could possibly see him. That was his magical mist, an A-rank domain powerful enough to obscure all senses. His opponent should have been trapped inside, like a blind man, completely at his mercy. Impossible! Black Shark's voice trembled. He preferred to believe it was a hallucination, gritting his teeth and roaring. A hallucination! He's bluffing! Open! Before the word fire could even be uttered, Lin Fan's voice rang out again. 342. His voice wasn't loud, but it struck Black Shark like a hammer blow to the heart. Just now, you fired a total of 342 C-grade guided arcane cores at me. Am I mistaken? Black Shark felt a chill run down his spine to the top of his head. His opponent knew the exact number. This wasn't a bluff. Lin Fan could truly see him, and had watched him leap and bound through the fog from beginning to end. Lin Fan's tone carried a hint of sarcasm, the same tone Black Shark had used to humiliate him just minutes before. I can intercept over 300 missiles. And you, with these 3 tiny cannons that aren't even good enough to scratch my skin, want to try? Gua Sha scraping therapy. These 2 words were like 2 poisoned daggers, piercing Black Shark's heart. Just minutes ago, he was laughing wildly and using this word to humiliate that F-class scrap metal. Now, the same word was being returned to him verbatim. No. No. Black Shark's teeth chattered violently, and the color drained from his face instantly. His brain began to work at an unprecedented speed, and he finally realized what he was facing. First, it was defense. It was definitely an S-level defensive formation. Over 300 C-grade arcane cores unleashed a saturation attack, barely scratching the opponent's skin, and the opponent suffered almost no damage. Secondly, there's the target acquisition. That must be S-grade. His own magical mist is the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance's secret weapon, specifically designed to counter the Azure Kingdom's standard radar array, yet Lin Fan seemed to be looking down on everything from a high vantage point. Black Shark whirled around and saw the inscription master, responsible for maintaining the mist, sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. The magic circle in front of him cracked. He finally understood that the man hadn't been injured by a normal impact, but rather that the opponent's targeting magic circle had forcibly burned through the A-level domain, causing the inscription master to suffer a backlash. Using target acquisition to burn through A-level fog? This was beyond his comprehension. Thirdly, there was the attack. That bizarre flying puppet used only 2 pitifully small missiles to precisely penetrate the eyes of the D-level heavily armored sea turtle, directly breaking through its D-level defenses. S-class defense, S-class target acquisition, and near S-class precision attack. 3 S-class abilities, all simultaneously appearing on an F-class warship. Black Shark's breath almost stopped. He finally understood, finally realized. F-class? To hell with F-class. This wasn't some F-class target ship. It was a demon in F-class guise, an ancient and incomprehensible monster from the abyss. Lin Fan wasn't a novice, nor was he the prey. He was the hunter. And Black Shark himself was the foolish prey who willingly walked into the trap. He's been playing me all along. Black Shark's single eye was filled with fear. He deliberately made me release the fog, deliberately made me charge the main cannon, deliberately made me reveal all my cards. And then told him in a way he couldn't understand, your cards are worthless. A piercing scream, inhuman in its intensity, erupted from Black Shark's throat. His hand, gripping the aether scimitar, convulsed violently with fear. Greed, the S-rank relic, all thoughts vanished in that instant. He wanted nothing more than to survive, not a second longer than he wanted to face this monster. Retreat! Black Shark turned around abruptly and roared at the communication array with the loudest voice he had ever heard. Stop charging! Space jump! Everyone, jump immediately, no matter the cost! He didn't even bother to order the fog to be dispelled. He just wanted to escape this damned arena. The main gunner tried to remind him that forcibly stopping the main gun's charging would have serious consequences. Black Shark kicked him away, roaring, You want to die? I don't. Hurry up! The next second, all 3 Class C pirate ships simultaneously erupted with violent and chaotic spatial fluctuations. They forcibly interrupted the charging of their main cannons, pouring all their energy into the space jump array without even having time to calibrate their coordinates. Whoosh! 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 3 streaks of light flashed past. The Seven Seas Merchant Alliance's main fleet, which had been so arrogant and domineering just moments before, vanished from the arena in a sorry state. As the three pirate ships fled in panic, the magical mist that shrouded the entire sea lost its power source and quickly faded like rootless duckweed, finally dissipating unwillingly. A few seconds later, the blinding sunlight shone on the sea again, and the sea breeze blew across the arena once more. Lin Fan stood in the command room, quietly watching the God's eye view before him regain its clarity. The three glaring blood-red dots on the screen had disappeared. His face remained expressionless. He simply and slowly shut down the public address system. Warning: Phylong 01, Z20, signal has been reconnected. Phylong 01 requests landing. Lin Fan calmly said. Granted. Above the arena, the gray-black Z20 helicopter emerged from the last wisp of gray mist, hovered smoothly, and then slowly descended, landing steadily on the wide flight deck of the 003 aircraft carrier. The landing gear made contact with the deck with a dull, reassuring sound. The roar of the propellers gradually subsided, and the four Type 1130 close-in weapon systems on the island and stern stopped rotating, their muzzles returning to vertical. On the sea, the massive carcass of a Class D heavily armored sea turtle rose and fell gently with the waves. Everything was calm, as if the Class C pirate invasion and the thrilling fog battle had never happened. Lin Fan slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. It's over. Chapter 10 Lin Fan, Undefinable. In the arena, as three C-class pirate ships tore through space and leaped away in a sorry state, the dense fog created by the A-class magic energy array finally lost its energy source. The fog, like a punctured balloon, rapidly thinned and dissipated. Blinding sunlight pierced through the gray curtain once more, falling upon the expansive flight deck of the Type 003 aircraft carrier. A buzzing sound grew louder as a Z-20 helicopter emerged from the last wisp of mist, its fuselage perfectly still. The system indicated that the Phylong 01 signal had been re-established and inquired whether to return to base. Standing in the command center, Lin Fan calmly ordered the landing. The Z-20 landed precisely on the deck elevator, and then slowly sank into the hangar. Around the island superstructure, the four Type 1130 close-in weapon systems that had just intimidated the Class C fleet stopped rotating, their barrels raised again, returning to their vertical, skyward-facing standby position. On the sea, only the massive corpse of a D-grade heavy-armored sea turtle bobbed in the waves. It was as if the pirate invasion, the direct clash between magic and technology, had been nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Lin Fan looked up at the ether eyes broadcasting the live stream above the arena. He knew that this death trial was over. Meanwhile, at the Royal Ship Spirit Academy's Awakening Plaza, tens of thousands of students and instructors remained glued to the dark ethereal screens. The air was oppressively quiet, yet punctuated by whispers of schadenfreude. Some said the signal was interrupted when the fog closed in, while others witnessed the appearance of three Seven Seas Merchant Alliance Class C capital ships. Some even concluded that Lin Fan, trapped in the dense fog, had gone blind. Others heard the pirate captain issue a charging order. With three C-class main guns firing at point-blank range, a mere F-class target ship would likely be reduced to nothing, not even its metal armor remaining. In the VIP section, Wang Ting held a glass of crimson wine, but didn't drink it. He was simply savoring the thrill of victory, his sinister grin no longer concealed. His noble lackeys flattered him, saying that young Master Wang had foresight. Such a lowly F-rank commoner wasn't worthy of his personal attention. Dying at the hands of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, the Academy wouldn't even have a reason to investigate. Wang Ting swirled his wine glass, looking up at the high platform. The elder, who was on good terms with the Wang family, sat upright, expressionless, but the slight curve at the corner of his mouth betrayed his feelings. A lowly F-rank commoner, an ant who dared to steal the limelight from young Master Wang at the awakening ceremony, should die silently in the shadows. Just then, a scream suddenly rang out from the crowd. The signal was restored. Tens of thousands of eyes focused instantly. The dark ethereal screen flashed with blinding static a few times, and then the image reappeared. Wang Ting's sinister grin reached its peak. He was ready to admire the sea littered with wreckage and blood. However, on the screen, there was no wreckage, no explosions. The sea was calm, and the F-class target ship, ridiculed as an anti-aircraft iron turtle and presumed by everyone to be vaporized, hovered there quietly. Its hull was perfectly straight, without a scratch. Not far away, the seemingly indestructible Class D heavily armored sea turtle floated on the sea surface, its massive head completely gone, its green blood staining a large patch of seawater red. As for the three imposing Class C 7 Seas Merchant Alliance flagships that had unleashed a salvo of their main cannons, they were nowhere to be seen. In the plaza, noble students screamed as if they'd seen a ghost, demanding to know where the pirates had gone, where the three C-class warships were. A deathly silence fell over the entire area. The breaths of tens of thousands of people seemed to be simultaneously cut off, their minds completely blank. The horrific scene they had envisioned did not appear. Instead, a result they dared not even dream of occurred. Did those three Class C pirate ships escape, or were they driven to their deaths by this Class F target ship? Either way, it was far beyond their comprehension. In the VIP section, Wang Ting's wine glass slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. He muttered about pirates, main guns, and bombardment, completely unable to accept the reality before him. He abruptly stood up, wanting to roar and question, but when his gaze pierced through the ethereal screen and met Lin Fan's cold, calm eyes in the arena command room, a chill instantly seeped into his bones. Only at this moment did he understand. From being mocked during the awakening ceremony to being thrown into the Death Sea trial, and then being surrounded by pirates, Lin Fan had remained completely calm throughout. He wasn't the prey at all. The one who truly treated the D-level boss, the three C-level pirate ships, and even the entire academy as pawns was Lin Fan. Wang Ting let out a low, bellows-like growl, his legs went weak, and he slumped back into his seat, his face ashen. He knew he had messed with someone even the Wang family might not be able to afford to offend. On the high platform, the Wang family elder was in no better shape. His body trembled slightly, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his once dignified face was ashen. He saw things more deeply than Wang Ting. Wang Ting only wanted to kill, but he was the one who personally handed over the judgment, pushing a monster into the arena. If Lin Fan wanted revenge, he didn't dare to think any further. Just as fear was about to escalate into chaos, a majestic shout echoed across the square. The academy's dean had appeared. The elderly man, with white hair and beard and dressed in a golden robe befitting the royal faction, stood in the center of the platform, his gaze fixed intently on the steel warship on the screen. There was no fear in his eyes, only an almost morbid fanaticism. The dean announced the end of the Death Sea trial. Cadet Lin Fan, with an F-level rating for his ship, independently killed a D-level heavy armored sea turtle in the D-level arena, and head-on confronted three C-level capital ships of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, forcing them all to retreat. The square erupted in chaos. It really had been forced back. Lin Fan had done it all by himself. The dean raised his hand to quell the commotion, his gaze sweeping across the platform before finally settling on the ashen face of the Wang family elder. He announced that, after a joint ruling by the Academy's Academic Affairs Office, the Tactical Academy, and His Majesty's Direct Office, the original assessment of student Lin Fan's F-class ship hull was a major error. These words were like a resounding slap in the face to the Wang family elders and Wang Ting. Wang Ting's body trembled, and he was so enraged that he coughed up blood. The dean ignored him, turning instead to face Lin Fan on the screen, his eyes shining even brighter. He announced that Lin Fan's awakened ship had surpassed all existing ship blueprints in the Azure Kingdom. Its level was beyond definition. The entire hall erupted in uproar. The rating, seemingly meaningless and definitive, was, in the century-long history of the Royal Ship Spirit Academy, the highest honor ever bestowed. Then, the dean raised his arm and announced that, effective immediately, student Lin Fan was granted the title of Sea-Level Ace at the Royal Ship Spirit Academy of the Azure Kingdom, enjoying all the privileges of an ace student, with a status equivalent to a baron of the kingdom. The plaza froze briefly after his words, then erupted in a tsunami of fervor. He awakened to become a C-rank ace immediately. The commoner who was once classified as F-rank has now become an undefinable existence, rising to the top in one step. Countless ordinary students were moved to tears. In their eyes, Lin Fan had become a new legend. In the arena, Lin Fan listened quietly to the deafening cheers and the dean's verdict. C-rank ace, Baron? He didn't care. Because he had already obtained something far more useful than these titles. He simply said calmly, "Pangu, return to base." The system immediately responded, command received, and began the return journey. Chapter 11 Ace Treatment. A muffled whistle echoed across the harbor. Lin Fan's 003 Fujian warship, towed by two internal combustion engine pilot boats belching black smoke, slowly departed the main channel. This world had already popularized radio, widely used internal combustion engines, and was in the nascent stage of the electrical age, roughly equivalent to Earth in the 1960s. When the massive aircraft carrier, so large it almost blotted out the sky, finally docked steadily at the Royal Ship's Spirit Academy's largest and most crucial ace berth, A01, the entire port fell into an eerie silence. As Lin Fan stepped off the gangway and onto the dock, two squads of royal guards beside the berth snapped to attention. The captain of the guards, with a stubble beard and fierce eyes, instantly transformed his menacing expression into awe when he saw the brand new Class CA's badge on Lin Fan's chest. He straightened his boots, raised his hand in salute, and shouted sharply, "Salute!" In a flash, 20 guards simultaneously raised their rifles in salute. Lin Fan calmly returned the salute. He knew very well that Class CA's was not just an academy honor, but the highest tactical title jointly certified by the kingdom's naval ministry, the Royal Ship Spirit Academy, and the Royal Privy Council. This means that a C-rank ship's spirit master possesses the ability to fight across ranks, and can even defeat a D-rank boss head-on. In the Azure Kingdom, every ace is automatically linked to a noble title, and a C-rank ace corresponds to a baron. From this moment on, Lin Fan was no longer the commoner whom everyone ridiculed, but a baron-eligible figurehead appointed by the kingdom. Soon, a middle-aged official in a port authority uniform hurried over, carrying a tray in both hands, his posture extremely humble. He spoke respectfully, saying that he was acting on the orders of the Dean and the Kingdom's Navy Department to process Lin Fan's ace-level entry procedures. Under the sea-level ace treatment, Lin Fan would enjoy free basic ship maintenance and inspections at the Academy's port, unlimited free replenishment of fuel, fresh water, and regular supplies, and a monthly subsidy of 100,000 Kingdom credits. In addition, he also obtained the permanent right to use Warehouse Number 3 in Area A of the port to store his personal spoils. On the tray lay a set of brass keys, a black metal fuel supply card, and a beautifully printed credit card. Lin Fan took the items, nodded slightly, but his gaze swept over the weapon in the guard's hand. It was a standard-issue submachine gun, with a wooden stock, a side-mounted magazine, and a crudely stamped finish, resembling a product of World War II on Earth, carrying the cold, metallic feel of steel and gunpowder. Lin Fan quickly made a judgment. This world did indeed have the official title of Ship Spirit Master, and he was one of them. He glanced back at his Type 003 aircraft carrier, then looked at the other berths in the port. There, the spirit ships of his mentors and senior aces were docked, a scene of utter chaos. There are ironclad warships with hulls like Gothic castles and powered by magical paddle wheels. There are white jade battleships with griffins carved on their prows, 3 layers of sails, and runed cannons covering their sides, and there are dreadnoughts with cannons as thick as buckets, riveted all over, and emitting blinding etheric magic light. Sails, steam, magic, and ironclad armor, all mixed together. Lin Fan's Type 003 Fujian, with its flat deck, electromagnetic catapults, and integrated island superstructure, looks like a sci-fi creation that stumbled into a fantasy film. The technology tree in this world is clearly skewed. Civilian technology and army weaponry are approaching the era of modern firearms, but naval warfare is governed by a different set of rules. The reason is simple: sea monsters. Monsters constantly emerge from the deep-sea rifts. Ordinary submachine guns are fine for fighting pirates and maintaining order, but against sea monsters, bullets hitting their shells are practically no different from water cannons. Conventional warships and cannons are just scratching the surface. Sea monsters have thick skin, incredible regenerative abilities, and natural resistance. The only effective method is through ship spirits. Only ship spirits, piloting ship spirit warships and using ethereal energy to power weapons, can inflict real damage on sea monsters. This is the ironclad rule of the Azure world. But Lin Fan was an outlier. He couldn't use ethereal energy, and his Fujian ship had been designated as a Class F target ship. Yet this wrecked ship managed to tear a hole in the so-called ironclad rules by using the metal storm of CIWS, the Z-20 anti-tank missile, and the electromagnetic burn-through of AESA radar. After regaining his composure, Lin Fan walked past the guards' salutes toward the academy's student area. Along the way, every student, whether commoner or noble, would immediately stop, lower their heads, and hastily make way for him upon seeing him. No one dared approach within 5 meters of him. Those noble students who had once mocked him were even paler, wishing they could disappear into a crack in the wall. This was the lingering effect of the live broadcast of the death trial, and the fear brought by the sea-level ace. Lin Fan didn't look to the side, and walked straight towards the VIP passage. At the end of the passage, Wang Teng stood there. He had changed into a clean suit, but his face was still pale. His followers were long gone, leaving him standing alone, his body trembling slightly from humiliation and fear. He also wore a Class C badge on his chest. That ironclad battlecruiser was classified as Class C, which, before today, would have been enough to make him the envy of everyone. But now, compared to Lin Fan's Class C ace, his Class C was like heaven and earth. Wang Teng's bloodshot eyes were fixed intently on Lin Fan. He wanted to lash out, to roar, but the thought of the unscathed steel behemoth in the live stream, which had driven back 3 Class C pirate ships, transformed all his resentment into overwhelming fear. He couldn't utter a single word. Lin Fan didn't pause, nor did he even glance at him. He simply walked calmly past Wang Teng. Ignoring him was more thorough than any humiliation. Wang Teng gritted his teeth, forced to watch helplessly as Lin Fan entered the ace student dormitory area. Lin Fan swiped his card to open the door to his new dormitory. This is no longer a cramped 8-person civilian dormitory, but a luxurious suite on the top floor of the academy's main tower, spanning over 300 square meters, equipped with a dedicated ethereal intranet and a ship's spirit space stabilizer. This is the privilege of an ace. He drew the curtains, shutting out all outside gazes, and sat down on the sofa. A hint of weariness finally appeared on his perpetually cold and tense face. He closed his eyes and called upon Pangu in his mind. A pale blue interface immediately appeared. The AI Pangu reported to him and reminded him that the pilots of Flying Dragon 01 had been waiting in the hangar for half an hour and had not yet been inspected by him. Lin Fan was stunned. Flying 01? Wasn't the Z-20 handled by the system? Pangu explained that its computing power was mainly used to execute commands, coordinate warships, and unlock the tech tree, and it could not simultaneously control aircraft carriers and armed helicopters for high-intensity combat. According to the Shenzhou Military Industry System Agreement, all unlocked vehicles will be configured by default with a sufficient number of real drivers, pilots or operators produced by artificial womb technology, with 100% loyalty. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't unlocked cold steel, but a real army. He took a deep breath, suppressed his shock, ordered the pilots to rest, and then began the debriefing. The Death Sea trial was over, the mission objective was survival, and the completion rate was S+. His achievements include independently killing the D-rank boss, the heavily armored Sea Turtle, repelling 3 C-rank fleets of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance in a head-on battle, and obtaining the kingdom title of C-rank ace, which is equivalent to a baron. The current tech tree has unlocked the T0 level close-in weapons system 1130, the T0 level close-in air defense system HQ-10, the T1 level ship-borne aircraft C-20, and the T2 level Shenzhou active phased array radar basic version. However, the energy points have been reduced to 0. The 100 points of D-level boss core energy, plus the 30 points gathered from the E-level crab swarm, were all exhausted during the sea trials. However, Lin Fan glanced at the fuel supply card given by the port authority and immediately asked Pangu whether the Type 003, as a conventionally powered aircraft carrier, could be refueled at the Academy port. Pangu confirmed that the Fujian used heavy fuel oil, and the port could provide sufficient fuel and conventional supplies. However, Silva's 30mm tungsten core projectiles, HQ-10 missiles, Z-20 anti-tank missiles, and the complete overhaul of the ship's hull cannot be produced by Azure World and still require energy points to be consumed by the system. Lin Fan understood. His logistics were half in this world and half in the system's hands. And in war, logistics were paramount. He spoke in a deep voice, declaring his intention to expand his strength. The true source of an aircraft carrier's power was its carrier-based aircraft. Pengu then deployed the T2 level carrier air wing technology tree. J-15T Flying Shark Modified, unlocking requires 500 energy points for aircraft with pilots are given as a bonus, and each subsequent aircraft costs 250 points. KJ-600 Sky Early Warning Aircraft, unlocking requires 1000 points, one aircraft with crew is given as a bonus. J-15DT Roaring Shark Electronic Warfare Aircraft, unlocking costs 800 points. Z-20 is already unlocked and can be purchased directly for 300 points per aircraft. Looking at this row of options, Lin Fan's heart surged with emotion. Flying Shark, Roaring Shark, Sky, this was the true aircraft carrier battle group. Pengu informed him that the standard aircraft capacity of the Type 003 Fujian was 50 to 60 aircraft, but the J-15T was a heavy fighter, and a full complement would reduce the total aircraft capacity. Lin Fan quickly calculated that the J-15T was the main offensive force, and the KJ-600 was a force multiplier. Both had to be acquired, requiring at least 1,500 energy points. The standard exchange rate wasn't optimistic. An E-rank C monster core only yielded 1 point, a D-rank 5 points, a C-rank 10 to 50 points, and a B-rank 50 to 200 points. Lin Fan then realized that the 100 points from the D-rank boss core he received were from a rare elite drop, plus a first skill bonus. Relying solely on D-rank C monsters, he'd need to hunt 300, which was simply unrealistic. He had to go to C-rank C areas, or even search for B-rank subspecies. At this moment, Pengu reminded him that the C-rank Ace title had unlocked free navigation rights in C-rank C areas. The vast majority of sea monsters there were C-rank, with only rare encounters with B-rank monsters. Meanwhile, the kingdom's navy issued a top-priority exploration expedition recruitment order early this morning. A brand new unknown Black Iron Sea had been discovered, and the kingdom was offering extremely generous policies, energy crystals, territories, and titles, to attract all C-rank and above ship's spirit envoys to explore it. Two documents popped up before Lin Fan's eyes, a Class CC area pass and a recruitment order for an exploration expedition into the Black Iron Sea. Pengu's voice continued. Rewards and risks go hand in hand. Class CC areas are safe, but energy acquisition efficiency is low. The Black Iron Sea is unknown, but the rewards are extremely high. Even more troublesome is that the fleets of the Iron Blood Empire and the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance have already appeared at the edge of that sea area. Lin Fan's fingers tapped lightly on the sofa armrest. Sea-level sea area, exploration expedition, Iron-Blooded Empire, Seven Seas Merchant Alliance. He slowly closed his eyes, then broke his reverie, got up, and opened the door. He seemed to already have an answer in his mind about where to go next. But before that, Lin Fan's gaze fell on the Academy's lower town residential area. He still had to see someone. His younger sister who worked in the textile factory. Chapter 12. You useless trash are still alive. Lin Fan walked out of the Royal Ship Spirit Academy's port building, crossed the port cordon, and stood beside the Academy's main road. This was Upper City, the most central area of the Academy city. The wide asphalt roads were smooth and clean, and the trees lining both sides were trimmed to perfection. Well-dressed citizens walked quietly along the street, and double-decker buses slowly passed by in the distance, stopping at traffic lights. Everything before him resembled a well-ordered modern industrial city, so peaceful that it almost made one forget the dangers of the deep sea. Lin Fan's gaze fell upon a yellow sedan parked by the roadside. It was a Kingdom V8 taxi, its boxy body and gleaming chrome bumpers typical of the world's most common gasoline-powered vehicles. In the realms of people's livelihood and industry, this world has long since passed the second industrial revolution. Electricity, internal combustion engines, radio, and synthetic chemicals all reminded Lin Fan of the vibrant industrial society on Earth in the 1960s and 70s. If it weren't for that deep sea shrouded by the ethereal rift, and if it weren't for the Royal Academy that only recruited ship spirit envoys, this should have been a world normally moving towards a new era. Lin Fan opened the back door of the taxi and got in. The middle-aged driver turned around and saw his expensive college uniform, and his attitude immediately became respectful. He asked him where he was going. Lin Fan only gave one address. Lower City Residential Area, Manhwa Textile Factory. The taxi drove into traffic, and Lin Fan leaned back in the back seat and closed his eyes, but not to rest. Before the death trial, Wang Ting's threat echoed in his mind once again. The Duke's heir had told him with a sneer that the awakening of the lower-class people depended on their bloodline, and he had better pray that he could awaken to D-level, otherwise his sister, who worked in a textile factory, would have to spend the rest of her life in the slums paying off his debts. Wang Ting's words still echoed in his ears, but beneath Lin Fan's closed eyelids, his gaze suddenly turned cold. Lin Yu was his only family in this world, his only attachment. Before the awakening ceremony, he was just a commoner student with the highest theoretical grades. Faced with threats from a privileged youth like Wang Ting, he had no power to resist. But now things were different. He glanced down at the ace badge on his chest. A C-rank ace, a baron in arms, and more importantly, he now possessed a system. Times had changed. The first thing he needed to do today was to pick up Lin Yu. He wanted his sister to leave that filthy textile factory and this threatening downtown area completely. As the taxi drove away from the scenic Academy Mountain and into the downtown residential area, the sky seemed to darken instantly. Wide roads turned into narrow alleyways, the air thick with the acrid smells of engine oil, coal ash, and substandard food. Towering chimneys continuously spewed black smoke into the sky. This was the true industrial heart of the Azure Kingdom, the place where Lin Fan had grown up. The taxi stopped in front of the rusty iron gate of the Manhwa textile factory. The driver quoted 30 credits, and Lin Fan paid and got out. Even through the wall, the deafening roar of the looms could still be clearly heard. It was lunchtime, and a group of tired-looking female workers in blue overalls poured out of the side gate. Lin Fan spotted a thin, pale figure in the crowd and called out, "Xiao Ye!" The girl looked up abruptly, and the moment she saw Lin Fan, her dim eyes flashed with disbelief. She cried out, "Brother!" in a choked voice, pushing through the crowd and rushing towards him. Lin Yu gripped his arm tightly, as if afraid he would disappear if she let go, tears instantly streaming down her face. She choked out that she had been terrified when she heard about his accident. The coldness in Lin Fan's heart melted away with this warmth, and his gaze softened. He gently patted his sister's back and whispered comfortingly, "I'm fine, it's all over. Xiao Ye, let's go." But just then, a sharp and impatient female voice came from the side. "Go? Go where?" Lin Fan paused slightly and looked up. Behind Lin Yu stood a young girl, beautiful, with fashionable curly hair, her expensive white dress standing out starkly in the downtown area. Her name was Wang Luyo, Lin Fan's girlfriend. But at this moment she stood with her arms crossed, looking at Lin Fan, her face showing neither the joy of surviving a disaster nor the excitement of a long-awaited reunion, only undisguised disgust. She approached in her high heels, her voice suddenly rising. "Lin Fan? You're still alive?" Lin Yu was startled and was about to explain for her brother when Wang Luyo rudely interrupted her. She stared intently at Lin Fan, as if he were a monster crawling out of a garbage dump. She claimed to have been at Awakening Plaza and witnessed Lin Fan awaken to F rank, a piece of scrap metal becoming the biggest joke in the entire kingdom. Lin Fan remained silent, simply gazing at her calmly. This girl, whom he had once thought he could spend his life with, now seemed to tear apart the illusions of the past with every word she uttered. His silence, however, was interpreted by Wang Luyo as shame and tacit agreement. She grew increasingly brazen, coldly stating that everyone knew Lin Fan, this F-level trash, had been publicly thrown into a D-level death trial by the Wang family and elders. She was in the VIP section and watched him being taken in. The signal went down as soon as the sea trial was announced, and everyone said he was dead, torn to pieces by a sea monster. She left immediately, terrified of witnessing such a gruesome scene. At this point, Wang Lu looked Lin Fan up and down, his face full of suspicion. You're still alive? How did you do it? Did you desert, or did you beg for mercy and get spared by the pirates? Lin Yu's face flushed red with anger, and she immediately told her not to talk about her brother like that. But Wang Luyo just gave her a disdainful look, telling her to wake up. In her mouth, Lin Fan was no longer the genius who ranked first in theory classes, but just an F-level waste, a piece of trash who couldn't even stay in the ship's spirit academy. If Lin Yu still expected him to take her to a good life, she was simply dreaming. These words pierced Lin Yu's heart like knives, severing the last vestige of warmth in Lin Fan's heart. He finally saw clearly that Wang Luyo had never cared about his life or death. All she cared about was whether he could bring her glory and wealth. The moment the live stream ended, she had unilaterally sentenced him to death, and couldn't wait to sever all ties with him. Lin Fan glanced at her coldly without arguing, then looked back at his sister, his voice softening again. Suya, go back to the dorm and pack all your things. Lin Yu was stunned, her eyes filled with confusion. Brother, pack your things? Where are we going? Lin Fan reached out to wipe away her tears and said, word by word. We're moving. We'll never come back to this place again. Upon hearing the word, moving, Wang Liu was first taken aback, then reacted as if she had stumbled upon a huge joke, her disdain turning into exaggerated sarcasm. She laughed loudly, saying that Lin Fan had indeed been expelled from the academy, and was now moving back to the slums sewers. She was about to utter the breakup she had been holding back for so long, but before she could speak, she was interrupted by a piercing horn blare. Amidst the beeping of car horns, a black luxury sedan pulled up arrogantly in front of the textile factory. It was a Divine Blood Duke, a car worth enough to buy the entire street. The door opened, and a figure that Lin Fan and Wang Luyo both recognized instantly stepped out. It was Wang Ting. His face was pale, and his expression was gloomy, but his C-class ship's Spirit Envoy uniform still made him look superior. The moment Wang Luyo saw Wang Ting, the mockery and disgust on her face vanished without a trace. In its place was a sickeningly sweet, fawning smile. She almost immediately rushed forward, calling out in a coquettish voice, "Young Master Wang!" Chapter 13 You're Not Good Enough for Me. The moment Wang Luyo saw the iron-blooded Duke luxury car parked in front of the textile factory, her eyes lit up. The disdain and impatience she had shown towards Lin Fan vanished almost instantly, replaced by a charming smile she had practiced countless times. She didn't even glance at Lin Fan again, lifting the hem of her expensive white dress and quickly walking towards him as if she were his owner. Her voice was sickeningly sweet, a stark contrast to her sharp and sarcastic tone just moments before. "Young Master Wang, why have you come in person?" At the entrance of the textile factory, the female workers leaving get-off work were all stunned. They had never seen Wang Liu with such an expression before. Looking at the luxury car, enough to buy their lifetime wages, and the young nobleman in the C-rank ship's Spirit Envoy uniform inside, their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Wang Liu thoroughly enjoyed this gaze. This was the life she deserved, this was the height she was meant to reach. As for Lin Fan, an F-level good-for-nothing, a piece of trash not even worthy of carrying her shoes, he was merely a stain on her life that she had to get rid of immediately. But Lin Fan never looked back. He seemed not to hear the blaring horn, nor to see the luxury car. At this moment in his world, there was only his sister in front of him. Wang Ting's appearance, Wang Liu's performance, could not stir the slightest ripple in his eyes. He simply reached out calmly and wiped away Lin Yu's tears with his knuckles, his voice still gentle, as if it could shut out all the noise and filth of the outside world. "Xiao Yu, don't cry. Go back to the dormitory and pack all your things." Lin Yu was still immersed in the joy of her brother's narrow escape and the anger towards Wang Liu. She subconsciously grabbed Lin Fan's arm. "Brother, pack our things? Where are we going? Are we really moving?" "Yes," Lin Fan said, enunciating each word clearly. "I'm taking you to a better place. We'll never come back here again." Moving, a better place. These two words pierced Wang Liu's ears like needles. Her face, which was facing Wang Ting and plastered with a fawning smile, suddenly froze, and then she slowly turned away. What did she hear? Lin Fan was moving? Wang Lu's mind raced. Lin Fan was just an F-rank trash, thrown into a D-rank death trial. Although no one knew how he escaped like a dog, the F-rank rating was universally acknowledged in the academy. In the Royal Ship Spirit Academy, F-rank was equivalent to expulsion. He was no longer eligible to live in the college's civilian dormitory. So where could he move to? As an orphan from the lower city, what better place could he possibly go than that rat-infested, dilapidated house in the slums? And what was better? Was it to die in the sewers and go to heaven? Wang Luyo's suppressed contempt and mockery could no longer be contained, erupting like a volcano. She didn't even care that Wang Teng was right next to her. She stomped back up to Lin Fan in her high heels and asked shrilly, "Lin Fan, did I hear that right? You're moving? To a better place?" She laughed exaggeratedly, as if she'd heard the biggest joke in the world. "You really got expelled from the academy? Are you moving back to the sewers of the slums?" The shrill voice immediately attracted everyone's attention. The female workers stopped and gathered around, pointing and whispering. They all knew Lin Fan, the genius who only appeared once every few decades in the lower district and was admitted to the Royal Ship Spirit Academy, and they also knew Wang Luyo, the most beautiful factory girl in the lower district. Once, they were the most perfect couple in everyone's eyes. But now, whispers quickly arose. "Really fired? Is that true? A commoner is just a commoner, how can he compare to a noble young master? F-rank, what a waste of that face." Hearing these comments, Wang Luyo's vanity was greatly satisfied. This was exactly the effect she wanted. She wanted to trample this F-rank trash into the mud in front of everyone, in front of Lin Fan and Lin Yu. She looked coldly at Lin Fan, as if he were an ant that had been crushed. "Lin Fan, I was going to give you some face and talk to you privately. But since you're so ungrateful and insist on making a fool of yourself here, then I'll just be blunt." She took a deep breath and announced in a condescending tone, as if bestowing a favor. "Lin Fan, let's break up." Lin Yu's face turned deathly pale instantly. "Sister Luyo, how could you? Why can't I?" Wang Luyo abruptly interrupted her, completely tearing off her disguise and revealing her most authentic ferocity. "Xiao Yu, you look at this clearly, he's an F-rank, a piece of trash, garbage. And I, Wang Luyo, am going to be someone of high status. Why should I follow a piece of trash and spend my whole life in the sewers?" Lin Fan's gaze remained calm. There was no anger, no sadness, and no pleading. He simply looked at her as if she were a complete stranger, performing a farcical one-man show. This indifference stung Wang Luyo. In her imagination, Lin Fan should have collapsed upon hearing the news of the breakup, should have knelt down and begged her, should have clung to her legs and wept bitterly. But now, he looked at her as if she were dead. She trembled with rage, abruptly raising her wrist and shoving the bracelet, shimmering with a ghostly blue light, close to Lin Fan's eyes. It was an expensive piece of jewelry crafted from pure ethereal crystal, dazzlingly bright in the sunlight. "See that?" Wang Luyo practically screamed. "Ether crystal, a specialty of the A-grade C area. Do you know how much this bracelet is worth? 100,000, a full 100,000 credits. This was a gift from young Master Wang Teng." She boasted smugly, as if she had become a duchess. 10,000 credits, you F-rank trash. Even if you weren't expelled, could you earn that by working at the academy your whole life?" Then she tugged at her white dress. "Look at this outfit of mine, C-grade magic silk. Your sister, who works in a textile factory, never even had the chance to touch this kind of fabric in her entire life. But I wear it every day now. It was a gift from young Master Wang." She hysterically threw out money, status, and material possessions, trying to shatter Lin Fan's tranquility that she loathed. Pointing at herself, her voice grew increasingly shrill. "Lin Fan, wake up! I admit you're handsome and have some talent. I was fooled by your face before, thinking you could take me out of the city. But can being handsome put food on the table? Can he buy me a crystal bracelet? Can he let me wear magic silk? No! The one who can give me all of this is young Master Wang, the future noble of the kingdom." Her gaze returned to Lin Fan's face, her contempt reaching its peak. "And you're just an F-rank, a piece of trash who's not even worthy of carrying young Master Wang's shoes. You're not good enough for me. From the moment you awakened to F-rank, you've never been good enough for me, Wan Luyo. The words fell silent, a deathly stillness descending upon the textile factory entrance. All the female workers held their breath, too stunned to utter a sound. Lin Yu trembled with anger, tears welling in her eyes, wanting to retort, but Lin Fan gently pressed her down. Lin Fan finally moved. He slowly raised his head, looking directly at Wan Luyo for the first time. His eyes held neither anger nor sorrow, only a kind of pity, as if looking at a fool. He spoke, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. Are you finished? Wan Luyo was stunned. What? I'm asking you, are you finished? Lin Fan's tone was as calm as if he were talking to a waiter. If you're finished, please move aside. You're blocking my sister's way back to her dorm. Wan Luyo's face instantly turned a deep purplish red. Even after she'd gone this far, he was still only concerned about whether Lin Yu went back to the dorm? He even dared to ignore her? She screamed in anger. Lin Fan, you idiot! Lu Yu! A cold, gloomy, and impatient male voice came from behind her. Wang Ting had somehow appeared behind her. Wan Luyu's anger was instantly extinguished. She whirled around, a charming smile instantly spreading across her face. She quickly grabbed Wang Ting's arm, as if she'd found her strongest backer. Young Master Wang, you've arrived! Then she turned to Lin Fan, looking at him with the air of a victor. She was going to deliver the final blow to Lin Fan right in front of Wang Ting. Chapter 14. Crush him, young Master Wang. Wang Luyo's voice was sickeningly sweet as she clung to Wang Ting's arm like she had no bones, her face filled with flattery and excitement. She could feel the strong muscles beneath Wang Ting's arm, and the subtle magical energy flowing beneath his expensive uniform. To her, this was true power, this was the man she should rely on. She turned around, arm in arm with Wang Ting, looking down at Lin Fan with the air of a victor, her eyes filled with smugness and cruelty. This man she had once admired, even dreamed of a future with, was now, in her eyes, nothing more than a label, an F-level waste. And she was about to walk hand in hand with a C-level nobleman in front of this waste, towards a higher position. Thinking of this, she almost trembled with pleasure. She wanted to deliver the final blow to Lin Fan, making him finally face reality. Young Master Wang, you've come at the perfect time. Wan Luyo pointed at Lin Fan and said in a deliberately coquettish tone. Look, isn't this your old classmate Lin Fan? That F-level good-for-nothing, it seems he's been expelled from the academy and is about to take his sister back to the slums. Isn't that ridiculous? She deliberately emphasized. F-class trash. Hoping Wang Ting would join her in mocking him, hoping this C-class ship spirit would use his noble aura to crush Lin Fan into dust. She even imagined Lin Fan kneeling and begging for mercy in a pathetic state. However, Wang Ting didn't laugh. He didn't even glance at Wan Luyo. From the moment she took his arm, his body had stiffened like iron. Wang Ting did indeed arrive, driving his multi-million-dollar Iron Blood Duke magic-powered sedan to this downtown area he never wanted to set foot in again. But he wasn't there to pick up Wan Luyo. In his eyes, this woman was nothing more than a pretty but cheap plaything. The person he was really looking for was Lin Fan. He needed to see for himself whether the verdict at Awakening Square that had humiliated him and disgraced the Wang family was real. So after getting off the bus, his gaze went straight past Wan Luyo's fawning face, like two poison knives, fixed on Lin Fan. He wanted to see what this lowly commoner had become after that. Farce. The next second, Wang Ting's gaze froze. His bloodshot eyes suddenly fell on Lin Fan's chest. There was no mark of shame from being in F rank, no trace of the humiliation of being expelled, only a badge crafted from mithril and sapphire. It was a C-rank ace badge representing cross-rank combat power and royal certification. With a bang, Wang Ting's mind felt like it had been struck head-on by a C-rank ether cannon. It was real, that undefinable status, that C-rank ace, that status equivalent to a baron, it was all real. He recalled how, during the awakening ceremony, he was hastily helped away by the guards, but he hadn't actually left. He hid in a corner and witnessed firsthand the undamaged F-class scrap metal ship after the live stream resumed. He saw the cold corpse of the D-class boss, and he saw the 3 C-class pirate ships completely vanish. He also heard the dean announce in front of everyone, The F-level assessment was incorrect and could not be defined. Therefore, a C-level ace is awarded, equivalent to a baron. The shame and resentment he felt at that moment almost extinguished his reason. He refused to believe it, refused to accept it. How could a poor man who couldn't even light up an awakening stone be awarded this? He could only tell himself that Lin Fan must have cheated, must have used some shady methods. But now, that cold sapphire badge rested on Lin Fan's chest, a silent mockery of his, genuine, C-rank status. Wang Ting had awakened a C-rank ironclad battlecruiser, but compared to Lin Fan's feat of repelling 3 C-rank pirate ships, it was utterly insignificant. The private discussions of his noble colleagues resurfaced in his mind. Lin Fan was a monster. The Wang family had kicked a hornet's nest this time. Some even said that Lin Fan's ability to withstand a sea-level saturation attack without expending any resources was inhuman. Wang Ting was terrified. Born into a noble family, he valued his life more than anyone else. He could despise Lin Fan's background and resent Lin Fan's good fortune, but he dared not directly provoke a monster capable of forcing back a sea-level fleet. But Wang Luyo remained completely oblivious. She assumed Wang Ting's silence was a build-up of anger for her, and her vanity swelled to its peak. She even tiptoed and gently poked his chest with her red-nailed fingers. "Young Master Wang, why aren't you saying anything?" she said in a cloyingly sweet voice. "That F-rank trash is so arrogant. He dares to ignore you. You should use your C-rank ship spirit master's power to teach him a lesson and show him who's truly superior." The voice, reaching Wang Ting's ears, was as grating as fingernails scraping against glass. What was this idiot doing? She actually wanted him to teach a monster that could repel a C-class fleet a lesson? Did she want to die and drag him down with her? Cold sweat instantly broke out on Wang Ting's forehead, and he felt as if an invisible hand was gripping his throat. He wanted Wang Luyo to shut up, but he dared not utter a sound. He was afraid that if he spoke, he would reveal his fear. The Wang family had already lost face at the awakening ceremony, and he absolutely could not show his fear of Lin Fan in front of these people from the lower city. So he could only stand there stiffly, letting Wang Luyo hold his arm. In those eyes staring at Lin Fan, half was resentment etched into his bones, and the other half was fear that he could not suppress. From the moment Wang Ting got out of the car to Wang Luyo's provocation, and then to Wang Ting's frozen state, Lin Fan never took his gaze off his sister, Lin Yu, for even a second. The so-called aristocratic couple before him seemed like mere background figures to him. He calmly repeated to the still-stunned Lin Yu, "Xiao Yu, let's go, let's pack our things." With that, he took his sister's hand and, without even considering taking a detour, walked straight towards Wang Tang and Wang Luyo. This disregard stung Wang Luyo more than any retaliation. She completely broke down, abruptly shaking off Wang Tang's arm, spreading her arms to block Lin Fan, and shrieking, "Lin Fan, you stop right there!" She couldn't accept that she had clearly climbed onto Wang Ting's coattails, yet Lin Fan, this F-level trash, dared not even glance at her. She screamed hysterically, "You can't leave! Today you must kneel down and apologize to me, to young Master Wang." Before she finished speaking, she turned sharply to look at Wang Ting, her voice accusing him. "Wang Tang, what are you doing? He's just an F-rank, what are you afraid of? Hurry up and do it, crush him for me." The entrance to the textile factory fell into a deathly silence. All eyes were on Wang Ting. Wang Ting's face turned a deep shade of liver. He had been forcibly placed on the fire by this foolish woman. At that moment, he clearly felt Lin Fan's cold, emotionless gaze finally shift from Lin Yu and slowly land on his face. Chapter 15. Open your eyes and take a good look. "Hurry up and do it! Crush him for me!" Wang Lu's hysterical scream shattered the oppressive silence at the textile factory entrance. She was like a madwoman, unable to accept that she had already climbed up to Wang Ting's high branch, and that Lin Fan, the former F-level good-for-nothing, still dared to ignore her. What she found even more unacceptable was that her biggest backer, Wang Ting, the C-rank noble ship spirit envoy, was trembling. She held his arm and could clearly feel the muscles beneath his uniform spasming. His face was as white as paper, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. "Young Master Wang?" Wang Luyo's voice abruptly stopped, finally realizing something was wrong. Why was Wang Teng afraid? What was he afraid of? The female workers at the textile factory gate also noticed. This young Master Wang Ting, the Duke's heir known to everyone in the lower city and who was usually high and mighty, was actually afraid, and the object of his fear was none other than Lin Fan, whom everyone regarded as an F-level waste. Lin Fan kept his eyes fixed on his younger sister, Lin Yu, the entire time. He didn't even glance at her twice, despite Wang Liu's pressure. Only when Lin Yu started trembling from her screams did Lin Fan's cold gaze finally shift from his sister and calmly land on Wang Ting's face. With just one glance, Wang Ting shuddered violently. The chill seemed to explode from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, instantly reminding him of the D-level boss's agonizing scream as his eyeballs were pierced, the scene of the 3 sea-level pirate ships fleeing in disarray, and that undefinable judgment. The monster was staring at him. Wang Ting's mind was filled with nothing but fear and rage. It was all because of this foolish woman. If she hadn't gone mad here, how could he have been forced to stand opposite Lin Fan? And how could he have lost face for the Wang family in front of so many lowly people from the lower city? Young Master Wang Yu. Wang Luo hadn't quite grasped the situation yet, and still wanted to urge him to take action. The next second, a crisp, loud slap rang out. Wang Lu was sent flying like a rag doll, spinning halfway through the air before crashing heavily into the filthy muddy road. Her expensive white magic silk dress was instantly covered in grime. She covered her rapidly swelling face, looking up at Wang Ting in disbelief. His hand was still frozen in midair, his chest heaving violently, his eyes no longer gloomy, but filled with a furious rage driven to the brink by fear and humiliation. You hit me? You did this for this F-rank? Wang Liu murmured. Shut up! Wang Ting finally snapped. He wasn't yelling at Lin Fan, but at the woman who had dragged him into this abyss, letting out the most out-of-control shout of his life. His voice shrill and distorted as he pointed at the badge on Lin Fan's chest and roared. F-rank? Wang Liu, are you blind? Open your eyes and see clearly what that is. All eyes were drawn to Lin Fan's chest by his roar. The badge stood out starkly against the gloomy street corner. That's a sea-level ace badge jointly certified by the Royal Academy, the Navy, and the Royal Privy Council. Wang Ting practically shouted out each word. C-rank ace. Those 4 words struck Wang Liu like a thunderbolt. Her brain couldn't process the information. She could only shake her head blankly. Impossible, he's F-rank. I saw it with my own eyes. Wang Ting laughed in anger, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Did you run away as soon as the live stream ended? You idiot, you have no idea what happened afterward. He stepped forward, looking down at Wang Liu, who was sprawled on the ground, and continued to roar. Do you know what a sea-level ace represents? It represents a baron, a nobleman registered by the kingdom. You, a lowly commoner from the lower city, call a baron of the kingdom trash? The words, quasi-baron, sent Wang Liu's entire body into a daze. Her eyes, which had just been filled with disdain, instantly lost focus. She suddenly realized that she had just insulted a nobleman. No, young Master Wang, you're lying to me, aren't you? How could he be a nobleman? He's clearly an F-rank. She still wanted to grasp at the last bit of hope. You still dare to call yourself F-rank? Wang Ting's patience completely snapped. He now only wanted to shatter that ridiculous notion in her mind and make her understand what kind of monster she had offended. He roared in a hoarse voice. You think he died after the live stream was interrupted? Let me tell you, right after you ran away, Lin Fan killed the D-level heavy armored sea turtle in front of the entire academy. Wang Lu's mind exploded. A D-level boss? Lin Fan killed him? But Wang Ting didn't stop. He continued to roar. That's not enough. The Seven Seas Alliance's 3 Class C main warships, activating their magic mist, locked onto him with their main cannons. And what happened? The 3 Class C pirate ships didn't even dare to fire their cannons, and were forced to flee in panic by him alone. As he spoke, he pointed sharply at the crystal bracelet on Wang Liu's wrist. And you, using this piece of junk I gave you, went to humiliate a monster who could single-handedly kill a D-rank boss and force back 3 C-rank fleets. You called him trash? Who gave you the guts? Wang Ting's roar echoed for a long time at the entrance of the textile factory. The surroundings were deathly silent, even breathing seemed to be suppressed. All the female workers stood frozen in place, as if petrified. Killing a D-rank boss, forcing back a C-rank fleet, a quasi-baron, these words were like heavy hammer blows, shattering all their understanding of Lin Fan. Lin Fan from the lower district, the Lin Fan who had been ridiculed countless times, had actually reached a height that they could not even look up to. Wang Luyo slumped in the mud, the slap mark on her face burning with pain, but that pain was nothing compared to the feeling of her heart being torn apart. C-level ace, baron, killing a D-level boss, forcing back a C-level fleet, these truths pierced her mind like knives. She suddenly remembered what she had just said. She said to the monster, "Let's break up. You're no longer good enough for me." A heart-wrenching scream escaped her throat. Her boast of being a C-rank Wang Ting was nothing but a joke compared to Lin Fan's achievements. Her flaunted wealth, a bracelet worth 100,000 credits, was utterly insignificant compared to the status of a near baron. She finally realized that she had kicked away the only chance in her life to rise to the top. "No, no!" Wang Luyo suddenly looked up and crawled towards Lin Fan like a madman. "Lin Fan, I was wrong, I didn't know. I was just talking nonsense, please forgive me. I still love you, let's not break up, okay?" She crawled to Lin Fan's feet, stretched out her mud-covered hands, and tried to grab his trouser leg. Lin Fan didn't look at her at all. He simply held Lin Yu's hand calmly. Lin Yu was also stunned by her brother's status as a baron, her mind blank and she was still in a daze. Lin Fan, holding his sister's hand, walked past Wang Luyo's outstretched, dirty hand with the same calmness as stepping over a pile of garbage. "No!" Wang Luyo's desperate scream rang out behind him. Lin Fan didn't pause for a moment. He led his sister to Wang Ting. The arrogance that Wang Ting had just unleashed vanished instantly, his body stiffened, and he subconsciously took half a step back. Lin Fan finally looked at him properly for once. His gaze was cold and calm, without mockery or anger, as if he were looking at a tool who had just helped him clear the roadblocks. He said nothing, only pulled Lin Yu along as they passed by Wang Ting. Wang Ting stood frozen in place, smelling the faint scent emanating from Lin Fan that didn't belong to the lower city, and feeling the utter, silent humiliation. He was the heir to the dukedom, a C-rank ship spirit master, yet today he had been so frightened in public that he had hit his own woman, and was completely ignored by Lin Fan. Lin Fan, or Wang Ting, clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and resentment that ultimately transformed into a deeper hatred. Lin Fan didn't turn around. He led his still dazed sister straight out of the alleyway leading to the textile factory. Chapter 16 Our New Home. Royal Ship Spirit Academy, Elite Cadet Dormitory Area, Tower A01. The moment Lin Fan calmly gave the address, the taxi driver's hand on the steering wheel visibly trembled. He looked again at the young man he had just picked up from the downtown area in the rearview mirror, his gaze falling on the C-level ace badge on Lin Fan's chest, which still gleamed coldly in the dimly lit car. The driver's attitude instantly changed from respect to awe, and even his voice tightened. "Yes, Your Excellency Baron!" He dared not look any longer, stepped on the gas, and the yellow gasoline car sped away amidst the complicated gazes of the residents of the lower city. The car drove through the gloomy and crowded streets, into the orderly and tree-lined upper town, and finally stopped in front of a heavily guarded, towering white tower that seemed to reach into the clouds. Tower A01, the exclusive dormitory for elite cadets of the Royal Ship Spirit Academy. The driver whispered a reminder that they had arrived, but didn't even dare mention the fare. Lin Fan took out a few kingdom credit notes from his pocket and placed them on the front seat, saying only that the change was unnecessary, before leading Lin Yu out of the car. At the tower's entrance, 2 armed guards wearing Royal Guard insignia immediately stood at attention and gave a standard rifle salute upon seeing the badge. "Your Excellency the Baron, welcome!" Their expressions were solemn, yet conveyed genuine respect. In the Azure Kingdom, ace soldiers are the totem of the military. Lin Fan nodded, led his sister to the heavy bronze door, and swiped his badge to open the entrance. Lin Yu seemed to be sleepwalking the whole way, her little hands icy cold, which he held firmly in his palm. Her mind was still stuck on the moment Wang Ting publicly proclaimed himself a C-rank ace and a baron. How could killing a D-rank boss, forcing back a C-rank fleet, and obtaining a noble title be connected to the brother who secretly bought her malt candy when he got his paycheck? Lin Yu froze completely when the elevator doors opened, when Lin Fan swiped the card to open the door to room A01 top floor 01, and when the residence she never dared to imagine in her dreams appeared before her eyes. This didn't resemble a dormitory at all. It was more like a palace that belonged only to them. The more than 300 square meter space was covered with a soft, snow-white plush carpet. She looked down at her old cloth shoes, which she had worn for 3 years and were covered in dust, and felt afraid to even step on them. Directly opposite the door is a full-length transparent glass wall. From here, the night view of the Royal Ship Spirit Academy, and the myriad lights of the upper city all seem to be beneath one's feet. The leather sofa in the center of the living room is even larger than their old house in the slums. In the distance, the open kitchen gleams with a metallic sheen, and a mahogany staircase spirals up to the second floor. "Brother!" Lin Yu's voice trembled as she gripped Lin Fan's clothes tightly, afraid to take a second step. She was afraid that if she let go, this dream would shatter, and she was also afraid that she would dirty this clean and beautiful place. Lin Fan felt a pang of pain in his heart as he looked at his sister's uneasy, even fearful eyes. This was exactly what he had fought so hard for. He crouched down, ignoring the luxurious decorations, and looked up at her red and anxious eyes. "Xiaoye, don't be afraid." His voice was gentler than usual. "This is not someone else's home. From today onwards, this is our home." He reached out and gently smoothed her small, clenched hands. "You're not dreaming. I'm a C-rank ace now, a baron-in-waiting. And you're the baron-in-waiting's sister. You deserve everything here." Lin Yu could no longer hold back her tears and suddenly threw herself into Lin Fan's arms, bursting into tears. She wasn't crying for Wang Luyo's humiliation, nor for the bullying at the textile factory, but for the suffering, fear, and anxiety that had accumulated over more than a decade, which finally dissipated completely at this moment. Lin Fan didn't say anything more, just held her quietly, patting her back gently. After a long time, Lin Yu finally blushed and crawled out of his arms, wiped away her tears, and carefully changed into the brand new women's slippers by the door. Then, like a fawn finally emerging from the shadows, she cautiously and curiously began to examine her new home. She touched the floor vase that was taller than herself, and tried to press the switch on the magic curtains. Watching the curtains close automatically, a long-lost light shone in her eyes. The pallor caused by long-term malnutrition seemed to be gradually replaced by the color of hope. Lin Fan looked at her, and the first truly relaxed smile since his transmigration appeared on his face. He ruffled Lin Yu's hair, took a Black Kingdom credit card from his pocket, and stuffed it into her hand. "There's 100,000 in here, every month. Xiao Yu, starting tomorrow, you don't need to go to that damn textile factory anymore." Lin Fan told her earnestly that she could go to school, she could go to the Royal Girls' Academy in the upper city, or she could learn anything she wanted. Her brother would support her in all of this from now on. Lin Yu held the thin card as if it were a mountain, and was stunned again. 100,000 every month, plus the Royal Women's Academy, a place only daughters of dukes and marquises dared to dream of. She was so excited she could barely speak. Lin Fan interrupted her with a smile, telling her to go upstairs and choose a room, any of the 3 bedrooms, and then get a good night's sleep. Lin Yu nodded vigorously, clutching the card, and ran upstairs like a happy little bird. The living room fell silent again. Lin Fan's smile slowly faded. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looked down at the bustling city lights below, and his eyes became cold and deep again. Xiaoye is safe for now, Wang Luyo has been dealt with, and Wang Teng has been deterred. For the time being, no one will dare to provoke him and his sister again. But Lin Fan knows this can only last a short time. His gaze passed beyond the city lights, reaching towards the boundless depths of the sea. He understood Wang Teng's character well. Like a venomous snake in a ditch, it would retreat into the shadows when it couldn't bite head-on, waiting for its prey to relax, or waiting for itself to become stronger. "Pangu!" Lin Fan whispered in his heart. The system responded immediately. Lin Fan asked the ship's spirit masters of this world if it was possible to upgrade warships by collecting sea monster cores and mining secret crystals. Penghu gave an affirmative answer. This was what the Azure world called synchronous evolution. In theory, an E-class warship could potentially evolve all the way to A-class by absorbing enough cores and secret crystals. This is the root of the fierce competition among all ship's spirit users. Lin Fan's heart sank. Today, he was a sea-level ace, repelling 3 sea-level pirate ships, killing a D-level boss, and making Wang Teng look like a piece of trash. But Wang Teng would never stop. He would use his family's resources to enter sea-level waters to hunt sea monsters and strengthen his ironclad battlecruiser as quickly as possible. C rank, C+, B rank, even B rank. Once Wang Teng completes his evolution, Lin Fan's current deterrent power will quickly collapse in the face of absolute level crushing. At that time, the opponent could very well use a B-rank main cannon to blast A01 tower and Lin Yu into ruins. No, absolutely not. Lin Fan clenched his fists tightly. He must become stronger than Wang Teng and everyone else in the world, leaving them far behind before they can even react. Penghu, bring up my shopping list again. A light blue interface unfolds before your eyes. The T2 level carrier-based early warning aircraft KJ-600 Sky Eye requires 1,000 energy points to unlock. The T2 level carrier-based fighter J-15T Flying Shark mod requires 500 energy points to unlock. The T1 level carrier-based attack helicopter Z-20 requires an additional 300 energy points to purchase. At least 1,500 energy points. Lin Fan frowned and asked Penghu to reiterate the exchange ratio. 1 core for E grade, 5 for D grade, 10 to 50 for C grade, and 50 to 200 for B grade. If he relies solely on D-class sea monsters, he would need to hunt hundreds, which is simply unrealistic. He must venture into C-class waters, or even hunt B-class subspecies. Lin Fan's gaze fell on 2 invitations from the kingdom's Navy Department on the Penghu interface. One was a regular pass for Class C safe waters, and the other was a recruitment order for an expedition to explore the Black Iron Seas. Penghu reminded him that the sea-level sea area was safe, but the energy acquisition efficiency was very low. The Black Iron Sea area was unknown and was infested with B-level sea monsters, making it extremely risky but also highly rewarding. More importantly, the fleets of the Iron Blood Empire and the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance had been confirmed to be present at the edge of that sea area. Looking at the sea-level sea area option, Lin Fan could almost see Wang Teng piloting his sea-level warship, steadily hunting down cores in the safe zone. Safe zone? Lin Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. That's reserved for the weak. What he wanted was the fastest leveling speed. The next second, his finger heavily pressed on the recruitment notice for the Black Iron Sea Exploration Expedition. Penghu, accept the mission. Target, Black Iron Sea. The system confirmed that the mission had been accepted and prompted that the 003 aircraft carrier's fuel was fully replenished, asking whether to set sail immediately. Lin Fan did not hesitate at all and replied with only 2 words, immediately. He turned and went upstairs. Lin Yu had just chosen a room and was happily rolling around on the soft bed, hugging a plush toy even bigger than herself. Seeing Lin Fan standing at the door, she sat up in confusion and asked him why he wasn't resting. Lin Fan stood against the light, his figure appearing exceptionally tall in her eyes. He said gently, "Xiao Ye, I'm going out to sea." Lin Yu froze, her face instantly filled with worry. She knew her brother was going to fight the sea monster again, but he had just returned. Lin Fan walked over and ruffled her hair like he used to when they were little, only saying he would be back soon. Lin Yu nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite. All she knew was that her brother was about to do something very impressive and dangerous. Finally, she earnestly reminded him to be careful. Lin Fan agreed, took one last look at his new home, then turned and strode away without a trace of regret. He knew better than anyone that only by acquiring the strongest power as quickly as possible could he truly protect this home. Chapter 17: Encountering an Excellent Commander. At berth A01, the massive hull of the Type 003 Fujian aircraft carrier blotted out the sun. Towed away by 4 high-powered pilot boats, it slowly departed the berth. A deep, Resonant blast of its horn echoed across the sea, announcing the carrier's return to sail. This time, Lin Fan didn't stand in the command center on the island's superstructure overlooking the city lights. He walked through the long internal passageways to the massive hangar in the mid-to-rear section of the aircraft carrier. A cold, metallic aura enveloped him, and the lights illuminated the floor until it shone like a mirror. In the center of the hangar, the Z-20 helicopter, which had distinguished itself in the dreaded sea trials, sat silently. Its gray-black paint reflected a cold, hard sheen, like a sleeping steel beast. To the side and slightly in front of the helicopter, two figures stood straight, like javelins. They stood tall and straight, dressed in dark green flight suits. As soon as Lin Fan stepped into the hangar, the AI Panga's notification sounded in his mind. Flying Dragon 01 crew has been waiting here for 4 hours and 37 minutes. Lin Fan paused slightly. The two men turned around at the same instant. Their prolonged standing had not made them relax in the slightest. The moment they saw Lin Fan, their two young, sharp eyes erupted with almost fanatical admiration and awe. They were all young, appearing to be in their early 20s, with black hair, black eyes, and resolute faces. Lin Fan recalled Penghis saying that all unlocked vehicles would be equipped with a real driver with 100% loyalty. Now, he finally saw his own soldiers with his own eyes. Snap! The crisp sound of military boots clapping together rang out. The lead pilot stepped forward, stood at attention 3 meters away, raised his hand in salute, and his loud voice echoed in the hangar. Commander! Shenzhou Military Industry Carrier-Based Aviation Wing, Z-20, Phylong 01 crew, reporting for duty. This is the pilot of this aircraft, call sign Phylong 01. The soldiers behind him stepped forward and saluted side by side. I am the weapon officer of this machine, call sign Flying Dragon 02. We are here to report for duty and request your inspection. Their movements, their voices, and the absolute loyalty in their eyes seemed etched into the depths of their souls. Looking at them, Lin Fan felt a sudden, sharp shock to his heart, which had remained tense and cold since his transmigration. He was no longer alone, nor was he the orphan who only possessed a scrap metal target ship. From the moment he unlocked the Z-20, he truly became a commander. He had troops. Lin Fan took a deep breath, slowly raised his hand, and returned the same standard military salute. His face remained calm, but to the two crew members, this composure appeared as an air of commanding authority. At ease. Yes. The two lowered their hands simultaneously, but their bodies remained upright. Lin Fan looked at the pilot and calmly said, Flying Dragon 01, during the Death Sea trial, you encountered the Seven Seas Alliance's A-level magic energy fog, and the signal was interrupted. Recount the situation as it was. Anger flashed across Phylong 01's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. He reported in a deep voice. The moment the fog enveloped the machine, all of its optical and infrared sensors were interfered with by the high concentration of ether energy, causing them to be blinded instantly. Phylong 02 added that when the photoelectric probe was scanning the fog, it was hit by a strong backlash of magical energy. If Lin Fan hadn't activated the AESA phased array radar in time and forcibly burned through the interference field, they might have lost control and crashed. Lin Fan asked what happened next. Phylong 01's voice suddenly rose, unable to contain its fervor. Afterwards, we witnessed a miracle in the cockpit. We saw the commander purify the entire battlefield with incomprehensible power. You are a god! Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly. What he wanted wasn't worship, but absolute obedience and execution. So his voice instantly turned cold. Flying Dragon 01, remember your identity. You are a soldier of Shenzhou military industry, while I am human. I get tired, and I make mistakes. He stepped forward, his gaze fixed heavily on Flying Dragon 01. A soldier's duty is to obey orders and bring victory, not to worship gods. What you must do is destroy the enemy I'm targeting, regardless of the cost. Even if I order you to ram an A-class warship, you must ram it through. Can you do that? Flying Dragon 01 and Flying Dragon 02 shuddered. Only now did they truly realize the cold, domineering will hidden beneath the calm exterior of their young commander. But they felt no fear, only a surge of adrenaline. This is the commander they've been longing for. Yes! The two roared with all their might, their voices almost tearing the hangar apart. Lin Fan nodded slowly, turned and walked towards the elevator leading to the island command room, while calling out to Pangu. The AI immediately responded that the 003 aircraft carrier's heavy fuel oil supply was full, and its regular supplies had been replenished to the sea level A standard. The course was confirmed, and the carrier was leaving the Blue Kingdom's nearshore defense zone, arriving at the edge of the Black Iron Sea in 30 minutes. Lin Fan didn't stop, leaving only the order. Flying Dragon 01 crew, take off fully armed in 30 minutes. 30 minutes later, the 003 Fujian warship broke through the azure waves of the nearshore waters and plunged into the deep, gloomy, inky black waters of the Black Iron Sea. The sky seemed to darken instantly, and the air was filled with a pungent, fishy smell of sulfur and ozone, a spatial distortion caused by the leakage of high concentrations of etheric energy. Inside the command center on the island superstructure, Lin Fan stood before the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, calmly gazing upon this dangerous new sea area. In his godlike perspective, a pale blue technological interface unfolded, the AESA active phased array radar's scanning circle already expanded to its limit. Warnings kept popping up, high concentration of etheric reaction detected, sea monster density 15 times that of a D-level arena, 137 E-level razor crabs, 19 D-level iron-shelled sea snakes, and 3 D-level heavy-armored sea turtles. The radar screen was densely covered with red dots, almost filling the entire screen. Over the communications channel, Phylong 01's calm yet excited voice came through. Commander, Phylong 01 crew has arrived at the designated airspace and requests operational instructions. Lin Fan's gaze fell on the signals of the 3 heavily armored sea turtles clustered together. During the Death Sea trial, he had used AKD-10 anti-tank missiles to precisely penetrate the eyes of these heavily armored units, barely managing to break through their defenses. Now, even more E-class and D-class sea monsters were simply energy points to him. He coldly ordered Pangu to share AESA radar data. Once the data link was established, he directly ordered. Flying Dragon 01, E-class crabs swarms, D-class sea serpents, hunt freely. I'm giving you only one criterion, high efficiency. Yes. Flying Dragon 01's reply was full of killing intent. Over the Black Iron Sea, the Z-20 helicopter suddenly tilted to the side, its nose pointing downwards. The Phylong 02 quickly completed fire control lock-on, and the AKD-10 missiles were ready to be loaded. The Z-20, like a ghostly assassin skimming the sea surface, sped past and soon locked onto the first-class D iron-shelled sea serpent. With a flash of fire, the AKD-10 shot out at supersonic speed, trailing a plume of flame, and precisely pierced the sea serpent's head. In the deafening explosion, the massive serpent's body didn't even have time to react before being blasted into a cloud of blood mist. Kill notifications kept refreshing, and energy points began to steadily increase. +5, +1, +1, +5. Lin Fan stood in the command room, watching the Flying Dragon 01 crew carry out an almost artistic hunt. They perfectly utilized the Z-20's maneuverability and maximized the AKD-10's precision-penetrating capabilities. For these fragile monsters below the D-class level, the anti-tank missile's armor-piercing warhead was a complete game-changer. This was exactly the efficient lawn-mowing Lin Fan wanted. In just 20 minutes, his energy points had jumped from 0 to 115. Soon, Phylong 01 reported again that the E-class and D-class minions had been cleared out, leaving only the turtle group marked by the AESA radar directly ahead. Lin Fan's gaze also focused on the screen, where 3 D-class heavy armored turtle red dots were gathered in a small ring-shaped reef area. Phylong 02 calmly analyzed the situation. While the AKD-10 could penetrate armor, its efficiency was too low. Last time they had the advantage in a one-on-one fight, but this time there were 3 of them. Once they opened fire, the other 2 would immediately dive underwater or retaliate with their ether water cannons. Missile ammunition was limited, and using it against such heavily armored units was too wasteful. This assessment was entirely consistent with Lin Fan's. This is the bottleneck of equipment. It's not that using anti-tank missiles to attack battleships is impossible, but it's far too inefficient. Lin Fan's gaze swept across the Pengu technology tree, finally settling on the upgradable modules for the T1 level ship-borne attack helicopter Z-20. A grayed-out option lay there quietly: T1 level anti-ship module, YJ-9 lightweight anti-ship missile, high-explosive armor-piercing characteristic, specifically designed to counter heavily armored and ship-based units. Unlocking costs 100 energy points. Lin Fan glanced at his 115 energy points, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Flying Dragon 01, Flying Dragon 02. Yes. No more AKD-10s. The two were taken aback. Before they could ask any further questions, Lin Fan said calmly, "I'll give you a new toy." His mind snapped to the unlock button. 100 energy points were instantly deducted, and a notification appeared the next second. T1 class anti-ship module, YJ-9, is now unlocked. Chapter 18. The Eagle Strike missile makes its debut. Inside the Island Command Center, Lin Fan focused his thoughts on the light blue technology interface and clicked confirm without hesitation. A system notification popped up immediately: 100 energy points deducted, leaving only 15 points in the current balance. The T1 level anti-ship module YJ-9 had been successfully unlocked and automatically loaded into the ammunition elevator of the 003 aircraft carrier hangar. It's done. Lin Fan looked at the pitiful balance, but felt no emotion whatsoever. Energy points were meant to be used; keeping them wouldn't make him stronger. He calmly picked up the transmitter on the control panel and connected to the encrypted communication of Flying Dragon 01 crew. Hyria 01, Hyria 02, return to mothership. Lin Fan's tone remained calm. On the communication channel, the two crew members, having just completed a successful sweep and still in high spirits, were visibly startled upon hearing the order. They had 60% fuel remaining and 4 AKD-10 missiles. Theoretically, they could continue fighting. But they didn't question it. Phylong 01 responded immediately, maneuvering its Z-20 helicopter into a clean J-turn in the air, raising its nose and flying back towards the massive steel behemoth on the sea. On the internal channel, Phylong 02 whispered that perhaps the radar had detected a large target they couldn't handle. Phylong 01, however, laughed, because the commander had said they would be given a new toy. 5 minutes later, the roar of the Z-20 helicopter's rotors grew louder as it approached, hovering precisely at the rear of the 003 aircraft carrier's wide flight deck before landing smoothly. The landing gear struck the deck with a dull metallic sound. Phylong 01 reported that the landing was complete and requested further instructions. Lin Fan stood in the command center, his gaze piercing through the thick bulletproof glass as he looked down at the deck. He ordered the two men to deactivate their flight mode and refit the aircraft with the T1 class anti-ship module. Phylong 01 and Phylong 02 exchanged a glance, a look of astonishment flashing in their eyes. Wasn't refitting ammunition the job of the ground crew and the payload team? Suppressing their confusion, the two shut off the engines. Once the rotors had completely stopped, they opened the hatch and jumped up the gangway onto the cold deck. The next second, they both froze. The deck of the 80,000-ton aircraft carrier was flat and wide, the sea breeze howling, yet it was completely deserted. There were no towing vehicles, no refueling trucks, no ammunition trucks, and certainly no deck crew in colorful vests. Standing on the empty deck, Phylong 01 hesitated for the first time about the mission, and couldn't help but ask where the ground crew was. In the command center, Lin Fan frowned. Looking at the empty deck, a sense of unease washed over him. He immediately called Pengu to inquire about the deck crew. Pengu coldly replied that he had only unlocked the Z-20 helicopter and the Flying Dragon crew, as well as the YJ-9 missile, but not the T-1 level hangar and deck support crew. Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly. He had assumed that unlocking the aircraft meant having complete aviation support, and unlocking the weapons meant being able to load ammunition normally. But the system obviously wouldn't magically provide logistical support, nor would any automated robots handle all of this for him. He asked in a low voice about the price of the support kit. Pengu listed the items: air traffic controller, deck dispatcher, ammunition loading team, refueling and maintenance team, tractor, and ammunition vehicle, all requiring 300 energy points to unlock. Lin Fan looked at his remaining 15 points, his brow furrowing even deeper. Without quick ammunition reloading and refueling, the so-called efficient cleanup was just a joke. On deck, Phylong 01 called again. Lin Fan took a deep breath, not bothering to evade the mistake, but coldly told them that ground crew had not yet been deployed. The two men were stunned. Without ground crew, how were they supposed to replace the new weapons? Lin Fan continued to order them to look at the ammunition elevator 15 meters to their left rear. The two men turned around sharply, and heard a creaking sound from the deck as an elevator platform slowly opened and rose from below. Lying quietly on the platform were 4 brand new, jet-black missiles, their bodies a full size thicker than the AKD-10s, with menacing lines, and 2 bright red characters printed on their warheads, Eagle Strike. Phylong 02, as the weapons officer, instantly lit up with excitement upon seeing those 2 words, YJ-9, an anti-ship missile, AKD-10, an anti-tank weapon, and YJ, a true specialist weapon against heavily armored units. Phylong 01 was also flushed with excitement. The excitement quickly cooled. The 2 men stared at the 4 missiles, each weighing over 100 kilograms, then at their empty hands, and fell silent. Without a mounting vehicle, without a hydraulic boom, without ground crew, how were they going to mount these things onto the helicopter's stub-wing pylons? Phylong 01's voice grew dry, reminding Lin Fan that a single YJ-9 missile weighed 105 kilograms, and they were merely pilots. In the command center, Lin Fan didn't answer, only silently watching them. The initial excitement ignited by the new weapon quickly dissipated in the cold wind on the deck. Phylong 01 and Phylong 02 locked eyes, and then saw a resolute determination in each other's gaze. Phylong 01 let out a low growl, ripped off its heavy flight helmet, and slammed it onto the deck, telling Phylong 02 that the commander was watching them, and that the words, "Can't do it," didn't exist among Shenzhou soldiers. 100 kilograms, so what? Today, even if they had to bite it, they would get the missile installed. Phylong 02 also removed his helmet. The 2 rolled up their sleeves, walked to the YJ-9, and took a firm stance, one on each side. With a roar, their veins bulged, and they forcefully lifted the missile from its mounting. The heavy missile made their faces flush red, and their breathing became heavy. From the elevator to the helicopter's stub-wing, a mere 10 meters, it felt like an eternity for them. 1 step, 2 steps, swaying and staggering, clumsy yet relentless. Lin Fan watched silently from the command center, watching his pilots perform the menial tasks that should have been done by professional ground crew, watching them struggle, inefficient, yet still stubbornly persevering. His fist slowly clenched in his sleeve. This was his mistake, and he would only allow this inefficiency to happen once. He immediately ordered Pangu to prioritize the T-1 class hangar and deck support suite. On the next return voyage, he wanted his deck to be packed with people. On the deck, with a heavy thud, the first YJ-9 missile finally wobbled and got stuck in the stub-wing pylon. Phylong 01 and Phylong 02 almost simultaneously lost their grip, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. But before they could even feel relieved, they realized there were still 3 missiles and refueling probes to deal with. Just as the 2 were almost in despair, Pangu's cold, electronic voice rang out through the deck loudspeaker system. AUSA radar detected that the Class D heavily armored turtle target was still lingering in the E-13 reef area, and had not moved. The prey was still there. These words pierced their hearts like a shot of adrenaline. They had fought this far to use the new weapon to blast those few iron turtles. Phylong 01 scrambled to his feet on the deck, roaring, "Keep going, load the ammunition!" Phylong 02 gritted his teeth and followed, the 2 once again throwing themselves into the brutal and arduous process of changing equipment. 40 minutes later, Phylong 01 and Phylong 02 finally completed their mission. 2 YJ-9 missiles were successfully loaded, and fuel was at 100%. The 2 men were exhausted, even climbing back to the cockpit was difficult. Phylong 01, panting heavily, reported that the Phylong 01 crew had completed refitting and requested takeoff. In the command center, Lin Fan's gaze fell on the ASA radar. The 3 red dots remained fixed on Reef E-13. His voice was as cold as a knife. Takeoff approved. Target, Reef E13. Then, he gave the order, word by word. Flying Dragon 01, Flying Dragon 02, blast those 3 iron turtles into the sky. Chapter 19: The Power of Anti-Ship Missiles. Buzz. The helicopter's rotors accelerated again under the pilot's push. 40 minutes of continuous high-intensity loading had almost completely drained Phylong 01 and Phylong 02's strength. Their flight suits were soaked with sweat, and their arms gripping the control sticks were still trembling slightly, but their spirits were higher than ever before. Flying Dragon 01 crew, refit complete, requesting takeoff. Takeoff approved. Target, E13 reef area. The commander's voice was as cold as a knife. Use your new toys to blast those 3 iron turtles into the sky. Yes, Commander. Phylong 01 slammed down the collective pitch control stick, and the Z-20 helicopter, like a black falcon awakened, tore through the sea breeze and took off fiercely. Inside the island command center, Lin Fan stared at the AESA radar screen. The 3 red dots representing the Class D heavy armored turtles were still slowly hovering over the E13 reef area. They were unaware that this time, their targets were no longer the easily defeated AKD-10s, but rather the Grim Reaper specifically designed for these iron-shelled monsters. Flying Dragon 01, heading 030, distance 15 kilometers. Data link connected, maintain ultra-low altitude penetration, you only have 1 test firing opportunity. Received, maintain extremely low altitude. Phylong 01 pressed down hard on the control stick, and Z-20 skimmed past the churning, inky waves at high speed. This was the most dangerous, yet most stealthy, way to approach. Flying Dragon 02, switch fire control, Eagle Strike 9, prepare to unlock. Fire control switch complete. Weapon Officer Flying Dragon 02 stared at the brand new attack icon on the interface, unable to contain his excitement. He remembered how powerless the AKD-10 had been when it hit those turtles an hour earlier. The metal jets were powerful enough to burn through the interiors of ordinary carbon-based lifeforms, yet those iron turtles hadn't suffered a fatal wound. Perhaps they weren't even normal creatures at all. Soon, Flying Dragon 01 reported in a low voice. Commander, we have arrived at the outer perimeter of Reef E13. Radar visually, 3 Class D heavy armored sea turtles are feeding in the shallow water. Lin Fan used the Z-20's photoelectric sensor to see the scene on the main screen. 3 giant sea turtles, each over 30 meters long, were frantically tearing at the remains of an E-class sea monster. Their shells, a meter thick and covered in magical patterns, gleamed with a despairing metallic luster in the sunlight. They were completely unaware of their impending death. Flying Dragon 02. Lin Fan's voice came from the command room, as cold as if it came from the abyss. Authorize firing. 1 shot. Let me see if this toy we've been waiting for 40 minutes to get is worth the price. Phylong 02's heart pounded, but his hand, which had been trembling from exhaustion, became as steady as a rock at that moment. Flying Dragon 02 received. He pressed the lock button. The fire control radar instantly locked onto the outermost heavily armored turtle. Target locked. YJ-9, anti-ship mode. Emission! Call out. A sharp whooshing sound suddenly rang out, and the Z-20's fuselage jolted violently. A jet-black missile, several times thicker than the AKD-10, ignited instantly. Instead of leaving an exaggerated tail flame, it skimmed the sea surface, drawing a deadly straight line with an almost ruthless attitude. 15 kilometers was covered in an instant for the YJ-9. The heavily armored sea turtle that was feeding seemed to sense the danger. Its massive body suddenly stiffened, and it tried to raise its head, but it was too late. The YJ-9 has arrived. There was no dramatic explosion as expected. When the missile struck that impenetrable shell, there wasn't even a crisp sound of impact. Puff. A deep, penetrating thud resounded, like a red-hot knife cutting into butter. Hyria-01 and Hyria-02 witnessed the missile actually penetrate it. The semi-armor-piercing warhead was forcefully driven into the turtle's shell. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. All the movements of the D-class heavily armored sea turtle were solidified. It remained with its head raised, a hint of confusion still lingering in its eyes, as if it didn't understand what was tickling it. The cockpit was deathly quiet. 1 second. 2 seconds. Boom dash. The explosion didn't happen on the outside, it burst from inside the body. The massive body of the heavily armored sea turtle suddenly collapsed inward, and the next moment, a devastating force erupted from beneath its shell. The shockwave was firmly contained by the hard outer shell, raging wildly inside. The first spurt of blood gushed from the junction of its neck and limbs. Immediately afterward, the degraded tortoise shell covering its entire back could no longer withstand the internal pressure, and along with its mangled internal organs, it was violently thrown hundreds of meters into the air by the crimson flames. Blood rained down. Fragments of entrails and tortoise shells crashed onto the sea, turning the shallow water a dark red. The D-class heavily armored sea turtle was ripped apart from the inside by a single shot from the YJ-9, without even having a chance to let out a complete cry of pain. Inside the cockpit of the Z-20, Phylong 02 swallowed hard. He stared blankly at the sea stained red on the screen, and at the slowly sinking turtle shell wreckage, now only the base remaining. His pale face was expressionless. This is what you call anti-ship warfare. Just then, the two surviving heavy-shelled sea turtles beside them finally reacted. They let out extremely terrified roars, dropped their food, frantically turned around, and desperately dived into the deeper water. The sea monster's instinct is to scream. Escape. We must escape. The iron bird in the sky is no longer a toy for gua sha, scraping therapy, but something that brings divine punishment. Commander! Flying Dragon 01 snapped out of its shock and jerked the control stick. The other two, run! Run? Lin Fan's gaze remained icy. Did I give you permission? He paused, then commanded. Flying Dragon 02, there's one left. Don't waste it. Yes. Phylong 02's blood was boiling. He quickly switched the fire control radar and locked onto the slowest moving, heavily armored turtle. YJ-9, second shot! Die! Call out. The second YJ-9 missile roared out of the barrel, striking the turtle's tail with pinpoint accuracy. Another chilling, muffled thud followed, and after a brief delay, a second firework, composed of the flesh and blood of a D-rank boss, exploded across the sea. Slay a D-rank sea monster. Energy points +5. Slay a D-rank sea monster. Energy points +5. The cold, robotic voice of AI Pengu rang precisely in Lin Fan's mind. The energy points jumped from 15 to 20, then settled at 25. The black iron sea fell silent again, with only one terrified heavy-armored sea turtle remaining, disappearing into the deep sea. Inside the cockpit of the Z-20, Phylong 01 and Phylong 02 slumped in their seats. They were so tired they barely wanted to move, but they couldn't suppress the excitement in their chests. This is amazing, Phylong 01 murmured. This is our new toy. Phylong 02 immediately activated the communication, his voice trembling with excitement. Commander, Phylong 02 reports. Both YJ-9 missiles hit their targets, eliminating both Class D heavy armored turtles. Please advise whether we should return to base to resupply ammunition? He couldn't wait to go back and manually torment Flying Dragon 01 for another 40 minutes. As long as it brought him that divine, exhilarating pleasure, it was all worth it. However, in the command room, Lin Fan's gaze did not linger on the number 25. His brows furrowed again. 10 energy points were earned after 40 minutes of manual reloading. Unlocking the T1 ground crew kit requires 300 points, and unlocking the T2 KJ600 requires 1,000 points. If he continues to be content with hunting these D-level sea monsters, then what difference is there between him and his enemy Wang Teng, who is hiding in sea-level sea areas and safely farming monsters? Efficiency, or rather, inefficiency. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened instantly. He finally understood. The D-rank sea monster wasn't his target. It was merely a consumable for testing weapons. The Eagle Strike 9 wasn't for farming D-rank monsters either. Its true value was its ticket to challenge B-rank monsters. Flying Dragon 01. Arrive! Return to base. Yes. Flying Dragon 01 paused for a moment, noticing that the commander's tone didn't convey much joy. Lin Fan's steering system, Pangu. Commander, I'm here. ESA radar, full power scan. His gaze swept across the dense array of lights on the screen, the Class D and Class C signals flashing incessantly on the radar. Lin Fan's voice was cold and resolute. Filter out all signals of level C and below. From now on, I don't care how many there are. I only need grade B. Find me the Class B signal with the strongest energy response in this area of the sea. Chapter 20 Only kill high-value items. Filter out all signals of level C and below. I only need grade B. Lin Fan's command was transmitted through the AI Pangu to the core brain of the 003 Fujian warship, the Shenzhou active phased array radar. The next second, the energy inside the gray array on all four sides of the island's superstructure surged, and the dense red dots that had just appeared on the radar screen were quickly dimmed by the system. Signals representing E-class, D-class, and even C-class sea monsters were completely filtered out. They were no longer qualified to appear in Lin Fan's field of vision. The wind howled across the black iron sea, sweeping over the island's superstructure as the radar scanned the sea surface in circles. Limited by its surface-to-water antenna, it could only monitor targets within a radius of about 30 kilometers, but for Lin Fan at this point, that was sufficient. 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed, and the command room was so quiet that only the low hum of the equipment could be heard. Lin Fan stood rooted to the spot, his expression unwavering. He knew perfectly well that B-level sea monsters weren't like the common D-level creatures. They belonged to the upper echelons of the food chain in the sea area, and each one had its own territory. Finally, a sharp alarm ripped through the silence. At the edge of the radar screen, a blood-red dot, 10 times brighter than a Class D sea turtle, suddenly flashed. Warning! Class B high-energy signal detected. Target coordinates, G445C area. The type of target is unknown, but the energy reaction is extremely active. Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly. That's it. He picked up the microphone and called Phylong 01 and Phylong 02. At that moment, the Z-20 helicopter crew on the deck had just finished 40 minutes of high-intensity physical work and had barely managed to attach 2 YJ-9 missiles to the stub wings. The 2 pilots were slumped in their seats drinking water. Upon hearing the commander's voice, the 2 immediately sat up straight. Target, G445C area. Lin Fan's command was brief and cold. Class B signal, you're in charge. Grade B. Phylongs 01 and 02 exchanged a glance, their fatigue instantly replaced by an irrepressible excitement. Yes, sir. Mission accomplished. The rotors roared again, and the Black Falcon took off from the deck, swooping down towards the target sea area. The sky over the G445C area was even more gloomy, with a thin layer of highly corrosive ethereal mist floating on the surface, severely reducing visibility. Phylong 01's voice came through the communicator, clearly grave. Commander, we have reached the target airspace. Visibility is extremely low. Lin Fan calmly replied. The AESA data link has been shared. You are my eyes. The next second, the fire control interface in the Z-20 cockpit suddenly lit up. The divine vision from the radar of the 003 aircraft carrier covered the screen, pierced through the thin fog, and locked onto the blood-red dot moving at high speed 3 kilometers ahead. Flying Dragon 02, lock onto it. Locking! Damn, this guy's too fast! The weapons officer stared intently at the screen. The Class B signal was completely different from the cumbersome Class D turtle. It darted through the mist at high speed in a strange S-shaped trajectory, seemingly unaffected by physical inertia. Phylong 02 instinctively switched to his most familiar weapon. AKD-10, prepare to fire! The missile roared out, but lost its infrared guidance as soon as it entered the fog area, flying around aimlessly like a headless fly. The fog is interfering with the AKD-10's infrared seeker. Cold sweat beaded on Phylong 02's forehead. The oppressive feeling emanating from the B-class sea monster finally manifested itself at this moment. Just then, Lin Fan's icy voice rang out. Don't use the AKD-10. Don't you have a new toy? Phylong-02 paused, his gaze falling on the weapon racks. The two menacingly designed YJ-9 missiles hung there silently. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood Lin Fan's meaning. He switched the fire control mode. YJ-9, active radar guidance activated. Locking. Emission. The Z-20's fuselage shuddered as a YJ-9 missile, trailing a long plume of flame, pierced the thin mist like a cloud-piercing arrow hurtling straight at its target. Deep within the fog, the rapidly moving black shadow sensed the threat of death, let out a strange roar, and immediately performed a zigzag maneuver to try to evade it. But it was too late. The YJ-9 relies on radar guidance and continuous data link calibration. From the moment of launch, this missile is almost guaranteed to hit its target. Boom dash. An even more muffled roar than when the D-Class Sea Turtle was blasted apart erupted, tearing a massive gap in the thick ethereal mist by an invisible giant hand. Blood rained down, and a colossal corpse plummeted from the mist. The thing looked like a combination of a bat and a manta ray. Its body was completely torn apart, and it crashed into the sea while emitting black smoke. Class B Sea Monster, Deep Sea Demon Hunter. One-hit kill. Phylong-01 stared at the shattered corpse on the screen, and after a long pause, finally managed to utter, "Holy crap!" Phylong-02 was also stunned. Is this what you call a B grade? That's it. Is this the power of the YJ-9? His voice trembled. Commander, target confirmed destroyed. Slay B-rank sea monsters, hunt demons in the deep sea. Energy points plus 150. The AI Pengu's prompt rang in Lin Fan's mind precisely on time. Lin Fan glanced at his balance. 15 points plus 150 points brought the total to 165. There was no joy on his face. He simply picked up the microphone again. Flying Dragon 01, return to base. Ah? Yes. Return to base, reload, and carry out the second hunt. The excitement on Phylong-01 and 02's faces froze instantly. They quickly realized that they had to go back and move the missiles again. An hour later, a second Class B deep-sea demon hunter was killed in another area by a single shot from an YJ-9. Slay B-rank sea monsters, hunt demons in the deep sea. Energy points plus 150. Lin Fan looked at the total energy, which had increased from 165 to 315. That's enough. Flying Dragon 01, return to base. This time, Phylong-01's answer was tinged with a hint of tears. The Z-20 landed on the wide deck of the 003 aircraft carrier for the third time, and the two pilots almost rolled out of the cockpit. After an hour of flying and 2 hours of physical labor, they were completely exhausted. Phylong-01 lay slumped on the cold deck, asking weakly, Phylong-02, do we have to go move more missiles? Phylong-02 didn't even bother to lift a finger. I'd rather die. The two closed their eyes in despair, bracing themselves for another 40-minute nightmare. However, the expected moving order did not come. Instead, there was the sound of hurried, rapid footsteps. They opened their eyes abruptly and saw a large group of ground crew members wearing vests of different colors rushing towards the Z-20 like a tide at the hangar lift. Yellow vests, air traffic control, clear area C. Purple vests, refueling team, prepare pipeline number 2. Red vests, ammunition loading team, YJ-9, third pylon, quick. More than 20 ground crew members worked like a precision machine, with clear division of labor at the whistle of the yellow-vested dispatcher, quickly overwhelming the helicopters. Phylong-01 and 02 lay dazed on the deck, watching the purple-vested men connect the refueling hose in 30 seconds, and watching the 4 red-vested men push over the hydraulic trailer, which in just 5 minutes steadily attached a brand-new YJ-9 to the stub wing. What they did in a desperate hand-to-hand combat for 40 minutes, others finished in 5 minutes, and they were even refueling and loading ammunition at the same time. Phylong-01 almost burst into tears. This is what an aircraft carrier should look like. At this moment, A middle-aged man wearing a yellow vest, who looked like a deck supervisor, quickly walked up to the two of them and snapped to attention, saluting. Flying Dragon 01 Unit. Shenzhou Military Industry T1 Class Deck Support Team reporting for duty. Refueling and arming of this aircraft will be completed within 10 minutes. He looked at the two people sprawled on the ground and gave them a knowing smile. The commander has given orders. You two have worked hard. Now you can go to the hangar lounge and have a cup of coffee. Leave this to us. Chapter 21 Sit-Ups. Commander, the deck support team is in position. The Flying Dragon 01 crew is ready to launch again at any time. The deck controller's calm voice came through the communicator. In the command center, Lin Fan stared at the AESA radar interface, where the AI Pengu was sifting through the massive data stream for high-value targets. On the screen, C-level and D-level targets flashed by, then quickly dimmed. These targets are no longer worth Lin Fan wasting his firepower on personally. Soon, Pengu reported that a high-density energy cluster had been detected in sector H091. Lin Fan's gaze turned cold, and countless red dots immediately appeared on the screen, moving slowly. Pengu determined the signal strength to be level D. Over the communication channel, Phylong 01 and 02 also spotted the target, their initial excitement instantly crumbling. Another Class D? Did they really have to keep swatting these mosquitoes after just getting their YJ9s? Lin Fan, however, did not jump to conclusions. He trusted the capabilities of the AESA radar, and immediately ordered Pengu to filter the signal. Multi-layer penetration scanning was activated, and Class D interference was eliminated layer by layer. The next second, Pengu's alert tone suddenly rose. 5 high-intensity energy reactions were detected at the center of the D-level cluster, classifying it as B-level. The target's characteristics were highly similar to those of a D-level armored sea turtle, ultimately classifying it as an evolved form, a B-level ancient armored turtle. It's done. Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly. That wasn't some ordinary D-level cluster at all, it was a turtle nest hidden in the sea. The numerous D-level sea turtles were merely an outer cover, the real prey was hidden in the very center. He picked up the communicator and called Flying Dragon 01 and 02. The two responded immediately, their voices brimming with excitement, thinking it was finally their turn to charge in and wreak havoc. But Lin Fan interrupted them abruptly, telling them that the mission wasn't an infiltration. He drew a straight line of 25 kilometers on the radar screen and ordered them to fly to the designated coordinates. Phylong 01 was stunned, because the target was a full 25 kilometers away, and the enemy was not visible to the naked eye. Lin Fan coldly reminded them that the effective range of the YJ-9 lightweight anti-ship missile was exactly 25 kilometers. They only needed to reach the coordinates, launch the missile according to the radar data link, and then immediately return to base. Phylong 01 and 02 were completely dumbfounded. Firing across the horizon, without even seeing the enemy's shadow, this kind of beyond visual range combat sounded absurd, like a joke. But Lin Fan only said one thing. This is an order. The two immediately suppressed their doubts, and took off again in the Z-20 helicopter. This time, instead of aggressively rushing towards the target, it flew smoothly to a safe coordinate outside H091, like a commuter plane that clocks in on time. Upon reaching the designated airspace, Phylong 01 reported the situation. On the electro-optical screen, there was nothing but endless seawater. Phylong 02 connected to the data link, opened the fire control interface, and the AESA radar's field of view instantly filled the screen. The turtle nest, 25 kilometers away, was now as clear as if it were right in front of him. Phylong 02, suppressing the vibration in his hand, locked onto the two Class D sea turtles on the outer perimeter, and then launched. 2 YJ-9 missiles, trailing plumes of flame, shot into the seemingly empty sky. Immediately after the missile launch, Lin Fan ordered a return to base. The Z-20 traced an arc in the air as it began its journey back to the aircraft carrier. Inside the cockpit, Hiryu 01 and 02 looked at each other in bewilderment. Hiryu 01 couldn't help but whisper, "That's it." Hiryu 02 also looked blank, because he hadn't even seen the explosion. Meanwhile, in the H-091 area, hundreds of Class D armored turtles were lazily lying on the rocks. They are notoriously tough nut to crack in the Black Iron Sea, and their thick shells are their greatest asset. Suddenly, two violent explosions rang out almost simultaneously. Two Class D sea turtles, basking in the sun, suddenly exploded from the inside without warning, right before the eyes of their companions. Flesh, blood, and shell fragments flew into the air, and the entire turtle colony fell into a deathly silence. They sluggishly raised their heads, scanning the sky with their scarlet eyes, but it was empty, devoid of anything. Angry and confused roars echoed across the reefs. They had no idea who was attacking them. 15 minutes later, the Z-20 landed smoothly on the deck of the 003 aircraft carrier. Before Harrier 01 and 02 could even unfasten their seatbelts, the deck sergeant's voice rang out. Red-vested crew cleared the pylons, purple-vested crew refueled, and yellow-vested crew checked the rotors. Everyone acted simultaneously. More than 20 ground crew members, like highly efficient worker bees, instantly overwhelmed the Z-20. The refueling hose was connected, a hydraulic loader arrived, and two new YJ-9 missiles were steadily mounted on the pylons. Phylong 01 and 02 sat in the cockpit, doing absolutely nothing, not even needing to disembark. The deck support team quickly reported that refueling and arming were complete, taking a total of 9 minutes and 50 seconds. Lin Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. This was exactly the kind of efficiency he wanted. He ordered another takeoff, repeating the same coordinates and actions. Lin Fan gave this tactic a very apt name, sit-ups. Phylong 01 barely suppressed a laugh and immediately carried out the order. Z-20 took off again, and 15 minutes later, two missiles fell into the turtle nest from 25 kilometers away, blasting the two Class D turtles into the air in confusion once more. The turtle nest finally erupted into chaos. Realizing they were under attack, yet still unable to find the enemy, they could only frantically spray etheric water cannons into the surrounding seawater. But all of this was futile. 15 minutes later, another explosion occurred. The process then became mechanical. Z-20 lands, refuels, loads weapons, takes off, reaches coordinates, launches, and returns. By the fourth landing, Harrier 01 and 02 were numb, and even started betting on the ground crew's speed. Phylong 01 pulled out some compressed biscuits to replenish his energy, and asked Phylong 02 how many minutes the ground crew would take to finish. Phylong 02 yawned and guessed 9 minutes and 30 seconds, while Phylong 01 bet 9 minutes. The two, once ace pilots, had completely transformed into missile transport vehicle drivers. But they did it willingly because it wasn't a battle at all. It was about grinding monsters and picking up money. By the 8th round of sit-ups, the D-level sea turtles surrounding the turtle nest had been mostly cleared out, and the energy points had exceeded 600. Just then, a roar completely different from that of the D-level sea turtles erupted from the center of the reef. The sound was ancient, violent, and carried a heavy sense of oppression. Phylong 01, which was on its return journey, was suddenly startled because the 5 Class B signals on the ASA radar, which had been lying still, finally moved. Lin Fan immediately ordered Pangu to switch to the Z-20 electro-optical pod. The image on the main screen changed, and deep within the reefs, 5 ancient giant turtles, 3 times larger than ordinary sea turtles, were slowly crawling out of the deep water. Their shells were no longer bluish-black, but rather resembled obsidian, shimmering with a cold metallic luster. Those were the B-rank ancient ironclad turtles. Flying Dragon 01's voice trembled as it reported that all B-rank targets were activated. A cold smile, like that of prey taking the bait, appeared on Lin Fan's face. He called out to Flying Dragon 01 and 02, announcing the end of the sit-ups. From this moment on, fire at will. He ordered them to unleash all their YJ-9 missiles, leveling the entire turtle nest before those ancient armored turtles could react. The blood of the Flying Dragon 01 was instantly ignited. The Z-20 abruptly turned around, no longer a commuter plane, but a reaper reaping lives. The Flying Dragon 02 immediately launched a saturation attack, missiles tearing through the sea breeze one after another, crashing into the reefs. 20 minutes later, in Sector H091 of the Black Iron Sea, not a single armored turtle remained to move. Only ravaged reefs and the heavy, floating remains of its black iron shell lay on the surface. Pengu's notification sounds flooded Lin Fan's mind. Killing the Biranxi monster, the ancient ironclad turtle, increased energy points by 200. After consecutive settlements, this turtle nest clearing yielded a total of 1,250 energy points. The current total energy points are 1,565. Lin Fan looked at the number and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. He had finally collected enough. Without any hesitation, he ordered Pengu to activate the T2 tech tree. After the carrier air-wing interface opened, he skipped the expensive J-15T and his gaze fell on the long-awaited icon that represented divine vision. T2 class carrier-based early warning aircraft, KJ-600 Sky. Features: airborne early warning, command center, force multiplier. Unlock cost, 1,000 energy points. Lin Fan coldly ordered. Unlock. 1,000 energy points were deducted instantly, leaving 565 points. The next second, Pengu's notification sounded. T2 level unit, KJ-600 Sky, has been unlocked. Chapter 22 Eye of the Sky. In the command center on the island, Lin Fan looked at the 1565 energy points on the system panel and, almost without hesitation, directly opened the T2 level tech tree. His fingers swept over the J-15T fighter jet, which required 500 energy points, and finally landed precisely on the more expensive and crucial icon. T2 level carrier-based early warning aircraft, KJ-600 Sky, requires 1,000 energy points to unlock. Lin Fan coldly ordered the unlock, and the energy was instantly deducted, leaving only 565 points. The next second, the system notified that the KJ-600 Sky had been unlocked, and the accompanying 5-person crew and support kit were also simultaneously transferred to the hangar. On the surveillance footage, the giant elevator in the midsection hangar of the Type 003 aircraft carrier emitted a deep rumble. In the rest area, Hiria 01 and Hiria 02, who were drinking coffee, looked up simultaneously. The two initially thought that some new equipment had arrived, but when the elevator platform slowly rose and the outline of the aircraft was revealed, the ease on their faces instantly froze. Filong 01 dropped his coffee cup, splashing hot coffee everywhere, but he seemed completely oblivious. Filong 02 sprang to his feet, shouting out the name of the KJ-600. To them, the Z-20 was merely a basic unit of China's military industry, while this, Sky, was the true core of the T2 class system, the brain of the entire carrier battle group. Lin Fan strode into the hangar. The KJ-600 airborne early warning and control aircraft was parked quietly there. To adapt to the aircraft carrier environment, its tall wings had been folded up, and its huge radar dome on its back resembled a cold, stern eye, exuding a strong sense of industrial beauty and imposing presence. In front of the aircraft, the 5 new crew members were already lined up. They were completely different from the sharp and fierce temperament of Filong 01 and 02. They appeared calm and composed, as if they could control any situation. The leader stepped forward to salute, introducing himself as the KJ-600 Tianyan 01 crew, serving as Captain and Chief Mission Officer, call sign Tianyan 01. After returning the greeting, Lin Fan glanced at the early warning aircraft and directly asked a question. The 003 mothership itself is equipped with the Type 346B digital array radar, which is already world-class. If that's the case, why does it still need the Sky Eye, a type of early warning system? The Flying Dragon 01 beside him was taken aback, not expecting its commander to start by testing him. Tianyan 01 revealed a knowing smile. He replied in a deep voice. The 346B is indeed powerful, but it has an insurmountable weakness. It is located at sea level. The mothership's radar is limited by the surface antenna, and its search limit for sea-level targets is only 40 kilometers. The existence of the KJ-600 is precisely to completely solve this problem. He patted the fuselage and said firmly, Sky Eye is Lin Fan's eye flying at 10,000 meters altitude. Inside the radar dome on the back of the aircraft is a single-sided rotating digital array radar that completes a rotation every 10 seconds, providing the fleet with 360-degree all-around early warning. Once it takes off, the situational awareness range of the 003 fleet will skyrocket from 40 kilometers to 500 kilometers. Filong 01 gasped. Tianyan 01 continued, explaining that they were not just eyes, but the brain of the fleet. The KJ-600 had coordinated combat capabilities. In the future, once Lin Fan unlocked the J-15T and YJ-15 anti-ship missiles, the fighters would only need to launch the missiles, and Tianyan could receive control and guidance from 200 kilometers away, guiding the missiles over the waterline and hitting targets that even the mothership itself could not see. At that moment, Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. This was exactly the kind of capability he needed, not the power of a single piece of equipment, but true system-wide warfare, a devastating blow to the enemy. Without further hesitation, he immediately ordered the deck support team to their positions, fully refuel the Sky I-01 aircraft, and tow it to catapult number 3. For the first time, the T-1 class ground crew truly demonstrated their full capabilities. A tractor slowly towed the giant Eagle onto the C-3 electromagnetic catapult position on the Type 003 aircraft carrier. Hiryu-01 and Hiryu-02 stood at the edge of the hangar, watching this scene with awe. For them, electromagnetic catapults had previously existed only in manuals. Now, they were about to be activated before their very eyes. On the deck, the catapult was ready, and Tianyan-01 had completed its confirmation. The instant the countdown ended, a powerful electric current surged through the catapult track, locking the KJ-600's nose landing gear firmly. The massive fuselage was propelled from a standstill to its maximum speed in an extremely short time, then forcefully launched off the deck. Tianyan took off. In the command center on the island superstructure, Lin Fan stared intently at the Pangu interface. A report came through the communication system from Tianyan-01. The aircraft had taken off and was climbing to a cruising altitude of 10,000 meters. The DR radar was activated, and the data link was engaged. At that very moment, the radar interface in front of Lin Fan suddenly vibrated. The small circle that originally represented the 40-kilometer horizon was seemingly wiped away by an invisible hand. Massive amounts of data poured down from tens of thousands of meters above, rapidly expanding the detection range to 40 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 300 kilometers, and finally 500 kilometers. The vast map of the entire Black Iron Sea lit up completely at that moment, and the fog of war vanished entirely. Lin Fan's pupils contracted sharply. He saw it. Within a 500-kilometer field of vision, hundreds of gray dots were densely packed, all of them C and D-level sea monsters. He even discovered 3 B-level sea monster lairs simultaneously in 3 different sectors. With this intelligence, his efficiency in eliminating sea monsters and acquiring energy could increase at least tenfold. This is the power of the Sky Eye. But just as Lin Fan was experiencing the awe of this near omniscience, the extremely calm voice of Sky I-01 suddenly cut in on the communication. Sector G008, azimuth 270, distance 450 kilometers, 5 high-speed Ethernet signals detected. Lin Fan's gaze turned cold. In his divine vision, 5 dazzling red dots appeared, forming a standard V-shaped attack formation, speeding into the Black Iron Sea at 20 knots, their course heading straight for the Type 003 Fujian warship. Pangu immediately completed the signal comparison, confirming that the target originated from the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance. That wasn't an ordinary fleet. It was an upgraded version of the Black Shark fleet that had appeared in the D-level arena. 4 sea-level capital ships and 1 sea-level flagship, their etheric reactions even reaching the B-level threshold. The air in the command room instantly froze. The Seven Seas Alliance had sent an elite revenge fleet this time. Lin Fan's voice remained cold as he ordered Tianyan-01 to maintain target lock. He then called for Filong-01, Filong-02, and the T-1 class deck support team. There weren't many YJ-9 missiles left in the hangar, but his eyes showed no sign of retreat. He issued a Level 1 combat readiness order, commanding all Z-20s to be fully equipped with Yonhap strike missiles. Those hyenas, who never learn their lesson, have finally come seeking revenge. Lin Fan stared coldly at the red dot on the radar, his killing intent palpable. Since the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance dared to come, they won't be leaving today. Chapter 23. You have 1 minute to escape. Yellow vests, guide in position. Purple vests, refueling hoses ready. Red vests, ammunition loading team, clear racks 1 and 2. The deck controller's shouts tore through the sea breeze, and the entire flight deck instantly entered combat mode. More than 20 strong ground crew members surrounded the Z-20 like a tide. Phylong 01 stared blankly as the red-vested crew operated the hydraulic trailer, and in just 30 seconds, a YJ-9 missile was steadily locked into the pylon. Meanwhile, the purple-vested crew member had already connected the refueling hoses. Just a few hours earlier, he and Phylong 02 had struggled for 40 minutes, like two clumsy laborers, barely managing to attach 2 missiles. Now, the real aircraft carrier team had taken over everything. Dispatcher, loading complete, for YJ-9 missiles, fully loaded, the red-vested team leader roared. Refueling complete, the purple-vested team leader reported simultaneously. The dispatcher glanced at the timer, his voice cold and hard. 9 minutes and 30 seconds. He immediately turned his head. Here is 01, here is 02, get back to your planes. Commander, Z-20 combat reload complete. The two pilots exchanged a glance, both seeing an uncontrollable fervor in each other's eyes. Now this is what an aircraft carrier looks like. The two men quickly put on their helmets and rushed back onto the Z-20. The next second, the rotors roared again, and the giant steel bird was poised for takeoff on the deck. 300 kilometers away from the Type 003 aircraft carrier, on the bridge of the Seven Seas Alliance flagship, the Class B. Abyss Greed. A one-eyed man was staring intently at the aether compass. He was Black Shark, the pirate captain who had once been so terrified by Lin Fan in the Class D arena that he had fled in disarray. But at this moment, his face no longer showed fear, only a ferocious look of determination. It was as if Lin Fan's large flat-top boat had already become prey in his pocket. The first mate rushed onto the bridge, his face pale. Captain, are we really going to provoke that monster? Black Shark slowly turned around, his single eye filled with resentment. In the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance's dictionary, there are no monsters, only goods. He slammed his hand on the compass, sneering. Last time it was just my carelessness. I thought Lin Fan was just an F-class target ship, but I didn't expect him to have an S-class target acquisition array. But this time, the Merchant Alliance elders have given him their true trump card for that S-class relic. In the center of the bridge, an ether generator emitting an ominous purple light was operating. Black Shark pointed at it, his voice almost fanatical. 10,000 layers of mist. Specifically designed to counter enemy detection arrays, its interference strength is 10 times that of the trashy mist from last time. The first mate's face paled even more, and he whispered a reminder that this thing was a strategic weapon for dealing with the Iron Blood Empire's Class B fortresses, and it had a fatal flaw. It was a gravity-based fog that could only spread along the sea surface, if the enemy came from the air. Shut up! Black Shark slapped him across the face, cursing him for being stupid. He was convinced that Lin Fan's S-class magic array was installed on the ship, and that the so-called flying puppet was just a flying cannon. As long as the ship was disrupted, Lin Fan would become blind. In Black Shark's eyes, that large ship was nothing more than a piece of fat meat with an S-class shell but no teeth. He wanted to avenge himself, to drag Lin Fan out of the bridge with his own hands, and to take that S-class relic right in front of him. He shoved the first mate aside and ordered the Blue Kingdom's public channel to be connected. He wanted to personally give that bastard a chance to surrender. On the Type 003 aircraft carrier, in the command center on the island superstructure, an alarm sounded. Unencrypted communication request detected. Signal source, Seven Seas Alliance flagship. Lin Fan's gaze was icy, and he uttered only 2 words. Connect. A hoarse, smug voice immediately came through the communicator. F-class scum, we meet again. Do you remember me? I'm Black Shark. Lin Fan didn't respond, only quietly watching the 5 red dots on the AESA radar closing in, 100 kilometers away. Black Shark, thinking Lin Fan was afraid, laughed even more arrogantly. He admitted he had underestimated Lin Fan last time, but that was just luck. Today, he brought 5 elite C-class ships, one B-class flagship, and countless layers of mystery that Lin Fan couldn't comprehend. With the roar of the black shark, the radar screen jolted violently. In front of the 5 red dots, a massive gray shadow stretched wildly across the sea surface, like a giant curtain about to swallow the entire ocean. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Tianyan-01 immediately reported, "Commander, a Class A high-efficiency ether interference field has been detected, which is spreading rapidly across the sea surface." Almost simultaneously, the Pangu AI alarm sounded. "Radar 346B is experiencing strong interference, and the sea sky line is ineffective against the enemy." The 40-kilometer radar circle in front of Lin Fan's eyes was instantly covered by blinding static. Black Shark's maniacal laughter exploded again. "Did you see that? Are you blind? Now shut down the ether core, kneel on the deck, and the Merchant Alliance might spare your dog's life because of the S-class relic." The command center was deathly silent. In the cockpit of the Z-20, Phylong 01 and 02 were too tense to breathe, because their radar had also gone out. But Lin Fan didn't even look at the snowflakes. His gaze remained fixed on another screen on the Pangu display, a God's eye view, transmitted from the KJ-600 at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Within a 500-kilometer field of vision, the so-called dense fog was nothing more than a thin gray blanket covering the sea surface. The 5 warships of the Seven Seas Alliance were clearly exposed beneath this thin blanket. Lin Fan slowly picked up the microphone, his voice calm and unwavering. "Black Shark." Black Shark's laughter abruptly stopped, as if he had finally come to his senses. But Lin Fan simply said calmly, "I'll give you 1 minute to turn the ship around and get out of the Black Iron Sea. After 1 minute, you can go into the sea and feed the fish." There was a full 3 seconds of silence on the communication channel. Black Shark seemed stunned by those words. A blind man, pray, dared to threaten him in return? The next moment, he burst into maniacal laughter, roaring that Lin Fan was still being stubborn even when he was about to die. His single eye was bloodshot, and he immediately ordered everyone to accelerate. The entire fleet charged into the fog at maximum speed, intending to crush Lin Fan and that wrecked ship together. From God's eye view, the 5 red dots suddenly accelerated, resolutely plunging into the seemingly invincible fog. In the command room, Lin Fan coldly watched them approach, casually shutting down public communications. He then connected to the Z-20's internal channel. "Sky Eye-01, lock onto that Class B flagship via data link." "Yes, Commander." Lin Fan's gaze fell on the red dot, and he calmly reported the distance. 80 kilometers, 70 kilometers, 60 kilometers. As the red dot approached 30 kilometers, he finally spoke. "Flying Dragon 01, take off." Chapter 24. How can he still see me? In the command center on the island, Lin Fan stared coldly at the 5 red dots on the screen that were accelerating forward. He turned off public communications and switched to the internal channel of the Z-20 helicopter, his tone completely unchanged. "Sky Eye-01, data link lock onto that Class B flagship." The mission officer of the KJ-600 immediately responded. "Yes, Commander, Sky Eye has locked on." Lin Fan's gaze remained fixed on the 5 red dots. They were only 30 kilometers away from the aircraft carrier, rapidly closing in under the cover of the thick fog. He commanded in a deep voice. "Flying Dragon 01, take off." The next second, the rotors of the Z-20 roared deafeningly. Under the watchful eyes of the deck controller and ground crew, the White Falcon, carrying 4 YJ-9 missiles, suddenly took off. It did not rush into the dense fog, but only climbed to a height of 500 meters, then turned sideways and hovered steadily in front of the 003 aircraft carrier. Throughout, it maintained a distance of 30 kilometers from the fog. Inside the cockpit of the Z-20, both Phylong 01 and Phylong 02 had extremely tense expressions. Phylong 01 stared at the radar screen, his voice low. "The fire control radar is blank. That damn fog is blocking all signals. We can't see anything." To them, the helicopter at that moment was like a hunter who had lost his sight. Just then, the calm voice of the KJ-600 chief mission officer switched to the channel. "Flying Dragon 01, don't panic. You don't need to see it. All you need to do is open fire. T2 level collaborative combat capability has been activated, and the fire control data from the Sky Eye has been transferred. The weapon interface of the Flying Dragon 02 flashed suddenly. On the previously blank radar screen, 5 glaring fire control lockboxes appeared out of nowhere. That wasn't a target captured by the helicopter's own radar, but rather a precise death coordinate drawn by a sky-based surveillance system at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Filong 02 was stunned. His radar was still out of order, but he could see the enemy through his Sky Eye. Filong 01 shouted in a low voice. Don't just stand there, fire! Filong 02 suppressed the shock and pressed the launch button heavily with his finger. YJ9, for missiles, fire simultaneously! Whoosh! 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 The Z-20's fuselage shook violently as 4 YJ-9 anti-ship missiles ignited instantly, leaving blinding trails of flame as they detached from their pylons. Instead of soaring into the sky, they suddenly plunged down, skimming the surface of the sea and crashing into the thousands of layers of fog at high subsonic speeds. Filong 01 immediately reported. Commander, the missile has been launched. Lin Fan's expression remained cold, and he simply uttered 2 words. Very good. He then gave the following order. Z-20 return to base, Tianyan 01 to take over missile guidance. A response came from the channel at the same time. The Z-20, having emptied its ammunition, resembled a missile truck that had completed its delivery, nimbly turning its nose back to prepare for the next resupply before taking off again. It never actually got within 30 kilometers of the enemy. Meanwhile, deep within the mysterious fog, on the bridge of the Seven Seas Alliance flagship, Abyss Greed, a scene of revelry unfolded. Black Shark, holding a glass of scarlet wine, was immersed in the thrill of his impending revenge. He laughed and mocked Lin Fan, finding it utterly ridiculous that the F-rank scum dared to imitate him by saying, "Feeding fish in 1 minute." The pirates on the bridge also burst into loud laughter. Someone excitedly reported that they had been inside the fog for 5 minutes, and the so-called S-level magic array was indeed blind, showing no reaction whatsoever. In their eyes, Lin Fan's aircraft carrier was nothing more than a metal turtle. As long as they got close and bombarded it at point-blank range with their B-level main guns, they could completely destroy it. Black Shark swirled his wine glass, a cruel glint in his single eye. He could almost see the F-class scum hiding in the bridge on the other side of the fog, trembling with fear. "Speed up," Black Shark ordered with a sneer. "I can't wait to see his face." But before he could finish speaking, a distorted scream suddenly ripped through the laughter in the bridge. "Captain?" That was the lookout's voice, filled with undisguised terror. Black Shark turned around impatiently, about to curse, but saw the lookout gripping the ship's railing tightly, frozen as if petrified. "Flying objects!" The lookout's voice trembled as he shouted. "Captain, starboard! There's something on the surface!" Black Shark's pupils contracted sharply, and the wine glass in his hand shattered with a crash. He grabbed the binoculars and rushed to the porthole, pressing his one eye against it. Then he saw it. Within the myriad layers of illusion he was so proud of, enough to conceal A-level enemy detection, above the surging waves, for black, menacing iron lumps he had never seen before were speeding towards him, skimming the surface of the sea. They trailed 4 blinding white plumes of steam as they hurtled toward his flagship, the Abyss Greedy, at incredible speed. With a deafening boom, Black Shark's brain felt as if it had been struck head-on by a Class B ether cannon. Is he blind? Can he see himself? How could he possibly penetrate the dense fog and lock onto the Abyss Greedy? Impossible. Black Shark began to tremble. At that moment, he recalled the incomprehensible fear he felt when his domain was burned through by the aether radar in the D-class arena. He stared at the approaching missile, his voice changing. "Devil! He's the devil!" The next second, the Black Shark unleashed the most deafening roar of its life. "Evade! The entire fleet, evade! Intercept! Use the ether shield, use the arcane core, stop them!" He lunged at the ether shield generator in the bridge like a madman, reaching out to activate the defensive array. But it was already too late. Just a second before his trembling hand was about to touch the activation array, the 4 YJ-9 missiles that had traveled 30 kilometers had already arrived. Chapter 25 is simply undefendable. It's too late. Just a second before Black Shark's trembling hand was about to touch the ether shield activation array, 4 YJ-9 missiles, traveling over 30 kilometers beyond visual range, arrived on the battlefield. The first missile struck the bow of the Abyss Greedy, with pinpoint accuracy. Amidst the deafening roar, Black Shark's Class B ether shield automatically activated, its deep purple energy shield blazing brightly, meeting the wrath of physics head-on. The shield twisted and vibrated violently, and the semi-armor-piercing warhead and magic shield erupted in blinding flashes of fire. A Class B missile is still a Class B missile. In its final moments before shattering, it exhausted all the kinetic energy of the first missile. The first mate screamed in delight, thinking they had stopped them. Black Shark had just managed a grimace of relief, as if to mock the so-called S-class attack as nothing more than that. But the next second, a second YJ-9 missile followed closely, accurately hitting the weak point in the shield that the first missile had torn open. This time, there were no B-grade shields to stop it. The hard, semi-armor-piercing warhead sliced through butter like a hot knife through butter, tearing through the thick magic armor of the Abyss Greedy, and penetrating deep into the ship's hull. Black Shark's smile froze on his face. He looked down blankly and saw a dark, menacing missile tail fin stuck in the floor in the center of the bridge, trembling slightly. It had pierced through the bow and crashed all the way to the bridge. In the brief silence, nothing happened. The moment the thought of a dud crossed Black Shark's mind, the delayed fuse activated inside the flagship. The explosion did not originate from the outside, but from the heart of this B-class flagship. The Abyss Greedy was like an overinflated balloon, first collapsing violently inward, then exploding with destructive force from within. Armor fragments mixed with pirate limbs were hurled hundreds of meters into the air. The Seven Seas Alliance's elite warship, the Class B flagship, Abyss Greed, was disintegrated on the spot. The impact of the flagship's explosion completely shattered Black Shark's mystery, and also shattered the courage of the remaining 4 Class C pirate ships. They finally saw clearly that, beyond the fog, the massive F-class scrap metal target ship was silently parked 30 kilometers away. Above it, there was a flying puppet they couldn't comprehend, like a cold, icy eye, hovering 10,000 meters in the air, looking down upon everyone. Someone cried out in terror. "Those are the eyes of the sky! They were exposed from the very beginning. The so-called ambush was a complete joke." The 4 Class C warships completely collapsed, and like terrified rats, they immediately turned around and fled frantically in 4 different directions. However, in the command room, Lin Fan's gaze remained icy. He didn't even glance at the 2 Class C warships that had already been locked onto by the YJ-9 missile. He simply calmly picked up the transmitter. He ordered Hirias 01 to return to base. Inside the cockpit, Hirias 01 and 02 were excitedly watching the Class B firework, and were somewhat surprised to hear the order, because there were still targets left on the battlefield. Lin Fan gave only one sentence: return to base, load ammunition, and execute the second round of sit-ups. The Z-20 missile truck immediately turned around. At the same moment it returned to base, the 3rd and 4th YJ-9 missiles, launched 30 seconds earlier, also arrived at their targets. 2 explosions rang out almost simultaneously. The 2 Class C warships couldn't even manage a decent evasive maneuver. Their Class C shields were as thin as paper in front of the anti-ship missiles, one penetrating and the other exploding. 2 more brilliant bursts of light erupted on the sea surface. 15 minutes later, the Z-20 took off again. Tianyan 01 locked onto the last 2 fleeing rats. Filong 02 received the fire control, and Lin Fan ordered the launch. 2 more YJ-9 missiles, another beyond visual range spotting from 30 kilometers away. Accompanied by 2 roars, the last 2 fireworks bloomed on the sea. The Black Iron Sea fell silent once more. The Seven Seas Merchant Alliance's flagship, Class B, and 4 main battleships, Class C, were all destroyed. And from beginning to end, they didn't even encounter Lin Fan's God's vision. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the Tianyan-01 satellite reported that sector G008 had been cleared. But as soon as it finished speaking, it paused and said that it had detected a lifeboat signal near the wreckage of the Abyss Greedy. Lin Fan's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately ordered Flying Dragon 01 to go and scout ahead. Like a circling vulture, the Black Z-20 sped towards the still-burning wreckage. Soon, Flying Dragon 01 locked onto its target. It was a small lifeboat, with 7 or 8 pirates paddling frantically. The leader was none other than One-Eyed Black Shark. He didn't die. The roar of the rotors pressed down from above. Black Shark and his cronies looked up in despair and saw the black flying golem hovering in the air, its multi-barreled Vulcan cannons under the nose slowly rotating, already aimed at them. A shadow of death loomed over everyone. Black Shark trembled. He was finally afraid. He'd rather fight a B-class sea monster than confront the demon behind the F-class target ship. Inside the Z-20 cockpit, Filong 01's face showed disgust, but he still pressed the communicator. He reported to Lin Fan that the other side was Black Shark, who had surrendered and had no weapons on board. According to Earth's international law, perhaps assistance should be offered to enemy sailors who have lost their fighting ability and surrendered. Flying Dragon 01 is awaiting a humanitarian order. But inside the command center, Lin Fan simply smiled. He asked Filong 01 which international law he was referring to. Filong 01 hesitated before replying. The Geneva Conventions. Lin Fan interrupted him directly, telling him that Earth's laws did not apply here. Then Lin Fan calmly asked if Black Shark would offer them help if he were truly blinded by the dense fog. Filong 01 remained silent. Lin Fan's voice continued to echo in the cockpit. Black Shark wasn't a soldier, he was a pirate. And Lin Fan wasn't a saint. He had already given Black Shark a chance. His gaze fell on the small lifeboat, and he coldly ordered, "Move it, kill them all!" Flying Dragon 01 trembled. He was a system soldier with 100% loyalty, and a modern person who had received civilized education. But at this moment, he understood that the commander was right. This was a life-or-death alien world. The lingering hesitation of the civilized world was utterly crushed by the soldier's iron will. Flying Dragon 01's eyes were filled with only icy killing intent as he replied in a deep voice. Received. On the lifeboat, Black Shark saw that the iron bird was merely hovering, and a glimmer of hope flickered in his heart. He raised his hands high, shouted that he was surrendering, and even invoked the kingdom's laws, trying to buy his life. The next second, a sharp sound, like a chainsaw tearing through the air, rang out. The chain cannon under the Z-20's nose spewed flames, and a metal storm instantly engulfed Black Shark's last glimpse of the world. The lifeboat, along with all the pirates on board, was blasted into a cloud of blood mist by the 30mm caliber holy sword of physics. The sea returned to calm. The Type 003 Fujian warships slowly entered the area littered with wreckage and spoils of war. Lin Fan ordered the Panga ship to deploy a T-1 class salvage team. On the deck, the ground crew, who had just completed combat reloading, immediately changed into salvage suits and began recovering the supplies floating on the sea. Soon, Pangu reported back. During the loot recovery, 112 Class C sea monster cores and 1 Class B sea monster core were detected from the storage room of the Abyss Greedy ship. Then, a piece of ore shimmering with a ghostly blue light popped up on the Pangu interface. That's a secret ore, a strategic resource containing a high concentration of etheric energy. According to the system's conversion, 1 kilogram of this secret ore can be directly exchanged for 500 energy points. Lin Fan's breath itched slightly. 500 points. He watched as ground crew dragged crates full of secret ore from the wreckage of a Class C warship, and only one thought remained in his mind. It's been sent. He was well aware, of course, that most of the resources, such as the main core of the B-class flagship and many more secret ores, had been burned in the battle or sunk thousands of meters deep into the sea. Even so, this battle still brought him great gains. Looking at his remaining 565 energy points, Lin Fan could finally begin the real T2 level expansion. Chapter 26 J15 Unlocked. The Type 003 Fujian warship, like a silent steel behemoth, slowly sailed through the inky waves of the Black Iron Sea. The battlefield that had just swallowed the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance fleet was now left behind. In the command center on the island, the atmosphere was tense. Lin Fan stood by the porthole, coldly gazing at the darkness at the horizon. Behind him, the newly unlocked bridge command and air traffic control teams had already taken over their positions. The deep blue Shenzhou military work uniforms, headsets, navigation screens, and radar interfaces, everything was operating quietly and efficiently. Only brief commands came through the channel: navigation system takeover, CIC data link integration, air traffic control interconnection complete. A major stood at attention 3 meters behind Lin Fan and reported that the entire command system of the 003 Fujian aircraft carrier had been activated and that it had taken over navigation. Lin Fan did not turn around, only giving a faint response. From that moment on, this 80,000-ton aircraft carrier truly had a soul, and he was no longer alone. The commander then reported that the Feilong 01 and Tianyan 01 crews were on standby in the hangar lounge. Lin Fan ordered them to take mandatory rest, rotating in 12-hour shifts, while the deck support team was instructed to conduct a comprehensive overhaul of the Z-20 and KJ-600. The commander acknowledged the orders and withdrew, leaving only the low hum of the instruments on the bridge once again. Lin Fan sat in the captain's seat, a barely perceptible trace of fatigue finally appearing on his tense face. He summoned Pangu and requested settlement. The AI Pangu immediately responded, Event 2. Black Iron Hunt is complete. The objective was to annihilate the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance's revenge fleet. Completion rating, S+. 0 casualties, complete annihilation of a B-level standard fleet. The results are clear: 1 Class B flagship, the Abyss Greedy, and 4 Class C capital ships were sunk independently, and a beyond visual range strike system combining early warning aircraft and coordinated combat was established for the first time. The spoils were tallied: 112 Class CC monster cores, 1 Class B core, and a crate of the secret, or aetherite. Lin Fan didn't hesitate, and exchanged them directly. He got 1,120 energy points from the C-grade core, 200 from the B-grade core, and 500 from the secret ore. Adding the original 565 points, his total energy reached 2,385. Looking at this number, a fiery glint flashed in his cold eyes. Lin Fan wasn't blinded by his sudden wealth. He knew very well that this amount of energy was barely enough to fill a gap in the teeth of an 80,000-ton supercarrier. His victory over Black Shark wasn't due to overwhelming combat power, but rather to information asymmetry, because the opponent simply didn't understand what coordinated combat meant. If the next enemy isn't a fool like Black Shark, but rather the Iron Blood Empire's regular fleet, or the A-class Ghost submarines and A-class Sky Fortresses controlled by the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance headquarters, or even the Abyss cult whose corruption signals were detected even by Pangu, how can he possibly win? Relying on just 1 Z-20 and 1 KJ-600 is far from enough. Lin Fan's gaze returned to the pale blue technology interface. 2,385 energy points were still pitiful in his eyes. He coldly ordered the opening of the T2 level technology tree, carrier air wing, and the unlocking of the J-15T. Pangu immediately displayed T2 level carrier-based fighter J-15T, heavy, capable of high subsonic cruise, and able to carry YJ series anti-ship missiles. Unlocking consumes 500 points. Lin Fan confirmed. Energy deducted by 500, leaving 1885 points. The next second, the T2 level unit J-15T was officially unlocked, along with 4 J-15T fighter jets and pilot crews, which were transported to the hangar. Inside the hangar, Feilong 01 and Feilong 02 had just picked up their hot coffees and were quietly reviewing their coordinated operation with Captain Tianyan 01. Meanwhile, the deck controller and ground crew were wiping the oil stains off the Z-20. Suddenly, 4 muffled spatial teleportation sounds exploded. A flash of light appeared on the 4 largest heavy-duty parking bays. 4 heavy fighter jets, entirely in a deep gray, with menacing designs and folded wings, materialized out of thin air. Phylong 01's coffee cup shattered on the spot, but this time not from shock, but from excitement that rendered him speechless. He recognized them as J-15TS, the Rio flying sharks. The deck controller whirled around, his weathered face etched with fervor. The ground crew erupted in jubilation, rushing towards the 4 flying sharks like the most devout believers, their hands trembling as they stroked the cold, powerful fuselages. The twin engines, the heavily reinforced landing gear, the catapult-equipped structure, and the pylons large enough to carry YJ missiles, everything about them drove them to near madness. The Z-20 and KJ-600 crews looked on with awe at the 4 newly arrived pilots. They wore anti-G suits, their expressions stern, their eyes sharp as knives. These were the pilots of the Flying Sharks, the true swords of the carrier battle group. The 4 men lined up and saluted towards the island superstructure. Flying Shark 01 Squadron was officially reporting for duty. In the command center on the island superstructure, Lin Fan calmly glanced at the hangar monitor. 4 J-15TS, 1 Z-20, and 1 KJ-600, this was the rudimentary form of his air wing. But it wasn't enough. The Z-20 had proven its value in the sit-up tactic, capable of acting as a missile truck and also flexibly finishing off weakened targets. Using the J-15T to clear out Class C and Class D enemy aircraft was overkill. The Z-20 was the most suitable cleaner. Lin Fan then summoned Pangu again to purchase 4 Z-20s. The price was 300 points each, for a total of 1,200 points. After confirmation, 685 energy points remained, and the 4 Z-20s, along with their crews, were transported to the hangar. The ground crew in the hangar hadn't yet recovered from the shock of the Flying Shark when 4 transmission roars sounded again. Light flashed on the Z-20 parking tarmac, and 4 brand new Z-20s appeared out of thin air. Looking at the 8 new colleagues suddenly appearing beside him, Phylong 01 realized that he had instantly transformed from an ace pilot into the squadron leader of Phylong 01. The deck controller, looking at the nearly full hangar, was so excited his voice trembled with emotion. He grabbed his communicator and reported to Lin Fan that the hangar was almost full, and the Type 003 aircraft carrier was practically bursting at the seams. The Flying Dragon 01 Squadron had 5 Z-20s. The Flying Shark 01 Squadron had 4 J-15TS, plus the Sky Eye 01 Squadron had 1 KJ-600, which was almost equivalent to a full-strength light carrier air wing. Lin Fan ignored his happy wails and looked at the remaining 685 energy points. He knew that this ship was still missing the most important thing. The T-1 deck support team was just ground crew, responsible for refueling, loading ammunition, and scheduling, while the actual bridge of the 80,000-ton aircraft carrier, the CIC Combat Command Center deep inside the hull, and the Air Traffic Control Tower were still the biggest shortcomings. He ordered the T-2 class bridge command system to be unlocked. This system comprises an 8-person bridge command team, a 12-person operations command center team, and a 6-person air traffic control team, consuming 300 energy points. After confirmation, the remaining energy decreased to 385 points, and the T-2 class bridge command system was officially activated, with all personnel in position. Lin Fan abruptly stood up from the captain's seat. He heard faint human sounds coming from the previously deathly silent, vast command area behind him. The radar screen lit up, the major put on his headset, the CIC signal was connected, and the bridge navigator, air traffic controller, and meteorologist took their positions one after another. The major turned and stood at attention, watching Lin Fan's lone figure. He reported that the command system of the 003 Fujian warship was fully activated, air superiority over the Black Iron Sea had been seized, and the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance fleet had been completely annihilated. He requested the commander to issue the next operational instructions. Lin Fan slowly turned around. He was no longer alone. Before him stood the T-2 level command group, and at his feet, the T-2 level air wing. He coldly swept his gaze over these elite soldiers he had personally created, then glanced at the remaining 385 energy points. He knew that this aircraft carrier was far from reaching its limit. Rest? No. The war has only just begun. Chapter 27 Public Enemy of the World. The Combat Command Center of the 003 Fujian aircraft carrier is brightly lit. Located below the island's superstructure and protected by layers of armor, this area is the true heart of the entire carrier. Lin Fan stood in front of the main tactical screen, with the newly taken over combat command and air traffic control teams already in place behind him. Everyone was dressed in dark blue Shenzhou military work uniforms, wearing headsets, and skillfully processing the massive amounts of data transmitted from the sky eye and the ship's radar. There was no panic, no unnecessary conversation, only calm and efficient commands being relayed continuously through the encrypted channel. Navigation takeover, data connection established, air traffic control coordination completed. Only at this moment did this 80,000-ton steel behemoth truly come alive. A major, the operations commander, walked to a spot 3 meters behind Lin Fan, stood at attention, and reported. Commander, the entire command system of the 003 Fujian ship has been activated, and the navigation is stable. The Sky is patrolling at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and the Flying Shark Squadron and Flying Dragon Squadron are both on standby in the hangar. Lin Fan didn't turn around, only calmly responding. He stared at the God's vision. With a radius of 500 kilometers on the main screen, where only a few scattered gray dots representing sea-level sea monsters were visible on the sea surface. The black iron sea seemed to have been completely breached by him. Just then, the AI Pangu's alarm suddenly sounded in his consciousness. It detected a high-frequency alien energy signal in the wreckage samples of the Abyss greedy ship, which was of the same origin as the salvaged secret ore, but with completely opposite properties. Lin Fan's pupils contracted. The Major also received a simultaneous alert, his expression instantly turning grave. Commander, the ship's laboratory reports that highly corrosive energy residue has been detected in the wreckage of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance. Lin Fan stared at the analysis interface and commanded Pangu to continue analyzing. Pangu quickly concluded that the energy did not belong to the etheric energy system, but was more like a biological and highly corrosive pheromone, which was even trying to infect the salvaged robotic arm. Infection? Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. Pangu continued cross-referencing the database, eventually matching a codename in the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance's top-secret nautical logbook, Abyss. Associated Organization, the Abyss Cult. Upon seeing those 4 words, the Major gasped, his voice becoming hoarse. Commander, it's them! Lin Fan turned to look at him, and the Major immediately pulled up the background database within the Shenzhou Military Industries System, where a red file marked as the highest threat popped up. The Abyss Cult, an extreme sea monster worship organization. Lin Fan looked at the file, his face completely darkening. He knew the weight of those 4 words. This cult did not belong to the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, the Iron-Blooded Empire, or the Azure Kingdom, and no country dared to ally with them. More accurately, they are the world's undisputed global enemy. They are not after land or wealth, but only the so-called purification, which they call the descent of the abyss. The cult worships sea monsters from the deep-sea rifts, regarding them as messengers of God or even God himself. They believe that human civilization is merely a thief who steals from the ocean, and their ultimate goal is to destroy all cities and return the world to the embrace of the abyss. After Lin Fan briefly explained this information, the entire CIC fell silent, a chill spreading through everyone's hearts. The Major asked in a low voice, "What do they rely on to fight?" Lin Fan replied that they possessed a bizarre technology called abyssal corruption, which forcibly fused the flesh and blood of living sea monsters with the steel of magic-powered warships, creating monsters that were neither living beings nor warships. A blurry black and white photograph appeared on the screen. In the storm, a warship was faintly visible, but its sides were not armored, instead, they were writhing. Countless twisted tentacles and eyeballs covered the hull, causing a young controller to turn pale on the spot. But Lin Fan knew very well that the corrupted warships weren't the most terrifying thing. The real danger lay in their accompanying weapons, corruption spores, and mental whispers. The spores could disrupt or even paralyze magical devices over a wide area, rendering ether cannons and arcane cores instantly ineffective. The whispered thoughts are even more terrifying, as they directly erode the ship's spirit master's mental space. At best, it drives them insane. At worst, they are completely assimilated, becoming followers of the Abyss cult. The command center was deathly silent, even breathing sounded suppressed. The Major quickly grasped the key point, his voice trembling. Those hyenas from the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance are trading with the cult. That box of secret ore was a deposit Black Shark paid to the cult, and the cult gave him a myriad of layers of mist to use against us. As he finished speaking, he slammed his fist on the control panel, cursing them for letting the wolf into the house. Lin Fan's eyes were as cold as ice, yet he still judged that the upper echelons of the business alliance were not necessarily that stupid. It was more likely Black Shark's personal act. But if Black Shark was acting on orders from above, then the problem was terrifying. The Abyss cult is 100 times more dangerous than the Iron-Blooded Empire and the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance. It's a mad organization that possesses mastery of mental pollution and biotechnology. If they have already infiltrated one of the three giants, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just then, Panga's voice rang out again, this time even more solemn than before. Based on the characteristics of the cult's spiritual whispers, it reanalyzed and concluded that Lin Fan's insulated body could not use etheric energy, but this also meant that he would be completely immune to the cult's spiritual erosion. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. Pangu continued to remind him that he was the natural enemy of the corrupt system, but once the cult learned of his existence, they would spare no effort to capture and study him. His fists slowly clenched. He had been the hunter, but now he was the prey. A moment later, a cold laugh escaped his throat, and everyone in the command center turned to look at him. Lin Fan turned around, his eyes filled with killing intent, not fear. Prey? In this world, only I, Lin Fan, am the hunter. If you want to catch me, then let's see if their corrupted warships are tougher, or if my Eagle Strike missiles are tougher. He pointed sharply at the air traffic controller and gave the order. Tianyan-01, take off immediately! The alarm sounded again on the deck, and the KJ-600, which had just been inspected, was towed onto the number 3 catapult. With a roar, Sky-Eye once again pierced the dark clouds over the Black Iron Sea. Soon, the 500-kilometer God's vision on the main screen lit up again, and the captain's calm voice echoed throughout the CIC, reporting that they had reached a cruising altitude of 10,000 meters and requesting search instructions. Lin Fan walked to the main screen, pointed his finger at the coordinates of the sunken Abyss greedy ship, and coldly commanded, Sky-Eye-01, full power scan, find the source of that corrupt signal for me. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the massive radar dome of the Sky-Eye began to rotate, unleashing a torrent of data that swept across a 500-kilometer radius of the sea. Everyone inside the CIC held their breath, for they were hunting a demon. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed. Suddenly, the voice of the Sky-Eye-01 captain abruptly changed. Commander, strong signal detected. Location, K077, distance, 420 kilometers. Lin Fan's gaze instantly locked onto the edge of the screen, where a glaring red dot suddenly lit up. The Major immediately roared. Zoom in. What's that? The Order's mothership? However, the answer given by Tianyan-01 was perplexing. It's not a ship, the signal source is fixed. Commander, it's an island. The optical sensor zoomed in desperately, and 400 kilometers away, a blurry black shadow appeared on the screen. It was indeed an island, a ghost island that didn't exist on any nautical chart in the Black Iron Sea. The next second, everyone saw countless shimmering, eerie blue lights on the dark island's outline. The captain of Sky-Eye-01's voice was hoarse with shock. Commander, that island seems to be covered in secret crystals. Chapter 28 Virgin Land. That's not a ship. I repeat, that's not the Order's mothership. That's land. An island, a ghost island that shouldn't have appeared in the Black Iron Sea, and had never been marked on any nautical chart. The atmosphere in the command center changed instantly. Just now, when facing the Abyss Order, everyone's eyes were filled with vigilance and killing intent, but now, that emotion was replaced by a more primal impulse. It was desire, and also greed. For all seafarers, the sudden appearance of land in uncharted waters meant resources, territory, and the opportunity for whoever reached out first to possess everything. The Major's voice was somewhat dry. Commander, according to the rules tacitly agreed upon by the three major powers of the Azure world. Lin Fan picked up where he left off, his voice as cold as iron. In the unexplored waters of the Azure world, there are only two truths. First come, first served. Second, might makes right. He slowly clenched his fist, his gaze sweeping across the entire command center. This is the Black Iron Sea, a lawless zone beyond the reach of the kingdom's laws and order. We've discovered it, so from this moment on, it's ours. Everyone responded in unison. Lin Fan immediately ordered. Fujian Ship 003, heading K077, full speed ahead. Filong 01 Squadron, Z-20 helicopters take off immediately to conduct low-altitude armed reconnaissance. 2 hours later, the massive steel hull of the Type 003 Fujian aircraft carrier gradually approached the K077C area. Navigation authorities quickly reported that the water depth ahead was rapidly decreasing, preventing the carrier from approaching further. Lin Fan did not hesitate. Permission granted to anchor. Flying Dragon 01, shall we proceed to the target area? The communication channel crackled with barely suppressed excitement from Flying Dragon 01. Reporting, Commander. Flying Dragon 01 has arrived over Crystal Island. My God, you'd better see for yourself. On the main screen, the Z-20 photoelectric probe transmitted high-definition images, and everyone in the command center fell silent. That's not an island in the ordinary sense. It's not large, less than 2 square kilometers in size, and it doesn't look like land that grows naturally from the sea. It's more like a giant crystal cluster that pierces the surface of the sea from the depths. The entire island is essentially a mountain, a mine composed of black volcanic rock and numerous exposed mystic crystals. The eerie blue light emanates from the mystic crystal, each piece taller than a person. Lin Fan's tone remained calm, but his mind was in turmoil. Flying Dragon 01, land and collect samples. This is an undefended energy vault. Whoever controls it possesses an inexhaustible source of energy. The Z-20 slowly descended, and 2 fully armed deck crew members jumped out of the cabin under cover and stepped onto the ghostly Crystal Island. Soon, Flying Dragon 01's voice rang out again, but this time with a hint of confusion. Commander, it's too quiet here. Lin Fan asked. Quiet? Yes. The life detectors are not responding at all. There are no seabirds, no vegetation, no moss, and even the sound of waves crashing against the rock seems to have been sucked away. Flying Dragon 01 paused for a moment before continuing. This is a dead island. It's all rocks and crystals. Even seabirds probably wouldn't want to nest here. Lin Fan stared at the main screen, then looked at the tactical map, quickly assessing the island's value. A conclusion soon emerged. First, its value is astonishing. For him, it's a natural gas station. With it, he'll never have to worry about energy points again. Secondly, its flaws are equally fatal. The surrounding waters are too shallow, preventing the Type 003 aircraft carrier from docking, and the future Type 055 destroyer will also be unable to moor. The island is too small, and almost entirely mountainous, making it impossible to build an airport or a large dry dock. It cannot serve as a naval base. Lin Fan's heart sank. What he truly needed was a home where he could establish a foothold in the Black Iron Sea, but this island was not. It was merely a gold mine that anyone who discovered it might rush ashore and dig up. His eyes turned completely cold. He would not allow anyone to set foot here. The Major had clearly considered this as well, his expression turning grave. Commander, this island is easy to attack but difficult to defend. We have no marines and no fortifications. What if the Abyss Cult, or the Iron Blood Empire, also discovers this place? He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood the consequences. They could only watch as someone else took the island away. No. Lin Fan's voice was low and resolute. We won't. I won't allow it. He turned to look at the pale blue Pangu interface. The remaining 385 points of energy on it stung his eyes. He needs fortifications, he needs an outpost to hold Crystal Isle. Pangu, select T1 level land-based defense kits. The interface responded quickly. Tier 1 land-based outpost suite includes 1 prefabricated command post, 2 machine gun bunkers, 1 Tier 0 automatic close-in weapon system turret, and 1 short-range target acquisition radar. Unlock cost, 700 energy points. Lin Fan's brows furrowed instantly. He was still more than 300 points short of 700. In other words, he still couldn't afford to buy it, and still couldn't defend the island. His fists slowly clenched. He had to generate another 300 energy points in the shortest amount of time possible. Lin Fan abruptly looked up at the operations commander. Order, Flying Dragon 01 Squadron and Sky Eye 01 Crew, all personnel to level 1 combat readiness. Before he could finish speaking, an alarm 10 times sharper than before suddenly ripped through the entire operations command center. This is not a hint from Pangu. It is the Heavenly Eye. 10,000 meters in the air, the captain of Tianyan 01's almost screaming voice boomed through the encrypted channel. Tianyan 01 emergency alert! Commander, at the edge of God's vision, K100 sector, a large-scale fleet signal has been detected. Lin Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. On the main tactical screen, at the edge of the 500-kilometer God's vision, a large area of densely packed red dots was advancing at a high speed of 25 knots. Like a group of sharks that have smelled blood, they rushed towards Lin Fan and the Crystal Island. Chapter 29 From Expansion to Demise. Commander! K100 sector detected a large-scale fleet signal, exceeding 20 ships. On the main tactical screen, countless red dots were rapidly approaching Crystal Island at a speed of 25 knots. The combat commander, a major, frowned and immediately ordered all personnel to enter first-level combat readiness, while simultaneously instructing Sky Eye 01 to continuously lock onto and analyze the signal characteristics. The Sky Eye captain quickly reported that the target was neither a standard fleet of the Iron Blood Empire nor the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, as its energy signature was extremely mixed. The main force consisted of 1 Class C ship and 12 Class D ships. The remaining signals could not be clearly identified. Lin Fan coldly stared at the chaotic red dots. His soul from Earth, combined with his memories of over a decade in this world, allowed him to immediately recognize the group's origins. He spoke calmly. Not a regular army, but raiders, a pack of sea hyenas that specialize in robbing mining sites. The Major quickly searched the database, and the Pangu data popped up. He confirmed that the raiders were a combined fleet cobbled together by independent explorers, exiled nobles, and exiled pirates. Their main force consisted of C-class and D-class ships, spirit warships, while the unidentified escort ships around them were old-fashioned gunboat destroyers salvaged from the Blue Kingdom's naval junkyard. Lin Fan's gaze fell on the small points of light surrounding the ship's spirits, and he uttered a single word in a low voice. Allied ships. The Major immediately added that ship spirit users can forcibly control industrial warships through an ethereal contract, granting them special attack damage against sea monsters. A D-rank ship spirit user can increase the value of their escort ships by 150%, a C rank by 250%, and theoretically, an S rank could even enhance a mortal fleet to a terrifying level. But in Lin Fan's eyes, this fleet was still nothing more than a rabble. He had already sentenced them to death in his mind. At that moment, the air traffic controller looked up sharply and reported that a public channel communication request had been detected, originating from the Marauder Fleet flagship. Lin Fan's lips curled into a cold smile, and he ordered the connection to be established. He wanted to hear what these bunch of scoundrels had to say. Meanwhile, 120 kilometers away from Crystal Isle, on the bridge of the raider flagship, Bloodhand, a burly, one-eyed captain was excitedly licking his chapped lips. His name was Barlow, a C-class ship's spirit user. The lookout shrieked as he reported that a glowing island had been spotted in the reef area ahead, almost entirely composed of mystic crystals. Barlow burst into laughter, convinced he'd struck it rich. But the first mate soon discovered that there was another huge ship next to the island. The ship had no mast, a flat deck, and was as massive as a steel mountain, quietly resting in the deep water. Barlow's heart sank at first, thinking it was a mobile fortress of the Ironblood Empire. It wasn't until the first mate pulled out the intelligence report he had bought from the Royal Ship Spirit Academy that he suddenly remembered the rumors from the awakening ceremony a few days ago that flat deck, unusable ethereal, greatest scrap metal in history, was none other than the F-Class 003. Barlow's fear instantly transformed into an even more insane greed. An F-Class piece of trash had actually stumbled upon a crystal island by sheer luck, and even brought such a large target ship there. In his eyes, this was practically a gift from the gods. He immediately ordered someone to connect the channel, wanting to personally tell that F-Class captain what despair truly meant. Inside the CIC of the 003 Fujian warship, a rude and arrogant voice suddenly erupted. Barlow, claiming to be the commander of the Predator fleet, declared that Crystal Island now belonged to them, and whoever Lin Fan was, he had to get out of the area immediately. Lin Fan didn't respond, only watching the approaching Class C signal on the screen. Unrestrained laughter erupted in the channel. The raiders had already recognized hull number 003 and were mocking it as the Royal Academy's biggest F-Class scrap metal. Barlow laughed even more arrogantly. He gave Lin Fan two choices: either leave immediately with the F-grade scrap metal, leaving the island behind, or they would sink 003 and then take over Crystal Island. He gave Lin Fan only 30 seconds to choose. A deathly silence fell over the CIC. The Major and the other crew members stared at the communicator as if they were looking at a group of dead men. They simply couldn't understand whether these people even knew who they were threatening. This man, whom they called an F-class piece of trash, had just annihilated the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance's B-class fleet with 0 casualties. Lin Fan slowly picked up the microphone, his voice calm and undisturbed. "You're 110 kilometers away from me, and your ether cannon has a maximum range of 15 kilometers. What are you going to use to sink me?" The laughter on the other end of the channel abruptly stopped. Barlow froze, staring sharply at his ethereal radar, only to find it completely blank. He asked the lookout again, who confirmed with a trembling voice that 003 was indeed very far away, far enough to be completely out of range. Barlow's one eye widened suddenly. He couldn't understand how an F-class ship could see them from so far away. But he quickly dismissed it as a bluff, concluding that 003 was just lucky to be stationed far away, and was essentially still a blind piece of scrap metal without any detection array. Lin Fan's icy voice rang out again. "Barlow, I know you, and I can see you. This is your last chance. Turn the ship around and get out. Otherwise, you die." These words shattered Barlow's reason completely. A mere F-class trash, unworthy even to be a wingman, dared to threaten him. He drew his ethereal scimitar, his single eye bloodshot, and ordered the entire fleet to advance at full speed. Today, he would personally tear that target ship to shreds. More than 20 warships left white trails on the sea, like a pack of wild dogs pouncing on their prey at the scent of blood. Little did they know, they were heading straight for hell. In the command center on the island superstructure, Lin Fan shut down communications. He had already given them a chance. He then ordered the operations commander to confirm the enemy formation: 1 Class C flagship, 12 Class D Spirit warships, and 11 industrial escort ships, totaling 24 vessels. 003 remained outside the enemy's firing range. Lin Fan then ordered all 4 J-15T fighters of the Flying Shark Squadron to take off, each carrying 4 YJ-83K anti-ship missiles. The air traffic controller instinctively asked why they didn't use the more powerful YJ-15. Lin Fan merely glanced at him coldly, reminding him that a single YJ-15 costs 150 energy points, while a YJ-83K only costs 50. Dealing with this trash isn't worth wasting more expensive ammunition. The controller instantly understood and immediately executed the order. Tianyin-01 also completed its attack route planning. Lin Fan looked at the red dot still, charging bravely, on the screen and issued only one order. "Flying Shark Squadron, take off. Clear this area of sea." Alarms blared across the deck. 4 streaks of electromagnetic light flashed in succession, and 4 heavy fighter jets, brimming with fury, pierced through the clouds. Guided by the celestial surveillance system, they barely bothered to climb, disappearing into the horizon, skimming the sea surface. On the bridge of the Bloodhand, Barlow was still excitedly calculating the distance. 80 kilometers, 70 kilometers, getting closer and closer. He laughed, convinced that the F-class trash couldn't even run away and was doomed. Suddenly, the lookout let out a piercing scream. He saw something appear on the horizon, not from the sky, but black, metallic lumps hurtling towards the fleet at high speed, skimming the sea surface. 4, 8, 12, and finally a full 16, trailing blinding white steam as they hurtled toward the fleet. Barlow's mind went blank for a moment. He finally realized that it wasn't a flying puppet, but a missile launched by that F-class monster. He trembled and screamed in shock. The other party wasn't blind, it could lock onto him from 100 kilometers away. He frantically ordered the entire fleet to evade, activate their shields, and intercept, but it was all too late. A series of deafening explosions erupted. The sea surface was instantly covered with mines, and one after another, D-class warships and old-fashioned gun destroyers were precisely targeted by the YJ-83K anti-ship missiles, exploding into countless parts before they could even make a decent splash. 30 seconds, just 30 seconds. 16 missiles wiped out 16 warships. The original 20-odd Marauder fleet was reduced to only Barlow's C-class flagship, frozen in place, and a few D-class escort ships that had luckily escaped being targeted. Barlow collapsed to the ground, completely dumbfounded. The first mate, having wet himself, stammered that the 4 steel demon birds had flown away. Barlow, however, grasped at a straw and immediately burst into wild laughter, convinced that they were out of ammunition and that he was still alive. But the next second, the lookout's voice, as sharp as the Grim Reaper's, rang out again. "Captain, they're back!" Barlow's smile froze on his face. He slowly looked up and saw 4 steel demon birds tracing elegant yet deadly arcs in the air as they swooped back down, already beginning their dive. High in the sky, Flying Shark 01 reported to the command center that the enemy's ships had been cleared and the missiles had been used up, requesting further instructions. Lin Fan looked at the flagship, which was still barely clinging to life, and reminded him that 2 90mm rocket launchers were still hanging under its wings. The pilot understood instantly. Lin Fan said calmly, "Missiles are too expensive. We can't abandon the fine traditions of the Chinese. Use rockets to overwhelm them." 4 J-15TS suddenly swooped down, their noses aimed at the Bloodhand and the remaining escort ships. Looking at the honeycomb-like launchers beneath the wings, Barlow finally felt utterly hopeless. The next moment, a barrage of rockets erupted, transforming into a steel torrent even more brutal than missiles. They magnified in Barlow's single eye, then completely engulfed the entire sea area. That wasn't an explosion, it was annihilation. Barlow's Class C flagship, along with himself and the last vestiges of fear, were completely wiped from the sea. The sea returned to calm, with only the acrid smoke slowly dissipating. Flying Shark 01 received orders to return, and the 4 fighter jets turned and flew away. Inside the operations command center, the major and the other crew members were numb. They had watched as Lin Fan used an incomprehensible, dimensional-lowering attack to completely wipe out the Predator fleet that had roamed the Black Iron Sea, along with its 24 warships, in less than 15 minutes. The major reported in a hoarse voice, "Commander, the entire Raider fleet has been annihilated." Chapter 30 Declaring Sovereignty. The sea returned to calm, but the air above the K-077 area was still filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder, and the acrid stench of burning diesel fuel mixed with the smell of blood and flesh lingered for a long time. The Raiders' fleet, which had been rampaging through the Black Iron Sea, ultimately lasted less than 10 minutes. Lin Fan, with his God's Vision and Flying Shark fighter jet, completely wiped this rabble off the nautical chart. Inside the operations command center, the atmosphere was tense yet highly efficient. The operations commander, a major, stared at the sea area on the screen, which had been washed clean by rockets and was almost devoid of even a scum bubble, and swallowed hard. He and the entire command team only seemed to truly wake up at this moment. They were all top-notch professional soldiers from China's military industry, and they originally thought that after boarding the ship, they would assist Lin Fan in operating this high-tech aircraft carrier. But as soon as they boarded the ship, they witnessed a one-sided, devastating defeat. Lin Fan, a man who looked even younger than them, didn't seem to be fighting a war at all. He seemed more like he was cleaning up trash. The Major reported. The raider fleet has been completely annihilated. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged as he coldly stared at the sea area filled with wreckage on the screen. He then gave the order. Deck support team, change into salvage work clothes. Flying Dragon 01 Squadron, Z-20 helicopters, mount salvage pods. Team 1, go to Crystal Island to collect secret crystal samples. Teams 2 and 3, go to K-100 sector to salvage spoils. Upon receiving the order, the ground crew on deck, who had just completed 9 minutes of combat reloading, immediately removed their red and yellow vests and donned silver-gray fully sealed work suits. 5 Z-20 helicopters, like industrious worker bees, roared towards different coordinates. Half an hour later, Flying Dragon 01 landed steadily on the bare black volcanic rock. 2 ground crew members jumped out of the cabin and walked straight to the exposed crystal ore, which was more than a meter tall. The communication quickly relayed back to CIC. Commander, the secret crystal sample has been collected. The energy reading is extremely high, but no corruption signal has been detected. Lin Fan's brow relaxed slightly. This meant that Crystal Island was, at least for now, clean. Just then, another salvage team's communications came through, the voice clearly trembling with excitement. Commander, Salvage Team 2 reports. We've discovered an intact vault inside the wreckage of Bloodhand Ballow's Class C flagship, and it's already been breached. You'd better see it for yourself. Lin Fan switched to the camera's view of the Z-20 pod from Team 2. In the view, a heavy alloy vault had been forcibly opened and was hanging in midair. Inside, there was no gold, no paper money, only a gigantic core the size of a basketball, entirely dark blue, seemingly still breathing. Inside the CIC, a young controller gasped in shock. The operations commander, a major, also held his breath. Commander, it's an etheric core. This isn't the monster core dropped by the sea monster, but the power source of a Class C ship's spirit warship, the crystallization of their etheric energy. Barlow actually protected it so perfectly. Lin Fan's gaze finally burned. He could clearly feel the immense, suffocating energy contained within that core. He called out in a deep voice. Pangu. The AI Pangu's voice also carried a hint of excitement. Commander, a C-grade ether core, 85% purity. This is practically a super energy pack delivered to our doorstep. Lin Fan didn't hesitate. Recycle and exchange immediately. The Z-20 robotic arm steadily grasped the ether core and placed it into the salvage pod. The next second, Pangu's notifications sounded in succession. C-grade ether core recovered, exchange complete, energy points increased by 500. 7 D-grade monster cores exchanged, energy points increased by 105. 15 remaining escort shipwrecks exchanged, energy points increased by 30. This raider extermination operation yielded a total of 635 energy points. Lin Fan looked at his energy balance. Originally, he had 385 points remaining, but with the addition of these spoils, his total energy points had now reached 1020. That's enough. He didn't look at the offensive weapons, but instead opened the light blue technology interface again and went straight to the ground-based defense list. Pangu, unlock the ground-based outpost kit. Pangu immediately responded. The land-based outpost kit includes 1 prefabricated command post, 2 machine gun bunkers, 1 automatic close-in weapon system turret, and 1 short-range target acquisition radar. Unlocking costs 700 energy points. Confirm. 700 energy points deducted, currently 320 points remaining. The land-based outpost kit has been unlocked, and a 5-man Shenzhou engineering squad is ready in the hangar. Inside the hangar, the deck controller was directing ground crew to send the secret crystal samples into the isolation laboratory. With a soft transmission sound, 5 soldiers in engineering uniforms, carrying toolboxes, appeared in the center of the hangar. They are different from the shrewd ground crew and the aloof pilots. They possess a calm and capable demeanor, as if given the materials, they could build a fortress from the ruins. The engineering team leader, a dark-skinned man, saluted Lin Fan through the communicator. Commander, the engineering team reporting for duty. The outpost kit is fully loaded and ready to depart at any time. Lin Fan nodded. Flying Dragon 02, transport engineering team and outpost kit, fly to Crystal Island immediately. The Z-20 roared into the sky once again, like a hardworking aerial truck, carrying 5 engineers and prefabricated building materials like containers, flying towards that small black island. The Major watched the helicopter disappear into the horizon, a hint of relief finally appearing on his face. Commander, the engineering team reports that the outpost setup, debugging, and sensor network integration will all take time, but it is expected to be completed before sunrise tomorrow. Lin Fan calmly ordered. Tianyan-01, maintain alert at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Flying Shark Squadron and Flying Dragon Squadron, be on level 1 combat readiness and take turns resting. The entire ship enters level 3 combat readiness status. Night fell once more over the Black Iron Sea. This time, no foolish predators approached, and the sea was deathly still. The 003 Fujian warship, like a steel behemoth lurking in the darkness, silently guarded the Crystal Island under construction. In the Operations Command Center, Lin Fan didn't sleep a wink all night. He just stood there, waiting for his outpost to be completed, waiting for his eyes to truly cover the island. At 3 a.m., the project team leader sent a message. Commander, the prefabricated command post has been sealed off. At 5 a.m., the second report arrived. The sensor array has been activated and the data has been incorporated into CIC. At 7 o'clock in the morning, just as dawn was breaking, the first rays of sunlight pierced the dark clouds over the Black Iron Sea and fell upon the brand new outpost turret. The engineering team leader's tired but excited voice rang out precisely on time. Automatic close-in weapon system turret calibration complete. Commander, Crystal Isle outpost is fully operational. A piercing alarm suddenly tore through the entire operations command center. That wasn't an alarm from the outpost, but a telescope. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the captain of Tianyan-01 roared hoarsely. Commander! Edge of God's vision, bearing 310, detected! Detected! For the first time, his voice carried fear. Commander, what is that? That's not a red dot. Lin Fan suddenly looked up at the main tactical screen. 500 kilometers away, at the edge of the God's vision, an indescribable purplish-black twisted shadow was writhing, as if it had a life of its own, and was crushing towards him and Crystal Island at a terrifying speed that defied the laws of physics. Panga's voice was icy cold. They've arrived. The Abyss Order. Chapter 31 The World's Public Enemy makes his first appearance. Inside the Operations Command Center, the piercing alarm still echoed. Lin Fan stood in front of the main screen, staring at the rapidly expanding purplish-black shadow. It wasn't a storm, nor ordinary clouds, but something living, approaching from behind the horizon. He immediately ordered Tianyan-01 to maintain distance and increase altitude, and not to approach rashly. The KJ-600, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, then adjusted its attitude and used synthetic aperture radar to perform long-range imaging, locking onto the core area of the shadow. The image, after being analyzed layer by layer, appeared on the large screen, and the entire CIC fell silent instantly. Even these Chinese soldiers, accustomed to seeing steel behemoths, felt an instinctive nausea upon seeing the target's true form. It was a fleet. Or rather, it once resembled a fleet. 12 warships were cutting through the waves on the sea, but they lacked any normal metallic luster. Their hulls were covered by thick, purplish-red fleshy membranes, which were still slowly writhing. Where the turrets should have been installed, enormous, tumor-like blisters had sprung up. The tops of these blisters had gaping, menacing slits, revealing no gun barrels, only a constant stream of thick, yellowish-green mist. Large, vascular-like structures extended from the sides of the ship, plunging deep into the seawater as if drawing nourishment. These were no longer warships, but 12 decaying steel corpses floating on the sea. Lin Fan looked at the twisted monsters, a look of disgust flashing in his eyes. He knew that this was the Abyss Order, the so-called enemy of the world, a product of the forced fusion of magical energy and biological life. Just then, The AI Pangu reported that it had intercepted the enemy flagship's high-frequency signal, and that the signal was unencrypted and being broadcast publicly. Lin Fan instructed it to play the signal directly, but the expected threats and shouts did not come through the channel. Amidst the crackling of electricity, a low, eerie murmur emanated, like countless people whispering in one's ear. The voice repeatedly chanted that the abyss was approaching, and that flesh and blood were the only destination. It was sticky and cold, causing several young staff officers in the CIC to frown involuntarily. 50 kilometers from Crystal Isle, the Abyss Fleet flagship, the Corruptor, was advancing. It might have once been a Class B battleship of some nation, but now it had been utterly reduced to a floating church of flesh and blood. There were no instruments or steering wheels on the bridge, only nerve tendrils hanging from the ceiling and a thick fungal carpet covering the floor. A man in a dark purple robe and wearing a bone mask stood on the central, fleshy platform. He was Saga, a deacon of the Abyss Order. Behind the mask, his eyes lacked the greed of ordinary pirates, possessing only a fanatical and twisted light. He shouldn't have been here. He was merely here to collect his loot. That idiot Black Shark from the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance promised to offer a batch of high-purity secret ore in exchange for the Order's mist technology. The transaction was to take place nearby. But now, Black Shark has vanished, and even the corrupting aura of the greedy ship completely disappeared a few hours ago. Instead, he was met with pure energy fluctuations emanating from the island ahead, so pure they sent shivers down his spine. It was secret crystals, the secret crystals of an entire island. What intrigued Saga even more was the strange, colossal ship beside the island. He peered through the translucent biological keratin membrane of the bridge at the distant Fujian 003. The flat deck, the majestic island superstructure, the cold geometric lines. In his eyes, it was a perfect shell, waiting to be given life by God. Yet, he was equally perplexed. Every ship's spirit warship possesses an etheric core and a magical energy circuit, much like a living being has a heart and blood vessels. But to him, that giant ship was like a lifeless stone, devoid of etheric fluctuations or magical energy circulation, as silent as a tomb. Saga whispered hoarsely, believing that this soulless steel was blasphemous and needed to be given life. He slowly raised a hand covered in purple scales, intending neither to negotiate nor to threaten. Negotiation was never part of the Abyss Order's tactics. Meeting meant assimilation. So he issued a divine decree to release the spores. The massive lumps on the 12 corrupted warships contracted simultaneously, followed by a sickening hissing sound. Countless basin-sized, dark green biocysts shot out from the cracks, not with the whistling of cannonballs, but silently exploding in the air like dandelions. The next second, a vast expanse of yellowish-green mist spread across the sea. It wasn't ordinary smoke, but hundreds of millions of microscopic putrefactive spores, almost invisible to the naked eye. Carried by the sea breeze, they enveloped the Fujian 003 warship like a giant net of plague. On the island superstructure of the 003 Fujian warship, alarms sounded again. The meteorologist quickly reported that an unidentified aerosol was approaching, with winds from the southeast at 12 knots, and its target was the ship itself. On the screen, the yellowish-green mist was moving extremely fast, clearly accelerated by some kind of magical power. The operations commander, a major, quickly found the comparative data in the database and confirmed that they were corruption spores. They possess extremely strong ether-blocking properties and can penetrate the gaps in warships like dust. Once they come into contact with the ether core or magical energy transmission channels, they will immediately take root and sprout. These spores absorb etheric energy and multiply rapidly, clogging magical energy circuits and contaminating the core until the entire warship's propulsion system is completely paralyzed. The Major looked at Lin Fan with a solemn expression and said that this was the most vicious disarming tactic of the Abyss Order. In this world, no warship powered by etheric energy could survive in a spore cloud of this concentration. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged after hearing this. He simply gazed at the approaching yellowish-green mist outside the window and asked the Major if their ship possessed an etheric core. The Major hesitated for a moment, then answered no. Lin Fan then asked if there were any magical energy transmission channels. The Major's voice grew louder, and he replied that there weren't any. Lin Fan continued to press for details about the power source and the radar. The Major immediately answered that the power source consisted of 8 pressurized boilers and 4 steam turbines, and the radar was an active phased array radar that operated using electromagnetic waves. Lin Fan turned around, a faint sneer on his lips. If there's no ether, what are they blocking? If there's no magic energy, what do they eat? The atmosphere in the command center instantly turned strange. Everyone suddenly realized that the 003 Fujian was a purely industrial warship, powered by boiling water with heavy oil. Apart from a few unused secret crystals, it contained almost no magical elements whatsoever. It was as if someone had painstakingly created a virus specifically designed to attack magical energy systems, only to run into steam turbines and electromagnetic equipment instead. Lin Fan immediately ordered all external ventilation openings to be closed, the NBC, nuclear, biological, and chemical protection systems to be activated, and everyone to stay off the deck unless absolutely necessary. He glanced at the fog that was about to engulf the ship and added, "Tell the damage control team to prepare high-pressure water guns and decontamination agents, and clean the ship after the spraying is done." A few minutes later, the overwhelming cloud of yellowish-green spores finally collided with the Type 003 Fujian warship. There was no explosion, no flash of light as shield shattered, and no earth-shattering reaction. The spores, like a sticky, dirty rain, splattered and pattered onto the ship's surface. The optical probe's image blurred rapidly, as if it had been splashed with a bucket of green paint. The deck, the outer wall of the island superstructure, and the radome were all covered in a disgusting green slime. But that was all they could do. Deep within the hull, the heart of the 80,000-ton warship continues to operate steadily. 8 pressurized boilers burn continuously, heavy oil transforming into violent heat energy in the furnace, converting boiler water into high-temperature, high-pressure steam, which then drives the massive turbine blades to rotate at high speed, emitting a deep and powerful roar. No magical energy circuits were blocked, and the etheric core was not contaminated. Even the 4 massive phased array radars, using highly penetrating electromagnetic waves, completely ignored the thin layer of biological grime on the surface. Aside from being a little dirty, the aircraft carrier was completely unharmed. Inside the bridge of the corruptor, Saga stood on the fleshy platform, his eyes fixed on the distant green mist that had engulfed ship 003. A smug look flickered in his eyes behind his mask. He knew all too well the power of those spores. They were a gift from God. In his view, even a tiny bit of it would cause the fragile magical energy circuits to collapse instantly. Those high-ranking ship spirit wielders would be horrified to discover that their prized warships had become immobile iron coffins. Now, the giant ship was completely shrouded in fog. Saga waited for its lights to go out, for its engines to stop roaring, for it to lie paralyzed on the sea like a dying whale. A minute passed, then 2. The massive silhouette in the distant fog appeared and disappeared, either firing nor evading, simply remaining there silently. Saga let out a satisfied sigh, believing this deathly silence to be proof that the spores were effective. He imagined the crew screaming in the darkness, watching the equipment shut down one by one, watching the power slowly drain away. To him, that was the most beautiful kind of despair. He turned to the fanatical cult followers beside him and arrogantly declared that the spores of God had purified the ship's power, and it was now nothing more than a piece of fat meat floating on the sea. Then, Saga waved his scale-covered arm, pointing to the Fujian 003, which he considered completely crippled, and ordered the fleet to advance, preparing for boarding action. They were to board it, sacrifice every single person on board to the abyss, and then transform the ship into a new temple. Like vultures drawn by the scent of carrion, the 12 corrupted warships accelerated their descent, greedily swooping down on the lamb to the slaughter. Saga, standing at the bow, had even begun to conceive of how to draw a massive magic circle on the broad deck to summon the Abyss Lord. Unbeknownst to him, behind the green mist he regarded as a veil of victory, within the seemingly lifeless island superstructure, a pair of cold eyes were watching his performance through grime-covered glass, as if he were looking at a dead man. Below deck, the fully loaded YJ anti-ship missiles lay silently on their launchers, radiating a chilling aura emanating from the laws of physics. Saga was still secretly gloating. He thought he had a dragon by the throat, but little did he know that he had merely blew a speck of dust into the dragon's eye. And that speck of dust would only make the dragon even more enraged the moment it opened its eyes. Chapter 32 Damn Heretics. Inside the command center, the faint smell of disinfectant lingered. After the NBC protection system was activated, the stench of the putrid spores was filtered and circulated, leaving only this cold, pungent residual odor. On the main screen, the purplish-black dot representing the Abyss Order's Vanguard fleet had approached within 20 kilometers of the Type 003 aircraft carrier. In modern naval warfare, this distance is practically face-to-face, and the level of danger is self-evident. The Major stared at the screen, his brow furrowed. The enemy was still approaching. The carrier's propulsion system was undamaged, but spores had obscured most of the optical sensors, and the closed-in weapon system's fire control radar on the ship's surface was also contaminated, reducing the automatic target acquisition efficiency by 30%. If those strange ships were to get within 5 kilometers and engage in boarding maneuvers, or release close-range biological or chemical weapons, it would indeed become a problem for the Type 003 aircraft carrier. Lin Fan stood in front of the control tower, looking into the distance through the porthole. The automatic wipers barely cleared a patch of vision, but the edges of the glass were still covered in green slime. His expression remained indifferent. Trouble? Lin Fan's voice was completely flat. In this world, any problem that can be solved with firepower isn't considered trouble. He turned and swept his gaze over everyone in the CIC, his tone calm yet imposing. He was a reasonable man, but he didn't want to hear any doctrines from a group of madmen who wanted to turn him into fertilizer, nor did he want to know what their god was called. He just wanted them to be quiet. Lin Fan picked up the transmitter and connected to the hangar standby room. Flying Dragon 01 Squadron. The pilot's synchronized response immediately came through the headset. He gave only one order. Take your gear and clean up your own backyard. Inside the hangar, the red alarm lights spun wildly. Even in the completely enclosed environment, the roar of the waves outside could still be faintly heard. Filong 01 fastened his helmet visor, his eyes revealing an excited killing intent. He chuckled and scolded his team members, saying the commander thought it was too noisy outside. He then strode towards the Z-20 helicopter, which was already fully loaded. This time, instead of AKD-10 missiles for attacking ground targets, the helicopter's stub wings were carrying 4 heavy YJ-9 lightweight anti-ship missiles. For those corrupt warships with a displacement of only a few thousand tons, this was a death sentence. The deck elevators hummed and rumbled as they lifted 5 helicopters, each brimming with murderous intent, onto the flight deck. The deck was now covered in yellowish-green spore dust, like mold on stale bread, a disgusting sight that made one wince. Looking at the mess, Filong 01 spat in disgust. Damn, this is filthy. The next second, all 5 Z-20s simultaneously pulled up their collective pitch control sticks, their rotors whipping up a whirlwind that tore the surrounding spore dust into the air. Instead of climbing into the sky, they sped along the sea surface like 5 sharp scalpels, cutting straight at the approaching Abyss Vanguard fleet. 15 kilometers away. For the YJ-9, this distance doesn't even require mid-course guidance. After the fire control radar was activated, the millimeter-wave radar under the nose of the Z-20 penetrated the spore-like fog and locked onto those huge, writhing heat sources on the sea surface. Ordinary warships are cold steel, but these corrupted warships are like living monsters of flesh and blood. The infrared signals they emit are so conspicuous in thermal imaging that they are almost invisible and don't need to be searched for. Filong 01 coldly assigned targets over the communication channel, 2 ships per aircraft, no fighting. The fire control systems of each aircraft quickly locked on. He then ordered, "Send them to the Abyss, launch!" 20 YJ-9 anti-ship missiles detached from their racks almost simultaneously, trailing orange-red flames as they drew 20 straight, deadly trajectories across the gray sea. On the sea, the Abyss Order's Vanguard fleet maintained its offensive formation. A fanatic standing at the bow waved a bone staff, chanting incantations, seemingly guiding the spore cloud to become even denser. In their eyes, the massive steel warship was already a corpse. It lay motionless, covered in spores, utterly incapable of retaliation. This one-sided slaughter was precisely their favorite ritual. But the next second, a piercing shriek tore through the air. Before the fanatics could even look up, they saw a black Grim Reaper, moving at subsonic speeds with terrifying kinetic energy, smash into their faces, shattering all their illusions. The explosions erupted in rapid succession. Although the YJ-9 is a lightweight anti-ship missile, it is anything but gentle. When its semi-armor-piercing warhead struck the gruesome, fleshy membrane armor of the corroded warship, it was like a red-hot knife cutting into butter. There were no magical shields to block it, nor runes to intercept it. Pure kinetic energy, carrying high explosives, penetrated directly into the bodies of these bio-warships, then unleashed destruction from within. The leading corrupted frigate suddenly swelled at the bow before exploding like a crushed tomato. Purple-black blood mixed with steel fragments sprayed hundreds of meters, and the shockwave instantly shattered its fragile keel. This was more than just physical destruction. For these living warships, it was more like their internal organs being torn apart on the spot. The hull emitted not the sound of metal twisting, but the agonizing screams of a dying beast. The ammunition magazine of another warship exploded immediately afterward, and the massive, fleshy turret was blown off its surface, crashing down and smashing the conning tower of a nearby escort ship. In just half a minute, 8 of the 12 Vanguard warships had become burning wrecks. The remaining 4 ships also spun out of control on the sea, their broken tentacles unable to thrash the water, and the gushing fluids turned the surrounding sea a dark purple. Looking at the carnage below, Phylong 01 didn't even bother to fire another shot. This kind of flesh and blood hull, built up from biological mutation, was barely better than paper against modern armor-piercing high-explosive shells. Mission accomplished. Return to base. 5 Z-20s drew arrogant arcs in the air, turned back to the mothership without any attempt to conceal their presence, and flew back with an air of nonchalance. On the flagship Corruptor, Saga stood on a high platform covered in slime, his eyes behind his mask fixed on the distant sea of fire. His hands gripped the railing tightly, his sharp nails digging deep into the muscle-like handrails. How could this be? His voice was filled with disbelief. The ship was clearly covered in spores, the magical circuits should have been blocked, the etheric core should have been extinguished, and it should have been like a dead fish, at the mercy of others. What are those iron birds that fly out? Why are they unaffected by the spores? And what are those exploding alchemical crossbow bolts? A series of questions wildly assaulted Saga's understanding. But he was, after all, a deacon of the Abyss Order, a fanatical believer who had seen many storms. After a brief moment of shock, what welled up in his heart was not fear, but a more twisted rage. A cunning heretic. Saga released his grip, and the wound on the armrest rapidly began to heal. He concluded that the other party had simply hidden some kind of mechanism inside the iron shell, and those attacks were nothing more than the last gasp of a dying beast. In his eyes, this kind of physical resistance, though sharp, was ultimately inferior. Since the other party still wanted to struggle physically, he would completely destroy them mentally. Saga abruptly waved his robe and ordered the fleet to halt. The main fleet, which had been preparing to follow the vanguard in the charge, slowly came to a stop on the sea's surface 40 kilometers away from the 003 aircraft carrier. He didn't want to waste his precious warships testing those strange flying devices anymore. He wanted to end this battle using the method the Order was best at, and the one with the most unsolvable problem. Activate the Soul Network. Saga walked to the pool of blood in the center of the bridge. Thick black liquid churned within, and countless distorted human faces floated on the surface, emitting silent screams. This was an abyssal node formed from the souls of thousands of sacrifices. As long as the target is in a sufficiently dense spore area, this node can ignore distance and directly connect to the target's consciousness. And now, the 003 aircraft carrier is completely enveloped by a yellowish-green spore cloud. This is the best conductor, and also the best bridge. Saga slowly removed his bone mask, revealing a terrifying face covered in purple veins, almost unrecognizable as human. Since the ship was still moving, he would take control of its crew. As long as the captain is controlled, the ship will still belong to him. He spread his arms and slowly sank into the boiling pool of blood. The priests around him who were assisting with the spell began to chant at the same time. Their voices rose and fell, and they did not belong to any human language. They sounded like fingernails scraping a blackboard, or like cold, wet mollusks crawling over eardrums. As the chanting continued, the yellowish-green spores covering the surface of the Type 003 aircraft carrier suddenly changed. They no longer resembled lifeless dust, but began to emit an eerie purplish-red glow. Countless invisible spiritual tendrils spread along the spores, like an invisible net, seeping into the interior of the steel hull, through the deck, through the armor, and through those physical barriers that were meaningless to magical energy. Their target is the command center on the island's superstructure. Whispers from the Abyss, activated. This was no ordinary magical attack, but a mental pollution, a vicious curse powerful enough to drive even the most resolute paladin mad within minutes. Saga's consciousness laughed wildly in the pool of blood. He could almost see the poor captain collapsing to his knees, tears streaming down his face, begging for mercy after hearing the whispers of God. Come, plunge into the embrace of the Abyss. Give me your soul, your worship, and everything you have. Chapter 33 Whispers of the Abyss. Inside the Operations Command Center, the previously calm atmosphere, which had been operating like a sophisticated instrument, suddenly became thick and oppressive. Crimson light shone through the portholes and gaps in the armor, as if directly into everyone's retinas, staining all faces with an eerie crimson hue. A low-frequency hum began to spread through the air. It didn't sound like a real sound, but rather like a signal that bypassed the eardrums and struck directly into the cerebral cortex. The communications lieutenant suddenly hugged his shoulders, his teeth chattering, his eyes unfocused, as if he had seen the most terrifying hallucination. He murmured that it was so cold, begging nothing to come near him. The radar operator next to him ripped off his headset, covered his ears with both hands, blood seeping from between his fingers, but he was oblivious, only curling up in his seat and convulsing violently. It wasn't just them. The entire CIC, and even the entire crew of the aircraft carrier, were simultaneously struck by a mental onslaught. Fear, despair, and madness, like a flood bursting its banks, poured into everyone's minds through the pervasive spore network. Amidst the chaotic buzzing, a damp and seductive voice whispered repeatedly. It made people give up, let flesh and blood return to their fate, and let the soul sink into the abyss. The voice was not a command, yet it was more irresistible than any command. Lin Fan stood in front of the command platform, his body swaying slightly. He also heard that voice, like a cold, venomous snake, crawling up his spine, trying to burrow into his brain and steal his consciousness. His vision blurred briefly, and the surrounding steel walls seemed to melt into writhing flesh. Dizziness, nausea, and a strong sense of rejection surged into his stomach. Lin Fan immediately understood that this was the so-called Whispers of the Abyss, a top-tier form of mental pollution capable of instantly destroying the fleet's will. If this were an ordinary person in this world, even a B-rank ship spirit master, they would probably be kneeling on the ground, weeping and calling out the name of the god. But Lin Fan is no ordinary person. He didn't even flinch. The alien energy that tried to invade his brain reacted like ice hitting a red-hot iron the moment it touched his soul. Lin Fan seemed to hear a shrill scream, the mournful cry of whisper after being burned. His etheric insulator constitution, in this world filled with magical energy, not only meant he couldn't cultivate, but also meant absolute exclusivity. His soul was a cold, stubborn insulator, refusing any external energy to touch it. Trying to brainwash him? He doesn't even dare. Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze clear and bright, without a trace of confusion. He looked at his subordinates struggling in pain, at these soldiers he regarded as his brothers, and a surge of anger instantly rose in his chest. Those were his soldiers. Who allowed the abyss to touch them? Lin Fan's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a thunderclap in the muffled command center, forcefully cleaving through the murky air. He only said one sentence. Everyone stand up. Suddenly an invisible yet extremely domineering will erupted from Lin Fan's center. It was neither magic nor skill, but pure will, a complete denial of primitive, ignorant, and corrupt forces by a soul from modern civilization that firmly believed in the power of human will to overcome nature. In the eyes of the hallucinating crew members, a sun suddenly rose in that dark, cold world filled with tentacles and eyeballs. Lin Fan stood there, seemingly radiating golden light, warm, upright, and inviolable. The purplish-black tentacles that were wrapped around everyone shrieked and disintegrated as soon as they touched the light, as if they had encountered their natural enemy. The combat commander, a major, took a deep breath, like a drowning person finally surfacing, the confusion in his eyes quickly receding, leaving only shock and awe. He saw their commander, like a pillar of strength, stubbornly holding up their collapsing mental world. The young controller wiped the blood from his nose, stared blankly at Lin Fan's retreating figure, and whispered, "Is this a miracle?" From that moment on, Lin Fan's position in their hearts transcended that of a mortal. He became a totem of a certain faith. As long as he stood there, the abyss was no longer terrifying. Meanwhile, in the blood pool on the bridge of the corruptor, Saga suddenly opened his single eye and spat out a mouthful of purplish-black blood. The blood pool boiled violently, countless vengeful spirits shrieked, and then instantly disintegrated. The backlash came without warning. He felt as if his brain was being violently churned by a red-hot iron rod. The excruciating pain made him lose his balance, and he collapsed awkwardly onto the slimy floor. His already grotesque face was now twisted to an extreme degree. He couldn't believe what had just happened. In that instant, what he connected with didn't feel like a human soul at all, but like a star. Vast, scorching, and with a destructive repulsive force. His spiritual tendrils had barely reached out when they were burned to ashes. The will that surged back along the spiritual link was domineering and unreasonable, like an absolute command, "You are not allowed to exist." Saga trembled as he got up, looking at the steel behemoth that was still floating silently in the distance, but whose aura was completely different. For the first time, he felt fear towards his prey. That man is immune to the abyss. He might even purify the abyss. Inside the CIC, Combat Information Center, of the 003 Fujian warship, Lin Fan was unaware of the miracle he had just performed in the eyes of everyone. He only felt a buzzing in his head, then everything returned to normal. Watching the crew gradually regain their senses, he coldly tapped the control panel. He asked everyone if they were awake, and if so, to get to work. The next second, a neat and loud response echoed throughout the command center. Their morale was higher than ever before, as if it could lift the roof off. The ship's system self-check is complete, and the mental interference has been cleared. The radar has been recalibrated, and the fire control system is online. Lin Fan nodded, his gaze fixed through the porthole on the stagnant, corrupted fleet in the distance. If you resort to underhanded tactics, then don't blame him for lacking martial ethics. He connected with Flying Dragon 01, his tone calm but clearly suppressing his anger. He was very annoyed by the guy who had just acted like a ghost, so he only gave one order, "Go," so his mouth shut. Inside the hangar, 5 C-20 helicopters roared to life again. This time, without needing ground crew to urge them, the pilots practically rushed into the cockpits. They had just experienced that same nauseating mental invasion, a trampling of the dignity of soldiers, a punishment that had to be paid for in blood. 5 black whirlwind helicopters burst from the deck, fully loaded with YJ-9 missiles, and menacingly pounced on the Abyss's main fleet 40 kilometers away. Phylong 01 lowered the control stick, leading the team in an ultra-low altitude penetration, the helicopters flying almost skimming the crests of the waves. The enemy was clearly prepared this time, but Hyria 01 did not back down. At a distance of 12 kilometers, the radar locked onto the largest corrupted flagship, the Corruptor. The red locking frame firmly locked onto the target, and he pressed the launch button sharply. 2 YJ-9 missiles detached from their pylons and roared toward the Corruptor. The other wingmen also opened fire in succession, a dozen anti-ship missiles forming a death barrage, pressing down on the Abyss fleet head-on. Just as the missile was about to hit, the roars of fanatics echoed from the deck of the Corruptor. They slit their wrists, splattering their blood onto the massive, fleshy turrets. The turrets writhed wildly, and the closed fissures suddenly burst open. This time, instead of spores, it spewed out living creatures. Countless fist-sized, winged, and toothed purplish-red organisms surged out of the tumor like a swarm of wasps. They had no eyes, only gaping mouths full of fangs, and were fast enough to intercept subsonic missiles in midair. That's the Abyss Order's biological anti-aircraft weapon, Bacarian Gargle. The YJ-9 missile crashed into the dense biological cloud, and the violent explosion instantly wiped out a large number of gargoyles, sending flesh and blood flying everywhere. However, the missiles were also detonated prematurely. Only 2 or 3 missiles penetrated the defenses and hit the outer armor of the enemy ship, causing damage, but far from being fatal. Phylong-01 couldn't help but curse as he watched the interception footage, but his wingman's exclamation immediately followed: those monsters were coming for them. The surviving gargoyles didn't scatter. Instead, they locked onto the Z-20 in the air and pounced like mad dogs, their numbers overwhelming. The machine gunners opened fire wildly, flames spitting from the sides of the fuselage, turning the gargoyles into mincemeat. But these monsters showed no fear. They crashed into the bulletproof glass, rammed the rotor blades, and even tried to crawl into the air intake. The Flying Dragon 01's fuselage jolted violently, and an alarm immediately sounded. Engine number 1 was overheating, the air intake was blocked, the tail rotor was damaged, and abnormal vibrations were occurring. A gargoyle crashed into the right engine, was shredded by the turbine blades, and its acidic blood corroded the blades, causing black smoke to billow from the engine opening. Phylong-01 desperately tried to control the swaying fuselage, and immediately determined that these things were living missiles. He decisively ordered a retreat. These were not ordinary anti-aircraft firepower, but biological weapons he had never seen before. A direct confrontation would only result in losses. 5 Z-20 struggled to turn around, dropping flares and clearing the pursuing monsters with their machine guns as they made their way back to the mothership. Inside the Combat Command Center, Lin Fan stared at the helicopter belching black smoke on the screen, his face ashen. Biological interception, a suicide attack. This Abyss cult is more troublesome than he imagined. The YJ-9 is powerful enough, but its penetration capability is ultimately weak. Against such a dense biological barrier, it can easily be intercepted in advance. The communications officer reported that Phylong-01 requested an emergency landing, as its single engine had failed. Lin Fan calmly approved the request and ordered the deck to be cleared immediately. Then, he looked at the corrupted fleet in the distance, which was not heavily damaged and was beginning to accelerate its approach again, his eyes revealing a chilling intent. Round 1, a draw. But this is just the beginning. Since anti-ship missiles can be intercepted, then let's try something different, something you can't stop. Check the T2 level armory. Since they like to play at close quarters, then I'll give them a big one. Chapter 34 Bizarre Collaboration. On the deck, the wind howled. 2 J-15T flying sharks, painted in low-visibility camouflage, had been precisely secured to the electromagnetic catapult slides by a towing vehicle. Compared to multi-purpose helicopters like the Z-20, these are the true sharp swords of the aircraft carrier, heavy fighters specifically designed to seize air superiority and hunt large surface targets. Flames erupted from the exhaust, the engine roared to life, and blue afterburner flames trailed dazzling Mach rings behind the nozzles. The flame deflectors rose, the pilot saluted the deck commander, and then abruptly pulled down his goggles. The next second, the electromagnetic catapult unleashed terrifying kinetic energy, forcibly propelling the tens of tons weight fighter jet to takeoff speed. The immense thrust pressed the pilot firmly into his seat. The fighter jet roared off the deck, briefly dipped, and then abruptly nosedived, piercing the oppressive gray sky over the black iron sea. Inside the Combat Command Center, Lin Fan stared at 2 high-speed dots on the screen, his eyes as cold as ice. Since helicopters lack sufficient penetration capability, then switch to heavy anti-ship missiles. Although the YJ-83K is a subsonic missile, its warhead and penetration power far surpass those of a lightweight missile like the YJ-9. Flying Shark 01 calling, radar has contacted the target, distance 60 kilometers, fire control radar locked. The J-15T's powerful onboard active phased array radar pierced through the spore-like fog remaining on the sea surface, firmly locking onto the 4 forward-deployed warships of the Abyss fleet. At this distance, visual confirmation was unnecessary. Modern warfare is essentially a cold, precise mathematical problem. Emission. A flash of light appeared under the wing as 4 YJ-83K missiles detached from their pylons, their booster rockets igniting and propelling these deadly killers into high speed. Then the main engines ignited, the missiles plummeted in altitude, entering sea-skimming penetration mode, flying close to the crests of waves like 4 high-speed, venomous sea serpents. 60 kilometers passed in the blink of an eye. The Abyss fleet had clearly sensed the threat as well. The fleshy turrets on the corrupted warships writhed wildly, spewing out carrion gargles in an attempt to block the missiles with suicidal interception. But against the YJ-83K, they were too slow. The missile suddenly made a strange S-shaped maneuver at the terminal stage, easily shaking off the gargles that rushed at it. Then, 2 loud explosions rang out, and the 2 corrupted destroyers that had flanked from the left flank were hit on the spot. Hundreds of kilograms of high explosives detonated inside the ship, sending a massive fireball soaring into the air and blasting the 2 writhing mounds of flesh into countless fragments. A low cheer rang out from the CIC, but Lin Fan's brow remained furrowed. Something's not right. It's too easy. If the Abyss Order is only capable of this, why have they become the world's enemy? Soon, the Flying Shark Squadron launched its second attack. 4 more YJ-83K missiles were fired, this time targeting several capital ships in the center of the enemy formation. However, just as the missiles entered their terminal phase, a strange scene unfolded on the sea. The corrupted fleet, which had previously appeared disorganized and fighting independently, suddenly seemed to have transformed into different limbs of the same creature. All the warships reacted in the same millisecond, with the 4 outer ships suddenly veering across the ship and using their heavy broadsides to block the front of the capital ship. At the same time, the fleshy lesions on their hulls opened simultaneously. This time, what spewed out were not gargoyles or spores, but beams of purplish-black energy. These were high-concentration abyssal energy rays, dozens of rays intertwined to form an impenetrable fire net, precisely blocking all missile routes. The precision of this interception is almost absurd. Even the most advanced Aegis system on Earth requires radar lock-on, fire control calculations, and target allocation when facing extremely low-altitude sea-skimming targets. But this fleet experienced no delay whatsoever, as if it didn't need to think at all. Boom! 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 All 4 missiles were intercepted, not a single one broke through the purple light net. They exploded in midair 500 meters from their targets, creating only a few splashes and causing no real damage. The cheers in the CIC abruptly ceased, and everyone stared at the screen in disbelief. This is not scientific. The operations commander, a major, had a grim face. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he pulled up the battlefield replay. He slowed the footage down tenfold and pointed at the screen, saying, "Commander, something's wrong. Look, the missile just changed course, and the ship opened fire." He then switched to another scene. And here, this ship was originally trying to evade to the left, but without any transitional maneuvers, it directly and forcefully turned right, just blocking the angle of another missile's launch. Their coordination was too perfect, so perfect that it didn't seem like a fleet, but rather like a person with a dozen hands. Lin Fan stared at the screen, his eyes growing increasingly cold. He noticed a crucial detail. There were no flag signals, no light signals, and Pangu hadn't intercepted any radio communications between the ships. In such a fierce battle, they maintained a deathly silence. But their movements are perfectly synchronized, as if they shared the same brain. Sky I-01. Lin Fan pressed the communicator. Scan those spore clouds? I need to know what they're doing besides jamming radar. Understood. Synthetic aperture radar, highest precision scan. A few seconds later, a chilling analytical chart appeared on the large screen. In the microwave imaging field of view, the yellowish-green spore cloud covering the sea surface was not a scattered aerosol at all, but something with a clear structure. Countless tiny spores arranged and combined in the air, forming threads invisible to the naked eye. These threads connected every corrupted warship, and even every gargoyle floating in the air. It wasn't fog, it was a vast, three-dimensional neural network. The Major's voice trembled slightly. "Commander, it's a biosignal." These spores are transmitting nerve signals. This fleet is linked together. Lin Fan finally understood why that madman saga released the spore cloud first. It wasn't just to obscure visibility, nor was it just to corrode the ship's hull. It was to lay out a network. In this area of high spore concentration, all abyssal creatures share the same consciousness. They need no communication, no commands. When the flagship sees a missile, the escorting ship simultaneously sees the flagship and intends to intercept it. The escorting ship's weapons are already raised. This is the Abyss Order's trump card, unified will. As long as they are within the spore cloud, they are an immense, unified entity. Any attack from a single direction will be met with concentrated fire from the entire fleet. To break through this defense, you'd have to overwhelm their computing power with a saturation attack. Otherwise, continuing to add fuel to the fire is just throwing away ammunition. Flying Shark 01, cease attack, increase altitude, and disengage. Lin Fan decisively gave the order. The J-15T was powerful, but its ammunition load was limited. Faced with such near absolute defense, continuing to launch missiles would only be a waste of precious points. Received, disengaging. The two fighter jets circled once more, trailing white smoke, before quickly climbing to a safe altitude. On the sea, the corrupted fleet, having successfully intercepted the missile, did not rush to retaliate. Instead, like a pack of wolves digesting their prey, they slowly approached again. The sense of oppressive uniformity was even stronger than before. They were aware of their advantages and were gradually shrinking the survival space of the Type 003 aircraft carrier. The atmosphere inside the CIC was extremely tense. The Major gritted his teeth and said, "If we don't break through this turtle shell, we simply can't get in. Unless we can sever the connection between them." The problem is, how do you cut it off? It's not radio waves, it's a biological signal transmitted through hundreds of millions of spores. Unless you burn the entire ocean, it's impossible to completely eradicate it. Lin Fan leaned against the control console, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. A unified consciousness, shared senses, it certainly sounded powerful. But it also meant that all their sensory organs and neural nodes were interconnected. If this is a network, then there must be servers, clients, and transmission protocols. Since there are protocols, they can be interfered with. Since there are connections, they can be compromised. Lin Fan suddenly looked up at the KJ-600 early warning aircraft circling at 10,000 meters altitude. In this world, no one understood information warfare better than him. Did the Abyss cult think that creating a biological version of a local area network would make them invincible? In the face of modern electronic warfare, this primitive biological network is like a system running naked without a firewall. "Pangu!" Lin Fan called out in his mind. "I am here, Commander. Do you think it's feasible for me to wage electronic warfare against these guys?" Pangu remained silent for a moment, then gave his answer. "You can give it a try." Chapter 35 Electronic Interference. Inside the Operations Command Center, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt like water was about to drip. On the sea, the Abyss Order's fleet was regrouping, the lumps on the surface of the corrupted warships writhing rapidly, as if recovering from the attack just now. That invisible biological neural network still loomed over the entire fleet like an iron curtain, connecting them into a seemingly impenetrable whole. Lin Fan stood before the chart platform, not looking at the enemy ships, but staring at the constantly fluctuating waveforms on the screen. That was a signal that Pangu had just intercepted. In Lin Fan's eyes, the so-called magical energy, aether, and even the strange spiritual connection of the Abyss cult in this world were essentially just some kind of physical phenomenon. Lin Fan suddenly asked the Major what the first move in modern warfare was. The Major immediately replied that it was air superiority. Lin Fan shook his head, saying that was only a concept from World War II. Before air superiority, there was a more fundamental battlefield, electromagnetic superiority. The Major was momentarily at a loss. He certainly understood electronic warfare, but the enemy was a group of monsters controlling flesh and magic, without radar, radio, or even a conventional communication interface. Using electronic warfare against them sounded like launching a hacking attack on cavemen. Lin Fan noticed his confusion and explained calmly that conventional electronic warfare was indeed ineffective. Traditional electronic attacks involve suppressing enemy radar and communications, turning radar screens into static, or injecting false signals to cause fire control systems to lock onto non-existent targets. However, achieving accurate deception usually requires extensive preparation. Reconnaissance aircraft like the E-8 and RC-135 must fly continuously in the target airspace for months, collecting enemy electromagnetic signatures day and night to establish a complete threat database before they can analyze frequency hopping patterns and encryption methods. But now, they don't have that time. Lin Fan turned to look at the dark purple sea in the distance, a cold smile playing on his lips. Fortunately, they had Pangu, and the Abyss cult had a fatal weakness. Their source of power was ultimately ether. Whether it's the power source corrupting the warships or the so-called unified will, the medium for transmitting signals remains ether. And the moment ether is activated and invoked, it generates extremely unique electromagnetic radiation. For Lin Fan, that's enough. Anything that is electromagnetic can be captured. Anything with frequency can be interfered with. Anything that is a signal can be tampered with. Lin Fan commanded Pangu in his mind to report on the progress of analyzing the spectrum of the biological neural signals of the Abyss cult. Pangu immediately responded that the analysis was complete. The so-called unified will is actually a broadcast of bioelectric signals based on the high-frequency ether band, which changes frequency 3,000 times per second, and is accompanied by the chaotic fluctuations unique to living organisms. This level of complexity would take a conventional computer at least 200 years to crack. But for Pangu, it only took 0.3 seconds. The next moment, massive amounts of data poured down like a waterfall on the screen in front of Lin Fan. The originally chaotic purple waveform was quickly deconstructed and reassembled, eventually transforming into a series of clear frequency codes. That was the Abyss cult's communication codebook, the key to their soul connection. Now, it lay naked before Lin Fan. The Major's pupils contracted sharply as he watched the enemy's signal stream being translated in real time. He saw the flagships sending defensive commands to the left-wing frigates, and the support ships behind preparing for the next round of spore spraying. It was like two armies facing off, with all the whispers of the opposing side being broadcast aloud through a loudspeaker. The Major couldn't contain his excitement, believing that as long as full-band jamming was implemented, the unified will would instantly collapse, and the enemy army would once again become a disorganized mess. Lin Fan waved his hand in denial. Cutting off communications would be too abrupt and too easy for the enemy to become alert. If the Saga discovered the connection was broken, they would likely immediately switch to defense, or even launch a suicidal attack. What Lin Fan wanted was not for them to be unable to hear, but for them to misunderstand. He wanted to cram thousands of decoys into the Abyss fleet's soul network, making the fleshy turrets fire wildly at empty air, and deploying shields in the opposite direction of incoming missiles. Even if they saw the truth with their own eyes, their brains would still command their bodies to go to their deaths. This is the highest level of electronic warfare, deception. Lin Fan looked at the Major and said that the current problem was that they didn't have dedicated electronic warfare aircraft. The J-15DT hadn't been unlocked yet, and they mostly had hard-kill weapons. However, they had something else. Lin Fan pointed to the sky, 10,000 meters above, where the KJ-600 AWACS was circling above the clouds. The Major paused for half a second, then reacted, his eyes flashing with light. He understood that Lin Fan was about to use Sky Eye. Lin Fan nodded. Many people think that early warning aircraft are just radar stations flying in the sky, only responsible for seeing farther. But they forget that the KJ-600 is equipped with a digital array radar, which is completely different from traditional mechanically scanned radar. Each transceiver unit in a digital array radar is an independent and highly intelligent radio frequency terminal. It not only receives beams but also transmits them. Its waveform is software-defined, and as long as the computing power is sufficient and the algorithm is up to par, it can switch the detection beam to an interference beam in microseconds. It can scan vast areas of airspace while simultaneously emitting hundreds of high-energy electromagnetic waves to precisely burn through enemy sensors or inject spoofed signals into enemy receivers. In a sense, it is itself a super-electronic warfare pod flying in the sky. Although its level of specialization cannot compare to the J-15DT or EA-18G, In this alien world where there is no concept of electronic warfare, this is already a game changer. Lin Fan picked up the transmitter, connected to the KJ-600 channel, and called Tianyan-01. The captain responded calmly. Lin Fan immediately issued an order. Mission change, cease conventional search mode, load the Abyss Spectrum database that Pengu had just uploaded, activate the radar electronic attack module, and conduct multi-target, precise, and deceptive jamming against the Abyss fleet below. The captain's breath hitched for a moment. Using an AWACS radar to hack into the spiritual network of a biological species, this tactic had never appeared in any manual. It was like trying to burn ants with a telescope. But he didn't question it, only answered in a deep voice. Execute it resolutely. High in the sky, within the massive circular radome of the KJ-600, thousands of TR, radar transmission, modules began to operate at high speed. Vast amounts of electrical energy surged from the engine generators into the radar system, subtly altering the previously uniformly diffused detection beam. They are no longer simple interrogation signals, but rather malicious viruses that have been precisely modulated and encoded. Each beam of radio waves is aimed at a corrupted warship, and each frequency corresponds to a node in the cult's neural network. This was not a physical bombing, but an informational invasion. Radar power at full blast, target locked, jamming beams emitted. An invisible electromagnetic sword instantly pierced the atmosphere, penetrated the thick spore cloud, and plunged fiercely into the unified will of the Abyss fleet. There were no explosions, no fire. Yet, on this stretch of sea, a battle unseen by the naked eye, more deadly than artillery fire, had quietly begun. Meanwhile, Saga on the sea remained completely unaware of this. Still basking in the satisfaction of his perfect defense, he continued to maneuver his fleet, preparing to deliver the final blow to that arrogant mortal. He had no idea that the sky above him no longer belonged to him. Chapter 36 Countless False Targets. On the flagship of the Abyss fleet, the Corruptor, Saga stood in the center of the blood pool, arms outstretched, reveling in the thrill of controlling everything. The unified will network was operating at high speed. The vision of every warship, the touch of every gargoyle, even the subtle vibration of every spore, were constantly flowing into his mind. He was the brain of this fleet, the sole master of all corrupted creations. Within that vast mental network, he clearly sensed the weakness of the distant steel behemoth. The enemy ceased its attack, and those annoying flying weapons began to retreat. Saga sneered, mocking the powerlessness of mortals in a low voice, preparing to give the order for the final charge. But in that instant, an unpredictable, excruciating pain surged through his mind. It wasn't physical pain, but a mental overload. It felt as if someone had plunged a sharp cone into his soul and then churned it wildly. Saga screamed as he sprang from the pool of blood, landing awkwardly on the slimy floor. His once clear and orderly mental network suddenly became extremely noisy. Countless sharp, chaotic, and malicious signals flooded into his consciousness like a burst dam. Enemy attack. No, it was far more than just enemy attacks. In his perception, thousands upon thousands of red dots suddenly appeared in the mental network that should have contained only the Abyss fleet. Deadly threats were everywhere, to his left, right, above him, and even in the deep sea beneath his feet. Each point of light resembled a missile about to explode, each signal carrying a fierce killing intent. Saga clutched his splitting head, his single eye finally revealing terror. He couldn't understand why so many enemies had suddenly appeared in this sea. On the eastern sea, dozens of high-speed warships were firing at his left flank. In the western sky, hundreds of enormous fireballs roared down. Deep in the ocean, countless tentacles were trying to entangle the hull of his ship. These are not illusions on ordinary radar, but reality, projected directly into consciousness. The Unified will operates through biological neural synesthesia and cannot filter out clutter with algorithms like mechanical radar. Once modulated false signals are mixed in, for the believers of the Abyss, it is what they see, hear, and feel with their own eyes and ears. They saw missiles that didn't exist, heard cannon fire that didn't exist, and even felt a burning sensation on their skin that didn't exist. Saga completely lost control, roaring at the empty sea surface to his left, ordering the fleet to defend, and frantically ordering attacks on the non-existent tentacles on the seabed. The entire Abyss fleet was instantly thrown into chaos. Frigates spewed gargoyles into the air, while capital ships haphazardly fired their fleshy turrets into the sky. 2 warships even collided violently to avoid the same non-existent torpedo, producing a sickeningly loud cracking sound. What was once an unifying force, once as responsive as an extension of one's own arm, now became the most deadly curse. Chaos, panic, and hallucinations spread rapidly along the efficient network, infecting every corrupted unit. Meanwhile, inside the combat command center of the 003 Fujian warship, Lin Fan stood in front of the command platform, his hands gripping the armrests tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. His face remained icy, but the tension in his heart was taut to the limit. This was a gamble, using modern electronic warfare theory to attack the magical creature network of another world. There was no precedent provided in any tactical manual. Pengu's calculations were ultimately just theory. If there was even a 1% deviation, if the so-called gods of the other side had unknown countermeasures, Unit 003 could be completely annihilated today. CIC was deathly silent. Everyone held their breath, staring at the tactical footage on the big screen. A moment later, the voice of the major, the operations commander, broke the silence, trembling with disbelief. He showed Lin Fan the screen. The Abyss fleet, which had been in perfect formation and advancing step by step, suddenly went berserk, spinning in place, firing into the air, and even colliding with each other, resulting in violent secondary explosions. That airtight air raid shelter was completely destroyed. Lin Fan slowly exhaled, and his tense shoulders finally relaxed for a moment. It was a success. Fortunately, the laws of physics remain the cornerstone of this world. Any wave can be interfered with, and any signal can be deceived. He looked at the corrupted warships on the screen, scrambling around like headless flies, a fleeting pity crossing his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by icy killing intent. Now they were no longer impregnable fortresses, but a pile of rotten meat on a plate. Lin Fan summoned the major, his voice regaining its composure and domineering tone. He ordered the Flying Shark Squadron to take advantage of the enemy's confusion and fire all their missiles to send them on their way. Inside the hangar for J-15T, Flying Sharks that had completed resupply and loading were already waiting on the electromagnetic catapult. Upon hearing the order, the pilot felt a surge of adrenaline. All the frustration and helplessness he had felt moments before transformed into a burning desire for revenge. As the response faded for heavy fighter jets, propelled by electromagnetic catapults, surged off the deck in succession. This time, they made no probing moves, nor did they employ any unnecessary maneuvers. As soon as they left the ship, the 4 fighter jets quickly formed up, engaged afterburners, and headed straight for the chaotic battlefield 40 kilometers away. The KJ-600 continued its suppression, pushing the jamming power to the maximum and injecting more false targets. Saga's world completely collapsed. He saw countless suns exploding overhead, seawater turning into boiling magma. He could no longer distinguish where the sky ended, the sea ended, the enemy ended, and his own people ended. He knelt on the ground, frantically scratching his scalp, blood streaming down his cheeks. But he felt no pain, only boundless fear. Just as the chaos reached its peak, true death descended. 4 J-15T fighters activated their fire control radars at a distance of 30 kilometers from the enemy ship. At this point, there was no interference or interception. The corrupted warship's perception system was filled with decoys, making it completely unaware of the real killing intent hidden among the myriad illusions. Locking. Emission. 16 YJ-83K anti-ship missiles detached from their racks, trailing deadly plumes of flame as they skimmed the sea surface at high speed. Their movements were elegant, yet lethally so. It wasn't until the missile approached within 5 kilometers of the Abyss fleet and activated its active radar seeker that those sluggish creatures finally sensed the danger. But it was all too late. The gargoyles responsible for air defense were still tearing at the phantoms in the air, and the interceptor beam cannons were still bombarding the waves on the sea surface. Not a single warship made an effective evasive maneuver. They were like blindfolded prisoners tied to a stake, only able to wait for the final gunshot. The first missile struck the ammunition magazine of a corrupted cruiser squarely. The violent explosion instantly tore the ship in half, and a towering flash illuminated the gloomy sky. Then, a second, a third, and more missiles hit their targets in quick succession. This was no longer a battle, but a massacre. The YJ-83K's semi-armor-piercing warhead easily tore through the unsuspecting bioarmor, wreaking havoc inside the ship. The wailing of the corrupted warship was swallowed by the explosion, limbs and severed bodies flew into the sky, and a torrential rain of purplish-black blood poured down. The largest flagship, the Corruptor, became a prime target. 4 missiles locked onto it simultaneously. Saga barely opened his eyes amidst the collapsing hallucinations, and saw a missile trailing a long plume of flame rapidly approaching in his dilated pupils. That was not an illusion. That's the truth. That is the physical law that ends everything. He only had time to send a final cry for help to the abyss before, in the next second, 4 missiles struck the flagship's bow, bridge, engine room, and hangar. A chain of explosions engulfed everything. Saga's voice abruptly ceased as the entire flagship, like a burst balloon, exploded into a massive fireball on the sea. The shockwaves swept across the ocean, capsizing several nearby surviving small boats. Just minutes ago, the Abyss Vanguard fleet was arrogant and boasted that it would turn number 003 into a temple. Now, all that remains is a pile of burning garbage floating on the sea. In the sky, 4 J-15T fighters gracefully pulled up their noses after completing their attack, performed a beautiful barrel roll, and then roared back to base. Inside the command center, everyone stared at the red dots going out one by one on the screen, at the sea dyed red by the fire, and remained silent for a long time. In the silence, an unprecedented power was surging. They won. Using the wisdom of ordinary people and the power of technology, they decisively defeated that feared public enemy of the world. The Major turned around, his eyes slightly red, and reported in a strong and clear voice that the enemy fleet had been completely annihilated. Lin Fan stood there, gazing at the smoke of battle outside the window, and slowly unclenched his fist. His palms were sweaty, but he had won. He turned around, his back to the sea of fire, leaving only a solitary and proud figure. Clean up the battlefield. Take everything that can be used with you. This is just the beginning. Chapter 37 Ancient Beacon. The once bustling battlefield is now reduced to scattered flames burning among the wreckage, with waves lapping against the charred hulls. The once invincible Abyss Vanguard fleet, which boasted of transforming the 003 aircraft carrier into a temple, is now nothing but scrap metal and rotten flesh floating on the sea. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning flesh, the stench of biological tissue being burned through by intense heat. Inside the operations command center, the Major's voice broke the silence. Commander, battlefield scan complete. The enemy flagship, the Corruptor, is confirmed completely disintegrated. All other escort ships perished. This was a complete annihilation battle. Lin Fan stood by the porthole, watching the Z-20 formation searching the sea in the distance, his expression largely unchanged. For him, winning this battle was not unexpected. What he cared more about now was what the enemy had left behind. He asked directly about the salvage operation. The Major reported that Flying Dragon 01 Squadron was focusing their search on the flagship wreckage, but they had discovered an unusual object near the core compartment. The object hadn't been destroyed by the explosion, nor had it been contaminated by the flesh and blood of the abyss. Its energy readings were stable and almost completely clean. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. The Abyss Order's warships were riddled with corruption, mutation, and contamination. The fact that something clean could be hidden there was abnormal in itself. Without hesitation, he ordered the object to be brought back and handled with care. Half an hour later, a Z-20 slowly landed on the deck. Several ground crew members in fully sealed protective suits lifted a metal object about half a person's height from the pod. Lin Fan was already waiting there, and when his gaze fell on it, his expression became more serious. It was a tetrahedral metal cone, its entire body an ancient bronze color, its surface covered with intricate geometric patterns that were almost dizzying. These patterns didn't resemble magical runes. Rather, they looked more like the etched plates of some kind of sophisticated circuitry. It lay quietly on the deck, completely out of place amidst the still smoking remains of the creatures around it. Lin Fan summoned Pangu to scan it. The system quickly returned the results. The material was a high-density unknown alloy, hollow inside, with a high-energy reaction at its core, and no matching record in the database. Based on the energy fluctuation characteristics, Pangu speculated that it might be some kind of ancient beacon. Lin Fan grasped the key phrase. Beacon? Pangu explained that this thing was more like a guiding device, or a key, and its surface showed signs of forced connection. The Abyss cult seemed to have tried to crack it, but without success. Lin Fan's gaze then turned to Crystal Island in the distance. He suddenly understood why Saga had appeared here, why he was so obsessed with this seemingly barren island, and why he was even willing to trade precious mist technology with the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance. Saga's goal wasn't to conquer the island, but rather its batteries. Those high-purity mystic crystals were the energy the Abyss cult needed to unlock the ancient beacon. They wanted to open it, and within it lay a secret that even the Abyss cult couldn't afford to give up. Lin Fan immediately ordered the beacon to be placed in an isolation warehouse under strict guard. No one was permitted to access it physically or ethereal without his permission. After issuing the order, his expression turned cold again, because there was still one problem to solve. The deck sergeant pointed to the edge of the deck. There, several fully armed Marines were holding down a stretcher. Lying on the stretcher was Saga, the Abyss Deacon. He wasn't dead, but he was on his last breath. The shockwave from the flagship's explosion shattered his internal organs, severed 3 of his limbs, and his once gruesome face was now a bloody mess, purple blood soaking the stretcher. Yet, with that repulsive biological tenacity, he stubbornly remained alive. Lin Fan walked up to him, and the Marines immediately made way, but their guns remained locked on Saga's head. Saga coughed violently, each cough expelling fragments of his internal organs. He struggled to open his remaining eye and looked at Lin Fan, who stood backlit. In Saga's eyes, Lin Fan was tall and cold, devoid of pity or the swagger of a victor, more like an experimenter observing a dying lab rat. He spoke hoarsely, recognizing this monster immune to the Abyss's corruption. Lin Fan ignored his ravings and coldly asked for his name. Saga let out a neurotic chuckle, mocking mortals for thinking they could control everything just by knowing a name. Lin Fan, not wanting to waste time, directly asked what the beacon was. Upon hearing the word beacon, Sakya's pupils visibly contracted. But he quickly regained his manic demeanor, stammering that it was the door to truth, and that foolish insects like Lin Fan were unworthy to touch it. He demanded that Lin Fan hand it over so he could offer it to God. As he spoke, he began to struggle, his severed limbs scraping against the deck with a piercing sound. Lin Fan frowned. This guy had long been completely brainwashed by the Abyss. His logic and cognition no longer belonged to a normal human being. Conventional interrogation was meaningless with this fanatic. Lin Fan asked Pangu if he could read memories. Pangu quickly replied that the brain structure of the Abyss cult members had mutated, and forcibly reading them would only cause brain tissue liquefaction, making it impossible to obtain any useful information. Lin Fan nodded. Since they were of no value, there was no need to keep them. He turned and calmly ordered, "Throw it down, but don't dirty my deck." Just as the Marines were about to act, Saga suddenly unleashed a burst of power, staring intently at Lin Fan's back, his eyes filled with resentment and curses. He roared at Lin Fan, asking if he thought he had already won. Then, in a voice sharp enough to pierce the sea breeze, he shouted that this was just the beginning, that they were merely pathfinders. The next second, Saga's mangled body trembled violently, and the purple veins beneath his skin writhed wildly like living things. An extremely dangerous aura erupted from his body, causing the surrounding Marines to instinctively retreat. Saga grinned, revealing a hideous smile. His eyes began to burn, purple flames erupting from their sockets, culminating in a final roar. "The Abyss is coming!" There was no explosion, only a muffled burst of flame. Purple flames instantly engulfed Saga's body. These were no ordinary flames, but abyssal magic. He was self-immolating. In mere seconds, his flesh, bones, and even his soul were burned to ashes, leaving not a trace. A sea breeze swept across the water, carrying black smoke and dust into the vast ocean. On the deck, only a charred stretcher cloth remained, still emitting wisps of smoke. The Marines exchanged bewildered glances, clearly stunned by this bizarre scene. Lin Fan stopped and looked back in the direction where the ashes had disappeared. The abyss is approaching. This was not just a dying man's threat, but a signal, a declaration of war to the death. This time, only a low-ranking B-level leader had arrived, leading a hastily assembled corrupt vanguard. But what about next time? When the so-called main force of the abyss truly descends, the 003 aircraft carrier may face A-class or even S-class monsters, as well as an overwhelming tide of corruption. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze, his voice remaining calm. He ordered the deck to be cleared, the entire ship to be decommissioned from Level 1 combat readiness, and to transition to Level 2 alert. The Flying Dragon Squadron continued its patrols, and the engineering team accelerated the construction of outposts. Then, he looked up at the Crystal Island, shimmering with a deep blue light under the setting sun. Whatever the future held, at least for now, he had won. He had captured the island, obtained the mysterious beacon, and finally had a real foothold. The abyss? Lin Fan muttered to himself, a cold smile playing on his lips. Then let's go. Let's see if your abyss is deeper, or my missiles are more numerous. Chapter 38J35, Unlocked. On Crystal Island, the night has faded, and the light of dawn falls on the rugged black volcanic rocks. Unlike yesterday's deathly silence, the entire island is now filled with the roar of industrial activity. 5 T-1 class automated mining drones, recently assembled by the Engineering Corps, are working continuously on several massive veins of secret crystal. The drill bits rotate slowly, cutting off whole pieces of high-purity, deep blue crystals, which are then conveyed along the conveyor belt into a temporary refining container. Meanwhile, in the Combat Command Center of the Type 003 Fujian warship, Lin Fan sat in the captain's seat, staring at the pale blue holographic screen in front of him. The numbers on it were jumping wildly, each change making his heart race. Loot settlement. The Abyss Vanguard fleet wreckage has been recovered. 12 Class C cores and 45 Class D cores were recovered. The first day's mining output of Crystal Island No. 1 vein yielded 2.5 tons of high-purity mystic crystals. Energy point transformation. Lin Fan looked at the final number and slowly took a breath. Current total energy points, 16,800. 16,800 points. This is no longer ordinary income, but a real fortune. Before, Lin Fan had to carefully budget his money, but now, the remnants sent by the Abyss Order, combined with the output of Crystal Island, have allowed him to directly accumulate his initial wealth. He tapped the armrest lightly, a hint of barely suppressed ambition flashing in his eyes. Pangu, I've never fought a battle this rich in my life. But since we have money, we should spend it wisely. Lin Fan looked out the window at the still empty deck. Although the ship already had a T2 level command team and a T1 level ground crew, this 80,000-ton behemoth was still not adequately staffed. Many compartments were closed, many combat positions were unmanned, and the shortcomings in damage control, medical care, engine maintenance, and logistical support, which were not obvious in peacetime, could become fatal hidden dangers once high-intensity warfare began. Without hesitation, he opened the personnel configuration interface. First, fill the personnel gaps. Unlock the standard personnel structure for the entire ship. The standard personnel complement for the entire ship includes 60 people in the engine maintenance team, 40 people in the damage control and repair team, 10 people in the medical and health team, 20 people in the logistics support team, and 30 people in the T2 level marine platoon. Total energy points consumed, 1,500. Confirm. Energy points minus 1,500, personnel teleporting. Soon, a flurry of footsteps echoed from deep within the ship. The once quiet corridors began to fill with figures in various uniforms. Most striking were the Marines who had just appeared on the deck. 30 fully armed soldiers, clad in deep-sea camouflage and carrying Type 95 assault rifles, their tactical vests laden with magazines and grenades, stood guard. Their sharp eyes gleamed with a murderous aura honed through countless simulated combat exercises. With them, Lin Fan not only had enhanced shipboard security but also gained a sharp weapon capable of carrying out island landings, infiltrations, and decapitation strikes. He nodded in satisfaction. Now, the ship finally seemed to come alive. Next, it's time for the real spear. Lin Fan's gaze shifted to the top of the technology tree, where the T3 level icon gleamed alluringly. That represented 5th-generation fighter jets, stealth, supersonic cruise, situational awareness, and true aerial dominance. In this alien world where most people still rely on their naked eyes and magical energy for perception, stealth fighters are ghosts, and also death itself. Pangu, T3 level technology tree, unlocks J-35 carrier-based stealth fighter. T3 level. J-35 5th-generation stealth fighter, supersonic cruise, internal weapons bay, situational awareness node. Unlock cost, 2,000 energy points. Confirm. Energy points minus 2,000, current remaining, 13,300 points. The T3 level J-35 unit has been unlocked. Unlock bonus, 4 J-35s including an ace crew, which have been transferred to the hangar. Lin Fan didn't stop. His gaze fell on the special branch of the T2 tech tree. The last battle made him clearly realize that the importance of electronic warfare far exceeded his imagination. Although the KJ-600 could perform some jamming, it was ultimately an AWACS aircraft. Faced with the Abyss cult's bizarre unifying will, he needed a more specialized electromagnetic scalpel. Unlock the J-15DT, an electronic warfare aircraft. T2 class. J-15DT, Roaring Shark, wingtip electronic warfare pods, high-power jamming, anti-radiation attack, escort cover. Unlock cost, 3,000 energy points. Confirm. Energy points minus 3,000, current remaining, 10,300 points. Unlocked perk, 3 J-15DT aircraft, including an electronic warfare officer, have been transferred to the hangar. Lin Fan didn't even blink when he spent 5,000 points. The remaining energy points would be used to expand the size of the fighter jet fleet. Expand the J-15T Flying Shark fighter group to 10 aircraft. Expand the KJ-600 Sky Early Warning aircraft to 2 aircraft. Command confirmed. Purchase 6 J-15T fighter jets, costing 1,500 points. Purchase 1 KJ-600 Early Warning aircraft, costing 2,000 points. Total cost, 3,500 points. Remaining energy points, 6,800. Lin Fan kept the 6,000 plus points as a reserve for ammunition replenishment and emergency repairs. After all, once the YJ series missiles are used in combat, they will burn through a lot of money. Inside the hangar, the once spacious area had become crowded and full. The deck controller stood beside the elevator, watching the steel warplanes appear out of nowhere, his excitement almost trembling. This is what an aircraft carrier should look like. Deep within the hangar, 4 futuristic, silver-gray fighter jets sat silently in their designated bays. Those were J-35s. Unlike the J-15T, whose pylons were ostentatious, all their weapons were concealed in the flat fuselage bomb bay, like a dagger sheathed, its sharpness restrained yet deadly enough. 3 J-15DT fighters beside them had huge electronic pods hanging from their wingtips. They were the fleet's magicians, and also roaring sharks specially designed to burn the enemy's brain. With the addition of 10 heavy J-15T fighters, 2 KJ-600 early warning aircraft and 5 Z-20 fighters, the Fujian aircraft carrier now possesses a complete carrier air wing, capable of carrying out all-weather, full-spectrum combat missions. Filong 01 stood beside the landing gear of AJ-35, gazing at the smooth fuselage, wanting to reach out and touch it but hesitating. He sighed softly. This is a 5th-generation fighter. Those natives opposite probably don't even know how they died. A J-35 pilot removed his helmet, his smile both confident and sharp. From now on, you just need to focus on firing, and leave the locking to us. The morale of the entire hangar was instantly boosted to its peak, a testament to absolute confidence in their strength. Inside the command center on the island, Lin Fan watched the spectacular scene on the monitor, and the urgency in his heart finally eased slightly. With this force, even if the main fleet of the Iron Blood Empire attacked tomorrow, he was confident he could face them head-on. He leaned back in his chair and rubbed his temples. Since his transmigration, he had hardly had a moment's rest. Deathly sea trials, pirate revenge, the vanguard of the abyss, every battle felt like dancing on a knife's edge. Fortunately, he now finally has the means to establish himself. Just as Lin Fan was about to close his eyes and rest for a moment, the AI Pengu's emotionless voice rang in his mind again. This time it wasn't an alarm, but it instantly snapped him awake. Commander, regarding the ancient beacon we captured earlier, the core data layer has been opened after being cracked with high computing power. Decryption complete. Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes and sat up straight. So fast? That was something the Abyss Order was willing to pay any price to open, and it was the Gate of Truth that Saga still longed for even on his deathbed. Unexpectedly, it was so quickly and brute forcefully broken by Pengu. A hint of curiosity flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Then let me see it. What secrets are hidden here? Chapter 39: The Initial Formation of the Air Force. Inside the command center, the light was dim, with only the holographic tactical console emitting a faint blue glow that reflected on Lin Fan's cold, stern face. He stared at the projection and asked in a deep voice. Pengu, is this all the information in the ancient beacon? Yes, Commander. After decryption, it has been confirmed that this is a star map, or coordinate set, that only advanced civilizations can understand. On the projection, a corner of the previously pitch-black fog map of the Black Iron Sea was illuminated. About 1,500 nautical miles to the northwest of Crystal Island, a ring-shaped archipelago appeared, like pearls scattered in the deep sea, guarding the huge inland sea in the center. Target area, Xian Tai Islands. Composed of 12 large main islands and hundreds of reefs, it boasts natural deep-water harbors, and its ring-shaped mountain range forms a perfect windbreak. A glint of light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. This terrain was practically a different world version of Pearl Harbor. Enclosed, safe, and with sufficient water depth, as long as a few outlets to the sea were secured, it would be an unsinkable sea fortress. In comparison, Crystal Island beneath their feet was truly just a gas station. He went straight to the point. What about the resources? According to the beacon, the Black Iron Islands possess abundant mystic crystal veins, with reserves more than 10 times that of the Crystal Isles. Furthermore, the beacon highlights a unique resource. Described as a black, viscous liquid with a pungent, fishy odor that can be ignited and is buried beneath the ancient seabed. Lin Fan slammed his fingers on the table. Black, viscous, flammable, isn't this petroleum? Oil itself is not rare. The Blue World already has a basic petrochemical industry, and Lin Fan can also buy heavy oil through trade at the Academy port. However, being able to buy it and owning it are two completely different things. Buying it means being subject to others. Once war breaks out and the other side cuts off the supply line, the 003 conventionally powered aircraft carrier could become a floating scrap metal. Even if the Type 004 is eventually powered by nuclear energy, the aviation kerosene needed for fighter jets will still present an energy problem. However, if we control our own oil fields, it means true independence, that our fleet can sail far and wide without restraint, and that all future war machines will have an inexhaustible source of power. I'm taking this place. Lin Fan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable domineering air. Commander, there's one more message. The deepest part of the beacon mentions an ancient artifact, said to slumber in some corner of the Black Iron Islands, the last legacy of a lost civilization. Lin Fan wasn't blindly convinced by the divine artifact. He believed more in oil, ports, and secret crystals than in vague legends. But this also presented a problem. If the Abyss cult had been searching for this beacon, then they must also know of the existence of the Black Iron Islands. It's not just a cult. With the opening of the Black Iron Sea, the ironclad warships of the Iron Blood Empire, the airships of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, and even those fearless explorers will swarm there like sharks smelling blood. It's destined to become a meat grinder. Looks like we're in for a tough fight. Lin Fan stood up, straightening his uniform. Let's go to the hangar. Before we leave, I want to check out our new treasure. the hangar of the 003 Fujian aircraft carrier. The area is no longer empty. 10 J-15T, Flying Shark, fighter jets are neatly lined up, like tigers poised to pounce. And at the deepest part of the hangar, in the area designated as Special Maintenance Zone, 4 completely different fighter jets are parked. They lack the J-15's flamboyant canards and elongated fuselage, and are entirely covered with a silver-gray radar-absorbing coating, exhibiting an ultimate geometric aesthetic. The diamond-shaped nose, serrated canopy, and outward-canted twin vertical tails, every line seems designed for stealth. This is the diamond in the crown of industry, the T-3 class carrier-based fighter jet J-35. 4 pilots, clad in specially designed anti-G suits, were already lined up and waiting. Their demeanor was understated, yet their eyes held a confident air of superiority. The squadron leader at the head of the formation saluted. "Commander, J-35 Squadron, codename Shadow Blade, reporting for duty." Lin Fan returned the salute, walked to the fighter jet, and ran his hand over its cold, smooth fuselage. The touch gave him a sense of peace. He looked at the squadron leader. "Introduce it. I want to know why it's worth 2,000 points per aircraft." The squadron leader strode forward, his tone filled with undisguised pride. "Commander, this is a 5th-generation stealth fighter jet custom designed for aircraft carriers by Shenzhou Military Industry. It is equipped with 2 WS-19 medium-thrust engines. While the thrust of a single engine is not as high as that of the J-15T's heavy engines, it is the absolute king in the field of medium-thrust engines. Driven by these 2 engines, the J-35 can reach a top speed of Mach 1.8 and has a combat radius of over 1,000 kilometers. It is derived from some of the original designs of the FC-31 and also references the American JSF program concept, but it is not a product of compromise for multi-role purposes. Instead, it is a native, pure carrier-based aircraft that focuses on air superiority. It's a size smaller than the J-15, which means more flexible deck operations, allowing for more sorties to be parked in the same area, resulting in a higher sortie rate. In the words of the squadron leader, if the J-15 is the big cat, then the J-35 is China's stealth Super Hornet. Lin Fan walked around the fuselage, admiring its clean and efficient aerodynamic design, devoid of any unnecessary protrusions. He asked, "What about its stealth capabilities?" "World class," the squadron leader replied decisively. "In terms of radar cross-section, it's on par with its competitors. In this world that relies primarily on magical perception and optical targeting, it's practically transparent. It can fly right up to the enemy with 6 PL-15 missiles without them even noticing." However, the squadron leader did not hide its shortcomings. In pursuit of stealth and aerodynamics, the J-35's internal weapons bay has limited depth, preventing it from carrying heavy anti-ship missiles like the J-15, nor from packing large bunker-buster bombs into its belly. Its ground and sea attack capabilities mainly rely on small-diameter precision-guided bombs, or it sacrifices stealth by carrying them externally. Lin Fan waved his hand. "It's all right. Leave the dirty work to the J-15T and Z-20. What I need you to do is kick down doors, gouge out the enemy's eyes, tear through their air defense network, and firmly grasp air superiority." His gaze fell on the wing route, where everything was clean and smooth. He asked, knowing the answer already, "No machine gun?" "Report no. Not only is there no cannon, but there are also no side weapon bays carrying air-to-air missiles." The squadron leader's tone was calm. "This is a choice made after careful consideration by China's military industry. It's 2022 already. Who still uses 5th-generation fighters for dogfights?" He continued with a hint of disdain. "Those who still fantasize about close-range combat are either stuck in World War II or have such poor stealth capabilities that they can't achieve beyond visual range kills at all. They can only pounce on the enemy like wild dogs and engage in hand-to-hand combat. For 5th-generation fighters, machine guns and air-to-air missiles are useless and cumbersome. Our battlefield is beyond visual range." Lin Fan smiled. This answer resonated with him deeply. This was the difference in generations. While the Abyss cult was still using gargoyles to create human waves, and the Iron Blood Empire was still obsessed with large-caliber artillery, his air force had already entered the era of I can see you, but you don't know where I am. Very good. Lin Fan patted the landing gear of the J-35. From now on, this sky is yours to manage. In addition to these 4 stealth assassins, the hangar also houses 3 expensive new members, the J-15DT, Roaring Shark. They are similar in appearance to the J-15T, but instead of missiles, they carry huge electronic warfare pods on their wingtips, and their fuselages are covered with blade-shaped antennas. A bespectacled, refined-looking officer stepped forward and saluted. Electronic Warfare Unit reporting for duty. Lin Fan gestured for him to introduce himself. The officer pushed up his glasses, his tone calm but ruthless. Based on the J-15 heavy airframe, we have huge internal fuel tanks and power generation capabilities, allowing us to stay airborne for extended periods and release high-powered jamming beams. We can create hundreds of false targets, turning the enemy's radar screens into static, cutting off communications, rendering them deaf, and still monitoring radio frequency signals. Any radar that dares to turn on will become our target. Compared to the KJ-600's part-time role, we are the professionals. If the J-35 is an assassin, then we are the sorcerers. Looking at this nascent air wing, Lin Fan felt more confident than ever before. Stealth attacks, electronic suppression, and heavy anti-ship strikes. This combination of tactics would be enough to tear even an A-class fleet apart. Everyone has won! Lin Fan's voice echoed in the hangar, and all the pilots, ground crew, and engineers instantly stood at attention. He walked to the tactical whiteboard in the center of the hangar, picked up a marker and drew a circle. I know everyone has been very tired these past few days. Fighting pirates, fighting the cult, building outposts, but we haven't had time to rest. This is the Black Iron Islands, 1,500 nautical miles away from us. There is oil there that can make this ship go further, countless secret crystals, and ancient relics that could change the world order. I have a feeling we won't be the only ones who want to take over there. Lin Fan scanned each young and resolute face. The deep-sea monsters will use that place as their lair, and the Abyss Order, having just suffered a loss, will pounce there like mad dogs. The Iron Blood Empire's fleet, the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance's airships, and even forces we haven't seen before will appear. That will be a chaotic battle, a gamble where the winner takes all and the loser loses everything. The hangar was silent, save for the low hum of the ventilation ducts. But Lin Fan saw no fear, only pairs of eyes burning with fighting spirit. His voice gradually rose. We will encounter challenges, perhaps A-class sea monsters, perhaps overwhelming enemies. But look at the steel war eagles behind you, look at this 80,000-ton behemoth. We have the sharpest swords, and the strongest shields. We are never afraid of challenges. Tell me, what do we do? Crush them! Hundreds of soldiers roared in unison, their voices making the hangar ceiling vibrate. Very good. Lin Fan tossed aside the marker. All ships on level 1 combat readiness. Weigh anchor. Target, Xiantai Islands. Proceed! As the order was given, the massive anchor of the 003 Fujian warship slowly rose, its propellers churning the seawater and leaving a long white trail in the Black Iron Sea. Chapter 40 Entering the Black Iron Islands. In the core area of the Black Iron Sea, a fierce wind tore through the thick fog, finally revealing the legendary Xiantai Islands. 12 massive main islands encircled each other like a natural arena, guarding the unfathomable inner sea at their center. On the islands, exposed veins of mystic crystals resembled scars on the earth, their eerie blue light shimmering in the sea fog, enough to drive any power mad. But this sea area was no longer silent. Inside the combat command center of the 003 Fujian warship, the voice of the captain of the Tianyan-01 suddenly became heavy. Alarm! Multiple high-energy reactions detected by the god's vision. 80 kilometers to the east, a group of high-speed surface targets. 60 kilometers to the west, a large number of submarines surfacing. 100 kilometers to the south, a large-scale mixed fleet is approaching. Lin Fan stood before the chart platform, calmly watching the red alert zones that lit up simultaneously in 3 directions on the screen. What was bound to happen had finally arrived. This once untouched virgin territory was now like a piece of bloody meat thrown into a shark tank, attracting the most greedy gazes of the entire sea. The eastern waves were sliced apart at high speed, and a fleet with flamboyant paint schemes and sleek lines hurtled in. It was the main fleet of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, with its flagship, Wind Chaser, being long and sharp, covered with thin magic energy armor, and its 6 twin-mounted magic energy main cannons glowing with a blue light. It was surrounded by 4 C-class escort ships. What was truly chilling was the swarm of escort ships behind them. Hundreds of heavily modified high-speed torpedo boats and gunboats crisscrossed the sea. Although they were merely industrial creations, they possessed firepower capable of tearing apart D-class sea monsters under the blessing of the ship's Spirit Alliance. The lieutenant quickly determined that this was the Merchant Alliance's renowned swift current tactic, sacrificing armor for extreme speed and firepower density. The western sea suddenly boiled, with huge bubbles surging up, like a deep-sea monster about to awaken. Soon, a group of strangely shaped, jet-black steel submarines broke through the water. They had no towering island superstructures, only low conning towers and bare decks. These were the Iron Blood Empire's B-class magic-powered submarine wolf pack. Lin Fan's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the sonar imaging. These submarines weren't just underwater weapons launching torpedoes. The hydraulic hatches on their decks slowly opened, revealing heavy, magic-powered cannons with astonishing calibers. They were essentially underwater heavy gunboats, and some even had bulging backs, clearly carrying even more dangerous, high-powered weapons. Given the Iron Blood Empire's global intelligence network, their presence here wasn't surprising. What truly surprised Lin Fan was the south. Black smoke blotted out the sun, and the largest and most disorganized fleet was forming a fan-shaped encirclement. The air traffic controller hesitated before confirming that it was the flag of the Azure Kingdom. And in the center of the fleet, a brand new battleship, the Duke, exuding B-class aura, was slowly advancing towards the battlefield. The warship was covered in scratches and repair marks, but it didn't look like a disgrace. It looked more like a medal. Standing on the bridge was someone Lin Fan knew all too well, Wang Ting. The Duke's son whom Lin Fan had once trampled on during the awakening ceremony. He had now lost his former impetuousness and arrogance. His eyes were sinister, and his face carried the ruthlessness of someone who had crawled out of a pile of corpses. To wash away the shame, Wang Ting mobilized all of his family's resources, personally leading a team into dangerous waters to hunt sea monsters. Through sheer resources and countless life-or-death battles, he managed to upgrade his warships to B rank. Behind him was the Revenge Legion that the Wang family had fought tooth and nail for, dozens of low-ranking ship spirit envoys, 4 old-era battleships equipped with 406mm cannons, and 6 cruisers fitted with brass night anti-aircraft missiles. Although those missiles were cumbersome and required radar beam guidance, they were still formidable firepower platforms under the protection of the Covenant. The 3 forces formed a triangular formation, tightly surrounding Lin Fan's 003 carrier battle group and Crystal Island in the center. The air seemed thick with gunpowder, just a spark away from igniting a chaotic 4-way battle. The public communication channel suddenly lit up, and 3 signal sources forcibly connected. Wang Ting spoke first, his voice hoarse and low, filled with deep hatred. "Lin Fan, you didn't expect this, did you? We've met again. This time, there are no Academy rules to protect you, and no pirates to take the bullet for you." He stood on the bridge of the Duke, staring intently at the flat-topped ship in the distance that still showed no ethereal fluctuations, and sneered. "I'm a B-class now, backed by the century-old legacy of the royal family. Can your F-class scrap metal still create miracles?" Immediately afterward, an arrogant female voice broke in. It was the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance Fleet Commander, Captain Red, a B-class ship. She first feigned concern, saying that harmony brings wealth, and then claimed that the island coordinates were purchased by the Merchant Alliance at a high price, and according to the rules, first come, first served. Then her tone turned cold, and she directly stated her price. The Merchant Alliance wanted 70% of the island's secret crystal mines. The iron-blooded Empire's colonel's voice was icy cold as he immediately rejected the idea. They didn't care about the minerals. What they wanted was the archipelago's strategic location and the rumored beacon. This area would be designated an Imperial Military Restricted Zone, and all unauthorized personnel had to leave immediately. Each of the 3 parties had its own demands, but none of them took Lin Fan seriously. In their eyes, even if Lin Fan had defeated Black Shark and even if his methods were unpredictable, he was ultimately just one person and one ship. Faced with the encirclement of 3 fleets and 3 B-level experts, his wisest choice was to tuck his tail between his legs and run away. Wanting spoke again, a cruel smile playing on his lips. For the sake of our past as classmates, I'll give you a way out. Kneel down and hand over your ship to become my escort vessel. Otherwise, you'll die here and turn into sea mud. The communication channel fell silent. Everyone awaited Lin Fan's response. Was it a plea for mercy, anger, or pointless shouting? But in the combat command center of the 003 Fujian warship, Lin Fan simply sat in the captain's seat, a cup of freshly brewed hot tea in hand, looking at the 3 arrogant faces on the screen as if they were 3 clowns. He calmly asked, "Are you finished?" Then he put down his teacup, slowly stood up, and said, "Aren't you mistaken about something? I discovered this place first, and I planted the flag first. Besides, with your piece of junk, who gave you the courage to spout nonsense within my firing range? Scrap metal?" Wanting instantly flew into a rage, veins bulging on his forehead. "Lin Fan, what are you pretending for? Look around you. I have cannons, I have missiles, I'm a B-rank. Do you still think you're that genius everyone's been praising?" Lady Red sneered as well. Since this little brother wouldn't listen to reason, he'd have to suffer the consequences. The iron-blooded Empire colonel was even more direct, issuing an ultimatum: if they didn't evacuate within 3 minutes, they would be sunk. Lin Fan laughed, but there was no warmth in his smile. "Talk? When did I say I wanted to talk to you?" He casually adjusted his cuffs, his gaze sharp as a knife when he looked up. "Since we can't reach an agreement, and things are too difficult, then let's not do anything." With a snap, communications were cut off, and the world seemed to fall silent instantly. But this was merely the calm before the storm. The Major, standing behind Lin Fan, whispered a warning: this would ignite war, a mad gamble of 1 against 3, a single ship against 3 combined fleets. Lin Fan turned to look at the dense red dots on the radar screen, a flame of ambition burning in his eyes. "War? I don't care. In this world, truth only exists within the range of cannons. Since they want to fight, let's fight until they submit." He waved his hand sharply, pointing to the sea area filled with warships. "All ships at level 1 combat readiness. Notify the J-35 squadron, stop hiding. Let these bumpkins see what a 5th-generation fighter is, what beyond visual range strike is." The sea breeze suddenly intensified, and the fragile balance of power between the 4 sides collapsed completely at that moment. A fierce war, destined to be recorded in the annals of the Blue World, officially began. Chapter 41: 4-Way Battle for Supremacy. The sea breeze suddenly stopped, and the sea surface seemed to be paused. But beneath the frozen calm, the killing intent had already exploded. The moment Lin Fan cut off the communication, the fragile balance between the 4 forces was shattered on the spot, and a real melee officially began. The first to make a move was Lady Red, a B-class captain from the 7 Seas Merchant Alliance. Standing atop the command tower of the Wind Chaser, she slammed her ornate folding fan shut, pointing it directly at the motionless Type 003 aircraft carrier in the distance, her eyes filled with the excitement of an impending hunt. The 7 Seas Merchant Alliance differs from the Iron-Blooded Empire and the Royal Fleet. The Iron-Blooded Empire is obsessed with heavy armor defense, the Royal Fleet worships large-caliber cannons, while the Merchant Alliance adheres to only one principle: speed above all else. They believe that as long as mobility is terrifying enough, any battle line can be torn apart. With Lady Red's command, the Swift Flow Tactics were activated. Using the B-class high-speed battleships as the spearhead, hundreds of modified armed speedboats and torpedo boats accelerated instantly, leaving long white trails, like a swarm of killer bees released, and frantically rushed towards Lin Fan's fleet. These speedboats, though small in size, were all equipped with high-powered magic engines. With the added boost of the ship's Spirit Masters, Covenant, their speed soared to 45 knots. For a World War II-level artillery aiming system, this speed was practically impossible to lock onto. A cold smile crept across Lady Red's lips. If those speedboats could get within 20 kilometers of torpedo range, a barrage of torpedoes would send that cumbersome flat-topped ship to the bottom of the sea. As for the enemy's artillery, she looked at the bare deck of the Type 003 aircraft carrier with nothing but contempt. Meanwhile, inside the combat command center of the 003 Fujian warship, Lin Fan stood in front of the tactical console, watching the rapidly approaching red dots on the screen. His face remained completely expressionless. He even picked up his teacup and took a sip, as if watching a group of ants crawling towards a fire. The operations commander reported that the enemy was moving extremely fast and was expected to enter torpedo range in 20 minutes. Lin Fan put down his teacup, shook his head, and simply said, "Too slow." Then he looked up, his gaze seemingly piercing through the steel deck, looking up at the sky 10,000 meters above. He inquired whether the Shadow Blade squadron was in position. A reply immediately came through the communication. 4 J-35s had arrived at their designated attack positions, at an altitude of 12,000 meters and a speed of Mach 0.9, with their bomb bay doors ready. Lin Fan's voice was soft yet chilling, instructing them to begin their operation and telling Lady Red that times had changed. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, 4 silver-gray fighter jets silently sliced through the thin air. Diamond-shaped noses, serrated canopies, every line of the aircraft served stealth capabilities. The J-35, Shenzhou Military Industries' fifth-generation stealth carrier-based fighter, had now flown overhead to the Xiangming fleet. On the magic radar screen of the Red Lady B-class warship, this airspace was as clean as if nothing existed. No enemy aircraft, no missiles, no threat signals. The Merchant Alliance fleet continued its full-speed charge, unaware that death had been watching them for a long time. Shadowblade 01 reported via an encrypted channel that its electro-optical targeting system had acquired the target. On the pilot's helmet-mounted display, the speedboat on the sea was clearly surrounded by green boxes, and even the ferocious and excited expressions of the pirates on board were clearly visible. This is one-way transparency, and also a complete dimensional reduction attack. After the target is confirmed, the wingman team assigns attack sectors. There is no dive, no dogfight, and no need to engage afterburner. The pilot simply pulls the control stick switch, and the bomb bay opens immediately. 4 small-diameter, black, precision-guided glide bombs detached from the fuselage. They had no missile exhaust plume, nor the whistling sound of artillery shells. Like 4 silent assassins, guided by gravity and aerodynamic surfaces, they silently glided toward their predetermined death coordinates. On the sea, Lady Red was still basking in the thrill of her impending kill. She urged the fleet to accelerate, mocking the F-class trash for being terrified, and demanding to know where the enemy's planes and missiles were. The pirates' maniacal laughter echoed through the communication channels. The next second, the lead C-class frigate exploded without warning. There were no radar warnings, no visual attacks, and no one even knew where the attack was coming from. A massive fireball erupted from the bridge, its thin magic armor precisely pierced, the explosion penetrating deep into the keel. The 3,000-ton warship was snapped in two on the spot, and the pirates who had been laughing wildly just moments before were instantly reduced to charred remains. The laughter on the communication channel abruptly stopped, and Lady Red gripped the railing tightly, her smile freezing on her face. Her first thought was that it was a mine. But the waters in this area are thousands of meters deep, making it impossible for them to contain mines. Before she could even figure it out, a series of explosions erupted in the assault formation. One after another, the high-speed armed speedboats disintegrated, some blown to pieces, others capsized by the shockwaves and tumbled into friendly forces. Flames soared into the sky, screams drowned out the waves. The lookout cried out in anguish, "Enemy attack!" Lady Red shoved aside the panicked first mate and rushed to the radar screen. But the screen showed only the glowing dots of their own fleet. The surroundings remained deathly silent. There were no enemy ships, no aircraft, not even missile trajectories. This bizarre scene sent chills down her spine. The fleet was being slaughtered, yet the enemy seemed to vanish like ghosts. She could only instinctively order the entire fleet to activate their shields. Pale blue magical shields rose above the warships, but they couldn't stop the impending death. The second round of silent bombing landed, targeting the torpedo boats that were trying to turn and evade. The LS-6 glide bombs, with their inertial navigation and panga correction, were capable of hitting moving vehicles, let alone these small boats that left clear tracks on the sea. Muffled thuds followed one after another as bombs pierced through the shields and struck their targets. The magical shields were adept at withstanding energy shocks, but they couldn't withstand the massive, kinetic energy of these delayed funnel explosives. In less than 3 minutes, a third of the Red Lady's elite vanguard had been wiped out. She couldn't even see a shadow of the enemy. The Red Lady completely lost control, drawing her magic pistol and firing wildly at the empty blue sky. Fear began to spread in the pirates' hearts. They weren't afraid of death itself, but they were terrified of dying without knowing why, and even more so of the despair of being helplessly attacked. 10,000 meters in the air, Shadow Blade 01 surveyed the chaotic fleet below, a slight smile playing on its lips. This was a 5th-generation fighter. This was the generational gap. He could see the enemy, but the enemy didn't know where he was. He could decide how to attack, and the enemy could only endure it. After the first round of bombing, the Shadow Blade Squadron reported to Lin Fan that the enemy's vanguard had been scattered, and that they had confirmed the sinking of 2 Class C frigates and 23 small speedboats. On the 003 aircraft carrier, Lin Fan's voice remained calm, simply saying, "Very good," and then ordered them not to stop, to change bomb types, and to deliver a greeting gift to Lady Red. The 4 J-35s then powered on their wing pylons. This time, they weren't carrying glide bombs, but small air-to-ground missiles specifically modified for anti-radiation warfare. Even if external pylons affected stealth, on this battlefield, no one possessed truly effective anti-stealth detection capabilities. Target locked, the enemy's Class B flagship, the Wind Chaser. At this moment, Lady Red was still frantically staring at the sky, her flagship's magical radar operating at full power, desperately searching for the invisible assassin. But it was precisely this intense radar signal that became her death warrant. As the launch command was given, 4 missiles separated from the fuselage, and the rocket engines ignited. They hurtled at high speed along the radar beam, like sharks smelling blood, heading straight for the Wind Chaser. Only at the very last moment did the flagship's first officer notice the high-speed, high-energy reaction overhead. But it was all too late. Lady Red looked up abruptly, her retina revealing only 4 rapidly enlarging white streaks of smoke. It wasn't an ordinary attack, but rather like the outstretched fingers of death, precisely aimed at her bridge and command tower. The violent explosion instantly swallowed Lady Red's scream. 4 missiles struck the Windseeker's radar dome and conning tower. The massive hull of the B-class flagship shuddered violently, the superstructure was completely destroyed, thick smoke billowed, and the radar antennas and masts were all snapped off. The flagship didn't sink immediately, but it was already blind. Its command system was completely paralyzed, plunging the entire merchant fleet into chaos. 100 kilometers away on the Type 003 aircraft carrier, Lin Fan coldly put down his teacup, watching the out-of-control enemy fleet on the screen. This is the price for provoking him. Round 1 over. Next round. Chapter 42 Anti-Submarine Warfare. Anti-Submarine Warfare. On the sea, the Seven Seas Alliance's several damaged warships were fleeing in a sorry state, trailing thick smoke, like wild beasts with their decks torn apart, unable to even maintain their formation. But this scene did not deter the Ironblood Empire. On the contrary, in the eyes of Colonel Hans, the commander of the Ironblood submarine fleet, this was the best opportunity. He stood in the conning tower of the flagship submarine, U-99, staring through the periscope at the massive flat-topped ship in the distance, a cold, mocking smile playing on his lips. Those fools from the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance only knew how to flaunt their speed on the surface, failing to understand that the true hunter always lurks in the shadows. Full fleet, dive immediately. The order was given, and the valves emitted a sharp hiss as more than a dozen black steel behemoths swiftly sank into the sea. Only a string of churning bubbles remained on the surface before it quickly returned to calm. This is the Ironblood Empire's proud B-class magic-powered submarine, the Wolf Pack. Its hull is covered in complex silence runes, which, powered by magic energy, can absorb water noise and even deflect active sonar waves. In past naval battles, once the Iron Blood Wolf Pack submerged, it was practically invincible. No one could find them until the torpedoes shattered the enemy's keel. On the public communications channel, Hans's image lit up. Unlike the Red Lady, he didn't lose control. Instead, he spoke with an air of confident arrogance. "Mr. Lin Fan, your plane is indeed formidable. The sky is yours, but the water is mine. Just wait in fear for the sound of the keel breaking." Communication was immediately cut off. Inside the Operations Command Center of the Type 003 Fujian warship, Lin Fan stared at the blacked-out screen, his face expressionless. He turned to the sonar control panel and asked, "How is it?" The sonar operator immediately reported that the helicopter sonar array was completely silent. The enemy's stealth technology was indeed impressive, making it difficult to detect propeller noise by listening alone. However, they were only searching in shallow water and hadn't yet deployed the sonar above or below the thermocline, so the results might not be accurate. Lin Fan didn't think that putting a dipping sonar into the thermocline would change much. The advanced technology from another world had to have some real substance. But as long as it was made of iron and moved in water, it couldn't escape the laws of physics. Many people believe that helicopters or anti-submarine aircraft rely solely on deploying and dipping sonar for anti-submarine warfare. In reality, anti-submarine aircraft have even more sophisticated methods. Lin Fan picked up the microphone and connected to the hangar. "Flying Dragon 02 Squadron, Anti-Submarine Unit." The response came quickly from the other end. "Here," Lin Fan said calmly. "Take your gear and go blast fish. Teach that colonel a lesson, let him know what magnetic anomalies and active sonar are." "Yes." Inside the hangar, 5 specially modified Z-20F anti-submarine helicopters had been towed to their takeoff positions. They were not carrying anti-ship missiles. Their undersides appeared bulky, housing large surface search radars and sonobuoy launchers. Under their stub wings hung orange-yellow U-11 lightweight anti-submarine torpedoes. The takeoff command was given, and 5 helicopters took off. They didn't climb too high, but flew at a height of several dozen meters above the sea surface, heading towards the direction where the Iron Blood submarine had disappeared. At a depth of 300 meters, the U-99 submarine was deathly silent. The red combat lights illuminated the compartment like a ghost town, and all the crew members held their breath. Even the sound of a wrench falling to the ground could draw reprimands. Despite the silence runes, they maintained an extremely high level of tactical discipline. Hans lowered his voice and asked, "Sonar room, is there any situation?" The sonar operator was full of confidence. "Colonel, we can only hear the sound of waves on the surface. The enemy hasn't started anything, nor have they tried to blindly bomb us with depth charges. They have no idea where we are." Hans nodded in satisfaction. This was a classic case of overwhelming force, except that it was his attack on Lin Fan. No matter how powerful those iron birds in the sky were, could they really dive into the water and catch him? He ordered his men to continue approaching, and when they were 5 kilometers from the target, to launch a salvo of heavy magic-powered torpedoes. He wanted to see the aircraft carrier break in two with his own eyes. Just then, the sonar operator frowned. "Colonel, there's a sound overhead." Hans asked. "What was that sound?" "Like a propeller, very fast, in the air." Hans scoffed, completely unconcerned. He assumed the planes, unable to find the submarine, were only capable of futile rage in the air, and thus ordered them to maintain their course, preparing for battle. But no sooner had he finished speaking than a dull thud came from the water. Then came the second tone, and then the third tone. Hans's expression changed slightly. "Are they dropping depth charges?" The sonar operator shook his head in confusion. "No, there was no explosion. Those things just stopped moving after they hit the water." On the sea surface, 5 Z-20F aircraft are densely deploying sonar buoys. One by one, cylindrical buoys are thrown into the water, quickly unfold, release hydrophones, and extend radio antennas. Passive buoys, active buoys, and temperature depth buoys are deployed simultaneously, instantly covering a huge acoustic surveillance network invisible to the naked eye, covering an area of 10 kilometers in radius. With a buzzing sound, The previously smooth waveform on the sonar soldier's screen inside the CIC suddenly jerked. He immediately reported, "Commander, active buoy number 3 has detected an echo. Bearing 270, distance 12 kilometers, depth 80 meters. Lin Fan walked over and took a look. The silence runes could eliminate noise and absorb some sound waves, but they couldn't change the submarine's size or density. The high-frequency pulses of the active sonar made the massive metal mass as conspicuous as a mirror in the night. And there are even more ruthless ones. At the tail of the Z-20F, a long probe extends. That's a magnetic anomaly detector. Any movement of a few thousand tons of steel within the Earth's magnetic field will inevitably cause disturbances. This is an ironclad law of physics, and no one can change it." The alarm suddenly went off. The Z-20 lead pilot shouted excitedly, "Target confirmed. Large metal object right below us. Lock on, attack!" The helicopter hovered as a U-11 anti-submarine torpedo detached from its pylon, its tail-mounted drag chute deployed, and it plunged into the water with a splash. Upon entry, the drag chute disengaged, and the engine ignited. Unlike older straight-running torpedoes that veered aimlessly in a straight line, it began a spiral search maneuver guided by active sonar. Underwater, inside U-99, the sonar operator's face suddenly turned deathly pale. He ripped off his headset and screamed in terror. "Colonel! High-frequency sonar signal! Something's coming, incredibly fast! 50 knots, no, 60 knots! Hans's expression finally changed. "How could they possibly have found us?" He urgently ordered. "Hard to port! Release the decoys!" But it was all too late. The U-11's active seeker had already locked onto the massive hull of the U-99. The ever-approaching buzzing sound was like a death countdown in the confined compartments. Boom dash! A violent explosion occurred 80 meters underwater. Hundreds of kilograms of high-energy explosives, amplified by water pressure, released terrifying destructive force, instantly tearing apart the pressure hull of U-99. Seawater, with a force of tens of atmospheres, flooded the compartments, crushing and pulverizing the human body, instruments, and runes. Hans didn't even have time to let out a final scream before he was swallowed by the surging sea. A massive column of water shot skyward from the sea. Then, large clumps of oil, debris, and mangled corpses surged to the surface. Looking at the sonar signals that were starting to panic on the screen, Lin Fan coldly ordered, "Leave no one alive!" The Z-20 formation began its reaping. It was a one-sided massacre. The iron-blooded Empire's prize submarine Wolfpack, in the face of modern anti-submarine warfare systems, was like a clumsy and laughable thief covered in bells. Boom! 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 Muffled explosions echoed from the seabed. Each thud represented the sinking of a Class B submarine and the deaths of dozens of elite, battle-hardened soldiers. In less than 10 minutes, the sea was covered with various kinds of wreckage. None of the 12 submarines survived. The communication channel was deathly silent. Both Wang Ting in the distance and Lady Red, who was fleeing for her life, felt a chill run down their spines. They had originally thought Lin Fan was only good at air defense and anti-ship warfare, but they hadn't expected him to be so adept at underwater defense as well. Just how many more tricks does this monster have up its sleeve? Inside the Combat Command Center of the 003 Fujian warship, Lin Fan looked at the sonar screen, which had returned to calm, and waved his hand. "Anti-submarine squad, return to port." 5 Z-20FS circled once in the air, like eagles surveying their territory, before forming a neat formation and flying back to the mothership. Lin Fan turned around, his gaze fixed on the south. There, Wang Ting's fleet still stood. It was the last thorn in his side, and the one he found most repulsive. Iron Blood and the Merchant Alliance were only interested in profit, while Wang Ting was motivated by personal vendetta. "Since you're here, don't leave." Lin Fan stared at the light representing the Duke, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He ordered in a deep voice, "All ships, attention! Target due south. Prepare a grand gift for that young Duke." Chapter 43 Eagle Strike Salvo. In the southern sea, black smoke billowed. The Merchant Alliance's speedboats had been reduced to fragments, and the Iron Blood submarines had become iron coffins sunk to the bottom of the sea, but the Wang family's revenge fleet still maintained its complete formation, like an iron wall pressing down on the sea surface. Inside the bridge of the flagship, Duke Wanting gripped the brass handrails tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the empty sea in the distance, looking like a bull that had been repeatedly toyed with. "Distance!" he growled in a low voice. The first mate's voice trembled. "Reporting, young master, the distance is 150 kilometers. 150 kilometers, like an insurmountable chasm. Wanting scanned his fleet. 4 Colossus-class battleships mounted 406mm guns, their muzzles raised high, and 6 modified Longbow-class missile cruisers, their twin launchers laden with brass night long-range anti-aircraft missiles. This is the firepower of a Class B fleet that the Wang family acquired by emptying their coffers. The problem is, they can't hit anything. The maximum range of the 406mm gun is only 40 kilometers, and although the Bronze Knight is said to be able to hit 180 kilometers, it can only target high-altitude targets. To attack surface targets, they must rely on continuous illumination by shipborne radar. Due to the curvature of the Earth, radar's line-of-sight range over the sea is only 40 kilometers. Beyond that, it becomes a blind spot. Wanting slammed his fist on the chart stand, cursing repeatedly. Lin Fan's Type 003 aircraft carrier was like a cunning ghost, always stuck 150 kilometers away, no more, no less, just enough for him to see the threat but not to touch it at all. "Full speed ahead!" Wanting roared hysterically. "Close the distance! Once we've broken through 40 kilometers, my 400 cannons will blast him to smithereens!" He suddenly looked up at the sky, a fierce glint in his eyes. If Lin Fan's planes dared to come over the Bronze Knight's 180-kilometer air defense perimeter would turn those iron birds into fireballs before they could even drop their bombs. Meanwhile, inside the combat command center of the 003 Fujian ship, Lin Fan looked at the Wang family fleet on the screen, which was billowing black smoke and desperately accelerating but still moving as slowly as a tortoise, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. 40 kilometers? He shook his head. That's about the level of World War II. He turned to the air traffic controller. "Is the Flying Shark Squadron ready?" "Commander, 10 fighter jets have completed deck preparations, loadout Plan B, ready for deployment." Lin Fan's gaze fell on the parameters of the Bronze Knight. Bulky, radar-guided throughout, and with extremely poor low-altitude performance. This was the other world's understanding of advanced weaponry. They thought that if a missile was large enough and had a long enough range, it would be invincible, unaware that in modern warfare, the unseen low altitudes were the true corridor of death. "Take off," Lin Fan ordered. "Don't fly too high. Show them what a sea-skimming breakthrough looks like." On the deck, the catapult slides retracted again, and the hooks engaged the nose landing gear. 10J-15T, Flying Shark, heavy carrier-based fighter jets taxied onto the runway in succession, like 10 ancient beasts awakened from their slumber. Under their wings hung the YJ-83K, a name that strikes fear into the hearts of all surface ships. The electromagnetic catapults roared continuously, and the enormous thrust propelled the fighter jets into the blue sky. But after leaving the ship, they did not climb to gain altitude. Instead, they lowered their noses, almost skimming the sea surface, and disappeared at an incredibly low altitude, disappearing at the horizon. On the bridge of the HMS Duke, a radar operator suddenly screamed, "Sir! The radar is reacting! 10 signals, extremely fast!" Wanting rushed forward, his face contorted with ferocious elation. "Here it comes!" He finally couldn't hold back. "An airplane? He thinks he can beat me with an airplane?" He pointed to the 6 missile cruisers and ordered sharply, "Brass Knights, warm up! Lock on! If they dare to climb, if they dare to show their faces, shoot them down!" He was full of confidence. The range of 180 kilometers was enough to tear all the carrier-based aircraft to shreds before the enemy could launch an attack. However, 1 minute passed, then 2 minutes, and the spot on the radar screen kept flickering at the edge, appearing and disappearing, and could not be locked onto no matter what. Wang Teng finally panicked. What's going on? Why can't it be locked? The radar operator, sweating profusely, said, Young master, it's too low. They're flying close to the waves, and the surface clutter is too strong, making it impossible for the radar to form a stable beam. Wang Teng stood frozen in place. Flying close to the waves? Weren't those lunatics afraid of plunging headfirst into the sea? At this moment, 60 kilometers away from the Wang family fleet, 10 J-15T fighter jets left 10 white trails on the sea. On the pilot's helmet-mounted displays, the fire control system had already locked onto the distant fleet via data link, requiring neither climb nor visual observation. Targets have been assigned. The lead aircraft locks onto the flagship, while the wingmen cover the frigates. YJ-83K, launch! Without further ado, the pilot pulled the trigger. Flashes of light appeared under the wings as 40 YJ-83K anti-ship missiles detached from their pylons. The boosters ignited, and the aircraft instantly accelerated to Mach 0.9. Instead of soaring into the sky, they maintained their altitude at a mere 5 meters above the sea, controlled by radio altimeters. 40 missiles, like 40 venomous cobras skimming the water, silently glided past their final, deadly distance. On the Duke, Wang Teng was still roaring at the radar screen. The next second, a chilling shriek came from the horizon, as if the air was being torn apart. The lookout lowered his binoculars, his face deathly pale, and pointed into the distance in a trembling voice. What's that? Wang Teng looked in that direction and saw a row of tiny black dots appearing at the horizon. They were flying so low that they almost skimmed the waves, so low that the Bronze Knight's launcher could not fire at a downward angle. A missile? A missile that low to the ground? Wang Teng's pupils constricted, a chill instantly freezing his heart. Intercept! Intercept it now! Anti-aircraft guns, machine guns, open fire! The entire fleet was thrown into chaos instantly. The cumbersome anti-aircraft missile launchers spun in vain, unable to find their targets. The old-fashioned 40mm Bofors anti-aircraft guns and 12.7mm machine guns frantically sprayed bullets at the sea surface. But against sea-skimming targets traveling at Mach 0.9, these manually operated anti-aircraft weapons were like trying to swat flies with a water gun. Too fast, too low. 40 missiles, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, deftly pierced through the sparse barrage. The first missile struck a longbow-class cruiser attempting to turn, its semi-armor-piercing warhead tearing through the armor and exploding deep within the hull. With a deafening roar, the cruiser, fully loaded with brass knights, exploded on the spot, sending fireballs soaring into the sky, and the entire warship was blown in two. Immediately afterwards, the second and third ships exploded one after another. The industrial warships that had been so arrogant just moments before, under the precise targeting of the YJ-83K, burned, broke apart, and sank like fragile toy boats. Wang Teng's eyes were bloodshot as he roared in despair. No! My fleet! My money! He suddenly remembered something and frantically channeled the etheric energy within his body. Activate the shield! I still have the ship's spirit shield! The Duke was, after all, a Class B ship's spirit warship, and a thick golden light shield instantly lit up around its hull. Just then, 4 YJ-83K missiles specifically assigned to it arrived. 4 deafening explosions erupted almost simultaneously. The immense impact caused the battleship, weighing tens of thousands of tons, to sway sideways by dozens of meters, throwing sailors on deck into the sea like dumplings being dropped into a pot. The golden shields flashed violently, emitting a piercing, shattering sound. But it ultimately held on. The B-class ship's Spirit's Alliance bonus, combined with the warship's own defenses, allowed it to withstand the bombardment of 4 missiles. As the smoke cleared, the superstructure of the Duke was half-shelved, the hull was riddled with holes, and black smoke billowed from it, but it did not sink. It remained afloat on the sea. Wang Teng crawled out of the rubble, his face covered in blood, but he laughed maniacally. I'm not dead! I'm not dead! Lin Fan, do you see that? I'm a B-rank, I'm immortal! Your missiles are useless, you can't kill me! He stared at the burning wreckage of his escort ships around him, his eyes filled with malice. As long as he was alive, as long as the Duke could still move, he would rush over and ram that damned aircraft carrier into the ground. Just as he was about to order the charge to continue, a strange, low tremor came from the depths of the sea. It wasn't an explosion, it sounded more like some enormous creature turning over in the deep sea. The surface of the sea began to surge unnaturally, and waves that were 2 or 3 meters high suddenly swelled into giant waves that were over 10 meters high. The seawater also turned pitch black at a visible speed. A foul stench, seemingly from ancient times, instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Wang Teng's laughter caught in his throat. "What's going on?" He felt the deck beneath his feet tremble violently, as if something was hitting the bottom of the ship. Inside the combat command center of the 003 Fujian warship, the piercing alarm sounded again. "Commander! Sonar has detected an extremely high-energy reaction, right below Wang Ting's fleet. Energy level, peak B grade, even approaching A grade." Lin Fan suddenly stood up, his eyes fixed on the screen. "Did you finally wake it up?" The next second, a deafening roar erupted in the center of Wang Ting's fleet. The sea surface cracked open like a volcanic eruption, and a gigantic, suffocating shadow burst forth from the water. "That's not a boat. Those were 9 ferocious, scale-covered, and mountain-sized snake heads. B-level peak sea monster. The deep-sea hydra has awakened." Chapter 44 The Sea Monster Awakened. With a deafening roar, a giant wave shot skyward. The already chaotic sea surface instantly churned and churned like boiling oil. 9 ferocious serpent heads rose from the deep sea, each as large as a destroyer, bursting forth with tons of seawater. Their bodies were covered in dark green scales, with barnacles and seaweed entwined within, as thick and heavy as natural armor polished by time. 18 crimson giant eyes swept across the smoke-filled battlefield, carrying the savagery and hunger of ancient predators. The deep-sea hydra, a peak B-rank sea monster. It was not an intruder, but the true master of this sea. These noisy ants above it had disturbed its slumber. The 9 serpent heads roared simultaneously, the sound waves causing visible ripples to spread across the sea. The closest force was Wang Ting's fleet. A longbow-class cruiser, which had just been dodging Lin Fan's missiles, was now positioned directly above the serpent. It didn't even have time to send a distress signal. A snake's head suddenly swooped down, its massive jaws opening wide, filled with sharp teeth, and with a snap, like crushing a biscuit, it bit the 5,000-ton warship in half. The sound of steel tearing apart, boilers exploding, and sailors screaming mingled together. "Damn it! Damn it!" On the bridge of the Duke, Wang Ting stared at the burning wreckage, his face deathly pale. That was his lifeline. He roared almost uncontrollably. "Fire! All gun positions, blast its head off!" This is no longer a matter of saving face. It's a matter of life and death. At this distance, facing a monster of this size, if they don't fight back, their flagship will be torn to pieces in the next second. Wang Ting grabbed the communicator and called out to Lady Red and the iron-blooded Empire commander on the public channel. His voice was no longer arrogant, but urgent and ruthless. "This thing is a peak B grade. Its armor is thicker than a battleship's. If I die, you won't get the beacon, and you won't take this island. Kill it first, and we'll split the spoils." A moment of silence followed in the channel, then Lady Red's breathless voice rang out. "Deal." She had just been badly injured by Lin Fan's stealth fighter, but the Seven Seas Alliance was an established power, and quickly assessed the situation. If they didn't deal with the sea monster first, everyone would be fish food. Moreover, that was the core of a peak B-rank sea monster, priceless. A cold male voice from the Ironblood Empire followed. "Ironblood Empire agrees to a ceasefire." Although their submarine force had been decimated, their surface ships still retained considerable combat power. Almost instantly, the three forces that were just moments before wary of each other and ready to betray each other at any moment formed a dirty but tacit temporary alliance due to survival pressures and huge interests. The cannons turned. Lady Red gave a stern order. "Full fleet, focus fire on the largest Hydra." The 30-odd high-speed armed boats that survived from the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance circled the Hydra like agile hyenas. They dared not approach, only hovering 5 kilometers away, frantically unleashing heavy torpedoes and medium-caliber armor-piercing shells on the Hydra's belly and flanks. On the other side, the remnants of the Iron Blood Empire's fleet displayed astonishing heavy firepower. 3 heavy artillery submarines surfaced, their deck covers opened, revealing magic-powered rail guns gleaming with a dark red light. After a hiss, 3 dark red beams of light swept across the sea, striking one of the Hydra's heads with pinpoint accuracy. Scales flew off, flesh exploded, and the serpent head roared in agony, its massive body convulsing violently, the resulting giant wave nearly capsizing several Merchant Alliance speedboats. The fear in Wang Teng's eyes quickly faded, replaced by a bloodthirsty frenzy. He roared, "It will be wounded! It will die! Duke, fire all main guns!" The 406mm cannon roared like thunder. At this distance, precise aim was unnecessary. Several-ton armor-piercing high-explosive shells slammed into the Hydra. While lacking the precise elegance of Lin Fan's dimensional-reducing attack, the brutal aesthetics of old-era warships and cannons were still enough to chill one to the bone. Each of the 3 parties harbored its own ulterior motives, yet at this moment, they unleashed astonishing combat power. They were, after all, the elite of this world, blessed with ship spirits and years of combat experience. The Hydra was formidable, but ultimately, it was merely a beast. Under the relentless barrage of fire from the 3 sides, its hard scales began to shatter, its 9 heads were smashed into a bloody mess, and black blood stained the entire sea red. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, 150 kilometers away, the Fujian 003 warship neither took advantage of the chaos to launch an attack nor joined the encirclement. Lin Fan sat in the captain's seat, still holding a teacup in his hand, his tone as calm as if he were arranging a long voyage. "Hard to port, heading 000, full speed ahead, close the distance to 200 kilometers." Inside the operations command center, the major was somewhat puzzled. "Commander, that's a peak B-level core. If we send the Flying Shark Squadron now, we have a real chance to seize the final blow." Lin Fan looked at the Hydra being ganged up on the screen and shook his head. "Robbing? Too dirty and unnecessary." His fingers tapped lightly on the table, his gaze calm. "Let them fight. Let them expend their ammunition, mana, and energy. This is a free show, and a rare live-fire test." He pointed to the 3 fleets firing wildly and continued. "Do you see clearly? This is what the world calls B-level combat power. Wang Teng's shield can probably withstand 4 direct hits from YJ-83K missiles. Its main gun has a slow rate of fire, 1 round every 3 minutes, and its accuracy is very poor. The 7 Seas Alliance speedboats are highly maneuverable, but their armor is thin, and a single near miss can disable them. The Iron Blood Empire's magic cannons are quite powerful, but they take too long to charge, and the ship must remain stationary when firing." Lin Fan calmly recorded the weaknesses of each enemy, as if dissecting a corpse. The major immediately responded. "Sky I-01 has recorded the entire process and established a complete target threat model." Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. He didn't care about the B-grade core. With 16,000 points in hand, he didn't care about such a small gang. What he truly valued was safety. Since those 3 idiots were willing to act as meat shields and help him clear out the sea monster, why should he bother joining them? What if Hydra launches a desperate counterattack? What if all 3 sides suddenly turn their fire on him? A wise man avoids dangerous situations. Especially when his range is 5 times that of his opponents, engaging in close-quarters combat would be utterly foolish. He calmly ordered, "Maintain surveillance. Keep the Flying Shark Squadron hanging above the clouds. Don't come down. After they've finished fighting, they'll start fighting amongst themselves over the spoils, and then we'll clean up the mess." In the center of the battlefield, the battle had reached its climax. The Hydra let out its final, mournful cry. Wang Teng's heavy artillery had severed 3 of its heads, the Iron Blood Empire's magic beam had burned through its heart, and the Merchant Alliance's torpedo had blasted one side of its body to smithereens. It possessed powerful regenerative abilities, but under such intense concentrated fire, its recovery speed couldn't keep up with its rate of destruction. With the Duke's final salvo, a 406mm shell precisely pierced the mouth of the largest head. After a muffled thud, The enormous snake head exploded like a watermelon. The Hydra's massive body convulsed violently a few times before finally collapsing with a deafening roar, crashing heavily onto the sea and creating waves tens of meters high. He died. Cease fire! Almost simultaneously, the commanders of all three sides issued the order. The deafening roar of artillery fire instantly ceased, leaving only the sound of waves and the low hum of warship engines on the sea. All eyes were greedily fixed on the slowly sinking corpse. There, a crystal the size of a millstone, radiating a dazzling purple light, was slowly rising to the surface. The core of a peak-level B-grade sea monster. This is an enormous fortune that would tempt anyone. If Wang Ting could absorb it, his warship might even reach the threshold of A-grade. The smell of gunpowder in the air intensified once more. Allies who had been fighting side by side just moments before had instantly changed their tune. The gun barrels began to be fine-tuned, and the torpedoes started to be filled with water. Wang Ting's voice was hoarse and domineering. "Mine! I'm the main damage dealer, this thing belongs to me." Lady Red immediately retorted in a shrill voice. "What a joke! Without us keeping them in check, your wrecked ship would have been torn to shreds long ago. Everyone who sees it gets a share. This stuff must be divided." The iron-blooded Empire commander coldly interjected. "Only a complete core has value. Once it's cut open, it's useless. I also contributed. Why should I give it to you?" The three fleets slowly approached the core, with each side less than 2 kilometers apart. This was an extremely dangerous distance. If any one of them fired the first shot, a chaotic battle would immediately ensue. In the tense standoff, everyone instinctively looked at the radar. Where was that most terrifying enemy, that F-class monster? The radar edges were completely empty, with no trace of the Type 003 aircraft carrier. Wang Ting exclaimed in disbelief. "He's gone? That greedy guy actually gave up such a big piece of meat?" Lady Red snorted coldly, forcing herself to bolster her courage. "Perhaps he's scared. He only has one ship, and he must have used up all his missiles. Faced with the combined forces of the three of us, he won't dare to come over." The Iron Blood commander agreed, saying, "That kind of long-range attack consumes a lot of resources. He's probably hiding somewhere right now, regretting messing with us." After confirming Lin Fan's absence, the greed of all three parties erupted completely. Without the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads, they could finally act freely and fight for the final spoils. Lady Red's speedboats began to accelerate, like a pack of wolves surrounding their prey. "Wang Ting, step back, or don't blame me for being impolite." Wang Ting roared, pointing the Duke's main guns directly at Lady Red's flagship. "You dare? Get out of here! This is mine!" Just as the three parties were about to clash and fight to the death over this core, no one noticed that the color of the sky had changed. The originally gloomy gray sky had inexplicably turned a strange and unsettling purplish black. The sea breeze had stopped, and an indescribable sense of oppression gripped everyone like an invisible hand choking them. Inside the combat command center of the 003 Fujian warship, a piercing alarm suddenly interrupted Lin Fan's tea-drinking time. The voice of the captain of Sky 01 came through, filled with unprecedented terror, even more intense than when Hydra was first discovered. "Commander! Spatial warp reaction detected at the edge of God's vision." Chapter 45: The Abyss returns. The sea breeze has stopped. The battlefield, which had been raging to the point of near chaos, suddenly fell into a deathly silence. The waves stopped lapping against the ship's side, and the Hydra's corpse slowly sank in the distance, the occasional gurgling sound sending chills down one's spine. The sky was changing color. The leaden clouds seemed to be crushed by an invisible giant hand, then smeared with a thick layer of purplish black. It wasn't just a change in light and shadow, but rather like a textured oil stain, slowly flowing down from the zenith, trying to engulf the entire world. On the bridge of the Duke, Wang Ting's cannons had just locked onto Lady Red's flagship. The greed and violence on his face hadn't even faded before a chill from the depths of his soul froze him in place. He looked up at the sky, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "What is that?" Less than 5 kilometers above the fleet, space shattered silently, like a mirror. There were no explosions, no roars, only streaks of purplish-black lightning leaping wildly through the void, tearing open a massive rift large enough to swallow the heavens and earth. The next second, a massive shadow blocked out the sun. One after another, black steel behemoths slowly emerged from the cracks. They still retained the outlines of human warships, with bows, bridges, and funnels, but their surfaces had long been completely transformed. The cold armor was covered with a wet, purplish-red membrane that undulated with an eerie rhythm, as if the entire ship were breathing. Thick blood vessels snaked down the turrets, and plunged deep into the deck, as if these warships were living things. Even more terrifying were the muzzles. They were no longer metal pipes, but enormous biological mouthparts filled with ring-shaped teeth. Yellowish-green slime dripped from between the teeth onto the sea surface, immediately emitting a sizzling, corrosive sound. There were 30 of these monsters. At the center of the fleet, a colossal mothership slowly emerged. A Class A corrupted mothership, the Desecrator. It resembled a floating cathedral of flesh and blood, its towering island structure composed of countless twisted skeletons, reaching a height of over 100 meters. Thousands of enormous eyeballs, densely packed together on both sides of the ship, were now spinning wildly, glaring menacingly at the 3 fleets below. It was no longer a war machine. It was as if the abyss had cast Cthulhu's nightmare into reality. Lady Red gripped her folding fan tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. She knew all too well what these ships meant. In the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance's most confidential files, an abyss fleet of this size had only appeared once. The result of that incident was the complete annihilation of a medium-sized island nation protected by 3 Class A fleets. They've come for revenge. The commander of the Iron Blood Empire was ashen-faced, his hand gripping the periscope trembling violently. Wang Ting suddenly understood something more. He looked at the Hydra's core, still emitting a ghostly glow on the sea, and then at the distant black iron islands. His face turned deathly pale. It's not just revenge, they're after this too. Fear overwhelmed his reason. Wang Ting lunged at the helm, screaming, "Run! Full fleet speed, retreat immediately!" Unfortunately, it was too late. In the sky, the Desecrator emitted a deep, rumbling roar. The sound, like the mournful cry of a dying whale, was amplified countless times, rolling in from the depths of hell. Buzz! A visible purplish-black ripple erupted instantly from the mothership, sweeping across a 50-kilometer radius of the sea. A higher level of corruption has arrived. In the instant the ripples swept across, the world seemed to be stripped of its colors. The sea turned black, the sky turned purple, and the air was filled with the stench of rust and rotting flesh. Warning! Anomaly in ether concentration. It is rapidly decreasing. Shield generator overload. Energy circuit is being eroded. Inside the bridge of the Duke, red warning lights flashed frantically, yet seemed dim and powerless. Wang Ting watched in horror as the golden ether shield, upon contact with the purple ripples, crumbled instantly, like a thin sheet of paper swallowed by strong acid. Black smoke billowed from the shield generator, and a complex array of runes began to disintegrate and melt. The Seven Seas Merchant Alliance's speedboats, and the Iron Blood Empire's heavy artillery submarines also lost their protection at the same moment. All the magical shields seemed to have had their power source forcibly removed. Without shields, these warships are nothing more than lambs to the slaughter in front of the Abyss fleet. But what's truly terrifying isn't the shield collapsing, but the voice that floods your mind. That wasn't the lowly spiritual whisper of a Sakya, but a violent, chaotic, and bloodthirsty roar. It bypassed the ears and went straight into the depths of everyone's instincts that controlled fear and rage. Kill. Blood. Betray. Hunger. On the deck of the HMS Duke, a sailor operating an anti-aircraft machine gun suddenly screamed. He threw off his helmet, clutched his face with both hands, his nails digging into his flesh, and blood flowed down between his fingers. In his vision, his comrades were no longer familiar humans, but monsters with distorted faces and fangs. The wrenches and fire extinguishers in their hands had become blood-dripping knives. The sailor abruptly turned his machine gun, aimed at the unsuspecting damage control team beside him, and pulled the trigger. The large-caliber bullet tore through flesh and blood, splattering his face, But he didn't regain his senses. Instead, he revealed an even more maniacal laugh. Chaos spread like a plague. On the flagship of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, Madame Red looked at her first mate in horror. The middle-aged man, who was usually loyal and obedient, was now staring at her with greedy and unfamiliar eyes, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. "Madame Red, your meat smells so good!" Lady Red drew her magic pistol and yelled at him to get out of the way, but she soon realized that the helmsman, radar operator, and communications officer on the bridge were all looking at her with the same eyes. That's the look in his eyes when he looks at food. Low murmurs filled the bridge. Some said that eating her would grant power, others chanted the blessing of the abyss. The first mate lunged forward, his jaws snapping at her neck. Gunshots rang out, but more crew members surged forward. Inside the Iron Blood Empire's submarine, the situation was even more horrific. The cramped, enclosed compartments transformed into a bloody arena. The once disciplined soldiers had completely degenerated into beasts, fighting each other with wrenches, biting each other, and some even attempting to stuff their comrades into torpedo tubes for launch. An officer brandishing a fire axe roared as he chopped off the sonar operator's arm for the sake of the Emperor. The sonar operator screamed in agony, accusing him of being the traitor, and plunged his knife into the officer's abdomen. This is the realm of high-level corruption. It doesn't need to infiltrate slowly like the saga, nor does it need to find weaknesses in willpower. It is brutal and forceful, directly altering people's sensory perception, turning comrades into monsters, and defining killing as survival. In this purple realm, reason is a superfluous burden. Madness is the only truth. Wang Ting hid under the captain's table, trembling all over. He listened to the gunshots, screams, and the sickening chewing sounds outside, and finally realized that the revenge fleet he had spent countless sums of money to build was killing each other. They did not die from enemy fire, but from the hands of their own people. He covered his ears, but the voice in his head still wouldn't go away. That voice told others that he was the devil for killing the person under the table. Heavy, dragging footsteps drew closer, military boots sinking into the pool of blood with a sticky sound. A blood-soaked hand abruptly ripped open the tablecloth. Wang Ting looked up and saw the old butler who had watched him grow up. But that familiar face no longer held any kindness, only a deathly grayness remained in its eyes. The old butler, holding a steak knife, grinned, revealing a smile more painful than a grimace. "Young master, it's time for dinner." Flames shot into the sky over the sea. The three once invincible fleets have been reduced to a living hell. Warships burn, spin, and collide with each other. No one pays attention to the Abyss fleet anymore, nor does anyone care about the priceless Hydra cores on the sea. Everyone was engulfed in the most primal and frenzied killing. Above the purple sky, the blasphemer, mothership floated silently, like a high and mighty deity, coldly watching the ants beneath its feet gradually march towards destruction under the grace it bestowed. Chapter 46 Utter Madness. The purplish-black ripples resembled a sea threatening to swallow the world, within which despair rapidly spread. That was the high-level corruption domain, the most insidious gift from the Abyss Order. It didn't need to tear through armor or touch flesh. It only needed to penetrate human perception to twist allies into monsters and distort survival instincts into a bloodthirsty urge. At this moment, the massive fleet composed of the three factions was completely out of control. The supreme commander of the Iron Blood Empire's submarine fleet, a colonel known for his ruthlessness, was huddled in a corner of the command tower, his face pale and his body trembling. In his vision, his first mate, who had been with him for 10 years, was no longer human. The creature was covered in disgusting pus, with countless writhing tentacles emerging from beneath its skin. It was still holding a gun and was approaching the colonel step by step, emitting roars like those of a creature from the abyss. The colonel finally broke down. With trembling hands he drew his pistol, aimed at the demon's head, and pulled the trigger hard. A muffled gunshot rang out in the cramped compartment, bullets whistling through the air, and blood splattered instantly. The first mate's eyes widened, his face filled with astonishment as he clutched his chest and swayed as he collapsed. But in the colonel's eyes this wasn't murder, but the execution of evil by justice. He stared coldly at the fallen corpse, as if he had just won a trial. But this brief sense of security quickly shattered. The sonar operator's face began to contort into a ferocious expression, the torpedo's muscles bulged grotesquely, and even the young intern seemed to lose his human form in his eyes, lunging at him with bared teeth and claws. The colonel knew he couldn't hold them off. With a scream, he shoved the gun barrel into his mouth and pulled the trigger without hesitation. After another muffled thud, blood and brain matter splattered, staining the command tower crimson. Meanwhile, hell had descended upon the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance flagship. Lady Red huddled under the dilapidated desk in the captain's cabin, gripping a finely crafted pistol tightly. Her knuckles turned white from the force, while outside, scratching sounds and suppressed roars echoed. "Madam, your meat smells so good! Let's have a bite, just one bite." Those were her most loyal crew members, yet now their voices were filled only with greed and madness. The corrupted realm had amplified their most primal desires. Those elite warriors who had once made her proud had been reduced to mindless, flesh-eating zombies. Lady Red screamed at them to get out of the way and fired her gun repeatedly at the door. But she knew very well that this was just a delaying tactic. The moment her magazine was empty would be the moment she was torn apart and devoured. The entire sea area had become a giant madhouse. Warships collided with each other, and cannon fire poured out indiscriminately. Wangtung's Duke even fired torpedoes at its own escort ship, because in his eyes, that ship had become a sea monster that wanted to devour him. Despair, pure despair. In this purple hell, almost no one can remain sane. Except for that pure land 150 kilometers away. The Type 003 Fujian aircraft carrier hovered silently amidst the purplish-black ripples, like a majestic, isolated steel island. The high-level corruption domain, powerful enough to drive a B-class ship's spirit envoy mad, seemed to encounter an invisible barrier the moment it made contact with the carrier's hull. That was Lin Fan's aura of will, and also the complete rejection of etheric energy by his insulating constitution. This colossal ship, built by industrial civilization, was itself a vast, magic-free domain. It had no soul, no magical energy circuits, and no fissures that could allow corrupting forces to attach themselves. It is simply a piece of cold, hard steel that rejects any mysterious contamination. The operations command center was brightly lit. There were no screams, no madness, not even a tense atmosphere. The meteorologist stared at the surging purple data stream on the screen, frowned slightly, and reported abnormal readings from external sensors. He said the ship had no physical damage, but the purple haze severely interfered with optical observation. Lin Fan sat in the captain's seat, holding a teacup, gently blowing away the floating tea leaves, and simply replied, "It's all right, that's just an illusion for the dead. We're not under their jurisdiction." Behind him, the bridge command team continued to operate smoothly. The young navigator even yawned, took a sip of his coffee, and muttered a complaint that it was a bit cold. The fire control officer next to him casually remarked that the air conditioning was on too high. They were even discussing how the radar signals outside were behaving like a disco dance, speculating whether those people were performing some kind of strange ritual. If Madame Hong or Wang Ting had overheard this conversation, they probably would have been so angry they'd vomit blood. They were experiencing the most terrifying hell of their lives outside, while inside the 003 aircraft carrier, these people were still concerned about whether their coffee was cold. This is the difference, and the insurmountable generational gap between civilizations. While primitive humans feared thunder, modern humans already use electricity to run air conditioners. When the ship's spirit corrupts the abyss of fear, the soldiers of China treat this spiritual pollution as a special kind of biochemical threat and handle it calmly using standard procedures. Lin Fan put down his teacup, his gaze finally sharpening. He called upon Pangu, requesting a scan of the battlefield. He needed to know how long that Class A mothership intended to remain a spectator. Pangu quickly provided the results. Target locked, the Class A corrupted mothership, Desecrator, was hovering and continuously emitting high-intensity mental beams. Analysis indicated that the enemy seemed to be enjoying this self-destructive feast and did not consider 003 a primary threat. A cold smile crept across Lin Fan's lips. Arrogance, that was its greatest weakness. It clearly assumed everyone would lose their minds like those ship spirit envoys, unaware that it was facing an enemy from a completely different system. He rose from the captain's seat and slowly walked to the huge porthole, gazing out at the sea shrouded in purple mist. The churning mist resembled a hideous ghost face, as if trying to peer into the bridge, but was firmly blocked by special bulletproof glass. The madness and chaos outside couldn't penetrate this place at all. Lin Fan quietly looked at the purple hell, his voice low and steady. Since it likes watching the show so much, let it watch to its heart's content. After a pause, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and he added softly, however, just watching isn't enough. We need to add some interesting spice to this performance. Chapter 47, The Pure Land Still Exists? Bang! On the bridge of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance's Class B flagship, the Wind Chaser, the last gunshot finally rang out. Lady Red leaned against the blood-stained command console, her magic pistol still emitting smoke, while at her feet lay the first mate, who had been loyal to her just minutes before but now tried to bite her throat. The corpse was still convulsing, its face showing no pain, but rather a sinister, satisfied grin. Madame Red gasped for breath, her usual elegance completely shattered, her makeup smeared with sweat and blood, her red dress torn, revealing pale skin. Outside the bridge, screams and the sounds of chewing still echoed. The entire warship had become a slaughterhouse, with sailors tearing each other apart on the deck, using their teeth, nails, and anything else they could grab to devour their former comrades. This is the realm of advanced corruption. It doesn't kill, but first strips away reason, leaving only the most primal bestiality. Lady Red trembled as she got up and looked out through the broken porthole. Under the purplish-black sky, the Allied fleet was already in ruins. The Iron Blood Empire's warships were firing wildly at the MTC, while Wang Teng's Duke was spinning in place, indiscriminately unleashing firepower on its surroundings. Above them, the massive Class A mothership, Desecrator, remained indifferently hovering, as if enjoying the carnage. It waited for everyone to die before turning these warships into new corrupted puppets. Just as despair was about to overwhelm Lady Red's sanity, a sharp whistling sound suddenly swept overhead. It was a silver-gray fighter jet with two huge pods hanging from its wingtips, and the ear-piercing sound was coming from there. The moment the fighter jet swept past the Wind Chaser, a miracle occurred. The scream that had been driving Lady Red mad suddenly stopped. As if someone had pressed a mute button, the violent urge to tear everything apart, the hunger to see her companions as food, vanished completely in that moment. Although her lucidity lasted only a brief moment, it was like a drowning person finally getting a breath of air. Madame Red suddenly looked up, staring intently at the departing plane. She immediately recognized it as Lin Fan's plane, not an ordinary fighter jet. She looked in the direction the fighter jets were flying and saw a patch of sea 30 kilometers away that stood out starkly from its surroundings. The surrounding waters were pitch black, the sky a purplish black, and the air thick with putrid spores, yet there, the sea remained azure, the sky a somber gray, and the air as clean as if from another world. The enormous flat-topped ship, numbered 18, stood firmly on the sea, like a pillar stabilizing the ocean. All the maddening purple ripples that approached it were repelled by an invisible force. There was no madness, no chaos. You could even see ground crew in yellow vests methodically loading ammunition onto the planes on the deck. Pure land. The true and only pure land. Lady Red finally understood why Lin Fan had kept his distance from the beginning, and why he could remain so calm in the face of the abyss. It was because he wasn't afraid at all. He had a way to control this monster. The instinct to survive instantly overwhelmed everything. Lady Red lunged at the helm. The helmsman on the bridge had already been killed by her, and she had no choice but to take control of the ship herself. She pushed the throttle valve all the way down, and hissed an order for full speed ahead. The heavily damaged Wind Chaser groaned under its own weight, yet it still clung to life like a drowning person grasping at a straw, desperately rushing toward the direction of the 003 Fujian warship. Meanwhile, on a heavy cruiser in the remaining fleet of the Iron Blood Empire that had not yet completely spiraled out of control, the acting commander also noticed something amiss. As the fighter jet with the electronic pod flew by, he stopped in his tracks, his mind briefly returning to him as he was about to put a grenade in his mouth. He saw Lady Red's flagship fleeing, heading straight for the F-class warship they had always looked down upon. The acting commander immediately roared, "Follow that woman! Only by getting close to Lin Fan will we have a chance to survive." Survival is contagious. Once the first ship began its escape, those who remained lucid for even a moment immediately turned towards it as if they had seen a lighthouse. On Wang Teng's Duke, the old butler's knife had already pierced Wang Teng's skin. Just then, the electronic jamming beam of the J-15DT, Roaring Shark, swept by, and the old butler's cloudy eyes suddenly regained a glimmer of clarity. He looked at his hands covered in blood, then at Wang Teng trembling under the table, and cried out in terror, "Young master!" Wang Teng, no longer caring about appearances, shoved him aside and scrambled towards the command platform, ordering the warship to immediately go to Lin Fan. He hated Lin Fan to the core, but compared to being eaten by his own butler, this hatred suddenly became meaningless. The three battered fleets, like three flocks of sheep being chased by wolves, abandoned their armor and rushed in a sorry state toward the giant ship they had once called scrap metal. However, the Abyss Order will not easily let its prey go. In the sky, the mothership, Desecrator, emitted a low rumble. It had seen through the insect's intentions and loathed the power that could block out the whispers of God. It would not allow such heresy to continue to exist. As the mothership's will spread, dozens of corrupted warships around it suddenly accelerated, no longer slowly approaching, but flanking from the sides like berserk beasts. The fleshy turrets spewed out frantic spitting, and countless carrion gargoyles soared into the sky, weaving an impenetrable biological wall in front of the fleeing fleet. Those small ships that were completely out of control also turned their guns on their former allies. A series of deafening roars erupted. The Red Lady's flagship had barely crossed the few nautical miles when it was struck on the side by a corrosive acid shell. The thick armor was instantly eroded, and seawater rushed in. She watched the speedometer steadily drop, nearly collapsing in despair. "We can't get through. The abyss's encirclement is too tight." Even more terrifying, as the electronic warfare aircraft flew further away, that brief moment of clarity was fading. The whispers echoed again in the depths of her mind, and the urge to eat, to tear, and to devour surged through her nerves once more. Lady Red felt her teeth begin to itch. She knew that if they couldn't truly enter Lin Fan's protected area, they would all die here, becoming fertilizer for the abyss. Dignity, face, and interests are worthless compared to becoming a monster and surviving. With trembling hands, Lady Red opened the public communication channel she had sworn never to use again. At the same time, the acting commander of the iron-blooded empire, and even the usually arrogant Wang Teng, made the same choice. On the 003 Fujian warship, in the combat command center, the long silent communicator suddenly lit up with three urgent red lights. Broadcasting across the entire frequency band, unencrypted and unmasked. This was the final lament of the dying. Madame Hong's voice rang out first. The woman who had once arrogantly demanded 70% of the profits from Crystal Island was now reduced to sobs. She begged Lin Fan to save her life, offering to let the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance withdraw from the Xiantai Islands, and give all the spoils of war to Lin Fan. She said she would give him anything as long as he could live. Immediately following was the Iron-Blooded Empire's plea for help. They requested tactical support, sought refuge, offered an alliance, and were willing to be at Lin Fan's beck and call, all in the hope of gaining access to Lin Fan's air defense perimeter. Finally, Wang Teng's hoarse and humiliated voice rang out. He finally bowed his head, letting Lin Fan take the monsters away, and admitted that he was willing to follow orders. Inside the CIC, all the crew members stopped what they were doing and looked at the figure standing at the command post. Just an hour ago, these three parties were clamoring to sink 003, divide the spoils, and force Lin Fan to kneel. But now, they were like three stray dogs, wagging their tails and begging for mercy over the communicator. This contrast makes every soldier in China feel exhilarated. That's real strength. This is the truth. Lin Fan stood still, teacup still in his hand. He looked at the 3 points of light on the screen, surrounded and about to be destroyed by the Abyss fleet, his face showing neither pity nor smugness, only the calmness of a businessman assessing the value of goods. The major asked in a low voice if the call had been connected. Lin Fan put down his teacup and said only one word. Receive. He picked up the microphone and pressed the call button. A steady, clear voice pierced through electromagnetic interference and the hail of gunfire, reaching the ears of everyone struggling in despair. I heard you. Those 3 simple words instantly silenced the cries from the other end of the communicator. Lin Fan looked at the screen and continued to ask them if they wanted to live, if they wanted him to block the abyss, and if they wanted to enter his air defense zone. Madame Hong immediately answered that she would accept any condition as long as he agreed. Lin Fan's lips slowly curled into a cold smile. Can, he said. But there are conditions. As soon as the words left his mouth, the 3 people on the other end of the communicator felt a chill run down their spines. They suddenly realized that this man sitting in the safe zone, coldly negotiating terms, was perhaps far more terrifying than the abyssal monsters outside who wanted to devour their flesh. Chapter 48, Kneel or Die. Condition. These 2 words floated lightly into the communication channel, yet they weighed on the hearts of the 3 commanders on the verge of collapse like 2 mountains. Lady Red's breathing became rapid, and behind her came the sound of the first mate gnawing on a corpse. The maddening chewing sounds were slowly tearing away her last shred of sanity. She screamed, demanding to know the conditions. She was willing to give money, resources, and technology as long as she could survive. Lin Fan's voice, however, remained calm, even irritatingly slow. He sat in the bright and spacious combat command center, a cup of tea in his hand, the screen in front of him displaying 3 hellish bridges. Lin Fan held up one finger, stating his first condition: supreme command authority over all 3 fleets must be transferred to him. The communication channel instantly went silent. For the ship Spirit Envoy, this wasn't just relinquishing military power, it was tantamount to handing over half his life to someone else. The acting commander of the iron-blooded empire, his voice hoarse, suspected Lin Fan intended to annex them. Lin Fan, however, sneered, showing them their current state: a bunch of useless trash who couldn't even control their own crew, a pile of junk fighting amongst themselves. Annexing them would only tarnish his organization. He wanted command, but he didn't want to be on guard against attacks from behind on the battlefield. On this battlefield, there could only be one voice, his. Then, Lin Fan raised his second finger, his gaze seemingly transcending the screen to look at the island shimmering with eerie light. The second condition is that the Xiantai Islands, including Crystal Island, and all the resources buried beneath this sea area, shall belong entirely to Lin Fan. All 3 parties must unconditionally relinquish their territorial and resource claims and acknowledge his lordship. Even though Wang Ting was hiding under the table, he couldn't help but roar in anger upon hearing this, accusing Lin Fan of robbery and even treason. Lin Fan looked at him, trembling in the corner of the screen, with eyes as if he were looking at an ant. He calmly reminded Wang Ting that he wasn't negotiating, but rather issuing a notification. Just then, a deafening roar came from the other end of the communicator. The Abyss Order's encirclement was tightening, and the Class A mothership, Desecrator, slowly descended, casting a massive shadow over Lady Red's flagship. Countless carrion gargoyles swarmed in like a dark cloud, beginning to smash against the unshielded portholes. With a crack, the bulletproof glass shattered. A monstrous face, dripping with green slime, pressed against the glass, letting out a greedy roar at Lady Red. She completely broke down, frantically shouting into the communicator, agreeing to hand over command and even willing to abandon the island, begging Lin Fan to save her. Once there's a first, there's a second. The acting commander of the Iron Blood Empire, watching the airlock about to be breached by the corrupted crew, closed his eyes in despair and announced acceptance of the conditions. Only Wang Ting remained, still cursing, but his voice grew softer and softer as the old butler had already peered under the table, his grayish-white eyes fixed intently on Wang Ting's neck. Lin Fan calmly praised young Master Wang for his backbone, then pretended to cut off the communication, wishing his bones could break the teeth of the abyss monsters. Wang Ting immediately broke down, crying and begging him not to shut it off, offering to hand over everything. Lin Fan put down his teacup, his eyes instantly sharpening like knives. He ordered Pangu to send the temporary allied ships agreement. The next second, pale blue system windows simultaneously popped up on the retinas of the 3 commanders. It was the Shenzhou military industry system disguised as an aether contract interface, displaying only the two conditions from before and a bright red, agree, button. Without the slightest hesitation, the three pressed the button, scrambled to their feet. If they didn't, they would become monster food in the next second. The contract was signed, and the remnants of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance fleet, the Iron-Blooded Empire's Third Fleet, and the Royal Privateer Fleet were incorporated into the Alliance's ship system. The data link began to be established. Inside the operations center, Lin Fan watched as the three red dots on the screen, which had initially represented hostile forces, instantly turned into friendly green. He told everyone that this was their only chance to survive. He didn't have time to explain why he wasn't afraid of corruption. They only needed to know that only through the Allied ship mechanism could they access his command network. Lin Fan stood up, placing his hands on the command platform, his gaze intense. Only by connecting to his network could they share his will. He silently commanded Pengu to activate the mental purification broadcast, allowing his insulating constitution to be transmitted over the network via the data link. Command confirmed, full band command broadcast initiated. An invisible yet high-frequency, chilling wave, centered on the 003 Fujian, traveled along the Alliance Channel across dozens of kilometers of sea, precisely striking the bridges of the three flagships and the command systems of every remaining warship. In that instant, Lady Red felt as if ice water had been poured over her head and to her feet. The frenzied whispers in her ears, tempting her to bite and devour, melted away like snow under the sun upon encountering this surge of energy. The mental world shrouded in purplish-black mist was torn apart by a blinding light. It was like a golden, dazzling sun, yet it offered no warmth, only absolute rationality and a cold order. It hung high above the spiritual heavens, ruthlessly suppressing all chaotic instincts with an iron will. Lady Red looked up blankly, her vision clearing again. The crew members who had become monsters in her eyes were still covered in blood, still fighting, but the nauseating appetite was gone. The red light in their eyes had faded, replaced by confusion and terror. The commander of the Iron Blood Empire lowered his pistol, trembling as he looked at the corpses strewn across the ground. Wanting pushed aside the butler, gasping for breath, as if he had just woken from a nightmare. They were saved. Under the cold sun, the whispers of the abyss and the corrupted realm crumbled like a clumsy joke. But the purification was too domineering. While dispelling the corruption, it also deeply imprinted Lin Fan's will into the souls of the survivors. When they looked again at the distant 003 aircraft carrier, and then at the young man sitting in the command seat on the screen, their expressions changed completely. It was no longer about looking at competitors, nor at an F-rank lucky one, but a kind of irresistible worship that came from the depths of the soul. It was the instinctive devotion of the redeemed to the Savior, and the natural fear of chaotic creatures towards absolute order. In their minds, Lin Fan's image was magnified infinitely. He sat there like a god enthroned, coldly looking down upon all living beings. Madame Hong's legs went weak, and she knelt on the blood-stained floor, gazing at Lin Fan on the screen, tears streaming down her face, murmuring praises of him. This is precisely the side effect of Lin Fan's will halo. When he forcibly takes over the consciousness of others with his powerful mental strength, that absolute suppression will inevitably plant the seeds of submission in their hearts. Lin Fan's voice rang out again, asking if they were awake. This time, to the three commanders, the voice was as sacred as a divine decree, brooking no disobedience. The iron-blooded commander was the first to stand at attention, giving the screen a standard military salute, as if facing the emperor of the empire. Lin Fan didn't care about their changed attitude. To him, it was simply a matter of the tool being repaired and ready to be used. He looked at the approaching Abyss main fleet on the radar and coldly ordered, "Now that you're awake, stop daydreaming. I don't tolerate idlers." He ordered the remaining heavy artillery submarines of the Iron Blood fleet to surface immediately and proceed to Area K3, directly below the Class A mothership, to launch all their decoy missiles, making as much noise as possible. The Iron Blood commander did not hesitate. Even though the order sounded like suicide, obedience was all he could think of. Next, Lin Fan ordered the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance to use their superior speed to lead the speedboat group to the left flank. They didn't need to attack, they just needed to circle the corrupted frigates and draw their attention. As long as they were fast enough, the cannon fire wouldn't hit them. Lady Red wiped away her tears and respectfully carried out the order. Finally, Lin Fan looked at Wang Ting. Wang Ting was still slumped on the ground, his eyes filled with complex emotions, jealousy, fear, and above all, utter helplessness from being completely defeated. Lin Fan specifically instructed him to turn the Duke sideways, placing it between the aircraft carrier and the Abyss fleet. He wanted Wang Ting to be a human shield. To use a Duke's Son and a B-class battleship as a human shield for an F-class ship would have been an unbearable humiliation for Wang Ting in the past. But now, he only trembled slightly, gritting his teeth as he squeezed out a yes. The three battered fleets, under Lin Fan's will, began to operate anew. They were no longer scattered individuals fighting independently, nor were they indiscriminate madmen slaughtering each other. Instead, they became cogs in a sophisticated war machine. Though broken, they remained deadly. Lin Fan watched the dot on the screen begin to move according to his will and nodded in satisfaction. This was the right way to open up the situation. He turned to look at the major in charge of operations. The bait had been laid, and the human shields had been deployed. Now, it's their flying shark's turn to perform brain surgery on that behemoth. Lin Fan's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he issued the order, J-15DT Roaring Sharks, full power on electronic jamming, J-35 Shadow Blade Squadron, armed with heavy bunkerbuster bombs, target the Class A mothership, Desecrator. Take off. Chapter 49 Going to be bait. The connection is stable. The data link is now fully synchronized. In the Operations Command Center, as soon as the operator finished speaking, the situation map on the main tactical screen instantly changed. Those previously chaotic and disjointed signals were forcibly integrated into a single command network. They were still broken, some still flashing a weak red light, but under Lin Fan's will, they finally gained order for the first time. Lin Fan stood before the command console, gazing at the three tiny dots on the screen that had turned into friendly green. His face held no savior's pity. His eyes held only the calm detachment of a chess player scrutinizing his pieces. To him, those were no longer living people, nor priceless Class B warships, but chips, consumables, bait to create a fatal opportunity for his trump card. All personnel, listen to my command. Lin Fan's voice, transmitted via the data link, exploded directly into the minds of the three acting commanders. His cold, metallic tone caused everyone who heard it to instinctively straighten up. I am Lin Fan. From this moment on, I will take over this battlefield. If you don't want to die, listen carefully to every word I say. I will only say it once. On the flagship of the Iron Blood Empire's surviving fleet, a lieutenant colonel, his face smeared with blood, gripped the communicator tightly. He had just recovered from the chaos, but the voice conveyed an almost imperial authority that pressed down on him. That unquestionable dominance made him instinctively choose obedience. Iron-blooded fleet, at your command. Very good. Lin Fan's order came down immediately. Look at your tactical terminals. I have marked the K3 area. It is directly below the Abyss mothership, the Desecrator. It is its blind spot and the only route it can take to deploy landing pods. Lin Fan didn't give him time to hesitate and continued. I want all your remaining warships, regardless of whether they can still fire, to rush into the K3 area. The lieutenant colonel's expression changed. Charging directly beneath the Class A mothership was practically suicide. He managed to speak. Commander, our shields are down, and our heavy artillery is... I don't need you to fire. Lin Fan interrupted coldly. Fire out all the chaff, flares, and signal flares, anything that can emit light, heat, or make a sound. I want you to create chaos and noise there, like a herd of mad bulls, drawing all the attention of the mothership and escort ships. Can you do that? The lieutenant colonel's Adam's apple bobbed violently. He understood. They were being used as targets, the last reserves of the Iron Blood Empire, to buy a moment's distraction from the Abyss mothership. In the past, he would have been furious, but now, looking at the soldiers beside him who had just recovered from their madness and whose eyes still held fear, and then at the Abyss mothership brewing its destructive attack in the distance, he suddenly gave a bitter laugh. Do they have any other choice? No. Even more strangely, Under the aura of Lin Fan's spirit, he even felt it was an honor to sacrifice himself for victory. Iron-blooded Empire, understood. The lieutenant colonel saluted sharply, his eyes red-rimmed, his voice hoarse but firm. We're going right now, and we'll make sure to cause a huge commotion. Lin Fan's voice remained completely still, as if the promise of dozens of lives was insignificant. His gaze shifted to the other side. Seven Seas Business Alliance. Yes. Yes, I am. Madame Han's voice was hurried and obsequious, like a frightened quail. At this moment, she would do anything to save her life. Your boats are fast, Lin Fan said. Take the rest of the speedboats to the left flank. See those corrupted frigates? I saw it. They are building an air defense ring to protect the mothership. Lin Fan drew an arc on the screen. I want you to cut into the inner ring at a top speed of 35 knots, and then circle around them. Lady Red was taken aback. Spinning around? Yes, like flies. Lin Fan's tone was laced with sarcasm. Don't skimp on torpedoes and rapid-fire cannons. Keep firing as you run. I don't expect you to sink anyone. Just disrupt their formation, prevent them from concentrating their anti-aircraft fire, and force those gargoyles to chase you. He paused for a moment, then his voice suddenly turned chilling. As long as you run fast enough, death can't catch you. But if anyone dares to stop, I'll personally send him on his way without the abyss even lifting a finger. Madame Red trembled. She knew very well that this was tantamount to making the Alliance speedboat dance in a web of fire. Any hit from an acid blast would mean the destruction of the ship and the loss of everyone on board. But faced with Lin Fan's indifferent gaze, she couldn't muster the slightest resistance. That wasn't a discussion, but a divine decree. Yes, I understand. Madame Red gritted her teeth, a ruthless glint in her eyes. Men, heat the boilers until they're red hot, and load them with all the torpedoes. Run! Anyone who's slow will be haunted by me, even in death. Finally, Lin Fan looked at the largest bright spot on the screen. That was Wang Ting's Duke. Although this Class B battleship was badly damaged and its superstructure was almost completely flattened, its keel and core were still intact, and its thick armor remained the toughest bone in this sea area. Wang Ting. There was no reply on the other end of the line, only the sound of heavy breathing. I know you're listening, Lin Fan said indifferently. It's normal that you hate me and want to kill me. But right now you want to live, and only I can let you live. A grinding sound came from the other end of the line. After a moment, Wang Ting squeezed out a single word through his teeth. Speak. He was like a tiger whose fangs had been pulled out, still growling, but forced to bow his head. The fear of being hunted by the butler, the pain of being mentally torn apart, had completely shattered his pride. He had to admit that, when facing this monstrous creature beyond reason, Lin Fan, the F-rank he had once looked down upon, was his only lifeline. Your mission is the simplest, and also the most important, Lin Fan said. Turn the Dukes sideways and block my aircraft carrier and the Abyss fleet. What? Wang Ting's voice changed instantly. You want me to be your meat shield? That's a Class B battleship, the pride of the Wang family. You want me to use it to block cannonballs? Otherwise what? Lin Fan retorted calmly. Are you relying on your few inaccurate cannons for output? Or on your outdated anti-aircraft missiles for interception? Wang Ting, face reality. The only value of your ship right now is that it's big and tough enough. Lin Fan stared at the screen, his eyes sharp as knives. The Abyss mothership is charging up. The next attack will definitely be aimed at me, because I am the only threat. You are just trash in its eyes. I need someone to take the first hit for me and ensure that the deck operations are not disrupted. Only you can do this task, and only you are qualified to do it. His tone was slightly somber. This is my final act of respect for this Class B warship. The word, respect, struck Wang Ting like a slap in the face, yet also like an anesthetic, giving his shattered pride a twisted sense of satisfaction. Indeed, besides Lin Fan, only his warship could withstand the attack. Even as a human shield, he was the most important one. Lin Fan, you bastard! Tears of humiliation welled in Wang Ting's eyes, but he still lunged at the helm, roaring at the surviving helmsman. I'm not doing this for you, I'm doing this to survive. Hard to port. Turn the ship sideways. Connect all backup power to the shield generators and get them up there. Rumble. The massive Duke slowly turned, trailing black smoke, like a moving mountain, resolutely blocking the path in front of the 003 Fujian. With its battered sides, it formed an iron wall. Inside the combat command center, Lin Fan watched 3 chess pieces on the screen that had begun to move wildly. Ironblood's wrecked ships charged toward the dead, the Merchant Alliance's speedboats plunged into the storm, and the Wang family's warships became shields. What were originally a disorganized and even hostile forces were now forcibly united by Lin Fan through absolute violence and order. They knew they were cannon fodder, they knew Lin Fan was using them, yet they were still grateful and filled with fervor. Because Lin Fan gave them a goal. A goal that is the only light in despair. Very good. Lin Fan gently put down his teacup. His plan was complete. All noise had been eliminated and all distractions had been diverted. The stage is now empty. Chapter 50 Anti-Radiation Hunt. In the K3 area, the sea surface has turned into a boiling pool of blood. The remnants of the Iron Blood Empire's submarines were carrying out a suicidal frenzy. They surfaced recklessly, opened all their launch tubes, and hurled their stockpiled flares, decoy flares, and even their last few high-explosive torpedoes at the massive Abyss mothership overhead. The Seven Seas Merchant Alliance's speedboats were like a swarm of tireless mosquitoes, weaving through the corrupted frigate's barrage of fire. Every second, speedboats were hit by acid cannons, turning into fireballs burning on the sea surface, but the rest continued their frantic figure-8 maneuvers, desperately holding back the Abyss fleet's flanks. At this moment, the once majestic and imposing battleship, the Duke, was completely unrecognizable, having lost all its former glory and majesty. It lay sprawled on the turbulent sea like a wounded beast, struggling to withstand the continuous attacks from the powerful firepower of the blasphemer. The Duke's Class B shields had already shattered under the strain, the once indestructible shields now reduced to flickering fragments. Simultaneously, its thick side armor also succumbed, mercilessly pierced by the purple laser beams, creating over a dozen horrifyingly large holes. Thick smoke billowed from these holes, shooting into the sky like a black tornado. How much longer? I can't hold on much longer. Wang Tung roared hoarsely into the communicator from inside the command center. His voice was incredibly hoarse from extreme tension and fatigue, as if it might shatter into countless pieces at any moment. My port side is taking on massive amounts of water. The boiler pressure is almost off the red alert line. Lin Fan! You damned liar! Where the hell is your so-called ultimate weapon? The 003 Fujian warship, the combat command center. Lin Fan looked at the dot on the screen that, despite its screams, remained firmly stuck on the flight path, and a hint of approval flashed in his indifferent eyes. Although he's a spoiled brat, he's a tough shield. That's enough. Lin Fan put down his teacup. The stage is set up, the audience is in place, and the lights are focused. Now, the main character makes his appearance. Commander of Operations. Exist. Tell all our allies that their mission is complete. Now, those who don't want to die, get down on your knees. Lin Fan turned around, his gaze piercing through the barriers, locking onto the highest point of that chaotic airspace. Electronic Warfare Squad, Roaring Shark. It's time to show these natives what the silence of modern warfare is like. Full band suppression. High in the sky. 3J-15DT, Roaring Sharks, equipped with giant electronic pods, have already taken up the best jamming positions. Instead of diving like fighter jets, they maintained a relatively safe distance, like 3 circling vultures, coldly watching their prey below. This is Roaring Shark 01. Target signal characteristics have been confirmed. The electronic warfare officer in the back seat pushed up his goggles and his fingers flew across the touchscreen. Abyss Unified Frequency Band locked. Biological neural signal nodes locked. Interference mode, wide area noise suppression plus precise deception injection. Power maximum. Buzz. Electromagnetic waves, invisible to the naked eye, burst forth instantly. This is not ordinary interference, it is a targeted attack on the Abyss network. On the sea, the Abyss fleet, which was organizing its defenses and deploying gargoyles to intercept the speedboats in an orderly manner, suddenly froze as if its strings had been cut. Inside the biological bridge of the Class A mothership, the Desecrator, the originally clear, smooth, and omniscient unified will, suddenly turned into a jumble of noisy snowflakes. The feeling is like someone enjoying a symphony suddenly having their headphones turned up to maximum volume, and then being bombarded with the noise of fingernails scratching a blackboard. Hiss dash! The mothership let out a painful wail. All the corrupted warships lost their coordination. The left turret wanted to turn right, the right engine wanted to reverse, and the gargoyles in the sky lost their guidance and began to crash around like headless flies. This is called soft kill. Destroy the enemy's nervous system before physical destruction. Effect confirmed. Enemy command link disrupted. Air defense network breached. Inside the CIC, the Major excitedly reported. Right now. Lin Fan's order was concise yet deadly. Shadow Blade Squad, move out. Above the clouds, 4 J-35 stealth fighters glided across the sky like ghosts. According to the Abyss Order's detection methods that rely on biowaves and magical sensing, this sky is empty. Even though the J-15DT's strong electromagnetic interference had turned the battlefield upside down, these 4 fighter jets were like assassins walking in another dimension, without causing any ripples. Shadow Blade 01 calling, in attack position. The company commander's voice was frighteningly calm. EOTS, Electro-Optical System, has acquired the target. Critical milestones for the mothership confirmed. On his helmet display, the massive Desecrator was broken down into individual highlighted red frames. It's not the bridge, not the ammunition depot, and not the engine room. The J-35 was targeting the dozens of huge eyeballs around the mothership's hull, which were emitting strong ethereal fluctuations. Those are the sensory organs of the Abyss mothership. They are not only eyes, but also fire control radars that guide the corrupting energy and control the gargoyle horde. In this magical world, they are the wave sources. Bomb bay open. The internal weapons bay door under the fuselage of the J-35 suddenly popped open. It wasn't carrying an ordinary bomb. Those were 4 uniquely shaped missiles with sharp, conical warheads. LD-8A. Shenzhou Military Industry has developed a miniaturized anti-radiation missile specifically designed for 5th-generation fighter jets. In this world, there are no radar stations and no early warning aircraft. However, there is ether. In order to maintain their awareness of the battlefield and to uphold that immense unified will, the Abyss Orders, big eyeballs, must constantly radiate high-intensity mental waves and etheric waves. In the eyes of the LD-8A's passive seeker, those huge eyeballs were like lighthouses with their high beams on in the dark, dazzlingly bright. As long as you turn on the computer, you will die. This is the logic behind anti-radiation missiles. The hunt begins. Emission. Puff. 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 The 4 missiles were ejected from the launch pad, and the engines were then ignited. Instead of following conventional trajectories, they went upstream against the current, following those invisible beams of ether. Speed, Mach 2.5. This speed was too fast for the Abyss mothership, which was still struggling in chaos. On the sea, Madame Red and Wang Ting looked up in shock. They saw nothing. The J-35 remains hidden behind the clouds. All they saw were 4 white plumes of smoke appearing out of thin air in the sky, then resolutely plunging into the arrogant Abyss mothership. That is. Wang Tang's eyes widened. He originally thought Lin Fan would bombard the deck with heavy bombs or attack the waterline with torpedoes. But he was wrong. Boom! 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 4 fireballs exploded precisely in 4 directions around the blasphemer. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor a deafening roar that tore the ship apart. However, the effect was even more terrifying than sinking a battleship. The 4 enormous, main eyes, responsible for coordinating the ship's defense and guiding the gargoyles' attacks, were instantly reduced to nothing in the explosion. The purplish-black pus gushed out like a waterfall. Roar dash! The mothership let out an unprecedented scream. If we disregard the recent brain noise, this is the first time it has truly suffered a severe blow. Its field of vision went black. The gargoyles, which had been able to put up a fight back, were now completely out of control, tearing at each other in the air or falling into the sea like rain. The acid cannons that were charging lost their fire control guidance, causing their beams to go astray and even hit their own escort ships. He's blind. This Class A Abyss mothership, this overlord of the sea, became blind and deaf at this moment. Pretty! Inside the CIC, all the staff officers couldn't help but clench their fists. This is the art of modern warfare. It's not like barbarians hacking each other down, nor is it like nouveau riche competing in firepower density. It is a system. They use electronic warfare aircraft to suppress your nerves, stealth fighters to penetrate your defenses, and anti-radiation missiles to blind you. The steps were interconnected and each move was carefully planned. Before the enemy even sees you, you've already deprived them of the ability to fight back. This is called systemic paralysis. Lin Fan looked at the huge but chaotic red dot on the screen and coldly gave a definition. It's not dead yet. The Major reminded him. The Class A bio-warship is extremely resilient. Even if it goes blind, its thick bio-armor can still withstand countless heavy cannon shots. Moreover, it is trying to regenerate those eyeballs. I know. Lin Fan stood up and straightened his collar. The mission of anti-radiation missiles is not to sink targets. Instead, it's about opening up a path. It now has no eyes, no air defense network, and no unified will. It is now like a piece of meat on a chopping board. Lin Fan turned around and looked toward the hangar. There, the 10 J-15T fighters that had just completed the first round of strikes had finished loading their weapons. This time, they weren't carrying light missiles used for roll call. It was a real heavy blow. Notify the Flying Shark Squadron. Lin Fan's voice echoed in the empty bridge, carrying a chilling sense of impending doom. Since the door has already been kicked open. Then go in and tear the house down. All personnel mobilized. Target, Abyss Mothership Core. Give it the final blow. Chapter 51 Supersonic Anti-Ship Missiles. Above the sky, 10 J-15T, Flying Sharks, circled the blinded Abyss Mothership, Desecrator, like tireless falcons. Under the wings, half of the YJ-83K anti-ship missiles mounted on the aircraft had already been fired. Flying Shark 01 calling, target locked, third salvo, launch! With the pilot's calm instructions, 8 subsonic anti-ship missiles, trailing white smoke, hurtled towards the floating, flesh-and-blood fortress from different angles. Boom! 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 Violent explosions erupted one after another on the mothership's massive hull. Flames shot into the sky, and purplish-black fragments of flesh and blood rained down onto the sea. The scene was extremely bloody and shocking. Each missile could blast a crater several meters in diameter into the thick bioarmor, revealing writhing internal organs and stark white bones inside. However, only a few seconds passed. Those horrific wounds began to heal at a visible speed. Countless granulation tissue grew wildly, reconnecting the severed blood vessels, and the thick layer of fat, like flowing asphalt, quickly filled the craters. For a biological warship that is over 500 meters long and possesses Class A life force, the 165 kilogram semi-armor-piercing warhead of the YJ-83K, while painful, is not fatal. It's like a thick-skinned whale. Even though it's been bitten by piranhas and is covered in blood, its vital signs are still strong. Roar dash! The blasphemer let out a deafening roar. Although it had lost its sight, it still relied on instinct to spray countless acid bombs from both sides of the ship, attempting to cover the surrounding airspace in its final, death throes. Wang Ting's repulsive voice came through the communication channel. Is this your trump card, Lin Fan? Although Wang Ting was still acting as a human shield, and although his Duke had been reduced to a mere shell, it did not prevent him from regaining a ridiculous sense of superiority at this moment. It's no use. That's a Class A. It's a Class A biological warship. Your little missiles aren't even enough to tickle it. Its recovery speed is faster than your explosion. You can't kill it at all. Even if it's blind, if it crashes into us, we're doomed. It's not just wanting. Even the Red Lady and the iron-blooded commander, who had been cooperating with Lin Fan in battle, began to feel uneasy. Lord Lin Fan. Madame Hong's voice carried a hint of barely concealed anxiety. That monster is incredibly resilient. We're almost out of ammo. If we can't kill it in one shot, we'll have to wait for it to regenerate. The Ironblood commander also said in a deep voice. According to the Empire's records, dealing with a corrupted mothership of this level requires at least 3 battleships' main guns to bombard it continuously for half an hour, or the use of tactical-grade magic cores. The destructive effect of conventional firepower is indeed limited. They admitted that Lin Fan's tactics were perfect. Electron suppression and anti-radiation blindness are textbook examples of soft kill. But, in the face of absolute volume, technique seems to lose its effectiveness. This is like a peerless swordsman blinding a giant, but all he has in his hand is a pedicure knife. No matter how hard he tries, he can't cut the giant's neck. The 003 Fujian Warship, the Combat Command Center. Lin Fan looked at the huge, still firm, reddish-purple dot on the screen, without the slightest surprise on his face. Does it tickle you? Lin Fan put down his teacup. Really? Subsonic speed, semi-armor-piercing capability, it's okay for taking down destroyers. But against these tens of thousands of tons of armor-piercing behemoths, the penetration depth isn't enough. He was certainly aware of the limitations of the YJ-83K. But he never expected to solve the battle with these cheap, flying grenades. The bombing just now was only to strip away its outer defenses, to confirm its regeneration mechanism, and to save money. But now it seems that saving money is not an option. Since it has thick skin. Lin Fan stood up, straightened the collar of his military uniform, and his eyes became incredibly sharp. Then let's change the knife. A heavy knife that can chop up meat and bones together. Lin Fan's consciousness sank into the system and opened the list of weapons he had always been reluctant to use. There, a missile silently gleams with an expensive golden light. T3 Class YJ-15 Supersonic Anti-Ship Missile. Features: ramjet engine, terminal velocity Mach 4, heavy high-explosive armor-piercing warhead. Unit price: 200 energy points. One is worth 200 points. It is 4 times the size of the YJ-83K. This isn't a missile, it's gold bars. But Lin Fan did not hesitate at all. Pangu. Purchase 16 YJ-15 missiles. Consume 3,200 points. The 4 J-15TS that are returning to base, load them immediately. Tell the pilot. Don't hold back. This thing is expensive, even just hearing it make a sound costs several hundred yuan. I want them to make sure it hits the mark on the first try. Command confirmed. The transaction is complete. Inside the hangar, the ground crew is carrying out the loading operation at an astonishing speed. This time, the missiles delivered by the elevators were completely different from those before. They are longer and thicker, with obvious air intake designs on the missile body. Their powerful, streamlined shape, even when lying quietly on the rack, exudes a chilling aura of killing intent. The 4 pilots of Flying Shark 02 Squadron looked at the new weapon with fervent eyes. Is this the legendary supersonic speed? YJ-15. The ground crew leader patted the cold missile body, his tone tinged with awe. This is the most ruthless thing in the fleet. Once it's ignited, it'll be 4 times the speed of sound. At that speed, even if it were a solid iron lump, it could smash through an aircraft carrier. Not to mention it's packed with half a ton of high explosives. Brothers, take it easy. This thing is too heavy, its takeoff weight is close to the limit. Rest assured. The lead pilot put on his helmet and gave a thumbs up. We will send it where it is meant to be, 10 minutes later, 4 J-15T fighter jets were launched into the air again. This time, their movements were noticeably more cumbersome. Each fighter jet carried only 2 missiles under its wings. There are 8 in total. This looks much sparser than the hail of bullets we just saw. Here we go again? Wang Ting looked at the 4 points of light on the radar that had returned and let out a disdainful snort. Only 4? And what are they hanging on? Still those useless toothpicks? Lin Fan, have you run out of ideas? Admit it. Your physics is only good for bullying small boats. Against real power you're still. He hadn't finished speaking. He was interrupted by Lin Fan's cold voice on the communication channel. Shut up. Watch closely. This lesson is called kinetic energy. High in the sky, the 4 J-15Ts did not approach and drop bombs as they had done before. They activated their fire control radar when they were still 150 kilometers away from the target. At this distance, they are absolutely safe. Target locked. Class A mothership core area. YJ-15 launch. There was no unnecessary delay. The pilot pressed the red launch button. Boom! The missile detached from its mounting base, and the booster rocket ignited instantly. The immense thrust propelled the missile to supersonic speeds within seconds. Immediately afterwards, the booster detached, and the ramjet engine started. At this moment, true terror descended. If the YJ-83K is a gliding swift, then the YJ-15 is a roaring meteor. Its tail emitted dazzling Mach rings, and the numbers on the speedometer jumped wildly. Mach 1, Mach 2, Mach 3. Mach 4. 4 times the speed of sound. At this speed, the air becomes as hard as steel, but the missile, with its astonishing power and aerodynamic shape, forcefully breaks through the air resistance, carrying devastating kinetic energy, and rushes towards the monster that is still roaring on the sea. 150 kilometers. For the YJ-83K, it takes more than 10 minutes to fly. But for the YJ-15, it only takes 2 minutes. On the sea, Lady Red looked on in despair at the Abyss mothership that was slowly recovering. Sudden, she heard a sound. That wasn't a whooshing sound, nor a roaring sound. That was thunder. A rumbling thunderclap came from the horizon, as if the entire sky was shaking. What is that? She looked up. Before she could even see it clearly, 8 red shooting stars pierced the sky. They're too fast. It was so fast that the naked eye could only catch a fleeting afterimage. They were so fast that even their voices were left behind. The mothership, Desecrator, seemed to sense something. Its massive body trembled violently, and all the tumors on its body contracted wildly, attempting to spray acid again to intercept it. But its movements, at a speed of Mach 4, are as slow as a slow-motion slideshow. Its acid hasn't been sprayed out yet. The missiles have already arrived. There was no prelude to an explosion. The first YJ-15 missile, traveling at 1,300 meters per second, slammed into the thickest side armor of the mothership. That layer of bioarmor and fat, several meters thick and impenetrable even by heavy artillery, was like a fragile piece of white paper at this moment. There was no obstruction. There was no rebound. The missile was like a red-hot steel needle piercing through tofu, instantly penetrating the entire ship's hull. It entered from the port side, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, tearing through bones, muscles, and cabins along its way, and finally exited from the starboard side. This is merely kinetic energy. Immediately afterwards, the delayed fuse detonated. Boom! That wasn't a ball of fire. It was a sun rising inside the mothership. The massive ship suddenly leaped upwards, as if it had been lifted up by an invisible giant hand. Then came the second, the third, and the fourth. 8 YJ-15 missiles. 8 supersonic penetrations. 8 devastating implosions. In that instant, the massive body of the Desecrator seemed to transform into an inflated balloon, and then burst. It's absolutely amazing. Countless flames erupted from its riddled body. The massive keel snapped completely with a sickening crack. The bow and stern broke off in opposite directions, and the central core area was completely hollowed out, becoming a huge void. Fragments of blood and flesh, mixed with burning steel, rained down from the sky. On the sea, giant waves hundreds of meters high were created. Roar! The mothership let out its last, most mournful cry. Then, the sound stopped abruptly. It died. He's completely dead. It didn't even have a chance to regenerate, because every single one of its cells was crushed into ashes by the terrifying high temperature and shockwave. Dead silence. Absolute silence. Whether it's Wang Tang, Madame Red, or the commander of the iron-blooded empire. They all stood frozen in place, mouths agape, staring at the scene that seemed like divine punishment. Their minds have stopped functioning. What kind of weapon is that? What speed was that? What kind of power is that? Just one volley. 8 missiles? They would just send a Class A Abyss mothership that would leave them in despair and utterly powerless. Killed in seconds? There wasn't even much wreckage left? Is this still the war they perceive it to be? This is impossible! Wang Ting collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant. He was just mocking Lin Fan's missile as scratching an itch. Now, he only feels like a clown. That power. If Lin Fan used this type of missile to hit him just now. Wang Tang shivered. There wasn't even any ashes left. Is this the power of that man? Looking at the aircraft carrier 003 still hovering silently in the distance, Lady Red's admiration had turned into deep awe, and even fear. That's incredible. So powerful that people don't even dare to feel jealousy. With the mothership's demise, those corrupted frigates, having lost their unified will and the power supply from the mothership, collapsed instantly. Like soulless puppets, they lay motionless on the sea surface, their fleshy growths beginning to wither and fall off. The deep-sea hydra, which had already been beaten half to death, was completely shattered by the shockwave and floated to the surface belly up. The enormous, purple Class B core gleamed brightly amidst the wreckage. But this time, no one bothered to fight over it anymore. No one dared to move. All the warships, whether they were Iron-Blood submarines, Merchant Alliance's speedboats, or even Wang Tang's battleships. They all remained still in place, their cannons lowered. They are waiting. We await the true ruler, the man who has just demonstrated the power of divine punishment, to declare the ownership of this sea. The 003 Fujian warship, the combat command center. Lin Fan looked at the battlefield that had been wiped out on the screen, but his face didn't show much excitement. He just felt a little sorry for him. 3,200 points. Just to hear this sound. What a spendthrift. Lin Fan cursed under his breath, but a smile crept onto his lips. Although it's expensive. But the money was well spent. Chapter 52. He must be very weak. The smoke of gunpowder had not yet dissipated, and the sea breeze still carried a nauseating smell of burning. With the Class A Abyss mothership, Desecrator, reduced to ashes by 8 YJ-15 missiles, this chaotic battle, worthy of being recorded in the history of the Black Iron Sea, finally came to a tragic end. Countless pieces of debris floated on the sea. There were disgusting purplish-black biological tissues like those of the Abyss cult, shattered scales and flesh of the Hydra, broken planks from the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance speedboat, and the flattened pressure hull of the Iron-Blood Empire submarine. This is a veritable graveyard. But in the center of the graveyard, the Type 003 Fujian warship still stands majestically. It was like an insurmountable steel mountain. Even after a devastating battle, its whole surface was completely unscathed. On its flat, wide deck, ground crew continued their work methodically, with tow trucks pulling down newly landed fighter jets and refueling hoses delivering fuel. This composure, this almost indifferent sense of order, put immense psychological pressure on the surrounding survivors. It's over. Lady Red of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance slumped in her flagship, which now only had half of its bridge remaining, staring at the giant ship in the distance with an extremely complex expression. Fear, awe, and a deep sense of powerlessness. Her prized speed was as slow as a snail in the face of that unseen aerial reaper. Her prized wealth seemed so meager in the face of the enemy's extravagant rain of missiles. In the communication channel, that unsettling, spiritual connection is slowly fading away. The feeling of being ruled by absolute will disappeared, replaced by a long-lost ability to think for myself. But no one dared to make any rash moves. That Mr. Lin Fan, the commander of the iron-blooded empire, was the first to break the silence, his voice carrying a hint of probing, and even more so, a sense of humility born of surviving a catastrophe. The battle is over, the Abyss Order has been defeated. Regarding the distribution of the spoils, he pointed to the garbage, floating on the sea. Although the Class A mothership was reduced to ashes and its core may have been destroyed, the corpse of the Peak Class B Hydra was still intact. More importantly, although the Abyss fleet was annihilated, the wreckage it left behind still contained high concentrations of mystic crystals and some unknown biotechnology samples. These are priceless treasures for both the Iron Blood Empire and the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance. But they dared not move. Because Lin Fan didn't say anything. The 003 Fujian Warship, the Combat Command Center. Lin Fan stood in front of the chart table, holding a freshly brewed cup of hot tea. He looked at the green dots representing allies on the screen, a playful smile curving his lips. These people were crying and screaming when they were beaten just now, but now that the danger has passed, they're getting all excited again. The major stood to the side and said coldly, "Commander, those are our spoils of war. We sank the mothership, we took down Hydra. According to the rules, the winner takes all." "That's right, we should take them all." Lin Fan took a sip of tea, his gaze sweeping over the edge of the screen. Several surviving speedboats of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance were stealthily approaching a severed tail of Hydra. Meanwhile, 2 surface ships of the Iron Blood Empire lowered their salvage nets, attempting to hook a piece of armor from an Abyss frigate. That was a test. That was a careful attempt to take advantage of someone. But Lin Fan put down his teacup, his tone becoming casual. "Water that is too clear has no fish. Let them take it." The major paused for a moment, seemingly puzzled. Lin Fan pointed to the remnants of the defeated army on the screen. "Although they're useless, they were used as bait and cannon fodder just now. The Iron Blood Empire's submarine force was wiped out, and Lady Red's fleet was also lost by more than half. If we don't give them a little reward, these mad dogs will jump over the wall when they're desperate. I don't have time to deal with them right now. I need time to digest the Xiantai Islands and build a base. Consider those scraps of leftovers as alms for a beggar." Lin Fan's magnanimity stemmed not from kindness, but from absolute self-confidence. He looked down on those scraps. Hydra's most precious B-grade core was retrieved by the Flying Dragon Squadron's helicopters in a basket immediately, and is now lying in 003's temperature-controlled warehouse. As for the wreckage of the Abyss mothership, the most valuable beacon was also in his possession. Why not give them the remaining rotten flesh and scrap metal? "Pass on my instructions." Lin Fan turned on the public channel, his voice indifferent. "You can take the Hydra's corpse, as well as the surrounding Abyss ruins. Consider it a reward for your cooperation just now." "But—" The tone shifted abruptly, revealing a chilling intent. "The Xiantai Islands and the surrounding 20 nautical miles are a restricted area. Anyone who dares to cross the line will suffer the same fate as that mothership." On the other end of the communicator, a sigh of relief came through. "Thank you. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Lin Fan." Madame Hong was overjoyed. She had thought she would return empty-handed or even have to pay compensation, but she never expected Lin Fan to be so easy to talk to. "That's the corpse material of a B-class sea monster. Even without the core, its scales and bones are priceless, enough to make up for the losses of her fleet. The Iron-Blooded Empire will remember this favor." The commander breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to bring back some supplies was better than total annihilation. Thus, a strange scene appeared on the sea. The previously tense factions now resembled scavengers gathering trash, bustling about on the edge of the battlefield. They carefully avoided the path of the 003 aircraft carrier, greedily salvaging every piece of debris they could see, fearing that if they were too slow, Lin Fan would change his mind. However, amidst this busy and joyful atmosphere, there was one person who remained completely still. Wan Teng. His battleship, the Duke, now lay like a floating corpse on the sea. This B-class warship is in a terrible state. As Lin Fan's designated meat shield, it withstood the most intense barrage of fire from the Abyss mothership in the first round. The superstructure was almost completely flattened, 2 main gun turrets were destroyed, the hull was riddled with shocking charred holes, the port side was flooded, and the waterline was tilted by 15 degrees. If it weren't for the tenacious vitality of the B-class ship Spirit, it would have sunk long ago. The bridge was in complete disarray. Wan Ting sat on the floor, which was covered in broken glass and blood, holding a broken command sword in his hand. His face showed no joy at surviving the ordeal, but only a deep-seated malice. He looked at the screen, watching the Red Lady and the Iron Blood Empire's men scavenging for bones like dogs. Looking at the unscathed, towering 003 aircraft carrier. Envy. A mad, twisted jealousy gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. On what grounds? Why should Wan Teng, the heir to a dukedom, be a human shield for a lowly commoner from the lower city? Why was he beaten like a dead dog, while that F rank was able to stand there and give alms to others? Giving alms and rewards. Wan Ting pondered these 2 words, his eyes glowing redder and redder. Lin Fan, do you really think you're a god? He struggled to his feet, gripping the still slightly electrified control panel, his eyes fixed on the distant aircraft carrier. He was observing. He was looking for an opportunity. Although Lin Fan's salvo of supersonic missiles had indeed terrified him and made him feel the fear of death. But now, with the fear gone, the gambler's mentality has taken over. How long has he been hitting it? Wan Ting suddenly asked the first mate who had survived beside him. The first mate paused for a moment, then answered tremblingly. From the beginning of fighting the pirates to just now fighting the Abyss, it's been about 4 hours. 4 hours. Wan Ting squinted, his brain starting to work at lightning speed. He was a traditional ship spirit master. In his understanding, both magic cannons and arcane missiles required magic energy reserves. A warship's magic energy reserves were limited, and the more powerful the attack, the faster the reserves were consumed. Lin Fan's attack just now, that overwhelming rain of missiles, that terrifying power that could instantly kill an A-class mothership. The consumption must be astronomical. How much energy does he have left? Wan Ting muttered to himself, his voice growing lower and lower, yet increasingly excited. Those planes have been flying for so long, don't they need to rest? Don't they need to replenish their magic energy? He looked up at the sky. Those J-15T, flying sharks, that had been so arrogant just moments before were now slowly circling above the aircraft carrier, their movements somewhat sluggish. Several other aircraft were queuing to land. Is it out of oil? Or has it lost its elasticity? Wan Ting didn't know what aviation fuel was, nor did he know what aerial refueling was. All he knew was that, logically, there would be a period of weakness after an outbreak. He is at his last gasp. Wan Teng's breathing became rapid. He's definitely bluffing. The reason he's sharing the spoils isn't because he's generous, but because he's exhausted. He's afraid we'll join forces and retaliate. Yes. That must be it. Once the idea took hold, it grew wildly in Wan Ting's mind like weeds. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Even an S-class warship can't fire indefinitely. That wave of divine punishment just now completely drained Lin Fan's trump cards. That Type 003 aircraft carrier is now just an empty shell. An empty shell filled with treasure, but with no defensive capabilities whatsoever. Just take him down. Wan Ting's hands trembled as he stroked the control lever of the fire control radar. If I take him down, the Black Iron Islands will be mine. That secret weapon that can instantly kill A-rank enemies will also be mine. Even that strange ship. Greed completely overwhelmed reason. Evil arises from the heart. Wan Ting turned his head to look at the first mate, his eyes revealing a desperate madness. Report weapon status. Young master? The first mate was startled by his gaze. Main gun turrets 1 and 2 are damaged, turret 3 is jammed, only turret 4 is still usable. There are still 6 brass night anti-aircraft missiles. Only the 3 torpedo tubes on the starboard side are still firing. That's enough. Wang Ting licked his chapped lips. 150 kilometers away? No, everyone is now moving towards the center, and the distance is less than 40 kilometers. This distance is already within the range of his main gun. Lin Fan's planes were all landing, so he must have run out of missiles. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is the only chance to turn things around. Young master, what are you trying to do? The first mate looked at Wang Ting in horror. We signed an alliance. And that Lin Fan. Shut up. Wang Ting slapped the first mate across the face. An alliance? Those things are meant to be torn up. Once he's dead, who cares about the alliance? Lady Red? Or those iron-blooded barbarians? They'll only thank me for getting rid of a major threat. Wang Ting lunged at the helm and personally locked onto the 003 aircraft carrier, which was recovering fighter jets, and appeared to be completely unprepared. Lin Fan, you are too arrogant. You think you can get rid of me by giving me a few bones? Your biggest mistake was not killing me completely just now. Wang Ting's finger slowly moved towards the main gun's firing button. His heart was pounding, each beat screaming the same word. Sneak attack. Strike while the iron is hot and kill him. As long as this shot hits. As long as you hit that deck full of planes. This will cause a chain reaction of explosions. That ship will turn into a giant torch. Go to hell! Wang Ting's lips parted into a hideous grin. He did not make a sound on the communication channel. Even radar lock-on is kept at the lowest power level. What he had to do was to fire the most lethal shot in this deathly silence of peace. Right now, the sea breeze remained calm. Lady Red was still directing her men to salvage the wreckage, while the Iron Blood Empire's men were working to repair the submarine. No one noticed that the half-damaged battleship HMS Duke was silently turning its only remaining main gun turret. That dark, gaping muzzle resembled a sinister eye. They were fixated on the vulnerable island superstructure of the Type 003 Fujian warship. Chapter 53 The True Colors Are Revealed. The sea breeze was cool, carrying the lingering smell of gunpowder. The water surrounding the Xiantai Islands present an eerie tranquility. On the sea, the surviving speedboats of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, like a group of greedy scavengers, were frantically salvaging the wreckage of the Abyss mothership. Meanwhile, the Iron Blood Empire's engineering vessels were attempting to tow the submarines that hadn't completely sunk. And in the center of the battlefield, the 003 Fujian warship is quietly sailing against the wind at a speed of 10 knots. The deck was busy yet orderly. Arresting cables were raised, and one J-15T, Flying Shark, fighter jet after another was approaching the carrier for landing. The piercing screeching of tires rubbing against the deck, along with the roar of engines, became the only main melody in the sea area. This seemed like a perfect, unsuspecting moment. It's like a giant who has just finished a fight, taking off his armor and sitting down to catch his breath. The battleship HMS Duke was now floating like a corpse less than 30 kilometers to the side and rear of the 003 aircraft carrier. Inside the bridge, there was a deathly silence. There was only the sound of electricity and heavy breathing. Wang Ting gripped the main gun's firing handle tightly. Sweat streamed down his forehead, stinging his eyes. But he dared not blink. He was afraid that in the blink of an eye, that once-in-a-lifetime opportunity would slip away. Young master. The first mate's voice trembled slightly, a primal fear of what was about to happen. Are we really going to fight? Lin Fan just saved us. And that would violate the alliance. Shut up. Wang Ting's voice was terrifyingly low, like the growl of a wounded wild beast. Save us? He turned his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the first mate, a nervous grin spreading across his lips. He is humiliating us. He made us cannon fodder, human shields, and made us scavenge his leftovers like dogs. Is this what you call rescue? That's called charity. Wang Ting suddenly turned around and looked through the broken porthole at the giant ship in the distance that was recovering fighter jets. That arrogant attitude. That kind of arrogant and overbearing attitude. It deeply wounded his sensitive and twisted aristocratic pride. Look at him. Wang Ting pointed to the aircraft carrier. The planes are all landing, and the decks are piled high with ammunition and fuel. He must have thought we were terrified. He must think we are being grateful. His current defense is 0. Wang Ting began to exert force with his fingers, his knuckles turning pale from the congestion. Just one shot. As long as 1.406 high-explosive shell hits that deck. Those planes, those bombs, will trigger a chain reaction of explosions. That ship will become a giant crematorium. Greed and hatred completely overwhelmed reason at this moment. Wang Ting didn't need to think about the consequences. In his logic, as long as Lin Fan dies, the victor can write all the consequences. Fire control radar locked on. Reporting, sir, we've already locked on to the target. The fire control officer's voice trembled. The optical aiming has also been calibrated. The location of the ammunition elevator below the island superstructure. Very good. Wang Ting took a deep breath. It's a thrill of about to sell your soul to the devil. He abruptly pressed the red public communication button. But this is not for the purpose of negotiation. It was for catharsis, not for venting. So that Lin Fan could hear Wang Ting's voice before he died. Z. The piercing sound of electricity instantly spread throughout the entire sea area. Whether it was Lady Red, who was drinking tea, or the iron-willed officer who was directing the repairs, they both heard that hysterical roar at the same time. Lin Fan! Go to hell! Boom dash! With this roar, a huge burst of fire erupted on the sea. The only remaining main gun turret on the Duke roared like thunder. Because the distance is too close, there is no need to consider ballistic correction. The 1-ton magic-powered armor-piercing high-explosive shell broke the sound barrier the moment it left the barrel, carrying all of Wang Ting's resentment and venom, and hurtled straight toward the 003 aircraft carrier 30 kilometers away. That's too fast. This was so sudden. This is not a war at all. This was a despicable, shameless, and utterly unscrupulous murder. What? On the flagship of the Seven Seas Business Alliance, the teacup in Madame Red's hand fell to the ground with a crash and shattered into pieces. She rushed to the porthole and saw the smoke billowing from the gun barrels of the Duke. Wantum! Has he gone mad? Lady Red screamed in disbelief. 1 second they're allies fighting side by side, the next they're stabbing each other in the back? And this happened after everyone had already signed the contract, and had just escaped death? This is a blatant trampling of the word, reputation, and a breach of all bottom lines. Quickly! Inform Lord Lin Fan! Lady Red called out instinctively. But she stopped just as her hand was about to touch the communicator. Her eyes flickered. She saw the trajectory of the shell. Too close. That's incredibly accurate. That location is the core area of the Lin Fan aircraft carrier. If it hits. If it doesn't hit. Countless thoughts flashed through Madame Red's mind in an instant. Lin Fan is too strong. So strong it's despair-inducing, so strong it's suffocating. As long as he lives, he will rewrite the landscape of this black iron sea, and even the entire Azure world. The Seven Seas Merchant Alliance will have no say here and will be dependent on him for survival. But what if he dies? What if Wang Ting really succeeds? That mysterious warship, those terrifyingly powerful weapons, and that priceless crystal isle. Does that mean it becomes ownerless? Although Wang Ting is a man and, he is, after all, a nobleman of the Azure Kingdom, one of their own. Compared to the unfathomable Lin Fan, Wang Ting is obviously easier to deal with and easier to cooperate with. Lady Red's hand was suspended in midair. In that moment of hesitation, greed triumphed over morality. She slowly withdrew her hand. Madam? The first mate looked at her with a puzzled expression. Shut up. Lady Red stared coldly out the window, her eyes revealing the ruthlessness and calculation of a merchant. Watch. This is an internal strife within their Azure Kingdom. We will not interfere. She's gambling. The gambling king Ting can win. As soon as Lin Fan dies, she will immediately turn her attention to killing Wang Ting under the pretext of avenging the leader, and then rightfully inherit all of Lin Fan's estate. This is called the fisherman reaps the benefits. The same scene also occurred on the bridge of the Ironblood Empire. The surviving commander's first reaction upon hearing the cannon fire was anger. His sense of honor as a soldier made him despise such a treacherous act. Shameless scoundrel! He drew his pistol, intending to order an attack on Wang Ting. But he quickly calmed down. He looked at the unresponsive Type 003 aircraft carrier in the distance. The deck was full of planes, with absolutely no defensive posture. It's too late. The commander lowered his gun and sighed. At this distance, a 406mm shell can hit the target in just a few tens of seconds. That Lin Fan is dead meat. He was not an opportunist like the Red Lady, but first and foremost, he was a soldier of the Empire and had to be responsible for the Empire's interests. A dead genius is more beneficial to the Empire than a living god. If Lin Fan dies, the Iron Blood Empire might be able to salvage the technology for this terrifying weapon from the sunken ship. That will be the opportunity for the rise of the Empire. Then, he chose to remain silent. He chose to remain a bystander. The only sounds in the entire sea area were Wang Ting's maniacal laughter and the whistling of cannonballs tearing through the air. There were no reinforcements. There was no warning. There wasn't even a single question posed. That's human nature. Faced with enormous interests and fears, so-called alliances are more fragile than toilet paper. The bridge of the HMS Duke. Wang Ting watched as the shell streaked across the sky, getting closer and closer to the 003 aircraft carrier. His pupils were dilated, his breathing was rapid, and his face had a sickly flush. Die! Die! Lin Fan! Everything you have is mine! Your glory! Your wealth! Your women! They're all mine! He could almost see the giant ship exploding and catching fire, and he could see Lin Fan screaming in agony amidst the flames. At this moment, he no longer concealed his motives. Treasure hunt? That was just a side effect. What he really wanted was for Lin Fan to die. From the humiliation during the awakening ceremony, from the moment Lin Fan ignored him, the seed of hatred had already taken root and sprouted in his heart. He would not allow anyone in this world to be stronger than him. Especially this mud-legged fellow who should have been trampled under his feet. As long as Lin Fan is alive, it is the greatest irony for Wang Ting. Only the dead can keep his light from being obscured. Yes! Wang Ting let out a final roar. The shell has already flown the last kilometer. Under everyone's watchful eyes. Among those countless gazes, some filled with fear, some with greed, and some with indifference. That 406mm high explosive shell represents betrayal and death. Hard. It crashed into the vulnerable flight deck of the 003 Fujian warship, which had no armor protection whatsoever. Chapter 54. A leopard can't change its spots. On the sea, the 406mm high explosive shell that left the barrel seemed like the hammer of death, tearing apart the solidified air. 30 kilometers. For a supersonic projectile, this is just a matter of a few heartbeats. On the deck of the 003 Fujian warship, a ground crew member in a yellow vest, who was directing a tractor, seemed to sense something. He subconsciously looked up at the southwest sky. There, a small black dot is rapidly expanding. Before the shriek even reached their ears, the shadow of death had already loomed overhead. There was no interception. The close-in weapon system was on standby, and the missile launchers were not pointed in that direction. This giant ship was like an unguarded giant, exposing its most vulnerable chest. Boom dash! A deafening roar erupted on the port side of the aircraft carrier. It did not hit directly. The shell, filled with malice, grazed the edge of the flight deck and slammed into the seawater less than 50 meters from the ship's hull. The enormous kinetic energy was released instantly, blasting thousands of tons of seawater into the air hundreds of meters high, forming a white wall of water that slammed heavily against the steel hull. Whoosh! Seawater, mixed with shrapnel, swept across the deck like a torrential downpour. The J-15T fighter jet, which had just engaged the arresting cable and was slowing down, was violently jolted by the massive blast wave, its wing nearly scraping the deck. Ground crew were thrown about, and red warning lights flashed wildly throughout the ship. Although it didn't hit directly. In naval terminology, however, this is called strafing. This means that the shells have already hit the target ship. This means that the firing parameters have been corrected. This means that the next shot will definitely hit. I won! Ha! I won! Inside the bridge of the Duke, Wang Ting looked at the rising water column in the distance, and let out a frenzied roar. His hand gripping the shooting handle was trembling violently, not from fear, but from extreme excitement. Although the first shot was slightly off, it proved that his judgment was correct. Lin Fan had no defense. That ship is a sitting duck now. Quick! Load! Load! Wang Ting kicked the fire control officer in the buttocks, his eyes red as if they were about to bleed. No need to change the parameters. Correct to the right by 0.5 mils. Shove all the shells in. Next shot. I'm going to blast his command tower to smithereens. The entire bridge trembled at his roar. The surviving sailors, infected by this madness, or rather driven by fear, began frantically carrying heavy medical kits. And on the edge of the battlefield, Lady Red of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance and the commander of the Iron-Blooded Empire both gasped in shock. They saw the column of water. They also understood the landing point. That madman really dares to make a move. Lady Red's fingers gripped the windowsill so tightly that her nails were about to break. Her eyes were darting around. The once invincible Type 003 aircraft carrier looked somewhat disheveled in the face of that massive column of water. Order on the deck was disrupted, aircraft landings were halted, and even towing vehicles could be seen colliding in the chaos. He didn't fight back? The commander of the Iron Blood Empire narrowed his eyes. Based on Lin Fan's previous personality, he should have retaliated the moment he was attacked. But now, the sea is quiet. The aircraft carrier was simply adjusting its course in an attempt to evade. Could it be that Wang Tum was right? A thought, like a poisonous weed, grew wildly in their hearts. Is Lin Fan really out of ammunition? Did that devastating attack just now really exhaust all of his trump cards? If that's really the case. Lady Red's hand reached for the communicator again. The Iron Blood commander's gaze also fell upon the water injection valve of the torpedo tube. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it down. If Lin Fan is truly extremely weak, they wouldn't mind taking a share of the spoils after Wang Ting succeeds. Even though an alliance had just been signed. Even though I just had my life saved. In this dog-eat-dog world, only self-interest is eternal. The 003 Fujian warship, the combat command center. The violent shaking caused the water in the teacup to spill out, soaking the nautical chart. The alarm blared shrilly. Report! Near miss on port. Deck vibration. Arresting cable number 3 damaged. Ship structure assessment underway. Enemy fire control radar detected and locked on. The second round of artillery fire is expected to arrive in 15 seconds. The damage control officer's voice was urgent and tense. Throughout the entire CIC, all eyes were focused on the figure sitting in the captain's seat. Lin Fan did not move. He simply pulled out a tissue and slowly wiped away the water stains on the table. There was no fear or anger on his face. There was only one kind, utterly indifferent. Commander! Close-in weapons system requests unlock. We must counterattack. The operations commander, a major, said urgently. No rush. Lin Fan crumpled the soaked tissue into a ball and threw it into the trash can. He looked up at the red dot on the main screen that was flashing wildly. Duke. That point of light was so dazzling, so arrogant. It thought it had seized an opportunity. It thought it had seen through the truth. Some people, even if you save them, won't be grateful to you. They'll just feel like you're blocking their way. Lin Fan's voice was very soft, yet it was clearly audible amidst the cacophony of alarms. I gave him a chance. The first time at the academy, I didn't kill him. I let him go the second time during the sea trial. Just now, I made him my ally. Lin Fan stood up, walked to the porthole, and looked at the towering water column outside. But he still fired. That's what they call, a leopard can't change its spots. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the tense officers. Why do you think I don't have all the aircraft equipped with YJ-15 missiles? The major was taken aback. You mean? The YJ-15 is too expensive. We have no choice but to use it against Abyss motherships. Why would we use it against this kind of trash? Lin Fan gave a cold laugh. I had a backup plan. He raised his hand and pointed to the top of his head. He pointed to the sky, which was obscured by clouds and seemed to be empty. Air traffic controller. Exist. Tell me, which squadron is currently executing the Case 1 retrieval procedure? The air traffic controller glanced at the radar screen, and his eyes lit up. Reporting, Commander. It's Flying Shark 02 Squadron. A total of 6 J-15TS. They didn't all land. Due to deck scheduling reasons, they are currently carrying unlaunched YJ-83K missiles and circling 3,000 meters above the mothership, awaiting landing orders. Case 1 Recycling Procedure. This is the standard recovery procedure for an aircraft carrier when the weather is good and air superiority is achieved. The planes didn't need to fly far, they just hovered over the mothership, circling like a millstone, waiting in line for the deck to be cleared. In other words, right now, above Wang Ting's battleship, in that blind spot overlooked because of greed, there were 6 Damocles swords hanging there, their safety already off and loaded with live ammunition. Lin Fan looked at Wang Ting on the screen, who was still frantically loading shells. A hint of pity flashed in his eyes. That was the cold pity a hunter felt when watching a wild animal about to step into a trap. I knew it, Lin Fan said calmly. Always keep a bullet for this kind of person. Now, this bullet should leave the barrel. He picked up the microphone, and his voice pierced through the clouds. Flying Shark 02 Squadron. I am Lin Fan. Abort landing procedures. Your vacation has been cancelled. See that idiot down there firing at us? Give him a quick death. 3,000 meters above the ground. 6 J-15T fighter jets were idly circling around. The pilots looked down at the deck and at the spray of water, their hearts burning with rage. We were ambushed. They were ambushed by that ally, who had just been kneeling on the ground begging for help. This was an utter disgrace to the proud and arrogant pilots of Shenzhou. Damn it, this bastard really dares to fire a cannon. The lead pilot gritted his teeth, staring at the battleship billowing black smoke below his cockpit. Just then, Lin Fan's cold voice came through the earphones. Give him a quick death. These words were like a spark that instantly ignited the powder keg of the entire squadron. Flying Shark 02 received. The lead pilot slammed the control stick. Brothers! Let's get to work. Let that country bumpkin see what damn divine justice is. The 6 heavy fighter jets, which were circling steadily, suddenly made a violent maneuver at the same time. They lowered their wings, revealing their menacing noses from the clouds. Altitude 3,000. The distance is less than 5 kilometers. For modern fighter jets, radar lock-on is completely unnecessary. This is what it means to deal damage while riding on someone's face. Boom dash. The engine is running at full power. 6 fighter jets, with a whooshing sound as they tore through the air, swooped down on the Duke, below like 6 giant steel eagles descending from the sky. On the Duke. Wang Ting was still urging them to load the fuel. Faster! Faster! Next shot! I'll get it in the next shot! Sudden. A strange sound drowned out the waves and the roar of the engines. It was a sharp, piercing sound, like the howl of a demon cutting through the air. Moreover, it's getting closer and closer. It got louder and louder. From above. Wang Tung froze. He slowly, very slowly, raised his head. Through the broken roof of the bridge, he saw the most terrifying and desperate scene he had ever seen in his life. The clouds broke apart. 6 enormous, missile-laden steel fighter jets were hurtling towards him at an almost vertical angle. The YJ-83K missiles mounted under the wings reflected a cold, gleaming light in the sunlight. That dark, gaping air intake looked like the gaping maw of death. Too close. He was so close that he could even see the pilot's cold oxygen mask in the cockpit. No. The command sword in Wang Ting's hand clattered to the ground. All his arrogance, all his greed, all his scheming just now. At this moment. Before these 6 swooping death machines. It all turned into a joke. He thought Lin Fan had stopped playing. He thought Lin Fan was out of gas. Actually, Lin Fan was just watching him perform. Watching him, step by step, send himself to his grave. Lin Fan! Wang Ting let out a desperate cry. But he responded. The only sound was the pilot pulling the trigger. Click. 6 fighter jets had their wing pylons unlocked simultaneously. 12 YJ-83K anti-ship missiles. At this almost vertical angle. At this distance, it's impossible to intercept them. It detached from the fuselage. Ignition. Accelerate. Trailing 12 trails of deathly flame, like 12 spears of judgment, they plunged fiercely into the Duke, which was still attempting to fire its cannons. Goodbye. Lin Fan spoke softly in the command room. Chapter 55 Wang Ting's End. 12 white streaks of smoke, like 12 spears of judgment from heaven, pierced the final distance between the sea and the sky with a resolute posture, aided by gravity. The battleship Duke, this Class B steel behemoth that carried all of Wang Ting's ambitions and flames of revenge, now lay paralyzed on the sea like a beggar stripped of all dignity. Its main guns were still smoking, its anti-aircraft fire had fallen silent, and its once indestructible shields had long since been reduced to ashes by the bombardment of the Abyss mothership. It is not even something that can be avoided. Wang Ting stood in the shattered bridge, head held high, looking through the huge hole at the 12 increasingly larger black dots. In that instant, time seemed to stretch out infinitely. The screams, alarms, and crackling sounds of flames all faded from his ears. There was no fear. This is strange. Wang Ting had expected himself to be so scared he'd wet his pants, just like when he faced the butler. Or he'd probably curse hysterically, just like when he faced Lin Fan. But none of them. When death truly came irreversibly, an unprecedented sense of peace arose within him. It's like a traveler who has been carrying a heavy burden for a long time, finally seeing the end. He spotted the lead YJ-83K missile. He could even make out the cold serial number and the logo of Shenzhou Military Industry on the missile body. How beautiful! This is a pure, unadulterated industrial creation, born solely for destruction. It was much cleaner than his expensive magic cannons, which were covered in scribbles. That's fine too. A relieved smile slowly crept onto Wang Ting's lips. He was too tired. From the day of the awakening ceremony, he felt like he was living in a nightmare. He desperately wanted to prove himself, to prove that the F rank was a joke, and to prove that he was the true chosen one. He leveled up day and night, he tore at sea monsters like a mad dog, and he poured every penny his family gave him into this warship. He thought that as long as he became a B rank, as long as he had this fleet, he could crush that nightmare under his feet and piece together his shattered self-esteem. But no matter how hard he tried, That nightmare still stands there. Cold, imposing, and invincible. As long as Lin Fan is alive, Wang Ting will always feel like a clown. Now, everything is fine. There's no need to compete anymore. There's no need to chase anymore. No longer will I be consumed by jealousy and inferiority in the dead of night. Boom dash. The first missile, traveling at Mach 0.9, slammed into the bridge of the HMS Duke. He wasn't given much time to reflect on life. The 165-kilogram high-explosive warhead detonated instantly in the command room after penetrating the thin armor plate. Wang Ting's body, along with his brain that had caused him so much pain, was vaporized by the high temperature and shockwave within a millisecond. He couldn't even feel the pain. Only liberation. Then came the second, the third, and the fourth. This was a massacre of overwhelming numbers. The 12 missiles were like 12 heavy hammers, completely smashing the already battered battleship into a pile of scrap metal. The ammunition depot was detonated. A huge fireball soared into the sky. This warship, which once symbolized the glory of the nobles of the Azure Kingdom, broke into 3 pieces amidst a violent explosion. It did not sink slowly like a hero. It disintegrated in an instant. Countless burning fragments were thrown into the air, then fell into the sea like raindrops, creating countless white columns of water. Black heavy oil spread across the sea surface and was then ignited by flames. The entire sea area has been turned into a giant crematorium. Wang Ting, along with his laughable ambition and twisted hatred, perished in the belly of a fish, becoming a wisp of wronged soul in this black iron sea. Dead silence. Apart from the sound of flames burning, there was no other sound on the sea. On the flagship of the Seven Seas Business Alliance. Lady Red gripped the railing tightly, her fingernails digging deep into the wood, yet she was completely unaware. Her face was as pale as paper. Looking at the still burning wreckage in the distance, her eyes were filled with shock, and even a chill that seemed to run deep in her bones. He died. Wang Ting is dead. The heir to one of the 4 dukes of the Azure Kingdom, the arrogant but powerful young Master Wang, just died like that. He didn't even leave a last word. Not even a complete corpse was left. How dare he? Lady Red muttered to herself. In the Seven Seas Business Alliance's value system, profit is paramount, and harmony brings wealth. No matter how fierce the fight, as long as the other party reveals their noble status or has a powerful force behind them, they will usually leave a way out. Capture them alive to pay ransom, or force the opposing family to cede profits. This is how a decent person behaves. Going to extremes and killing everyone is a stupid thing only a brainless pirate would do. Because that would mean relentless revenge. This meant a complete break with a powerful ducal family. But what about Lin Fan? He did not hesitate at all. From giving the order to opening fire, and then blowing Wang Ting to ashes, he didn't even blink. That indifference, that absolute disregard for power and background, instilled a deep fear in Madame Red. In this man's eyes, there seemed to be no such thing as a duke or a nobleman. There are only the dead and the living. Fortunately. Lady Red wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, a feeling of relief welling up inside her as she realized she had survived a calamity. Luckily, I didn't make a move just now. If she had followed Wang Ting and opened fire out of greed, then now, what would be burning in that sea of fire would probably be more than just the Duke. On the other side. On the remaining warships of the Iron-Blood Empire. The surviving commander looked at the distant flames and slowly lowered his binoculars. His expression was serious, but his eyes did not show the same fear as Lady Red's. Instead, they revealed a kind of admiration unique to soldiers. Good. He whispered a single word. In his view, this is what war truly is. Traitors deserve to die. Since Wang Ting dared to attack from behind, he should be prepared to be killed in return. As for his identity? Background? In the culture of the iron-blooded empire, only the weak use their status as a shield. The strong only believe in the sword in their hands. Lin Fan's decisiveness and ruthless vengeance earned him the respect of this tough soldier. This is a formidable opponent. The commander mentally labeled Lin Fan. The 003 Fujian Warship, the combat command center. Lin Fan remained seated there, his posture unchanged. On the screen, the red dot representing the Duke had completely disappeared. Commander, target confirmed and sunk. The Major's voice broke the silence. No one survived. Lin Fan nodded, his expression as calm as if he were listening to a weather forecast. New. Clear the waterway and don't let the trash block the way. The atmosphere inside CIC was somewhat delicate. Although everyone was angry about Wang Teng's betrayal, seeing a B-rank ship's spirit envoy vanish into thin air like this still made many people feel sad. Commander. The Major hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help asking the question that had been bothering him. I do not understand. Why did Wang Teng open fire at that time? We've already formed an alliance. If he just behaves himself, he can go back alive and even get a share of the spoils. He's also a B-level expert. He shouldn't be an idiot. To launch a surprise attack on an aircraft carrier with a full air wing under those circumstances would be tantamount to suicide. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan turned his head and glanced at the Major. His eyes were deep, as if he could see through the fog of human nature. He's not stupid, Lin Fan said calmly. On the contrary, he is smart and hardworking. To be fair, in such a short time, to upgrade a C-class warship to B-class, besides the family's resources, he must have also fought his way to the brink of death many times. He actually has the script of the protagonist. Lin Fan pointed to his head. But he was sick. Mental illness. Mental illness? The Major was puzzled. In this world, the awakening ceremony is the cornerstone of a person's cognition, Lin Fan said slowly. Wang Teng was instilled with the idea of bloodline and the supremacy of nobility from a young age. He constructed a very strict system of self-awareness. He is a genius, I am a waste. He is noble, I am lowly. This is his worldview, and the foundation of his existence. But Lin Fan gave a cold laugh. On that day, in that awakening square, I have appeared. I used a ship he couldn't understand, and a force he couldn't comprehend, to publicly shatter his foundations. At that moment, his worldview collapsed. For an extremely arrogant person, this kind of collapse is more painful than killing him. Lin Fan stood up, walked to the porthole, and looked at the sea outside that was dyed red. From that day on, I became his trauma in reality. No matter how hard he tries, no matter how many levels he rises to, as long as he sees me, as long as he sees that I am stronger than him, his false self-image will instantly shatter. I am his mirror. It is a mirror that reflects his incompetence, and that he is still a weakling at heart. He desperately tried to smash the mirror. Because only by shattering me can he mend his broken self-esteem, and only then can he deceive himself into believing that he is still that arrogant genius. Lin Fan turned around, his gaze sharp. Therefore, he had to open fire. Even knowing he was going to die, he couldn't control himself. It's a compulsive repetition, a suicidal attack in order to maintain one's existence. He didn't want to kill me to steal the treasure. He wanted to kill me to save himself. The Major only vaguely understood what he was hearing, but he was deeply shocked. He never imagined that behind the simple word, betrayal, lay such a complex game of human nature. Is he free now? The Major asked instinctively. Maybe. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze. When a person dies, it's like a lamp going out. No matter what he thinks, the ending is already predetermined. He turned to ashes, but we must continue to move forward. Lin Fan sat back down at the command post, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Anyway, now we've taken care of the Wang family's heir. Although he deserved it, even though he was the one who started it. But a cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. That old man from the Wang family, and those nobles from the Azure Kingdom. They certainly won't let this go unpunished. Chapter 56 Raising the Flag. The smoke gradually dissipated, as if blown away by an invisible wind. The whole world became exceptionally quiet, leaving only the last remaining section of the Duke, piloted by Wang Ting, slowly sinking into the deep sea. Just moments ago, this place was a scene of raging fire and towering flames, but now it had returned to a deathly silence. The only sounds were the surging waves crashing against the hard rocks on the shore, producing a series of crisp yet muffled sounds, and the faint mechanical rumble coming from the deck of the 003 aircraft carrier in the distance. These two distinct voices intertwined, creating a bizarre and desolate scene. At this moment, Lady Red, standing at the bow of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance flagship, Wind Chaser, still clung tightly to the railing, her knuckles pale from the strain. She stared intently at the sea ahead, still thick with oil and broken planks, where once stood a powerful Class B battleship, and where once stood that arrogant, haughty Duke's heir. But in just a few short minutes, everything had vanished. It burned out, leaving only snow-white ash. As for why it burned out, don't ask the questions you shouldn't ask. That was close. Lady Red let out a long sigh of relief. Cold sweat had soaked through her expensive silk dress. She was a shrewd businesswoman, and also a speculator. For a fleeting moment when Wang Ting fired, she was indeed tempted. If she had followed suit, even if it was just to get a share of the profits. Now, their fate is probably to be mixed up with Wang Ting's rotten flesh and fed to the fish. Madam, what should we do? The first mate, the man who had just recovered from his corrupted state, and whose face was as pale as paper, asked cautiously. What else can we do? Lady Red gave a wry smile and turned her gaze to the majestic Type 003 aircraft carrier in the distance. Walk. Take the junk that Lord Lin Fan bestowed upon us and leave immediately. She saw it very clearly. This sea area now belongs to the Lin family. The fact that the man didn't immediately point his cannon at them was already the greatest mercy, or perhaps a sign of disdain. He didn't care about this group of defeated soldiers at all. Send a telegram to express our gratitude to His Excellency Lin Fan. Lady Red tidied her messy hair, trying to make herself look more presentable. Tell him that the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance will remember the grace of not killing him today. In the future, if there are any business dealings, the Merchant Alliance will show the utmost sincerity. This is both a polite remark and a pledge of allegiance to show weakness. At the same time, the remaining fleet of the Iron Blood Empire also began to turn around. The commander stood on the bridge and took one last look at the 003 aircraft carrier. His eyes did not show the fear that Lady Red had shown, but rather the awe a soldier had for the strong. He's a ruthless person, the commander commented in a low voice. Decisive and ruthless, leaving no room for future trouble. If you can't be friends with such a person, then you should never easily become their enemy. He didn't say anything unnecessary, but simply had the communications officer send a brief light signal. A salute to you. Until we meet again. Subsequently, the two battered fleets, like two packs of hyenas scavenging scraps on the edge of the Lion King's territory, tucked their tails between their legs and slunk off in two different directions. They took away the Hydra's scales and the fragments of the Abyss warship. But they left behind the most important things. Dignity and hegemony over these islands. The 003 Fujian warship, the combat command center. Lin Fan stood before the huge floor-to-ceiling window, still holding the teacup in his hand. He stared at the two green dots on the screen gradually receding into the distance, his face expressionless. Commander, they're gone. The major reported. Lin Fan responded with a faint yes. It's good that they left. It saves us the trouble of cleaning up the trash. He was not worried about these two forces retaliating. Lady Red is a smart woman, and smart women are most afraid of death. After witnessing the power of the YJ-15, she wouldn't dare to provoke them again even if she had 10 times the courage. As for the Iron Blood Empire, they revere strength. Having lost their entire submarine force, their first priority upon returning should be reviewing their tactics, not blindly seeking revenge. Until they truly understand what that invisible reaper is, they will not easily set foot in these waters again. Now. Lin Fan turned around, his gaze becoming intense. It's quiet here. He walked to the chart stand and tapped his finger heavily on the circular area marked Black Iron Islands. Pass on the order. Flying Dragon 01 Squadron, prepare for takeoff. Bring the Marines. I'm going to inspect my territory. 10 minutes later. AZ-20 helicopter roared and took off from the deck. This time, it was not carrying missiles, but instead carrying Lin Fan and a team of fully armed T-2 class Marines. The helicopter lowered its nose and flew toward the main island a few nautical miles away. The landscape of the Xiantai Islands is even more breathtaking when viewed from the air. The 12 main islands form a natural wall, enclosing a calm inland sea. The sea is deep enough to accommodate a giant ship like the 003, and has natural deep water channels leading directly to the open sea. On those islands, the black volcanic rocks are jagged and bizarre, while in the crevices of the rocks, the dark blue veins of crystalline minerals flow like blood vessels, radiating a mesmerizing glow. This is wealth. That is power. Commander, that's the main peak. The pilot pointed to the tallest extinct volcano in the center. The mountain peak soared into the clouds, and the crater had long since cooled, forming a huge natural platform. Land right there. Lin Fan gave the order. The Z-20 hovered steadily in the airflow before slowly landing on a rocky platform covered in volcanic ash. The hatch opened. The wind howled. Lin Fan was the first to jump off the plane, his military boots clicking crisply as they landed on the hard black rocks. He took a deep breath. The air was filled with the salty smell of seawater and the odor of sulfur. This is the taste of freedom. It also has the smell of power. The Marines behind him quickly spread out, establishing a circular perimeter. Although there were no longer any creatures on the island that could threaten them, this was tactical discipline ingrained in their very being. Lin Fan walked to the edge of the cliff. Standing here, you can see the entire Xiantai Islands. He saw the calm inland sea in the distance, the Fujian 003 warships slowly entering the harbor, and the J-15T fighter jets patrolling in the sky. Furthermore, we discovered the black gold buried beneath this sea. What a wonderful place! Lin Fan sighed. This will be his starting point. He wants to build a port, an airport, oil wells, and an oil refinery here. He wants to turn this place into an unsinkable steel fortress. Commander. A Marine Corps lieutenant walked over, carrying a folding flagpole and a neatly folded flag. That was created by the system according to Lin Fan's will. The lieutenant's eyes held a hint of inquiry. According to the rules of this world, as a citizen of the Azure Kingdom and a baron conferred by the kingdom, although that title was given by the Academy, he should raise the Azure Kingdom's Golden Lion flag when conquering new territory. That means this land belongs to the kingdom. Lin Fan looked at the flag. He reached out and took the flagpole. But he did not accept the Golden Lion flag. Burn it! Lin Fan pointed to the flag that symbolized the kingdom's glory, his tone as indifferent as if he were saying to burn a piece of waste paper. The lieutenant paused for a moment. But he didn't hesitate at all, nor did he ask why. He was loyal only to his commander. Yes. The lighter was lit. The Golden Lion flag turned to ashes in the wind. Lin Fan pulled another flag from his pocket. It was a red flag. At the center of the flag is an embroidered golden five-pointed star, and below the star is a silver-gray gear and anchor badge that exudes a violent industrial aesthetic. This is the logo of Shenzhou Military Industry. It is also Lin Fan's trademark. Click. Lin Fan hung the flag on the flagpole. He did not have the soldiers do it for him. He personally inserted the flagpole into the crevice of the highest volcanic rock and then tamped it down firmly. Whoosh! A strong wind swept by. A bright red flag flutters in the wind atop the highest peak of this alien world. It is like a burning flame, announcing the new master of this ancient sea. Lin Fan stood under the flag, looking up at the red color. This is more than just a ceremony. This is a declaration. From this moment on, The Black Iron Islands no longer belong to the Azure Kingdom, nor to any other power. It belongs only to the Shenzhou fleet. It belongs only to him, Lin Fan. He wasn't there to be a watchdog for those decadent nobles. He's here to be king. Salute! The lieutenant behind him roared. Whoosh! All the Marines, including the helicopter crew, saluted the flag and the figure standing on the edge of the cliff with the highest military salute. On the distant sea, the 003 Fujian warship sounded its horn. Ugh! The deep, resonant sound of the ship's horn echoed among the islands, lingering for a long time. That was the roar of a giant beast. It is also the clarion call of a new era. Chapter 57: The Buried Artifact. Below the main peak of the Xiantai Islands, waves crash against the black reefs. With the retreat of all forces, this sea area, which was just a meat grinder, is now so quiet that only the sound of the wind can be heard. But this is not a desolate stillness, but a tranquility that is brewing new life. The Type 003 Fujian aircraft carrier is anchored in a natural deep-water bay, its massive anchor chains taut. On the deck, C-20 helicopters are carrying heavy containers, shuttling between the carrier and the island. Lin Fan stood on a protruding rock, looking at the territory in front of him that had been marked with a red flag. In my mind, the voice of AI Panga was like heavenly music, conducting a heart-pounding post-battle settlement. The battle has concluded. Kill statistics: 1 Tier A Abyss Mothership, 28 corrupted frigates, 1 Tier B Deep Sea Hydra, 1 Tier B Battleship Duke. Loot recovery: B-grade Sea Monster Core, complete, A-grade Mothership wreckage sample, high-purity ether crystals extracted, Wanting Fleet wreckage supplies. Energy conversion is underway. Lin Fan stared at the wildly fluctuating numbers on the screen, his breathing becoming hot. Conversion complete. Net gain from this battle, 32,000 energy points. Current total balance, 38,800 points. 38,800 points. Lin Fan clenched his fist. To prepare for this battle, he had almost emptied his coffers and even had to carefully plan how to use the YJ-83K missiles to point out targets. But now, that investment in the YJ-15 has yielded a tenfold return. This is the profit from war. In this dog-eat-dog world, plunder is always the fastest way to accumulate capital. Commander, besides the energy points, there is an even more important message. Panga's voice continued to ring out, while a complex geological scan was projected onto Lin Fan's retina. God's vision, combined with engineering geological scanning, has confirmed the distribution of underground resources in the Black Iron Islands. Mystic crystal vein, super-large reserves, estimated to be mineable for 50 years. As well as, on the map, a huge black shadow covers the entire seabed of the inland sea and even extends to the continental shelf beyond the archipelago. Liquid mineral deposits have been discovered. Composition analysis: hydrocarbons. Confirmed as high-quality crude oil. Reserve level: giant oil field. Lin Fan took a deep breath, and the air seemed to be filled with that intoxicating smell of industrial blood. Oil. In this magic-driven world, this black liquid is considered a useless demon's blood, only good for low-end lighting or lubrication. But in Lin Fan's hands, this is the lifeline. With it, the 003 aircraft carrier is no longer a trapped beast with its neck choked. With it, future mechanized forces, tanks, armored vehicles, and even larger fleets will have inexhaustible power. This is our foundation. Lin Fan pointed to the calm inland sea. I want to erect drilling platforms here, and I want to build an oil refinery here. I want this black blood to flow into every engine of the Shenzhou fleet. However, there is one more thing to be done before that. Lin Fan turned around and looked at a deep cave behind him. Those were the coordinates found by following the guidance of the ancient beacon. The legendary, ancient artifact is hidden here. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Fan led a team of fully armed Marines, turned on their tactical flashlights, and entered the naturally formed volcanic cave. The cave is deep, but it was not formed naturally. On the rock walls on both sides, there are obvious traces of human excavation. Those traces are ancient and weathered, belonging neither to the present Azure Kingdom nor to that mad abyss cult. That is a more ancient and geometric style of civilization. The deeper you go, the stronger the uncomfortable, oppressive feeling in the air becomes. That wasn't the stench of the abyss, nor the radiation of the secret crystal. It is a high-frequency vibration. Finally, at the end of the cave, a huge underground cavity appeared before them. In the center of the hollow was a circular altar. Above the altar, something was floating. That wasn't the scepter or jewel Lin Fan had imagined. It was a huge tuning fork made of some unknown silver metal. It was 3 meters tall, with a smooth, mirror-like surface, devoid of any patterns or runes. It hovered quietly in the air, 1 meter above the ground, rotating slightly and emitting a buzzing sound that was inaudible to the naked ear but could cause the bones to resonate. This is the divine artifact? The Marine Corps lieutenant behind him was somewhat stunned. This thing looks too simple as an unfinished industrial mold. Pangu scan. Scanning. Material analysis, unknown. Extremely high hardness, unable to be sampled. Energy reaction 0. The object is in standby mode. It resembles an empty container. Empty? Lin Fan frowned. What that Manhwa saga was willing to wage war to seize turned out to be an empty shell. How do I start it? Based on the residual information from the beacon, energy needs to be injected. Any form of higher energy. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. In this world, so-called high-level energy is nothing more than etheric energy, or the corrupting energy of the abyss. Saga's original plan was to use the mystic crystal, or on Crystal Island, to forcibly charge this thing. But Lin Fan did not have the power of ether. He is an insulator. Am I not suited to use this thing? Lin Fan reached out and approached the huge silver tuning fork with some hesitation. In theory, your body rejects all etheric energy. Touching it may prevent its activation or... Pangu hadn't finished speaking. Lin Fan's fingers had already touched the cold metal surface. Buzz. A clear, resounding boom, like the grandest bell, suddenly echoed through the cave. It's not that it can't be activated. On the contrary. The once lifeless silver tuning fork, the moment it touched Lin Fan's fingers, seemed to be injected with some kind of violent stimulant and began to tremble violently. It did not shine brightly. There was no surge of magical energy. What has changed is the environment. In a corner of the cave, some purple moss, which had previously infiltrated the abyss order, remained, remnants of its corrupting power. But after that buzzing sound... Sizzle. The purple moss, like snow that had encountered a raging fire, instantly turned black, withered, and then turned to ashes, dissipating into the air. Not just moss. Even the faint smell of sulfur and stench in the air was instantly purified. The air in the entire cave became fresh, crisp, and even had a sterile feel, like that of an operating room. The scope of this purification is still spreading rapidly. It penetrated the rock strata, spread to the island's surface, and even into the surrounding sea. Warning! High-intensity field fluctuations detected. Pangu's voice carried a hint of surprise. This is an amplifier. An amplifier? Lin Fan looked at the still vibrating tuning fork. Yes. Analysis shows its function is not to generate energy, but rather to amplify the core qualities of the person it comes into contact with. If a ship's spirit master obtains it, and infuses it with etheric energy, it will amplify the power of the ship's spirit several times over, making the warship's firepower even more intense. If the Abyss Order were to obtain it, and infuse it with corrupting energy, it would become a super source of pollution, instantly turning the surrounding sea area into a dead zone. Lin Fan understood. This is a super loudspeaker. Whatever you shout at it, it will amplify. And what about me? Lin Fan looked at his hands. He has no ether, no magic. All he had was that damned, insulating constitution, that prevented him from cultivating. What you are injecting is nothingness. Panga provided the conclusion. Or rather, it is absolute order and exclusivity. This amplifier is amplifying your insulating field. Previously, your constitution could only protect yourself or purify others upon contact. But now, through this device, you have transformed into a humanoid, high-powered abyss purifier. Lin Fan was stunned. He felt that wonderful resonance coming from his fingertips. He could feel that his will was being extended infinitely. If he so desires, all alien energies, whether magical or corrupting, within a radius of tens of kilometers centered on this place will be suppressed by his will. This is no longer a passive defense. This is a proactive, magic-free zone. Nice one. A smile appeared on Lin Fan's lips. Although it cannot be used to directly fire cannons and kill people. But when faced with the disgusting spiritual pollution and environmental corruption of the Abyss cult, this thing is the strongest strategic weapon. With it, the Xiantai Islands become a true paradise. Any attempt to infiltrate or corrupt this place will fail under the suppression of this amplifier. Move it out. Lin Fan withdrew his hand, and the vibration of the tuning fork gradually subsided, returning to silence. Build a tower at the highest point of the island. Put it on top of the tower. I will make this archipelago a forbidden zone for all abyssal monsters. Yes. The Marines immediately stepped forward and carefully began to move the heavy metal lump. After dealing with the artifact, Lin Fan walked out of the cave. The sunlight outside was a bit too bright. Looking at the bustling construction site before him, Lin Fan felt a surge of pride. We have the money. The land is available. We have the core technology. They even have magical artifacts to ward off evil spirits. Now, it's time to renovate this home properly. Pangu, unveil the blueprint for the base's construction. Yes, Commander. A massive three-dimensional blueprint covering the entire Xiantai Islands slowly unfolded before Lin Fan's eyes. It was a magnificent sea fortress, imbued with the aesthetics of industrial violence. Here, on the back side of the main island, in this open area. Lin Fan pointed to an area on the map. Build a T2 class military airport. The runway must be long enough to accommodate heavy transport aircraft and bombers. Although I only have carrier-based aircraft now, in the future, land-based air forces will be the main force controlling this sky. This is a deep-water port. Lin Fan's finger moved to the inner sea. We will build 4 heavy-duty deep-water berths. In addition to the 003, I want to make room for future new ships. The shipyard, repair shop, ammunition depot, and oil depot were built to the highest standards. I want this place not only to be a place to dock ships, but also a place to build ships. And here too. Lin Fan pointed to the small islands and reefs surrounding the main island. This is a natural breakwater and an excellent defense. On these islands and reefs, we will deploy shore-based anti-ship missile sites and long-range air defense radar stations. Get the YJ-12 and HQ-9 aircraft on board. I want to turn this place into a hedgehog. Anyone who dares to reach out will have their hands stabbed. Command confirmed. The construction of the T2 class integrated naval base has been initiated. Estimated time to achieve initial combat capability, 72 hours. Estimated energy consumption, 15,000 points. 15,000 points. Half of the huge sum of money that had just been received was gone in an instant. But Lin Fan didn't feel sorry for him at all. This is infrastructure. It is a long-term plan that will last for centuries. Only by building a good nest can you raise a more ferocious eagle. Let's get started. Lin Fan watched the helicopters unloading cargo and the busy engineering soldiers. Whether it's the Abyss or the Empire. When they come again next time, I will show them a real Great Wall of Steel. The sea breeze fluttered over the bright red flag. Lin Fan stood on high ground, his gaze fixed on the distant north. That's the direction of the Azure Kingdom. The commotion here is so great, and Wang Ting died such a tragic death. That corrupt kingdom must be in an uproar by now. Bring it on. Lin Fan muttered to himself. I'm waiting for you. Chapter 58 The Enraged Wang Family. The Azure Kingdom, its capital. As one of the four dukes' residences, the royal mansion occupies the most prestigious location in the upper city. It is usually bustling with visitors, and even the kingdom's generals must dismount to pay their respects when passing by. But today, this luxurious estate is shrouded in a suffocating atmosphere of low pressure. Bang dash! With a sharp crack, a priceless antique vase was smashed against the wall and shattered into pieces. Dead? Inside the study, a burly, fleshy middle-aged man roared like thunder. He wore a magnificent ducal robe, the metals on his chest heaving violently. He is Wang Batian, the head of the Wang family and Wang Ting's father. You're telling me, Tuna led a fleet cobbled together from half of my Wang family's wealth, along with the battleship Duke, to some rural area to seize an island, and then, he died? Wang Batian grabbed the kneeling messenger by the collar and spat in his face. Not just the young master. The messenger trembled like a leaf, his face pressed to the ground, not daring to raise his head. All the retainers, all the escort ships, and those 4 battleships and 6 cruisers. It's all gone. Not a single one survived. Wang Batian felt a wave of dizziness. He staggered back 2 steps and fell heavily onto the large leather seat. That's not a matter of a few ships. That was the foundation upon which the Wang family had established themselves in the navy. It was the capital they had poured over a decade of effort into elevating Wang Ting to a high position. Just yesterday, he was still fantasizing about his son's triumphant return, carrying the so-called ancient beacon and the core of a B-class sea monster, becoming the kingdom's youngest general with real power. Now it's all gone. Who did this? Wang Batian's voice turned extremely gloomy, like a wild beast ready to devour its prey. Is it the Abyss cult? Or that wretched woman from the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance? If it's them, I will declare war. I will make them pay in blood. The messenger tremblingly pulled a memory crystal from his pocket. Master, this is the last image that the reconnaissance ship on the front line risked its life to send back. Wang Batian snatched the crystal and poured it into it with etheric energy. The light and shadow cast a blurry but tragic image in the air above the study. Those were the final moments of the Duke. Wang Batian saw his son's prized warship, which lay paralyzed on the sea like a dead dog with its spine broken. Then the sky cracked open. 12 white meteors, at a speed and angle he had never seen before, struck him vertically. There was no resistance. There was no struggle. The B-class battleship disintegrated instantly, turning into a massive fireball. At the edge of the image, on the distant horizon, a massive, flat-deck warship can be vaguely seen, coldly observing everything. There was no magical glow on that ship. Only cold steel. Lin Fan. Wang Batian squeezed out the name through gritted teeth. He investigated this F rank after the awakening ceremony, but at the time he just thought he was a lucky clown, and didn't take him seriously at all. But now, this clown has killed his son and destroyed his fleet. Great! Excellent! Wang Batian slammed his hand on the corner of the table and smashed it. A lowly commoner! How dare he murder a nobleman? This is a capital offense. It is treason. Someone! Prepare the carriage! I'm going to the palace. I'm going to mobilize the main force of the kingdom's navy. I'm going to tear that bastard to pieces. Patriarch, please wait a moment. The old butler, who had been standing in the shadows, suddenly spoke. He held several other intelligence reports in his hand, his face as pale as a sheet. You can't go. Why? Wang Batian roared. Did my son die in vain? Look at this. The old butler handed Wang Batian a newly declassified battle report. Wang Batian glanced at it, and his eyes, which were originally bloodshot with anger, instantly froze. The battle report contained several lines of shocking text. The Abyss orders Class A mothership, the Blasphemer, has been confirmed sunk. The B-rank peak sea monster, the Hydra, has been confirmed dead. Killer Lin Fan. Time taken, less than 30 minutes. A level? Wang Beishan's hands began to tremble. The thin piece of paper seemed to weigh a ton at that moment. He knew all too well what an A-class mothership meant. It was a monster capable of taking on an entire kingdom's main fleet single-handedly, a mobile calamity. But he was instantly defeated by Lin Fan? And this patriarch? The old butler's voice was bitter as he pointed to the attachments to the battle report. This is a joint statement from the Seven Seas Business Alliance and the Iron-Blooded Empire. They confirmed that it was young Master Wang Ting who launched the sneak attack on Lin Fan after signing the alliance. Lin Fan's counterattack is in line with the principle of self-defense of the Black Sea Code. A deathly silence fell over the study. Wang Beishan's facial muscles twitched violently as he looked at the battle report. Take the initiative. I haven't played it yet. He didn't even manage to scratch his opponent before being instantly defeated. This is not just a crushing defeat. This is a disgrace. If he were to take this to the king now, not only would he not get justice, but he would also make the royal family a laughing stock of the entire kingdom. More importantly, Master, the old steward said in a low voice, that Lin Fan possesses power capable of instantly killing an A rank. If we retaliate against the Wang family now with what little wealth they have left, how many rounds of fighting could we possibly sustain them? Wang Batian fell silent. He looked at the indifferent giant ship on the projection, and at the rain of missiles filling the sky. A deep sense of powerlessness rose from the soles of his feet, instantly extinguishing the anger in his heart. He wanted revenge. But he was more afraid of dying. That a frank monster, no, that monster. He was no longer an ant that the Wang family could manipulate at will. He was a dragon that had grown fangs. Are we just going to let it go like this? Wang Batian slumped back into his chair, looking as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. No. A sinister glint flashed in the old butler's eyes. Just because we can't do anything to him openly doesn't mean we can't do anything to him secretly. Moreover, with such a powerful force, the royal family and the navy are probably even more sleepless than we are. We just need to fan the flames. At the same time. Azure Kingdom, Royal Palace, Supreme Military Conference Room. The atmosphere here was even more somber than at the Wang family residence. On both sides of the long table sat ministers in magnificent robes and generals with gold stars on their shoulders. At the far end of the table, the elderly king frowned as he looked at the urgent battle report in his hands. Gentlemen. The king put down the battle report, his voice sounding somewhat weary. Tell me about it. Just who exactly is this Lin Fan? A commotion broke out in the conference room. The First Minister of the Navy, an elderly admiral with white hair, was the first to stand up. He was agitated, even somewhat out of control. Your Majesty! This is simply a miracle! The old general pointed to the blurry photos on the tactical board, the images of J-35 and YJ-15 fighter jets intercepted remotely via a magic crystal. This speed! This power! This is unlike any magical energy technology we have ever known. No etheric fluctuations, no spell chanting. That iron bird flies at more than 4 times the speed of sound. Its weapons can slice through A-level bioarmor like tofu. This is a completely new, pure, and destructive power system. The old general's eyes gleamed with fanaticism. If this power can be used by the kingdom, what Iron Blood Empire, what Abyss Order, none of them matter. That's heresy. On the other side, a court monk in a ceremonial robe stood up and coldly interrupted the general. To possess such power without ether is against the laws of the world. Moreover, he killed Wang Tang. He killed a nobleman, a duke's heir. If this act goes unpunished, what is the law of the kingdom? What is the dignity of the nobility? The monk glanced at the Wang family representative, who sat silently in the corner, and continued. I suggest we immediately declare Lin Fan a traitor. We should assemble the royal fleet and wipe him out before he can consolidate his power. Exterminate? The admiral looked at the mage as if he were an idiot. What can we use to suppress them? Take your staff and smash his steel plate? He even used the Abyss Order's A-class mothership as fireworks. Is the royal fleet going to their deaths? The monk was speechless with anger. Enough! The king tapped the table, interrupting the argument. I don't want to hear this. The king's gaze swept across the room, finally settling on the intelligence minister. Tell me, does this Lin Fan harbor any hostility towards the kingdom? The intelligence minister stood up and opened the file in his hand. Your Majesty, based on the current analysis. Although Lin Fan comes from a commoner background, he grew up in an academy. His sister is still under our control and protection. In this battle, although he killed Wang Ting, he did not attack the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance and the Iron Blood Empire. Instead, he intimidated them through some means and established his hegemony in the Xiantai Islands. This shows that he is a rational, ambitious person, but also has principles. He is neither crazy nor antisocial. He's just too strong. That's incredible. These 3 words silenced everyone present. When a person's power is so great that they can disregard the rules, they themselves become the rules. His Majesty. The Prime Minister, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. He was a lean old man with a glint of wisdom, or perhaps cunning, in his eyes. Wang Ting's death was his own fault. According to the survivors' testimonies, he betrayed the alliance first. Lin Fan is in the right on this issue. If we attack him for this reason, not only will we be acting without a legitimate cause, but we will also push such a powerful figure into our enemy's hands. The Iron-Blooded Empire and the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance are really craving him. The Prime Minister paused, then gave a meaningful smile. Since we can't beat him, but we don't want him to get away, then we have no choice but to win them over. Win them over? The king raised an eyebrow. Yes, to win them over. The Prime Minister walked to the map and pointed to the Xiantai Islands, which were isolated overseas. That's unclaimed land. Now that Lin Fan has taken over it, he needs a legitimate claim. A legitimate and recognized status. If we not only fail to hold him accountable, but also promote him and recognize his status as a lord. Therefore, the territory he conquered is nominally the kingdom's territory. No matter how strong he is still a subject of the kingdom in name only. This will not only appease him, but also make him a thorn in the side of the kingdom in the Black Iron Sea, shielding us from the pressure from the Iron Blood Empire and the Abyss Order. This tactic is called using someone else's knife to kill them, or going with the flow. But what about the Wang family? Someone asked worriedly. The royal family? The king sneered. They can't even beat an F rank, and they still have the nerve to cause trouble? Tell them to shut up. The king stood up and made a decision. Draft the imperial edict. Lin Fan, you have rendered meritorious service in repelling the Abyss cult and have brought honor to our nation. He was appointed as the pioneering lord of the Black Iron Islands. Nobility. The king hesitated for a moment. Offering too little seems insincere. Offering too much might not be enough to satisfy the offer. The admiral suddenly interjected. Your Majesty, he's a powerful warrior with a solo kill record against A-rank opponents. According to the military merit system. Then let's make him a viscount. The king made the final decision. Hereditary viscount. Tell him that as long as he guards that sea, the kingdom will be his support. In addition, a glint of light flashed in the king's eyes. Send a special envoy over there. Preferably someone he can feel comfortable with. I want to know where his ship and those flying iron birds came from. The winds of change in the capital city shifted overnight. Those who had been waiting to see Lin Fan become a wanted man and be executed were surprised to find that the storm did not come. Instead, a glittering imperial decree of investiture was issued from the palace. The name Lin Fan. From this moment on, he was no longer a laughingstock in the college, nor a lucky nouveau riche. Rather, he was a newly rich man who had truly stepped into the core of the kingdom's power. A power struggle surrounding this newly crowned viscount has only just begun. Chapter 59 The Kingdom's Investiture. Xiantai Islands, the Combat Command Center. Although it was late outside, the lights here were still on. As the blueprint for the base's construction unfolded, countless data streams danced frantically on the screen. Resource allocation, project progress, patrol routes, every single item required Lin Fan's approval. Commander. The communications officer's voice suddenly interrupted Lin Fan's thoughts. His voice carried an unprecedented tension, even fear. A top-secret encrypted communication request has been detected. The signal source identification code comes from the capital. It's gold grade. The air inside the CIC instantly froze. Gold rank. In the Azure Kingdom, this represents the will of supreme power, the royal family. The Major subconsciously straightened his uniform. Although the other party couldn't see him, he still felt his throat go dry. What was bound to happen has finally happened. The Duke's heir was killed, the royal fleet destroyed. Now, has the kingdom's judgment arrived? Connected. Lin Fan's expression remained calm. He simply put down the electronic pen in his hand, leaned back in his chair, and stared coldly at the main screen. With a soft buzzing sound, the holographic projection device slowly activated. The screen, which had originally emitted a deep blue glow, was gradually replaced by a solemn and mysterious gold. Then, beams of dazzling, colorful light intertwined and wove in the air, like a dreamlike dance of light and shadow. Finally, in the center of this wondrous world of light and shadow, a lifelike figure gradually emerged. This figure was neither as imposing and majestic as one might imagine, nor like an enraged general, nor a stern judge in black robes wielding a staff. Instead, it resembled an elegant gentleman in a magnificent purple court suit. His upright posture, neat and tidy hair, and the exquisite gold-rimmed monocle hanging from his chest all exuded an air of refined elegance and exceptional taste. However, despite the middle-aged man's seemingly gentle and refined appearance, the tense atmosphere at the scene did not ease in the slightest. The reason lay in the dazzling golden griffin badge on his chest, a symbol of the voice of the king. Without a doubt, the elegant figure before us is none other than the kingdom's naval marshal, concurrently serving as court envoy and royal protocol minister, Earl Lister. Lord Lin Fan. Count Lister bowed slightly, his movements so elegant they were flawless. His gaze, penetrating the holographic projection as if piercing through the barriers of space, scrutinized the excessively young commander. I am here on behalf of His Majesty to extend my greetings to you. The news of the sinking of the Abyss Order's Class A mothership has reached the capital. His Majesty is very pleased about this. Lin Fan didn't speak, but just looked at him quietly. This silence caused List's smile to freeze slightly for a moment. Certainly. The envoy then changed the subject, his tone carrying a subtle hint of regret. We have also heard about the unfortunate events that befell young Master Wang Tang. The royal family was deeply saddened by this. They wept at the royal meeting, claiming it was a despicable murder. The Major placed his hand on his sidearm. They've arrived. Is this the beginning of accountability? But... Count Lister pushed up his monocle, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Following the military's investigation, as well as the testimonies of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance and the Iron Blood Empire, His Majesty believes that the battlefield situation is constantly changing. Young Master Wang Ting's misjudgment under pressure led to this tragedy. Although it is regrettable, the responsibility does not lie with you. Call. A suppressed sigh of relief filled the CIC. A playful smile curved Lin Fan's lips. Misjudgment. To dismiss a meticulously planned betrayal as a misjudgment, in a light-hearted manner. That's politics. When your fist is big enough, even the king will make excuses for you. So what? Lin Fan finally spoke, his voice calm. Your Excellency went to such lengths to contact me just to tell me that I am innocent? No, of course not. Count Lister straightened his back and his expression became solemn. The kingdom never fails to reward heroes. You single-handedly repelled the main force of the Abyss Order and reclaimed the Xiantai Islands from the sea monsters. Such an achievement would be disheartening to the world if it were merely described as a C-rank ace. He took out a golden scroll from his sleeve and slowly unrolled it. Lin Fan, please accept the appointment. Inside the CIC, All the Shenzhou soldiers, except for Lin Fan, instinctively stood up. Although they were only loyal to Lin Fan, at this moment, it represented a sense of ritual. In view of His Excellency Lin Fan's outstanding military achievements in the Black Iron Sea and his great contributions to maintaining the security of human civilization. By His Majesty the King's decree, and with the approval of Parliament. Effective immediately, Lin Fan is hereby conferred the title of Hereditary Viscount of the Azure Kingdom. Title, Xian Tai. And he is granted the title of Pioneer Lord of the Black Iron Islands, with full authority over the defense and development of the area. Hereditary Viscount. Pioneer Lord. These two words struck everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. In the Azure Kingdom, titles are extremely difficult to obtain. Although the previous sea-level ace was said to be equivalent to a baron, it was merely an honorary title, without fiefdom, real power, or hereditary status. But the Viscount is different. These are true nobles. This is the ticket to the core of the kingdom's power. Not to mention the title of Pioneer Lord. This means that Lin Fan is no longer a wandering captain, but a local warlord. Is this all the sincerity you've shown? Lin Fan looked at the scroll, but his face did not show the ecstatic joy that the special envoy had expected. A title in exchange for me guarding the kingdom's gates? Count Lister paused for a moment, then smiled. Lord Lin Fan is a very honest person. Your Majesty certainly knows that a title alone cannot fill an empty stomach, especially when supporting such a large fleet. Your treatment will be comprehensively upgraded from that of a sea-level ace. Count Lister stretched out his fingers and began to list them one by one. First, territorial sovereignty. The Black Iron Islands and the surrounding 50 nautical miles are designated as your private territory. You possess independent legislative, taxation, and mining rights. The kingdom will not send officials or interfere in your internal affairs. This is tantamount to acknowledging Lin Fan's status as an independent kingdom. Second, the distribution of supplies. Your previous Category C benefits, including basic maintenance and fuel allowances, will remain in effect. However, the allowance will be reduced. The envoy smiled. Lift the cap. Take as much fuel, fresh water, and steel as you need, as long as the kingdom's ports can provide. It will all be paid for by the national treasury. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. That's more like it. The Type 003 aircraft carrier is a money-guzzling beast. Although it has oil, it still needs external funding for other supplies. Thirdly, and most practically, Count Lister raised his third finger. Military subsidies. The subsidy for a sea-level ace is 100,000 credits per month, right? That amount of money probably wouldn't even cover the cost of one takeoff and landing for your fighter jet. Starting next month, the Navy will pay you monthly under the name of a border defense allowance. The envoy paused for a moment, then announced a number. 10 million kingdom credits. In addition, all the secret crystals and that black liquid you mine in the Black Iron Islands, if sold to the kingdom, we will buy them at 20% above the market price. 10 million. There are also trade privileges. This is no longer about winning them over. This is throwing money away. This is the kingdom using its national treasury to support Lin Fan's fleet. Lord Lin Fan, are you satisfied with this sincerity? Count Lister looked at Lin Fan with a smile. He was very confident. No one could refuse such an offer. It wasn't just about money and power, it was about legitimacy recognized by the kingdom. With this identity, Lin Fan would no longer be a pirate, no longer a warlord, but a legitimate noble lord. Lin Fan remained silent for a moment. He didn't actually care about the title of Viscount. In this world where might makes right, as long as his aircraft carriers are still there and his J-35s are still flying in the sky, he is the uncrowned king. But he needs time. He needs a stable rear to consolidate the gains of this battle, to build a base, and to advance in technology. It is not wise at this stage to confront a large kingdom head-on. Since the other party was willing to give him money, food, and a title, they also had to help him fend off political pressure from the Wang family. Why not? Can? Lin Fan nodded, his tone remaining calm, as if he had only closed a small business deal. I accept this decree. Please tell His Majesty that as long as I live, the Xiantai Islands will remain an insurmountable barrier for the Iron Blood Empire and the Abyss Order. But what if someone wants to do something underhanded? Lin Fan's gaze suddenly sharpened, piercing the envoy's eyes through the holographic projection. You've all seen what happened to Wang Teng. Count Lister broke out in a cold sweat. He felt as if he were facing not a newly risen nobleman, but a ferocious beast in human skin. Of course. The envoy wiped his forehead. The kingdom has always been most sincere in its treatment of its friends. In addition, there is a personal matter. Lister hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. Although Duke Wang Batian dares not say anything now, he has after all lost his only heir. You may need to be more careful in your future activities in the capital. But rest assured, His Majesty has already given the royal family a stern warning. During your tenure as the Pioneer Lord, any hostile act against you will be considered a provocation against the royal family. This reassured Lin Fan. No. Lin Fan waved his hand, signaling for the guest to see him out. Communication ended. Z. The holographic projection disappeared. Inside the command center, calm returned to normal. But everyone's eyes changed. If they were merely Lin Fan soldiers before, now they are the Lord's retainers. The change in identity brings about a qualitative change in the sense of belonging. Congratulations, Commander! Not congratulations, Lord! Led by the Major who was in charge of the operations, all the officers saluted in unison, their eyes filled with fervor. In just a few days. From being deemed a useless F-class soldier to a war god who sank an A-class mothership, and now a hereditary viscount who controls vast territories. This is their commander. That's a miracle. All right. Lin Fan waved his hand, not indulging in this vanity. It's just an empty reputation. I value the 10 million in military spending and the trade privileges more than the title of Viscount. He stood up and walked to the chart table. Looking at the map of the Xiantai Islands, which had been marked as our territory. With this money, we can accelerate the construction of our base. Tell the engineering team not to skimp on materials. I want to build a real city on the main island. We also need to build a dock large enough to accommodate the next giant ship. The Major's eyes suddenly lit up. The next ship? Commander, you mean? Lin Fan smiled mysteriously and did not answer. But the look in his eyes as he gazed at the technology tree said it all. Deep within the T3 tech tree, beneath the J-35, the silhouette of an even larger and more awe-inspiring ship is gradually emerging. That's the threshold for T4 level. That was the majesty of a 10,000-ton destroyer. That was the glory of the Shenzhou shield. Lin Fan looked out the window at the rising sun, its golden rays bathing his young yet resolute face. Our journey has only just begun. Pass the order to the entire ship. Disband Level 1 combat readiness and take turns resting. Extra meal tonight. Celebrating that we now have our own home. Ugh. The 003 Fujian warship sounded its horn again. This time, the whistle no longer carried a murderous intent, but was filled with soaring hope. In this black iron sea far from the mainland, a new star is rising. It will use steel and gunpowder to write its own legend. Chapter 60. This is just the first step. As dusk falls over the black iron sea, a magnificent and colorful painting unfolds before your eyes, captivating all who behold it. The setting sun casts its last rays upon the vast, boundless sea, as if draping this expansive ocean in a vibrant, blood-red veil. A gentle breeze stirs, and the waves softly lap against the shore, creating ripples of gold. Amidst the shimmering light, the bright red flag flying high atop the main island's peak stands out strikingly. The flag, like a blazing, unyielding flame, fluttered and roared in the sea breeze. At this moment, Lin Fan stood alone atop the cliff, gazing down at the beautiful island group below, now entirely his. Just days before, this place was a desolate wasteland, filled with the roars of terrifying sea monsters and the stench of decay emanating from the deep sea. But now, After arduous and relentless effort, this once lifeless and desolate place had been transformed, bursting with vitality, and beginning to show signs of a nascent human civilization. In the deep water harbor of the inland sea, the Type 003 Fujian warship rests quietly, its massive hull casting a long shadow in the setting sun. Beside it, in several newly built T2 class dry docks, workers are busily conducting final equipment adjustments. Although no ships are yet to be built, the vibrant atmosphere already offers a glimpse of hope for the future. Along the shore, rows of massive oil storage tanks rise from the ground, and oil pipelines, like giant black pythons, transport crude oil extracted from the seabed to makeshift refineries. Although the production capacity is not yet high, it is sufficient to sustain the daily needs of the aircraft carrier fleet, with even a surplus. From afar, a wide and straight runway can be seen winding like a giant dragon between the foot of the mountain and the sea. This runway is the site of a brand new military airfield currently under construction. At this moment, several Z-20 helicopters, like agile eagles, circle and soar in the air, constantly taking off and landing. They are busily and systematically unloading the first batch of building materials and supplies transported from the distant Blue Kingdom to the designated location. Just then, a series of light footsteps approached, followed by a slightly deep but respectful voice. "Lord." Hearing this call, Lin Fan slowly turned his head, his gaze immediately falling on a man in military uniform not far away, his posture as upright as a pine tree. This man was none other than the base's operations commander, the Major. He was tightly clutching an extremely heavy document in his hand, his expression exceptionally solemn and dignified. Facing his subordinate, Lin Fan said expressionlessly, "Remember, from now on, don't call me Lord, just call me Commander. As for the title Viscount, it's merely for displaying status to outsiders. After all, being here, we must first and foremost remember our mission and responsibility as soldiers." "Understood, Commander," the Major replied immediately upon receiving the instruction, his eyes revealing genuine respect for his superior officer. "This is the acceptance report for the first phase of the base construction, as well as the list of the first batch of supplies transported from the kingdom." Lin Fan took the report and flipped through it casually. It seems that old Fox Lister is still a man of his word. Although the things he gave us weren't the best, they were plentiful and plentiful. The list was densely packed with various special steels, rare metals, high-precision machine tools, and even several expensive magic energy reactors. Although Lin Fan didn't use magic energy, these things could be used to generate electricity or as bait. "Take it." Lin Fan closed the report. "Don't be polite with them. We're just guarding the gate for them, so it's only right that we collect some protection money. Also, have the backgrounds of those newly recruited workers and crew members been thoroughly investigated?" "The investigation is complete," the Major reported. "Most of them were civilians recruited from the lower city, and some were down on their luck scholars who were not successful at the academy. After Panga's screening, no spies from the Abyss cult or other forces were found." "Very good." Lin Fan nodded. "Settle them in properly. Provide them with the same food, clothing, and supplies as the military industry of China. Don't be like those aristocratic lords who treat people like livestock. Here, as long as you are willing to work, you will have food to eat and dignity." "Yes." The Major saluted and turned to leave. Lin Fan turned around again and looked at the vast sea. The sea breeze tousled his hair, but it couldn't dispel the ambition in his eyes. He took the first step steadily. He now has a base of operations, stable resources, a legitimate identity, and a fleet that no force dares to underestimate. But that's not enough. That's far from enough. His gaze pierced through the twilight, reaching into the distance. Deep within the black iron sea, amidst the fog that isn't even marked on nautical charts, a tremendous threat still lurks. Although the main force of the Abyss Order had retreated, the A-class mothership, Desecrator, was merely the tip of the iceberg of their power. Saga's dying words, "The Abyss is coming," still lingered like a thorn in Lin Fan's heart. There is also the Iron-Blooded Empire. Although they suffered a heavy loss this time, these violent fanatics will definitely not let it go. Their underwater power remains immense, and those unseen Class A submarines are still the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. Even their current ally, the Azure Kingdom, may not have good intentions. Lister's attempt to win him over was essentially a form of exploitation. Once Lin Fan showed signs of losing control or had lost his usefulness, the supplies that were sent to him could easily become ammunition to be fired at him. This is a chaotic world. Lin Fan sighed. In this chaotic world, the only way to survive and thrive is to become stronger. So powerful that everyone has to look up to them. So powerful that all schemes and tricks become a joke in the face of absolute strength. Pangu. Lin Fan silently recited in his heart. Commander, I'm here. That cold, mechanical voice sounded so familiar at that moment. Open the technology tree. Command confirmed. A pale blue light screen unfolded before Lin Fan's eyes. Tier 1, close-in weapons system, helicopter, and basic ammunition are all activated. Tier T2, J-15T, KJ-600, and J-15DT are all activated. Tier T3, the J-35 stealth fighter jet has been activated. Along the way, relying on this equipment, he fought his way from an F-rank trash to the current Iron rank overlord. But that's not enough. Lin Fan's fingers slid towards the gray icon that had been locked. That's AT4 level. That was the true pinnacle of China's military industry. The commander has been detected to have completed the first phase of strategic objectives, to occupy and secure the Black Iron Islands. It has been detected that the commander already possesses the title of Viscount and a territory. Current energy reserves detected, 23,800 points. The prerequisites are met. Tier 4 Fleet Technology Tree. Unlocked. Buzz. As Pangu's voice faded, the gray icon was instantly illuminated by golden light. Countless complex data streams were rapidly refreshing in front of Lin Fan's eyes. That was a completely new blueprint. That was a completely new power. Lin Fan saw a familiar, exhilarating silhouette. It was a long, sleek warship, full of modern industrial aesthetics. It lacks a spacious flight deck, but boasts a phased array radar tower that reaches a height of 100 meters. Although it did not have a giant cannon on its bow, it had more than 100 vertical launch units hidden below the deck. It is the guardian of the fleet. It is the carrier's bodyguard. It is a mobile Great Wall at sea. Type 055 10,000-ton guided missile destroyer. Shenzhou's shield. Lin Fan stared at the icon, his eyes gleaming with fervent light. If aircraft carriers are the spears used for offense, then the Type 055 destroyer is the strongest shield and the most deadly hidden weapon. With it, Lin Fan's fleet can finally be considered to have a complete air defense, anti-submarine, and anti-ship system. With it, those iron-blooded submarines hiding underwater and those abyssal gargoyles that want to carry out suicide attacks will all become a thing of the past. Moreover, the T4 class is not limited to the 055. Next to it, another icon is flashing. It was a massive underwater behemoth. Nuclear-powered attack submarine. That was the ultimate weapon against the iron-blooded empire. Hee hee. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Laughter echoed across the empty mountaintop, carrying a hint of arrogance and a touch of exhilaration. The iron-blooded empire? The Abyss Order? Do you think this is the end? No. Lin Fan turned around, his back to the setting sun that was about to sink into the sea, and faced the rising base. His shadow was stretched long, like an unyielding monument. This is just the first step. Volume 1 complete. Volume 2, The Turmoil in the Capital. Chapter 61 Invite the Pirates. St. Andres, the capital of the Azure Kingdom. The continuous rain had lasted for 3 whole days, as if trying to completely drench this bustling city. The Duke's mansion, located in the heart of the upper city, was now tightly shut, with black gauze draped over every carved window frame. Deep within the mansion, the study was dark, with only the occasional flickering firelight from the fireplace illuminating the somber profile of the man sitting in the high-backed chair. Wang Batian held 2 iron balls in his hand, spinning them extremely fast, making a crisp clicking sound. Dead. His voice was very soft, as if he were talking to himself. The old butler, standing in the shadows, bowed slightly, not daring to respond. My son, with the fleet that the family had accumulated over half a century, and the Class B Duke, went to that god-forsaken place, and then turned to ashes. Wang Batian abruptly stopped what he was doing, the 2 steel gallstones being crushed and deformed in his palm. And the murderer was not only not wanted, but became a viscount of the empire and a pioneering lord. Even His Majesty sent a secret letter, implying that I should take this as a boundary and let bygones be bygones. Wang Batian raised his head, and in his bloodshot eyes there were no tears, only a chilling resentment. Let bygones be bygones? The hatred of killing one's son and destroying one's family can be forgiven with a simple let bygones be bygones? The old steward finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Master, we really can't touch him now. That Lin Fan possesses the power to instantly kill an A-class mothership. The royal family and the military both regard him as their trump card against the Abyss cult and other countries. If we openly take action now, we will be standing against the kingdom. I know. Wang Batian stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the dark, rainy night outside. I'm not that stupid to go and die. However, every human being has weaknesses. Although Lin Fan is strong, he has a fatal weakness. Wang Batian turned around and tapped his finger heavily on a nautical chart on the table. He only had one boat. No matter how powerful the Type 003 is, no matter how fast its planes are, it still only has one capital ship. He occupied the Xiantai Islands, an isolated enclave. Although the island has mines, they are dead mines, inedible and unusable. To keep that giant ship running and to feed his thousands of men, he has to rely on external supplies. The old steward's eyes lit up. You mean we're running out of food? That's right. Wang Batian sneered. After all, he is a nouveau riche from humble origins with very shallow roots. He has no commercial network or transportation channels in the kingdom. His current supplies depend entirely on merchant fleets hired from the capital's port. What if these merchant ships can't reach the Xiantai Islands? What if his oil supply runs out, his food supply runs out, and his ammunition supply runs out? An aircraft carrier without oil is just an iron coffin floating on the sea. Wang Batian took out a black business card from the drawer, on which was printed a pale white skull. Contact the Black Skull pirate crew. Tell One-Eyed Jack that the royal family is offering 3 times the price. I want them to block all sea routes to the Black Iron Islands. Any ship that transports goods for Lin Fan, regardless of whose flag it flies, shall be seized, and any that resists shall be killed without exception. The old steward hesitated for a moment. But master, what if Lin Fan comes out with an aircraft carrier to escort us? Black Skull's few broken ships are not enough to fill his teeth. He won't. Wang Batian shook his head firmly. Do you think operating such a giant ship doesn't cost anything? Activating a war machine of that scale consumes astronomical amounts of resources. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Why send an aircraft carrier to hunt down a few pirate flies for a few grain transport ships? That would not only be a losing proposition, but it would also keep him constantly on the go. I want to turn this into a quagmire. Or he would watch his supply lines be cut off and be trapped on the island to death. Or he'll have to use that precious aircraft carrier as a patrol boat, spending all his time at sea until his resources are exhausted. Wang Batian threw the business card into the fireplace. The flames instantly engulfed the skull, revealing his, Jingning ferocious/hideous, grin. Lin Fan, welcome to the real world. The war here is not just about fighting and killing. Xiantai Island's deep water harbor. The sea breeze is howling, and construction of the base is in full swing. Although we have oil, the conversion from crude oil to qualified aviation kerosene and heavy oil still requires refineries, which takes time. The system does not handle everything, so any building materials, living supplies, and even some fine parts for any base outside the scope of the kits provided by the system itself still rely heavily on procurement from the Azure Kingdom. Inside the Operations Command Center, the sound of alarms suddenly shattered the tranquility of the early morning. "Commander! This is the communications team. Our third supply ship, the Blue Whale, has lost contact in the K9 area, 200 nautical miles from the archipelago. The last signal sent back indicated that an attack had occurred." Lin Fan was standing in front of the tactical platform examining the base blueprints when he heard this, and his brows furrowed slightly. "Sea monster? It's not human interference." The communications officer's fingers flew across the keyboard. "The other party has sent a video communication request. Unencrypted public channel. Bring them in." The main screen flickered, and an image popped up. It was a shaky shot with a burning cargo ship in the background. A row of mercenary crew members in Shenzhou uniforms were kneeling on the deck, while several pirates wielding magic rifles were beating them mercilessly. The camera then pans to a man with a fleshy face and one blind eye. One-Eyed Jack, leader of the Black Skull pirate crew. "Hey, isn't this our great hero, Viscount Lin Fan?" Jack, with a mouthful of chewing tobacco in his mouth, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, made an exaggerated salute to the camera, but his eyes were full of provocation and mockery. "Let me introduce myself. I'm the toll collector for this area. I've taken a liking to the cargo on this ship. As for the people on board, I'll take care of them for you for now." "You!" Lin Fan stared at the screen, his expression unchanged, but his eyes were as cold as ice. "Do you want to die?" "Ha! Die!" Jack burst into laughter as if he had heard a joke, and even smugly patted the 40mm magic cannon next to him. "Viscount Lin, I know you're powerful. Your giant ship can destroy an Abyss mothership in an instant. It's terrifying. But my Lord Viscount, how much fuel does your ship burn to move? How much does it cost to fire one of those missiles? I only have 3 or 5 dilapidated boats, so I'll play hide-and-seek with you on this vast ocean. You've come to arrest me in an aircraft carrier? Come on." Jack brought his face close to the camera, his provocative words now completely undisguised. "I bet you won't be willing to part with it. Your ship is meant for fighting national wars, not for swatting small flies like us. If you dare to come out, I'll run. And if you go back, I'll come back. I just want to see if you can catch us all first, or if you can burn out your oil first. Want people and goods? Trade the ransom. Not much, 10 million kingdom credits. I'll give you 24 hours to consider it." Beep. Communication was cut off. The screen turned back to its original dark blue color. A deathly silence fell over the entire CIC. All the staff officers and officers stared at Lin Fan, their faces ashen. This is blatant humiliation. It's an extremely disgusting tactic. "Those bastards!" The operations commander, a major, slammed his fist on the table. "Commander, let me take the Flying Shark Squadron. In just 10 minutes, I can blow them to smithereens." "No." Lin Fan shook his head, his tone calm. "First of all, the distance is too far. 200 nautical miles, plus the time spent searching for the target, makes the fighter jet's loiter time a problem. The enemy is a dispersed small target, and in complex sea conditions, radar search efficiency is not high. Secondly, he's right." Lin Fan pointed to the arrogant face on the screen that had disappeared. "This is about calculating the economic benefits. The cost of J-35 flight hours, the cost of YJ missiles, and even the operational losses of an aircraft carrier, all for the purpose of attacking a pirate ship weighing only a few tens of tons? That's like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. It's a losing proposition. Moreover, this was clearly instigated by someone." Lin Fan's gaze deepened. "If we deploy aircraft carriers in a major offensive, that will play right into our hands. We will be bogged down in an endless counterinsurgency war, worn down by these flies. They bet I only had one trump card. I bet I don't have the conventional strength to do this kind of dirty work." The major gritted his teeth. "So, are we just going to give them money? Or watch our supply lines get cut off? Pay up?" Lin Fan sneered, turned around and walked towards the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the bustling port. In my entire life, I, Lin Fan, have never paid ransom to anyone. They think aircraft carriers are too big and not cost-effective to operate? They think I don't have a ship that can go long distances, clean up garbage at low cost, and also blow up their old nests in the process? They really are. They have underestimated the strength of China's military industry. Lin Fan's consciousness sank into the system. A light blue technology interface unfolded before his eyes. He skipped over the T1, T2, and T3 pages and focused his gaze on the T4 technology tree that was constantly flashing with golden light. In the past few days, although a lot of money has been spent on base construction and personnel expansion, his energy point reserves have remained at a healthy level thanks to the continuous output of Crystal Island. It's time. The Type 003 aircraft carrier is a strategic deterrent and a pillar of stability for the seas. But he does lack a bodyguard with a sword. A weapon capable of operating independently in the open ocean, possessing extremely strong sustained combat capabilities, formidable firepower, and requiring no carrier cover. Lone Wolf. Lin Fan's finger hovered over an icon that captivated countless people. It was the silhouette of a long, sharp warship, full of sci-fi aesthetics. It doesn't need carrier-based aircraft. It is the strongest air defense network on its own. It doesn't need escorts. It is a fleet in itself. Lin Fan turned around, his gaze sharp as a knife. Major. Exist. Didn't the pirates say that my deployment costs were too high? Didn't the pirates say I couldn't catch them? Lin Fan straightened his cuffs, his eyes cold. Since they want to see the big guy. Since they think I'm making too much noise. Then I'll show you all you want. Pass down the order. Prepare to receive the new ship. No escort needed, no resupply needed, just clear out berth number 1 for me. I'm going to let that one-eyed man know. There are some people he can't afford to offend. Chapter 62 The Shield of China 055 Xian Tai Islands Operations Command Center, CIC. On the massive tactical screen, One-Eye Jack's greasy and arrogant face had just disappeared, leaving only a patch of pale blue static. A suffocatingly low pressure hung in the air, the deathly stillness before a storm. Lin Fan stood in front of the command console, his hands resting on the table. His gaze was not fixed on the screen, but rather pierced through the thick armor plates, looking out at the surging sea. 10 million! Lin Fan suddenly laughed. The laughter was very soft, but it sounded exceptionally clear in the quiet CIC. He actually wanted me to pay his toll. The major stood to the side, his face ashen. As a professional soldier, being humiliated by these low-life pirates was worse than death. Commander, this is a test, and also an insult. The Black Skull pirates are backed by the Wang family, and they know very well the operating costs of the Type 003 aircraft carrier. Even the fuel and maintenance time consumed by a single takeoff and landing of a J-35 far exceed the value of that cargo ship. They're gambling. I'm betting we won't dare use strategic-level forces for such a small amount of money. Lin Fan turned around and looked at the major. The coldness in his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by the mockery of a hunter seeing his prey fall into the net. They've got a very clever plan. You think you can force me to use an aircraft carrier with a few dilapidated pirate ships? That's using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Not only will it be a loss, but it will also make us a laughingstock around the world. Lin Fan walked to the nautical chart and gently traced his finger across the area of sea marked in red. However, they made a fatal mistake. They thought that China's military technology tree only included aircraft carriers. They thought that besides the J-15 and J-35, I had no other weapons. Lin Fan's consciousness sank into the system, and the T4 level icon that had been flashing with an alluring golden light seemed particularly familiar to him at this moment. After the frenzied plundering in the first volume, especially the get-rich-quick operation against the Abyss cult, his energy point reserves had reached an unprecedented level. It's time. The Type 003 aircraft carrier is a strategic deterrent and a pillar of stability. However, it does lack a sword-wielding bodyguard. A lone wolf capable of independently carrying out missions in the open ocean, possessing extremely strong sustained combat capabilities, and not requiring carrier cover. Lin Fan's finger hovered over the top icon representing the destroyer branch. T4 class, 10,000-ton large guided missile destroyer type 055. Code name, Shenzhou Shield. Full load displacement, 12,500 tons. Unlock cost, 20,000 energy points. 20,000 points. This price is outrageously expensive, even exceeding the initial cost of unlocking the Type 003 aircraft carrier. Moreover, Lin Fan was well aware that the 20,000 points only bought the platform itself, the expensive hull, the world-class radar and electronic systems, and the power unit. As for the ammunition, that was a fully equipped launch gift package, generously provided by the system. If you run out of missiles and need to resupply, or if you want to replace them with more expensive missiles, you'll have to pay extra. Even if Lin Fan were to let it run out with its bomb bay empty, he would still have to keep every single one of those 20,000 points. But it's worth it. Because this ship itself is a fleet. Pangu. Lin Fan silently recited in his heart, his voice firm and cold. Pay 20,000 points. Unlock the first T4 class ship. Since they want to see the big guy, let them see as much as they want. The first ship is named Hongdu. Command confirmed. Energy points have been deducted. The lead ship of the T4 class destroyer, the Hongdu, hull number 101, is currently in the process of warping. Coordinates, Xiantai Port number 1 Deepwater berth. Port. The workers who were unloading supplies at the dock suddenly felt the ground beneath their feet tremble slightly, as if some enormous object in the air was compressing the space. Look! Berth number 1! The once calm sea surface seemed to boil, with countless white bubbles surging forth. Immediately afterward, a dazzling blue arc of electricity tore through space, and in that flash, a majestic steel behemoth slowly emerged. That was a warship completely different from the Type 003 aircraft carrier. If an aircraft carrier is a wide and flat sea airport, then this ship in front of us is an extremely sharp dagger called Violence. It boasts an extremely futuristic stealth design, with clean and flowing lines on its hull. All equipment that might reflect radar waves has been carefully concealed or features a chamfered design. The entire hull is coated with the unique navy white stealth coating of the Chinese Navy, which gleams with a cool metallic luster under sunlight. The most striking feature is its integrated radio frequency mast, which is tens of meters high and resembles a fortress. There are no messy antennas, no rotating radomes. All electronic warfare equipment, communication antennas, and radar arrays are integrated into this smooth and clean mast. Around the bridge, 4 huge, dark gray phased array radar panels stand like 4 indifferent eyes, silently watching the world. T4 level core technology Type 346B dual-band digital array active phased array radar. This is the soul of this 10,000-ton destroyer. Many people think that the Type 055 destroyer is just a powerful henchman, an armed bodyguard, for aircraft carriers, or simply a missile truck. That's true, but it's too superficial. Its true role is that of the fleet's Air Defense and Anti-Missile Command Center. Like the U.S. Navy's Ticonderoga-class cruisers, the primary significance of the Type 055 destroyer is to utilize its formidable radar power and computing capabilities to provide an impenetrable protective umbrella with a radius of hundreds of kilometers for the entire carrier strike group. It can simultaneously track thousands of targets and guide dozens of missiles to intercept saturation attacks. It is a shield. An indestructible shield for China. But that doesn't mean its spear isn't sharp. On the contrary, its spear is so sharp that it inspires despair. Lin Fan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of CIC, looking at the Hongdu ship that had just arrived, his gaze falling on the flat deck at the bow. There were rows of launch covers, densely packed together like chocolate cubes. 64 in the front, 48 in the back. A total of 112 vertical launch units, each with a large 850 mm diameter and both cold and hot mounting. This is currently the world's largest and deepest vertical launch system. This is the truth, Lin Fan said in a low voice. These 112 deep wells contain enough firepower to destroy a small country. Pangu, confirm the ammunition loading status. Yes, Commander. The Hongdu's first munitions are fully loaded according to the all-around deterrence standard. Air defense configuration. HQ-9B long-range air defense missile, 40 missiles, 30 points per missile. This is a standard shield, employing a mature fragmentation warhead with a stable range of around 200 kilometers. Used to deal with subsonic flying dragons, and even ordinary supersonic targets in this world, it is the most efficient scavenger. HQ-9C medium-range anti-missile air defense missile, 40 missiles, occupying 20 units, 2 missiles per cell, purchased in sets of 2 at a time, totaling 80 points. Lin Fan's gaze lingered on 9C for a moment. This is true cutting-edge technology. Its missile body is slimmer than the 9B, employing a design concept similar to the Patriot 3 MSC. A dense ring of ACM attitude control engines surrounds the upper part of the missile body. This means it no longer relies on bulky aerodynamic control surfaces, but can perform incredible lateral maneuvers in a vacuum. It abandons the traditional area effect damage and adopts the KKV kinetic kill vehicle mode. With the help of a device similar to a kill enhancer, it kills targets not by bombing, but by ramming. Using pure kinetic energy, it smashes incoming ballistic missiles or stealth targets with a certain degree of maneuverability. Moreover, thanks to the new generation of solid fuel technology, and the missile's extreme drag and weight reduction, its range even far exceeds that of the larger 9B, making it a true assassin hunter. Anti-submarine configuration. U-8A rocket-assisted torpedo, 8 pieces, 50 points each. With the 2 Z-20F anti-submarine helicopters in the hangar that were given to the ship as gifts, any iron-blooded submarine hiding underwater will have nowhere to hide. Air defense and anti-submarine warfare alone occupy 68 units. The remaining 44 units are the surprise that Lin Fan has prepared for this world. Ground-to-sea strike configuration. YJ-18C subsonic stealth cruise missile, 24 missiles, unit price 250 points. This is an intelligent assassin. It doesn't pursue extreme speed, but rather ultimate stealth and flight path planning. It can fly thousands of kilometers close to the sea surface, use terrain to evade radar, and even loiter in the target area, searching for the most valuable targets, like a ghost. Hypersonic strike configuration. YJ-20, 12 missiles, 500 points each. This is a hypersonic missile with a double cone warhead. Although the technology is relatively mature and its air maneuverability is slightly weaker, its advantage lies in its large quantity and massive warhead. It's like a heavy hammer, although not very flexible. If it hits, even an aircraft carrier will break in two. At last. Those are the 8 most expensive and deadliest deep wells. Strategic deterrence configuration. YJ-17 hypersonic glide missile, 8 missiles, 1,000 points each. This is the true trump card. Employing a wave rider warhead design, its technology is extremely advanced. It can perform high-G maneuvers at speeds exceeding Mach 10 in near space, exhibiting an unpredictable trajectory yet terrifying precision. While sacrificing some warhead capacity in pursuit of ultimate maneuverability, and inevitably incurring significant costs, it is accurate, rapid, and lethal, capable of striking not only sea targets but also land targets, taking the enemy's head amidst a vast army. It is the Grim Reaper's scalpel, dedicated to curing all kinds of stubbornness. 20,000 points. Looking at these data, Lin Fan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Although it's expensive, it's worth the price. This is not just a ship, it is a mobile arsenal integrating air defense, anti-missile, anti-submarine, anti-ship, and anti-land attack capabilities. Commander. The Major's voice interrupted Lin Fan's thoughts. He looked at the giant ship with fervor and awe in his eyes, but also with a hint of doubt. This is the ship we're going to use to fight pirates. Isn't it a bit too much to use this configuration to attack a few pirate ships made of wood and sheet metal? Bullying someone? Lin Fan straightened his collar, turned around, and walked towards the door. I just want to bully people. In this dog-eat-dog world, fairness is reserved for the dead. Pass on the order. Lin Fan's voice instantly turned as cold as iron. Hongdu Warship, all personnel in position. No escort is needed, and no supply ships are needed to follow. Single ship sortie. Target, K9C area. I want to show those pirates, and the royal family hiding behind them, what they're made of. What do you mean by TMD dimensional reduction attack? 10 minutes later. Accompanied by the deep roar of the 4 QC-280 gas turbines, the 13,000-ton Hongdu warship slowly sailed away from the dock. It didn't have a large entourage like the Type 003 aircraft carrier, nor did it deploy in formation like a regular fleet. It stood there all alone, like a proud lone wolf, cutting through the waves of the black iron sea. Inside the bridge, the fully digital glass cockpit emits a cool blue light. The dual-band radar is now operational. With thousands of TR components operating simultaneously, invisible electromagnetic waves swept across an area of hundreds of kilometers in the sea in an instant. In its field of vision, those pirate ships, which thought they were well hidden, were clearly visible, like lanterns lit in the dark. Even the bottle of wine held by the pirate captain can be outlined by synthetic aperture radar. HPJ-45, a 130mm naval gun, self-check complete. That's what the weapons officer reported. Target locked. Lin Fan sat in the captain's seat, looking at the few red dots on the screen. He didn't even plan to use those expensive missiles. For an opponent of this caliber, that 130mm naval gun with a rate of fire of 40 rounds per minute would be enough to make them regret ever being born. Full speed ahead. The show is about to begin. Chapter 63055 The Expedition. Xiantai Port, Deep Water Berth Number 1. The rain has stopped, but the sea breeze still carries a damp, cold, and salty smell. The beams of searchlights on the dock, like scalpels, dissected the darkness before dawn. At the center of that interplay of light and shadow, a colossal steel behemoth, completely out of place in this world, lay anchored. It was too quiet. There was no roar of steam turbines, no black smoke from burning coal, and not even the rough rivets and rust. Its entire body was covered with a silver-gray microwave-absorbing coating, which presented a near-perfect geometric facet under the cold light. Hull number 101. This is the Hongdu, a massive 10,000-ton destroyer that has just arrived in this world. Squads of soldiers in deep-sea camouflage training uniforms marched in unison, quickly boarding the ship via the gangway. They spoke silently, made no noise, and the only sound was the dull thud of their boots on the gangplank. This is a group of true professional soldiers. They came from the talent pool of China's military-industrial complex, each an elite who had undergone rigorous training. In their eyes there was no fear of the unknown, only absolute confidence in this warship. Inside the bridge, the fully digital glass cockpit is already lit up. Dozens of high-resolution displays emitted a soft blue light, giving the entire command center a futuristic feel. The main unit is for backup. Navigation radar activated. The integrated radio frequency system has completed its self-tests, and all parameters are normal. Calm, short commands echoed through the bridge. Seated in the captain's seat was a middle-aged colonel with a resolute face, Lasian. Beside him were no wines or cigars, only a cup of warm water and a thick operations manual. He glanced at the time. Departure deployment. Lasian's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable air of authority. Untie the cable. With a few crisp whistles, the thick cable was thrown into the water. Deep within the ship's hull, four domestically produced QC-280 gas turbines emitted a deep roar. It wasn't the panting of a steam engine, but the thunderous sound of a jet engine. Powerful energy was instantly transmitted through drive shafts to the twin propellers at the stern. The seawater was stirred up, and white foam appeared. The 13,000-ton steel body, as light as a feather, slowly left the dock. On the shore, several former sailors of the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance, who were on night duty, stared blankly at the scene. They had seen B-class warships depart from port, a spectacular sight with billowing black smoke, long blasts of horns, and hundreds of people shouting on the deck. But they had never seen a port departure like this before. Quiet. Quick. Fatal. Like a peerless assassin, silently drawing his dagger in the darkness of night. "Don't you need an escort?" One of the sailors couldn't help but ask in a low voice. "When the Lord's aircraft carrier goes out, there are always more than a dozen ships following it. This ship may look beautiful, but it's going out all by itself." The old foreman next to him took a drag of his cigarette, his eyes filled with complex emotions. "Conva? You don't know anything. Does a lion need to take a dog with it when it goes out? The vast ocean is turbulent with waves." The Homdu warship cut a straight track across the sea. Although it was a single ship sortie, the atmosphere on the bridge was anything but relaxed. Heading 120, speed 30 knots. With the anti-row fins deployed, the ship's attitude is stabilized. At a speed of 30 knots, this 10,000-ton behemoth remained as stable as if it were sailing on land. The spray from its bow cutting through the giant waves was left behind before it could even settle. Lejean sat upright at the command post, his gaze sweeping across the integrated situation display screen in front of him. This ship is alone. There were no friendly forces or support within a radius of several hundred nautical miles. But this ship is also omniscient. On the integrated mast, which is tens of meters high, 4 huge Type 346B dual-band active phased array radars have been quietly turned on. With thousands of TR components working simultaneously, invisible electromagnetic waves instantly tore through the air and penetrated the clouds, like a vast net covering hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of airspace and sea. At this distance, not even a pirate ship, let alone the flight path of a seagull, could escape radar detection. "Reporting, Captain?" The officer at the radar station suddenly spoke, his voice calm. "Target located. Bearing 115, distance 180 nautical miles. Target quantity 5, formation sailing, speed 12 knots. Signal signature analysis confirmed that it was an armed merchant ship and escort vessel belonging to the Black Skull pirate gang." On the screen, 5 red dots were clearly marked. Even through the imaging modes of synthetic aperture radar, the outline of the enemy vessel could be vaguely delineated. It was a modified armed cargo ship surrounded by 4 speedboats loaded with cannons. "They found it so quickly." Lejean put down the water glass in his hand. "This is the information gap." While the other person was still in complete darkness, before they could even touch his shadow, he had already seen through the other person's underwear. "Keep quiet." Lejean issued the order. "There's no need to turn on the fire control radar, and we don't need to alert them. Let's just drive over there. Some guests like surprises." 200 nautical miles away, in the K9C area. This was once the only way to the Xiantai Islands, but now it has become a prison at sea. The seized cargo ship, the Blue Whale, drifted alone on the sea, black smoke still billowing from its hull. On the deck, dozens of crew members hired by Shenzhou were bound like dumplings and left to bake in the scorching sun. Next to the cargo ship, an armed merchant ship, painted in bright colors and flying the skull and crossbones flag, was moored, the Black Pearl. That was the flagship of the Black Skull pirate crew. In the captain's cabin, One-Eyed Jack was sitting with his legs crossed, eating a greasy roasted chicken leg with his mouth dripping with oil. "Commander, will Lin Fan react?" the first mate asked with some concern. After all, he was a ruthless individual capable of sinking an A-class mothership. Although the Wang family offered them 3 times the bounty and promised to provide protection, the money still felt like a hot potato. "What's there to be afraid of?" Jack spat out a chicken bone, his single eye filled with cunning and greed. "It would be good if he responded. If he really comes out in that big aircraft carrier, we'll run. Our ships are known for their speed. Plus, there are many reefs in this area, and we know the way well. We can just disappear into the fog, and those massive ships that weigh tens of thousands of tons wouldn't dare to chase us in." Jack patted his belly triumphantly. "Once he comes out, our mission will be complete." The amount of oil that aircraft carrier burns is enough to feed us for a lifetime. What if he doesn't come out? The first mate asked again. Not coming out? Jack gave a cold laugh. That means he's a coward. Or, as Duke Wang said, his ship is all show and no substance. It'll be a huge disaster if you mess with it. Then let's just stay here and wait. Seize his ships, kill his men. Let's see how long he can tolerate this. Just then, a rapid knocking on the door interrupted their conversation. Commander! The radar is working! A pirate on lookout duty rushed in with a strange expression on his face. You're here? Jack jumped up and grabbed the scimitar hanging on the wall. Is it an aircraft carrier? How big of a commotion is it? How many planes are there? No, it's not an aircraft carrier. The pirate scratched his head, seemingly unsure. There is only one dot on the radar. Only one? Jack was stunned. Although he was a pirate, he knew the pomp and circumstance Lin Fan displayed when he went out. When they attacked the Abyss cult, the sky was filled with planes and missiles, a spectacle so grand it was like the end of the world. How could there be only one point? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? You're not mistaken, Captain, the pirate said confidently. And that echo signal was extremely small. How small? It's about the same size as those small fishing boats that we usually rob. The pirate gestured. And it was very fast, coming straight at us. Jack frowned. A small fishing boat weighing a few dozen tons? This isn't right. Could it be a spy sent by Lin Fan? Let's go check out the bridge. Jack pushed aside his men and strode onto the bridge. He approached the Eagle Eye 2 magic radar, which he had purchased at great expense from the Seven Seas Alliance. On the green fluorescent screen, there was indeed only a solitary point of light. The light was faint and flickering. If you didn't look closely, you might mistake it for the noise of ocean waves. In radar analysis, echo signals of this size typically represent small civilian vessels or large marine life. It could absolutely not be a warship weighing several thousand tons or even tens of thousands of tons. According to common sense in this world, the larger a warship is, the larger its radar cross-section and the stronger its radar echo. A 10,000-ton ship should appear as a large, bright spot on radar. Little did they know that there was such a thing as stealth design. Although the Type 055 destroyer has a full load displacement of 13,000 tons, thanks to its perfect multifaceted stealth design and radar-absorbing coating, its radar cross-section, RCS, on the radar screen is even smaller than that of a small fishing boat weighing a few dozen tons. But in Jack's mind, it was just a small boat. Ha! Jack stared at the faint point of light and suddenly smiled. I laughed so hard I almost cried. I thought it was something big. After all that, this is the thing he sent? A small fishing boat? Negotiation expert? Jack turned around, looked at his equally bewildered subordinates, and loudly mocked. It seems our Viscount is truly broke. Or maybe we really have them under our control. He's reluctant to deploy the aircraft carrier, but he doesn't want to lose face, so he sent a small speedboat over, hoping to settle things with us privately? The first mate also laughed, his previously anxious heart finally settling back into his stomach. Commander, what do we do now? Should we meet with the negotiator or... Jack licked his lips, a cruel glint flashing in his single eye. Talk my ass. I hate negotiating more than anything in my life. Since he doesn't want to be dignified, then I'll help him be dignified. Jack suddenly waved his hand, pointing at the small, increasingly closer dot of light on the radar. Pass on the order. Surround them with all the ships. Whether they're here to give money or to beg for mercy. Eat it. I'm going to blow that little boat to pieces, cut off that messenger's head, and hang it on the mast of the Blue Whale. I'll show Lin Fan what it means to refuse a toast only to suffer the consequences. Row or dash. The pirates let out excited wolf howls. This is like easy money delivered right to your door. 4 escort speedboats, fully equipped with magic-powered cannons, accelerated instantly like sharks smelling blood, and rushed towards the weak radar signal in an encircling formation. Jack's flagship, the Black Pearl, slowly turned its cannons, and the large-caliber magic cannons began to charge. In their eyes, it was just a little lamb that foolishly wandered into a pack of wolves. It wouldn't even be enough to fill their teeth. The sea breeze howled. The distance is rapidly closing. 50 nautical miles. 30 nautical miles. 20 nautical miles. At the horizon, the pirate lookout finally spotted the black dot through his binoculars. "I saw it! I saw it!" the lookout shouted excitedly. "There's only a black dot. No chimney. No sail. It looks completely bare. It's definitely an unarmed transport boat." Upon hearing the report, Jack smiled even more broadly. "Bare? Doesn't that mean there's no cannon? Without even a cannon, what else is this but a suicide mission? Men! Prepare to board. Whoever jumps up first will win 100 coins." The pirate fleet charged forward like vicious dogs pouncing on their prey. They had no idea. On the other side of the sea level, inside the bridge of that so-called bare little transport boat, Legion stared at the red dots that were coming to him on the screen, his expression unchanged. It's like watching a cockroach crawl towards a slipper. "Target enters line of sight." That's what the radar officer reported. "Fire control radar has been assigned a target. 130 main gun ready. Secondary gun ready." Legion picked up his water glass and took a sip. "No need to rush. Put it closer. Closer. Let them see clearly what kind of trouble they've gotten themselves into." Chapter 64. You said this is a small fishing boat? The sea breeze, carrying a damp, salty smell, slammed against the barnacles and rust covering the hull of the Black Pearl. One-eyed Jack stood on the corridor outside the bridge, his binoculars slippery with sweat. He kept licking his chapped lips, a subconscious action in his extreme excitement. The distance is getting shorter. 20 nautical miles. 15 nautical miles. Behind him, the entire Black Skull pirate gang erupted into a frenzy, like a school of sharks smelling blood. 4 escort speedboats fanned out, their engines roaring to life, leaving 4 murky trails of smoke from their chimneys on the sea. Meanwhile, on the seized cargo ship, the pirates guarding it brandished their scimitars, howling like wild beasts at the sea. On the radar screen, the spot of light remained pitifully faint. Like a withered leaf floating on the sea, it could be swallowed up by the wind and waves at any moment. "Commander, something's not right." The first mate approached, his face showing a hint of doubt, but even more so, the greed of those about to divide the spoils. "We're already within visual range, how come we still can't see the ship? Even though our magic radar is a second-hand product, it's still a C-grade item we got from the Seven Seas Alliance. There's no reason we shouldn't be able to see it at this close." Jack put down his binoculars and chuckled. "That's Lin Fan's clever trick." He pointed to the somewhat gray sea in front of him. "That kid must have sent a specially made stealth speedboat. I heard that the royal yachts of the Azure Kingdom use a special alchemical coating that can absorb some radar waves, making the ship appear much smaller on radar than it actually is. Is he trying to play dumb to fool us? Or is he planning to sneak over and rescue them when we're not looking?" Jack's fleshy face twitched, revealing a set of yellow teeth. "What a pity he ran into me. Faced with overwhelming numbers, this little trick is a joke. Pass down the order, all gun positions, prepare. As soon as that small boat shows its face, no matter what it's doing here, fire 2 shots at it. We need to let that noble Viscount know that there are tolls in the Black Iron Sea." A burst of laughter came through the communication channel. The pirates were rubbing their hands together, as if they could already see gold coins beckoning to them. The sea breeze gradually picked up. The sea fog ahead seemed to be stirred by an invisible force, and began to churn violently. "I saw it! I saw it!" On the lead C-class frigate, the Mad Dog, the lookout suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream. But there was no excitement in that voice. There was only a kind of terror, like seeing a ghost. "Commander! That's not a speedboat. That's a mountain. Jack was stunned. Before he could react to the meaning of, "It's a mountain," a tremendous sense of oppression pierced through the sea fog and struck everyone's hearts heavily. The fog dissipated. The first thing that catches the eye is a towering bow that seems to reach into the clouds. It wasn't wood, nor was it cast iron inlaid with runes. It was a silver-gray steel plate, so clean it was outrageous, and so smooth that even a fly couldn't land on it. Next, we see the ship's hull. That tiny dot of light, which appeared to weigh only a few dozen tons on the radar, transformed in reality into a steel behemoth that was 180 meters long, 20 meters wide, and had a displacement of over 12,000 tons. It's like a ghostly island that suddenly rises from the deep sea, silently cutting through the waves. There are no sails. There is no chimney. There were no messy cables and booms. The entire warship exudes an exquisite geometric beauty, with all superstructures tilting inwards, not only for aesthetics but also to minimize radar cross-section. The massive, integrated mast stands tall, its 4 dark gray phased array radar panels like the eyes of a god, coldly surveying these ants. What is this thing? The binoculars in Jack's hand fell to the deck with a clatter and shattered into pieces. He opened his mouth wide, his jaw almost dislocated. In his life he had robbed merchant ships, worked on frigates, and even seen the kingdom's battleships from afar. But he had never seen such a thing before. It is larger and more imposing than a battleship, yet it has lines that are more sleek than a speedboat. Aircraft carrier? The first mate stammered, his legs beginning to tremble. No! It's not an aircraft carrier! Jack snapped back to reality and stared intently at the foredeck of the giant ship. There was no straight runway, and no parked planes. There was only one turret there. A solitary, not too large, single-barreled turret. Behind the turret were large, flat, square covers of unknown purpose. It's not an aircraft carrier. It doesn't have any planes. Jack felt like he had grasped at the last straw, and his courage, which was on the verge of collapse, was suddenly rekindled. It's just a larger transport ship. Or some kind of new cruiser. Look at this. The entire ship has only one cannon. Jack pointed at the HPJ-45, a 130mm naval gun, his voice sharp and piercing due to extreme tension. Such a large ship, yet it only has one main gun. There aren't even many secondary guns to be seen. It's just for show. It's just a big, fat pig with nothing but a shell. In this world, it's common knowledge that a warship's combat power is directly proportional to the number of cannons it has. A Class C warship should have at least a dozen cannons, while a Class B battleship is practically covered in guns. And this massive 10,000-ton warship in front of us is so shabby that it only has one main gun. This is not scientific. This is not magical. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Jack grabbed the megaphone and roared at his panicked men. It only has one cannon. We have 5 ships. That's more than 60 cannons in total. Surround them. Get close and fight. Its hull is so big, it's a sitting duck. As long as we get into its blind spot, its cannon will be useless. This ship is worth more than an aircraft carrier. If we seize it, we'll be the kings of the Black Iron Sea. Greed once again triumphed over reason. As the pirates looked at the massive but seemingly weakly armed ship, their fear gradually gave way to fervor. Yes. What can a cannon do? How fast can it get? Charge! The Mad Dog took the lead, relying on its small size and high speed, maneuvering like a mad dog in a zigzag pattern, and rushed toward the port side of the Hongdu ship. The other 3 pirate ships followed closely behind, turning their cannons around in preparation for the first salvo. Hongdu Warship, Operations Command Center, CIC. There is no howling sea breeze, no roaring pirates, only the soft hum of the constant temperature air conditioner, and the ticking of the instruments. Inside the fully enclosed bridge, dozens of screens create a completely transparent battlefield situation map. Leijin sat upright in the command seat, looking at the few red dots on the screen that were oblivious to their own mortality, and charging forward at full speed. His expression remained completely unchanged. It's like watching a few ants trying to trip an elephant. Target enters line of sight. The fire control officer's voice was frighteningly calm. The Electro-Optical Fire Control System, EOTS, has acquired the target. Target 1, Class C armed speedboat, 12 kilometers away, speed 28 knots. Target 2, Class C armed speedboat, 13 kilometers away. On the large screen, the high-definition photoelectric probe had brought the image of the Mad Dog right before our eyes. We could even clearly see the shirtless pirate bosun wielding a scimitar on the deck, and the magic cannon that was struggling to adjust its angle. Captain, the enemy is trying to seize the T-shaped position and is attempting to enter our blind spot. The deputy captain reported, a hint of mockery playing on his lips. Blind spot? Lejean put down the water glass in his hand. There are no blind spots in the face of modern fire control systems. 130mm gun, are you ready? HPJ-45A 130mm single-barrel naval gun, ready for use. The weapons officer replied. Ammunition type, high explosive fragmentation, Fuse mode, proximity contact composite. Is it necessary to use the YJ-18C for beyond visual range strikes? Need not. Lejean waved his hand. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Missiles are too expensive, let's save them for everyone. How to deal with this kind of junk cobbled together from wood and sheet metal? Lejean's gaze fell on the center of the screen, on the Mad Dog, that was frantically approaching. Use the main guns to teach them a lesson. Fire. On the sea. The captain of the Mad Dog was in a state of extreme excitement. He had rushed to a position less than 10 kilometers away from the giant ship. At this distance, he could even make out the white 101 number on the other ship's hull. Closer! Closer! That big ship is too cumbersome. It simply can't react in time. Men! Load the ammunition! Aim for the waterline! The captain brandished his scimitar, spitting as he spoke. Just then, the turret of the Homdu warship in the distance, which had been stationary, suddenly moved. Its rotation speed was astonishing, even leaving a trail of afterimages. In that instant, the long, cold, metallic 130mm gun barrel was precisely pointed at the Mad Dog. There is no extra calibration. No test firing was conducted. There wasn't even the magic charging effect that pirates were used to. Boom! A short, powerful, and deafening bang that sent shivers down one's spine. A burst of orange-red flame erupted from the cannon muzzle, and the immense recoil caused the 10,000-ton ship to tremble slightly. A high-explosive projectile weighing over 30 kilograms was ejected from the barrel at an initial velocity several times the speed of sound. That's too fast. The pirates only saw a flash of fire. They didn't even have time to hear the whistling sound of the shells tearing through the air. The captain of the Mad Dog felt the deck beneath his feet suddenly jerk. Boom! That wasn't the sound of being hit. That was the sound of destruction. The 130mm high-explosive shell accurately hit the bow of the Mad Dog. The terrifying kinetic energy, combined with the explosion of high-energy explosives, released a devastating amount of energy in an instant. This Class C pirate ship, with a displacement of only a few hundred tons, is like a watermelon that has been smashed by a hammer. The entire bow of the ship disappeared in an instant. Shattered wooden planks, twisted sheet metal, and pirate remains mixed and were hurled dozens of meters into the air by the shockwave, turning into a bloody storm. How could this be? On the next pirate ship following closely behind, the helmsman was so frightened that he dropped the helm. One shot? Just one shot? They just destroyed a Class C warship? But this is just the beginning. If it were an old-fashioned sailing warship, or one of those old-fashioned magic cannons, after firing a shot, the process of cleaning the breech, loading gunpowder, inserting the shell, resetting, and aiming would take at least 1 or 2 minutes. This is the source of the pirates' confidence in launching wolf pack tactics. They were betting that the opponent's firepower would be intermittent. Pity. They encountered an HPJ-45A. This is one of the fastest-firing large-caliber naval guns on Earth. Dual-feed ammunition, fully automatic loading, water-cooled barrel. Its rate of fire is 40 rounds per minute. In other words, it can fire a heavy shot every 1.5 seconds. That is enough to sink a frigate. This is not a cannon. This is also a tireless machine gun with a caliber of 130 millimeters. Boom! Before the smoke from the first shell had even cleared, the second one had already left the barrel. The hit was to the bridge of the Mad Dog. The captain, who was still shouting, along with the entire command center, vanished in an instant. Boom! The third shot hit the ammunition depot. The wreckage of the Mad Dog exploded violently on the sea surface, turning into a pile of burning debris. But that's not all. That terrifying main cannon did not stop roaring. The turret rotated slightly by a very small angle. The fire control radar data was updated instantly. Boom! 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 3 rapid shots were fired in quick succession. The target this time is the second pirate ship that follows closely behind. As if guided by eyes, the 3 shells landed in a triangular pattern on the ship's deck, waterline, and engine room. There is no such thing as trans-ray calibration. The first shot was an effective one. With the support of modern fire control computers and dual-band radar, direct fire at this distance is even simpler than a sniper shooting at a target. The pirate ship didn't even have a chance to turn. It was riddled with holes in just 3 seconds. Seawater rushed in, breaking the ship in two, and it sank rapidly to the bottom of the sea, carrying a ship full of bewildered pirates. That's a devil! The remaining 2 pirate ships went completely mad. This is hardly a battle. This is simply a one-sided massacre. The enemy didn't even use those seemingly powerful vertical launch silos. With just that one cannon, they wiped out half of their combat power in less than half a minute. That rate of fire, that accuracy, that power. This is completely beyond the world's understanding of artillery. Run! Run fast! The remaining 2 speedboats desperately tried to turn around and escape. But the Hongdu warship did not give them a chance. Inside the bridge, Lejean stared at the points of light trying to escape on the screen, his eyes still cold. Since you're here, don't leave. Switch target. Continue firing. Boom, 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 boom. The 130mm main gun roared rhythmically. Piles of water and flames shot into the sky from the sea. Each cannon shot was like a heavy hammer blow, striking Jack's heart as he watched from afar. On the Black Pearl, Jack slumped in the captain's chair, the scimitar long since lost. The greed and cunning that had once graced his single eye had vanished, replaced by an unfathomable fear. He looked at the silver-gray warship in the distance. It continues to sail smoothly at a high speed of 30 knots. The main gun at the bow was steadily spewing fire. It's like an elegant yet ruthless Grim Reaper, strolling around and casually reaping lives. Less than 2 minutes. All 4 Class C escort speedboats tasked with flanking the enemy were destroyed. All that remained on the sea were burning wreckage and desperate cries for help. The giant ship wasn't even scratched. Its cannon muzzle slowly turned after it had dealt with the last fly. Final. It pointed to the flagship where Jack was, the Black Pearl. The dark muzzle of the cannon, more than 10 kilometers away, seemed to be coldly watching him. A chill ran up Jack's tailbone and straight to the top of his head. Something's not right. Jack's teeth began to chatter violently. This isn't right. This isn't a fat sheep, it's a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Wong family tricked me. This isn't about the high cost of deploying an aircraft carrier. It's that they don't need to use an aircraft carrier at all. Jack jumped up from his chair and scrambled toward the steering wheel. He only had one thought in his mind right now. Run. We have to run. This ship was beyond his capabilities, and those few dilapidated ships couldn't stop it either. What bounty, what toll, what face? At this moment, it's all bullshit. Turn the rudder! Hard to right! Run towards the reef area! Quickly! Jack screamed hysterically, his voice trembling with sobs. Enter the fog area! Once we enter the fog area, its cannons will lose their aim! The Black Pearl let out a groan of unbearable strain, its massive hull carving a sharp arc across the sea before turning tail and fleeing. Meanwhile, on the Hongdu warship in the distance, Leijun watched the light that began to turn and flee, but did not order a pursuit. He simply picked up the water glass and gently blew on the steam. Trying to run? YJ-18C, are you ready? Reporting to the captain, vertical launch cells 1 to 4, YJ-18C anti-ship cruise missiles, self-check complete. Very good. Leijun put down his water glass. Since he likes playing hide-and-seek, then let him see what that means. There is nowhere to escape. Chapter 65 Eagle Strike 18C. The sea was ablaze. 4 Class C escort speedboats of the Black Skull pirate gang had been completely blasted into burning fragments by the rapid fire of the 130mm naval guns. Charred planks, twisted iron plates, and mangled corpses floated on the sea, silently proclaiming a one-sided massacre. The flagship, Black Pearl, was desperately fleeing from the battlefield, more than 10 nautical miles away. The helm was held tightly in one-eyed Jack's arms, his face, full of flesh, was covered in a mixture of cold sweat and seawater, making him look disheveled. Faster! Faster! Charge into the fog! Once we're inside the fog, its aiming magic will fail! Jack screamed hysterically. He finally understood that it wasn't some fat pig with only one cannon at all, it was a devil in sheep's clothing. That rate of fire, that accuracy, it shouldn't even exist in this world. Just then, the lookout standing at the bow suddenly let out a terrified scream. Commander! The ship behind us is catching up! Jack whirled around and saw the massive, silver-gray ship, like a ghost, leaving 2 straight white trails in its wake on the sea. Its speed was astonishing, far beyond the maneuverability expected of a 10,000-ton warship. The distance between the 2 sides is rapidly closing. Once they are caught, all that awaits them is that terrifying machine gun. Damn it! That ship is powered by magic! No, it's something even more advanced than magic-powered! Jack knew he had no other way out. His gaze fell on the side of the cabin, a heavily guarded rune-inscribed compartment. That was a life-saving charm, given to him by the Wang family. Activate! Activate it now! Use warp! The first mate knew this was a last resort. He rushed into the cabin as fast as he could, placed his hands on the huge secret crystal, and began frantically pouring magical energy into it. Buzz! On the hull of the Black Pearl, countless magical runes were instantly illuminated. A dense white light emanated from the ship's hull, and magical particles gathered and expanded on the ship's sides, forming a visible hemispherical energy shield. That's a sign that space warp is about to begin. It's a success! The first mate shouted excitedly. Warp in 3 seconds! Target, Siren Reef, 100 nautical miles away! Jack's face lit up with the ecstatic joy of surviving a disaster. He pointed at himself at the approaching silver-gray behemoth and uttered a final, mocking remark. Trying to catch me? Dream on! Lin Fan! I'm off first! You big ship, come and catch me if you dare! Ha! 3, 2, 1. Boom! A massive spatial ripple erupted on the sea surface. The Black Pearl, along with the seized Blue Whale cargo ship, was swallowed up by the folded space in an instant and disappeared without a trace. On the sea, only churning water and lingering white light remained. The bridge of the Hongdu warship. On the radar screen, the red dot representing the Black Pearl disappeared in the next second. Reporting, Captain? The radar officer's voice carried a hint of surprise. Target vanished. Confirmed as a rank B warp spell. The target has escaped, The distance has increased to 100 nautical miles. The vice captain couldn't help but frown. Damn it! They actually have this kind of trump card to save their lives. In this magical world, while space teleportation technology is expensive, once used, it allows for instantaneous escape from the combat zone. 100 nautical miles is a safe distance for any warship. That distance is too great for even a J-35 fighter jet on the Type 003 aircraft carrier, let alone a naval gun, to reach. Those pirates are probably swaggering around over there right now. Captain, should we initiate full-speed pursuit? Lejean stared at the spot of light that had just disappeared on the radar screen, his face expressionless, as if he had expected this scene. He picked up his water glass and slowly took a sip. Chase? Use our 10,000-ton destroyer to chase a speedboat that has just completed its warp jump? Lejean shook his head, a cold smile appearing on his lips. It's such a waste of time. He thought that by escaping 100 nautical miles away, he could evade my naval guns and missiles? Too naive. Lejean put down his water glass and gave new instructions to the weapons officer. Notify the hangar. Z-20F anti-submarine helicopter, take off immediately. Open the data link and share the real-time situation with it. Notify the vertical launch system again. Lock onto the Siren Reef area. Use the YJ-18C. Launch 1. On one side of the massive stern of the Hongdu warship, the huge hangar door is open. A Z-20F anti-submarine helicopter, entirely dark gray, began to spin rapidly, emitting a unique, air-cutting hum. This helicopter was not carrying torpedoes, it had only one mission. It serves as a relay guidance node. Guided by the dual-band radar of the Hongdu warship, its radar and optoelectronic systems, like a sharp dagger piercing the sky, swept toward the direction of the Demon Reef. At the same time, on the bow of the Hongdu warship, a cover plate located in the vertical launch array was popped open by the cold air launch system with a bang. There was no flame, no smoke. A long, low-profile missile with numerous stealth features was launched into the air. Immediately afterwards, the rocket booster in the middle of the missile body ignited, emitting a deep roar. This is the YJ-18C. It is the latest offspring of the YJ-18 family. Unlike the anti-ship variant that combines subsonic and supersonic capabilities, it seems to have abandoned terminal supersonic speed capability, and instead adopted a stealth modification, an intelligent route planning structure similar to the American JSSM missile. In this fleet with a large number of anti-ship strike capabilities, the primary mission of the YJ-18C is ground attack and precision, decapitation. But now, Lin Fan is using it to deal with a pirate ship. Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? No. It is used because it possesses ultimate stealth and intelligence. The missile rapidly climbed to high altitude and entered cruise mode. The booster separated, the missile body activated its turbofan engine, and began flying towards the target area at a subsonic speed of Mach 0.9. Thanks to its perfect stealth shape, its radar cross-section, RCS, on the Corsair's magic radar is almost negligible. Siren Reef. This is a complex sea area filled with reefs and dense fog, and it is also the Black Skull pirate crew's secret supply point. After completing the warp jump, the Black Pearl appeared in this safe harbor. Jack slumped down beside the steering wheel, his chest heaving, but then he burst into a hearty laugh. I'm safe! I'm safe! Ha ha! Lin Fan! Do you think your beat-up iron ship could have caught up with us this far? He grabbed the best rum on the ship, took a big gulp, and then made a rude gesture towards the empty sea in the distance. Come on! If you've got the guts, shoot me with your machine gun! I'm waiting for you right here! The other surviving pirates joined in the laughter, their survival making them even more arrogant. Just then, the pirate standing on the lookout tower suddenly pointed to the sky, his voice somewhat uncertain. Commander, there seems to be something in the sky. Jack was startled and looked up. Hundreds of meters in the air, a black helicopter hovered. Its strange rotor structure emitted an unsettling metallic sheen. Helicopter? Jack frowned, This thing was very rare in this world. That kid sent a plane to scout? Trying to find our hideout? He immediately commanded the gunners. Magic cannon! Charge! Shoot it down! Just as the pirates were busy raising their cannons to deal with the helicopter. Flying at an extremely low altitude, just a dozen meters above the sea surface and skimming the sea fog. A silver-gray ghost is silently approaching. It perfectly utilizes the waves, sea fog, and night to blend its shape into the background. Upon entering the target area, it received a real-time data link transmitted from the Z-20F helicopter. Target Black Pearl. Lock onto bridge. The missile's internal fire control computer instantly adjusted its flight path based on the precise coordinates of the Z-20F helicopter. The pirates' prized magical shields are utterly useless against this kind of stealth weapon that uses pure physical energy, high kinetic energy, and subsonic penetration. The most terrifying thing is its serpentine maneuverability. In order to counter terminal interception, the YJ-18C performed a strange lateral maneuver in the final stage of flight, relying on the control surfaces on both sides of the missile body. It avoided the preset trajectories of all the magic cannons on the pirate ships, and caused all the mages who tried to intercept it with homing magic to completely miss their target. The pirates' warning magic didn't even have time to sound an alarm. There was no sound or light, no magical fluctuations. Only extreme speed and deathly silence. Until that silver-gray missile, traveling at Mach 0.9, crashed straight into the bridge of the Black Pearl. Boom dash. The sound was more deafening than any previous explosion. This is a secondary detonation of explosives and fuel. The YJ-18C's massive explosive charge was released instantly inside the bridge. The shockwave spread outward exponentially, uprooting the entire superstructure. The Black Pearl didn't even have a chance to groan a second time. The bridge was blown to pieces, and One-Eye Jack, along with his first mate and all his confidants, evaporated in an instant. Without direction, the ship slid forward for several dozen meters due to inertia before beginning to list limply. The pirates on deck didn't even understand what was happening. They were still looking up at the helicopter in the sky, their magic cannons still in their hands, not even having had a chance to fire. They never knew until their deaths. He was blown up by a subsonic stealth missile launched from a large ship with only one cannon, 100 nautical miles away, guided by a helicopter. Above Siren Reef. The Z-20F helicopter gracefully circled once, while the electro-optical ball under its fuselage silently recorded this devastating scene. Task completed. It retracted its rotors, turned its nose around, and headed back towards the Hongdu warship. The bridge of the Hongdu warship. Leijun looked at the screen and saw that the red dot representing the Black Pearl had completely disappeared. Captain, the target has been destroyed. The YJ-18C has stable performance and extremely high accuracy. Recover the Z-20F helicopter. Leijun picked up the water glass, looked at the clear boiled water inside, and his eyes showed undisguised contempt. They thought 100 nautical miles was their safety line. They thought that only naval guns could hit them. That's ridiculous. He turned his head and spoke to the vice-captain beside him. Send a letter to the Wang family. Take the example of the Black Skull pirate crew, where the entire crew died suddenly. Cause, while navigating in international waters, an unexplained maritime accident occurred in the 101 nautical territories. Chapter 66 Deterring the Scoundrels. After a long and fierce battle, the smoke that lingered around Siren Reef finally dissipated. The Black Pearl, the pirate ship that once struck fear into the hearts of countless merchant ships and was known as the Overlord of the Sea, and the arrogant and conceited one-eyed Captain Jack, have now become one with this mysterious sea, forever disappearing from people's sight. On the vast, boundless sea, only some charred and blackened planks of wood, still emitting black smoke, and thick smoke billowing from the still raging fire. These remnants tumbled up and down with the surging waves, as if silently and tragically telling the world about the shocking and horrific one-sided massacre that had just occurred. Not far from the battlefield, a large cargo ship named Blue Whale floated silently on the sea. Dozens of crew members, who had been captured and bound by pirates and awaiting their fate, now stared in stunned disbelief at the extraordinary scene unfolding before them. They uttered no cheers, having long forgotten their ropes and the impending threat of death. The sight before them was simply too astonishing, far exceeding their comprehension and acceptance. Missiles streaked across the sky like shooting stars, while artillery fire from afar resembled precise surgical blades, each strike hitting its target's vitals with deadly accuracy. Even more astonishing was a colossal, silver-gray vessel standing majestically where sea and sky met, a veritable impregnable steel fortress, firmly straddling the horizon. "Is that our ship?" The old captain's lips trembled, and his eyes were red-rimmed. "It's ours! Look at that whole number! 101! And that Shenzhou military industry badge!" The first mate was so excited that he trembled all over. He struggled to break free of the ropes and stumbled toward the ship's side, waving his arms. "We're saved!" The Hongdu warship slowly approached, its massive hull stopping beside the blue whale, like a moving mountain, shielding the battered cargo ship from all the wind and waves. There was no sentimental small talk. On the bridge, Leijin's eyes were icy cold, as if capable of freezing everything. He stared expressionlessly at the lone cargo ship in the distance, his eyes revealing a chilling majesty. After confirming that everyone on board was safe, he reached for the microphone without hesitation. "Blue Whale, this is the Shenzhou Navy's Ship 101. Leijin's deep and powerful voice was transmitted to the cargo ship via radio waves. "The threat has been eliminated, and we can continue the mission. Immediately transport the supplies back to Xiantai port. There must be no mistakes, and we must not let our commander down." His words were as firm as steel, leaving no room for negotiation. Upon hearing the news, cheers erupted from the cargo ship. The old captain trembled with excitement, enduring the pain in his body to straighten his back with difficulty. Despite his face being covered in blood and grime, he still saluted Leijin with the most standard and solemn posture. At this moment, the old captain was filled with gratitude. With such a powerful 10,000-ton destroyer guarding him, he believed he would not back down an inch, let alone a few pirates, or even if he encountered a legendary sea monster. After dealing with the blue whale, Leijin did not order a return to port. Instead, his gaze was cast into the deeper, more distant depths of the fog. That area is a public waterway in the Black Iron Sea, and also a gray area where various forces are mixed together. The Wang family's spies, the Seven Seas Merchant Alliance's agents, and countless exiled pirates who swarmed around the Xiantai Islands like flies all lurked in this shadow, watching the newly promoted Viscount's every move. "Jack is dead, but the flies haven't gone away yet." Leijin put down his water glass, his eyes becoming sharp as knives. "The commander said we should show them enough." "Then let them see it clearly." "Pass on the order." Leijin's voice echoed in the bridge, carrying a chilling, murderous aura. "Hongdu warship, speed increased to 32 knots. Turn on public broadcast across all channels. Dual-band radar, operating at full power. We're going to drive around the waters of the Xiantai Islands." "Yes." Buzz. As if ignited, the four enormous and powerful gas turbines instantly unleashed a staggering burst of power. The force was like a volcanic eruption or a thunderous roar, causing the massive 13,000-ton ship to tremble and retreat slightly. But then, like a wild horse, it sped forward with lightning speed. The colossal warship, named Hongdu, resembled an incredibly sharp sword, effortlessly cleaving through layers of towering waves and sailing towards the distance. Its speed reached an astonishing 32 knots. To put this in perspective, such a terrifying speed was an unimaginable miracle for ships still in the age of sail, or using outdated steam engines. At this very moment, the Hongdu left a long white trail on the vast, boundless sea, looking from afar like a shimmering silver dragon galloping wildly along the edge of the dark, deep ocean. Just then, a cold, emotionless electronic voice suddenly rang out. This chilling broadcast, transmitted through an extremely powerful radio, forcefully squeezed into the communication frequency bands of all ships in the sea area. Whether it was the secret frequency used by pirates to transmit intelligence, the public frequency relied upon by merchants for daily communication, or the highly confidential magical channel used exclusively by the Royal Reconnaissance Fleet, all of them were completely drowned out by this mysterious and unpredictable voice. "This is the Shenzhou Navy, the Hongdu." A dignified and solemn voice emanated from the loudspeaker, seemingly carrying an irresistible force. Immediately following, an important announcement came. Effective immediately, the area within 200 nautical miles of the Xiantai Islands is officially designated as a special military warning zone. This decision cast a tense atmosphere over the entire sea area. People realized that this once calm sea had now become a forbidden zone. Any vessel daring to cross the boundary could face serious consequences. However, that wasn't all. The broadcast continued. Any armed vessel that has not been routinely reported, any unidentified target that attempts to turn off its transponder to evade monitoring, and any behavior that shows hostility towards us or has spying intentions. Every word struck like a hammer blow to people's hearts. Finally, the resolute statement was chilling. All of these will be considered hostile provocations. Just then, a sharp, piercing alarm blared through the sky. It turned out that the 4 massive phased-array radars on the 100-meter-high integrated radio frequency mast of the Hongdu warship had suddenly emitted terrifying electromagnetic radiation. ZZZZZ. This powerful energy fluctuation rapidly spread, covering an area of hundreds of kilometers in radius. The ships sailing at sea immediately sensed the anomaly. Whether using magic radar or detection arrays to probe their surroundings, all heard the piercing alarm at the same instant. They instantly realized they were being firmly locked onto by fire control radar. A secluded bay 50 nautical miles from Siren Reef. On a reconnaissance speedboat flying the flag of the Azure Kingdom, which was actually a royal spy ship. The mage in charge of listening suddenly screamed, clutched his ears, and collapsed to the ground. The crystal ball in his hand shattered on the spot due to the immense backlash of magic. "What's going on?" the captain roared in terror. "It's been locked down." The magician, his face covered in blood, pointed at the sky outside, trembling. "An extremely terrifying will is watching us. It's warning us. If we dare take another step forward, we'll die." The captain suddenly rushed out of the cabin and raised his binoculars. Although he couldn't see anything, he could feel that on that distant horizon, a pair of cold eyes were staring intently at his brow from tens of kilometers away. That was the gaze of a 130mm naval gun. That was a death threat from 112 vertical launch units. "Quickly! Turn the rudder!" The captain was terrified and scrambled toward the helm. "Get out of here! Get out of this area of water immediately! That madman is serious!" The same scene is playing out in every corner of the sea area. Those small pirates who originally planned to take advantage of the chaos, and those spy ships that wanted to gather intelligence, all made the same choice after hearing the broadcast and feeling the radar lock on like a thorn in their backs. Run. Run as fast as you can. This is hardly a cruise. This is practically a land grab. The warship named Hongdu was like a lion patrolling its territory, leaving an insurmountable scent on its land. It does not require firing. All it needs to do is be there, bare its fangs, display its speed, and unleash its power. All the petty scoundrels will scatter in fear. An hour later, the Hongdu warship completed a high-speed patrol around the island. The sea surface was spotless. Apart from a few legitimate merchant ships flying white flags and trembling as they requested passage, not a single black ship dared to turn off its transponder. That supply line, once teeming with pirates and fraught with danger. At this moment, it became the safest waterway in the entire blue world. Because here, there is a moving Great Wall. "Reporting, Captain?" The radar officer looked at the clean screen, his voice filled with pride. "There are no hostile targets or signals within 200 nautical miles of the location. Even sea monsters have dived down." Lejean stood on the bridge, looking out at the excessively calm sea, and slowly put down the water glass in his hand. "That's right. Truth always lies within the range of cannons." He turned around and straightened his military uniform. "Mission accomplished. Return to base. We should go back and prepare for the commander's inspection." Chapter 67. Let's invite him. The capital of the Azure Kingdom, the naval headquarters building. This magnificent building, a symbol of the kingdom's maritime supremacy, was now shrouded in a deathly silence. The rain outside had stopped, but the air inside the conference room was even more oppressive than before the storm. On the long, mahogany conference table, there was a pile of newly printed magical image photos and a thick stack of battle damage assessment reports. Seated at the head of the table was the kingdom's naval marshal, Lister. This veteran marshal, who had commanded 3 battles of national defense, and was known for his composure, was now wearing reading glasses and staring intently at a data report in his hands. His fingers were trembling slightly, and the wrinkles between his brows were so deep they looked as if they could trap a fly. "Are you sure it's correct?" List's voice was somewhat hoarse. "Confirmed, Marshal." Standing opposite him was the chief analyst of the kingdom's intelligence agency. His face was pale, as if he had just watched a horror movie. "This is an analysis of the residual magical energy at the scene of the Black Skull Pirates' annihilation, as well as footage taken at great risk by our informants who were stationed on nearby merchant ships." The analyst pointed to one of the photos. The photo shows a silver-gray warship. It sails alone on the sea, its hull long and sleek, with sharp lines, and a majestic, monolithic mast piercing the sky. Ahead of it was a fleet of pirate ships that was burning, exploding, and disintegrating. "No carrier-based aircraft." Lister put down the report, took off his glasses, and rubbed his tired eyes. "No planes took off or landed, and we didn't see the iconic flying shark or sky eye. I didn't even see any glow of magic charging. It relied on that one cannon on the bow and those unseen flying spears to annihilate a pirate group with 5 Class C warships in less than 20 minutes. The generals in the conference room looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. If it was the Type 003 aircraft carrier that did it, they could accept it. After all, that's a monster that sank an A-class mothership. Dealing with a few pirates would be overkill. But this ship is different. It's not that big, and it doesn't have that many planes. It looks more like a pure artillery warship. However, its firepower density and accuracy completely defy common sense. The rate of fire is 40 rounds per minute. The analyst swallowed hard and read the number aloud in a dry voice. And it's a 130mm caliber heavy artillery. Gentlemen, we must understand what this means. Even the kingdom's most elite Thunder-class destroyers, with skilled loaders and magical assistants, can only achieve a maximum rate of 5 rounds per minute. 40 rounds isn't a cannon shot, it's like pouring water. What's even more terrifying is its accuracy." The analyst pointed to another photo, showing the moment the pirate flagship, Black Pearl, had its bridge blown off. "First shot hit, no correction needed. This shows that its fire control system is at least 3 generations more advanced than our Hawkeye radar." Lister put his glasses back on, and his gaze fell on the last line of the report. "Overall combat capability assessment. This ship's firepower projection capability far surpasses that of all currently serving Tier B battleships in the kingdom. In terms of beyond visual range combat, it even possesses the potential to threaten Tier A targets." "A destroyer," List muttered to himself. "A destroyer with no carrier-based aircraft and a displacement of just over 10,000 tons actually possesses a more terrifying dominance than a battleship. How many cards does Lin Fan actually have left in his hand? If the combat capability of the Type 055 destroyer is merely frightening." The next discovery, however, plunged everyone present into despair. "Marshal, there is one more thing." The chief archmage of the palace, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. In his hands he held a crystal ball that emitted a faint glow. It was a high-level magical artifact used to detect ship spirit contracts. "When we were analyzing the residual etheric fluctuations on the battlefield, we discovered an extremely unusual phenomenon." The Grand Master placed the crystal ball in the center of the table. A beam of light projected out, revealing 2 distinct yet shared soul ripples. One of them came from the direction of the Xiantai Islands. That was the 003 aircraft carrier. The other came from that new silver-gray warship. This warship named Hongdu is neither a warship that Lin Fan hired with money, nor a subordinate ship that he controls through an alliance. The Grand Master's voice trembled, as if he were recounting a taboo. Deep within its core lies a contractual mark that is completely bound to Lin Fan's soul. It is also Lin Fan's ship's spirit. Boom! These words were like a depth charge, detonating completely in the conference room. All the generals suddenly stood up, and the sound of chairs falling to the ground echoed everywhere. That's impossible! A major general roared. How can one person awaken two ship spirits? This is an ironclad rule. This is a divinely ordained rule. Each person only has one chance to awaken in their lifetime, and can only possess one destined warship. Unless... Marshal Lister slowly stood up, his gaze becoming deep and distant, as if piercing through the mists of time. Unless he is that legendary Gemini. The meeting room fell silent instantly. Gemini. This is a term that exists only in ancient texts. In the 300-year history of the Azure Kingdom, only one such figure has ever appeared. That is the kingdom's founding emperor, the legendary hero who single-handedly established the Royal Navy and ended the First Abyss invasion. Legend has it that he awakened twin ship spirits. One dominates the seas, the other conquers the skies. That is the son favored by the gods. He was born a king. 300 years have passed. List's voice carried a hint of desolation. In the past 300 years, countless geniuses have emerged, but no one has ever broken the shackles of a single ship's spirit. And now, it's about this civilian in the lower city, about this abandoned pawn we've classified as F-level. A miracle has occurred again. The expressions on the faces of the nobles and generals present were quite varied. There was shock, jealousy, and fear, but more than anything, there was a sense of bewilderment. If Lin Fan was just lucky enough to find a powerful warship, then they could still suppress and control him through political means and resource blockades. But what if he is a genius among the twin ship spirits? That means his potential is limitless. It means that behind him stands not just two ships, but a destiny that even the gods are watching. No wonder. The intelligence chief wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. No wonder he is immune to the corruption of the abyss, no wonder he can produce so many unheard of weapons. He is no ordinary man. He is a monster. Lister sat back down in his chair, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. The atmosphere in the meeting room subtly shifted. Previous discussions focused more on how to restrict Lin Fan, and how to utilize Lin Fan. And now, the same thought has popped into everyone's mind. Can a kingdom really control such a person? Or rather, does the kingdom deserve to control him? Does His Majesty know? Lister asked. It has already been reported, the court monk replied. His Majesty sat in the imperial study all night and did not see anyone. Just then, the conference room door was pushed open. A court attendant dressed in red strode in, carrying a scroll of imperial edict embroidered with a golden dragon emblem. Marshal, esteemed sirs. The servant's voice was high-pitched and shrill. His Majesty has decreed. Everyone immediately stood up and stood at attention with their hands at their sides. I hereby decree that Lin Fan, the pioneering lord of the Xian Tai Islands and hereditary viscount, shall depart immediately for the capital. His Majesty will personally conduct the formal investiture ceremony for him in the Hall of Glory. And the attendant paused, then read out the last sentence, which was also the most crucial one. Viscount Lin Fan is hereby granted permission to lead his fleet into the inner harbor of the capital to be reviewed by the entire nation. So be it. After the imperial edict was read, the conference room fell into a deathly silence. Leading a fleet? Entering the inner harbor? It's important to understand that the inner harbor of the royal capital is the heart of the kingdom, and also the most heavily fortified restricted area. It possesses a so-called absolute defense, anti-magic field, and any unauthorized armed vessel entering is considered an intruder. This is more than just an honor. This is more of a test. What does your Majesty intend to do? A lieutenant general muttered to himself. This is an open conspiracy. Lister waved for the servants to leave, his gaze sharpening. Your Majesty wants to see for yourself what the true nature of this power is. If it is real gold, then give him the highest honor and bind him completely to the kingdom's chariot. If it's gold-plated scrap iron. List didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. The capital city was a den of dragons and tigers. That place was the stronghold of the old nobles, the sphere of influence of the royal family, and the center of the anti-magic field. In that place, magical weapons will be ineffective, and the bonuses from ship spirits will be suppressed. Would Lin Fan dare to come? Can his powerful but seemingly magicless warship maintain its invincible status after losing its distance advantage and magical environment? Go and prepare. Lister stood up, straightened his uniform, and a complex glint flashed in his eyes. Clear the port and free up the largest possible berths. Notify the Wang family and tell them to tone it down, at least not to make things too embarrassing for them. Besides, Lister looked out the window, towards the distant south. Prepare my best dress. I think that in my lifetime, I might witness a new era. Chapter 68. I must go. The holographic projection's light slowly faded, and Count Lister's face, adorned with a professional fake smile, disappeared into thin air. An eerie silence fell over the Combat Command Center, CIC. The only sounds were the hum of the cooling fan and the suppressed breathing of a few staff officers. On the screen, the electronic invitation from the Azure Kingdom's royal family still floated silently. The golden griffin emblem stood out starkly against the deep blue background, and behind the elegantly worded lines lay a less than elegant murderous intent. This is a trap. The operations commander, a major, broke the silence. He walked to the chart table and pointed heavily at the golden coordinates marked Royal Capital. Commander, according to the Intelligence Bureau's database, the inner harbor of the Royal Capital, St. Andres, is known as the Wall of Sighs. The major pulled up a complex defense blueprint. Not only is the kingdom's densest coastal defense artillery deployed there, but more importantly, it is the core of the anti-magic field. It is said to be a divine artifact left behind by the founding emperor 300 years ago. Once activated, all magical energy flow within a radius of 50 kilometers will become extremely sluggish, or even completely solidified. Within this range, the ship's spirit shields cannot be deployed, the magical energy cannons cannot be charged, and even high-level mages will become mortals. The major raised his head, his expression grave. Although our weapons do not rely on magic energy, in that unknown environment, will electronic equipment be interfered with? Will radar waves be distorted? We have no data. And the terrain is terrible. Another staff officer added. The inner harbor of the capital is a typical gourd-shaped terrain, with only one narrow channel for entry and exit. Once we try to get in, if the other side sinks 2 ships at the entrance of the channel or sets up the iron chain, we'll be trapped. At that time, with the coastal defense forts on all sides and the private army that the Wang family will definitely ambush, even the Hongdu warship will have a hard time escaping unscathed if it loses its maneuverability. All eyes were on Lin Fan. This is an open strategy. Going there means entering the battlefield the enemy has set up, and putting your neck into the noose. Refusing to go would be tantamount to disobeying an imperial decree. The newly acquired Viscount title, the legitimacy of the territory, and the tempting 10 million in military funds would vanish in an instant. Furthermore, the kingdom might use this as a pretext to mobilize the entire nation's forces for a suppression of the rebellion. Lin Fan sat in the captain's seat, still holding the same teacup in his hand, but the tea had gone cold. He didn't look at the nautical charts, nor at the chilling defense data. His gaze passed through the porthole and landed on the distant north. That's the direction of the capital. That was also the direction his sister, Lin Yu, was in. What you said is all correct. Lin Fan spoke slowly, his voice so calm that it revealed neither joy nor anger. From a military perspective, sending the main fleet into the enemy's pocket is a major taboo in military strategy. But Lin Fan put down his teacup, which clattered against the table with a crisp sound. I must go this time. The major hesitated for a moment, then urgently tried to dissuade him. Commander! If it's for that title, there's absolutely no need to take the risk. We've already established a foothold in the Black Iron Sea, even if the kingdom turns against us. It's not entirely about the title. Lin Fan interrupted him. He stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on his face, casting a cold, hard golden hue on his young features. It's because of people. Lin Fan pulled a slightly wrinkled photograph from his pocket. It was a picture of him and his sister in front of their dilapidated little house in the downtown area. Lin Yu smiled sweetly in the photo, but her eyes held a hint of fear for the future. Xiaoye is still there. Lin Fan's voice lowered. She is a student at the Royal Women's Academy, and she is currently in the capital. The officers inside the CIC fell silent. They know what the word family means to a person. Wang Beishan's son has died. Lin Fan looked at the undulating waves outside the window, his eyes gradually becoming sharp. That old madman must be itching to eat my flesh and drink my blood right now. But he doesn't dare to come directly to the Black Iron Sea to his death because he saw the fate of the Abyss mothership. So, what will a wounded and desperate beast do? Lin Fan turned around, his gaze sweeping over the crowd like a sharp blade. He will look for weaknesses. He will retaliate by any means necessary. Although the royal family promised to protect my family, and although that old fox Lister implied that the royal family wouldn't dare to act recklessly, it is the most foolish thing to do to place your hopes on a politician's promise. If I don't go, if I show even the slightest cowardice or alienation from the kingdom, so in the eyes of the Wang family, I am a warlord who has military power but no foundation and dares not completely break with the kingdom. At that time, Xiaoye will become their best bargaining chip. Lin Fan clenched his fist, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. He dared not gamble. He could disregard his reputation and those illusory titles, but he could not disregard his own